As wish lists go, Australia got all it desired in the pre-Christmas opener to the Test summer.
Warner on 98, Jamal round the wicket to him, and Warner, short ball down towards the third, gets himself the boundary. David Warner leaps with glee. What a brilliant way to start his final lap around the country.
The plundering was plentiful in Perth.
Bowls to Marsh, who smashes it over the top of the cordon and down to the rope for 4.
Marsh on 68, pulling off his hip, over square leg, gives it everything. Bowls to Marsh, who dances and goes up and long and straight and powerful.
And at its climax came a moment for the mantelpiece.
Has he got 500 Test wickets? He does! Nathan Lyon joined Shane Warne and Glenn McGrath as Australian Test cricketers with 500 Test wickets.
Australia ruthlessly played the first Test by its preferred blueprints and left the tourists with a familiar tale of lament.
Stark bowls here, shan't hit on the pad, pull and straight and give it. Bowls to Summerisers.
Bowled! Off stump out of the ground.
Edging and caught it first slip. Game over, job done. Pakistan obliterated. They've been castled in just 30.2 overs, all out for 89, and Australia win by 359 runs.
It's a commanding position for Pat Cummins' men to drive home the advantage and the advantages of home against a Pakistan team that knows nothing of success here.
Bad track record gives you an opportunity to do something better, to put things in order, and I think this side has a great opportunity to come here and produce a result.
We love these conditions. We know these conditions really well. Yeah, can't really speak for them, but really happy with how we've started, and yeah, I think everyone's in a really good place.
Now to Boxing Day and cricket's most festive occasion.
Boland again, bowls here to Robinson. Edge to taken! Oh, Scott Boland, it's a movie script. He's got 6 for 5.
Bowls to him and Warner, it leapt at him. He got it away through the cordon and down for 4. Down to his knees. This is the innings of a champion. A bullet-a-gate double century. A national sporting celebration with its own folklore and heroes.
He's bowled him. He's bowled him. The last ball of the day. Letting one nip back, finding the inside edge and bowling out Good Richards. Well, what a magnificent start for Australia. The West Indies 4 down for 10.
Setting for the second Test between Australia and Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Over the wicket at him, he's bowled him! Edge to taken!
That is a shot of an emperor.
Stephen Smith and second slip, it's a screamer.
Crawley's wrapped on the pad, they're up, he's out.
Bowls to
him over! Bowling to Smith, who lifts him up superbly into the stands. What a mighty hit!
Last ball of the over, it's the gone!
Quarter gully, 3 in the over for Scotty. It's a box office blockbuster.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For Host Plus, live across Australia and around the world, Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
It was a Christmas day in which nary a ball was bowled in these parts. We gather at Boxing Day at the MCG in the hope of something better, and the scene is promising. The ground is being prepared for play. The pitch is exposed. We've had a little bit of sunshine to mix in with what we endured through Christmas Day yesterday. The MCG, a splendid setting, 70,000 plus expected. The second Test, Australia and Pakistan. It's more than just a day of cricket, though, this. So welcome to Boxing Day 2023. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Gerard, Whateley with you, alongside a man who opened the batting on this day, so he knows it intimately and he brings all the local knowledge. He coached against Pakistan behind closed doors a couple of days ago, and he knows the pitch here at the MCG well. Chris Rogers, Merry Christmas and welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Merry Christmas, Gerard. Absolutely brilliant to be here. What's better than a Boxing Day Test?
Indeed, you're well placed to tell us that.
Well, I mean, particularly for the players, I think this is the one that you right down, you want to play this one and Sydney, but, when you get to Melbourne and it's 70,000 people hopefully coming in, I mean, it doesn't get much better.
And with you as we start our broadcast, he proved again at the World Cup he is the finest cricket broadcaster in the world. And if you're going to be displaced at this time of year, this is not a bad place to be. Ian Smith, Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much for the compliment too, coming from you, Gerard. That is absolutely a stocking filler. But no, look, I've spent a few Boxing Days here at this ground, some up here, a couple out in the middle. It's an amazing experience, even as a visitor. I was just going to ask you about, what do you feel like, before the toss, do you want to bat on a day like this, on a packed 80,000? Do you want to be batting in front of them?
I played in the match where there were 92,000 people, Ian, and I was actually in the background. I remember I was talking to Shane Watson saying, mate, you've got to go up to Michael Clark and tell him to bowl, because I think that this pitch only gets better. But yeah, so I actually missed that opportunity to bat. We did win the toss and we bowled, and missed the opportunity to bat in front of 92,000 people, but managed to get a century on day 4, so I'll take that one.
Smithy, there's so much talk about the place of Test cricket and whether it's diminished grandeur is around the world. What does this day look like internationally?
Well, internationally, this is a day, I can speak from experience, where after a decent old Christmas day, you'll sit back and you'll watch the Boxing Day Test coming in from Australia. So it's massive on the world stage. It's one of those days where people either rekindle their love for cricket or reinforce the fact that they know why they love Test cricket, because this advertises at the very best. And whether you're listening, whether you're driving to a holiday, whether you're at the beach listening on a device these days, which has changed since when I first listened to it, I can tell you that. This is the one you love. This is the one you wait for, and this is the one you tell people in the family, don't disturb me today. This is my day. This is Boxing Day at the MCG. I can't be there, but I can listen to it here on SEN. And I can get the feeling through the windows here. It's just, Gerard, it's just amazing. And having been out there and being robbed of victory all those years ago, we've still got a score to settle New Zealand. We might hope we do it in my living lifetime, but no, it's the place. It is the place on the 26th every year.
As an aspiration, Chris, for young cricketers growing up, does this still hold a place to be part of a Boxing Day Test at the MCG against all the other variety of options that are revealing themselves in a cricket career?
Oh, absolutely. I think we even saw Mitch Starc, who, went for an absolute bomb in the IPL, say Tests are still the pinnacle for him. So if it is for him, I mean, it's still going to be for a lot of players. And talking to the players who play in the domestic, area in Australian cricket, they desperately want to play for Australia and in Test matches as well. I still think that's where they feel that's the biggest test. That's where they find out how good they actually are.
Chris Rogers and Ian Smith, part of our expert panel for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. To the task at hand. So we're in good hands here, Smithy, because nobody really knows what happened behind closed doors when Pakistan booked themselves a 2-day game against Victoria, except Chris Rogers, who was the coach of Victoria. Tell us what transpired, Buck.
It was quite humorous, as you can imagine. So we had a bit of to and fro. It was a bit of a late notice thing. Pakistan wanted to have a hit out, get some time out in the middle, and they kind of said to us, look, we'll give you 6 players, and you can play with our players. And we said, no, we'll get a team. You get a team. They said we'll play all 18 kind of thing, and we didn't want that. We said no, we'll play 12. You play 12, you bat 80 overs, we'll bat 80 overs, and then you'll get another 20 or 30, for the guys who'd missed out in the first innings. Everything was agreed to, get to the toss. Shah Masood, we'll play 18, no worries. so you kind of knew, but it actually, it went really well. Yeah, I think Pakistan asked to black it out. I feel that was because they just didn't want, they didn't want to be harassed and just wanted some time to focus on what they needed to do. It was so disappointing for so many people who would have loved to have come and seen. It was a couple of cracking days as well. But in the end, I think Pakistan, a lot of their batters got to spend time on a pretty flat Junction Oval pitch, and then their bowlers, they all bowled, one or two spells. So I think that they'll be pretty happy. I'm not exactly sure it'll be a similar kind of pitch. It probably was a bit slower than the one we hopefully will see here at the MCG, but still time in the middle.
Good that Pakistan was proactive to get some more cricket smithing.
I think it is. It's a good sign. They've got a new coaching setup, and they've got a new selectorial setup and a new captain. So I suppose they're doing all the right things from the outside looking in. And their performance, particularly in the second innings, was substandard in Perth. So they didn't want to enter into this contest going into this morning on that memory. So I think that's a smart move to try and do that. I don't quite understand the putting it behind closed doors side of things, because, cricket's about, even in a hastily arranged match or occasion, it's still about, impressing people and getting people along, and every opportunity you can get up close to the players without the pressure situation of an international match, even better. And I don't quite understand that. But then again, as Buck has just said, we'll play 12, you play 18, and good luck. But that's Pakistan. Hey, it's Pakistan.
And it is. But there was one thing I was really impressed with. The captain, Sharma Sood, he didn't bat. I mean, he, for whatever reason, he got a big score in the warm-up game in Perth. And then
Canberra, yep.
And then so he felt that maybe he could do with a break. But the one thing he did was he came out and he fielded the whole time and he captained. So very few players who will do fielding hours only. I think usually it's the other way; it's batting hours only. But he just came out and fielded, and that was his motivation. So you can tell that he's up for this. He wants it, and he's not too big to kind of say, no, I'll just sit off and watch you blokes go about it.
So 15 straight losses for Pakistan in test matches on these shores is easily recounted. By the time you get here, there are limited resources for them. Are they... What hope are they of creating a contest here, Buck, on the back of what you saw?
Look, I think it's going to be a struggle. No doubt that there's some really good talent in the team. I mean, you look at their top five. There's some high skill in their top five in the batting order, and with Shaheen Afridi, if he clicks and it swings for him, anything could happen. But I just think over the case of 4 or 5 days against this Australian side, I can't really see them challenging for a win. Hopefully they can find a way to really get themselves in the contest. But it's going to be a challenge, because I do think this Australian side's exceptionally good.
I like the fact they've included Mohammad Rizwan. Now, he scored 50 in that game, I would imagine. I mean, he's a happening cricketer. He makes things happen. And if you're behind the 8 ball and you need to go forward as they have to against Australia, I like his selection. So that's a key one for me. I'd had him in straight away. I think his World Cup form suggested to me he's in good nick. OK, white ball, red ball, the endless debate goes on about that. But he has been a very, very good player, Mohammad Rizwan. And, as good as Safraz has been over that time, he's getting on a bit, to be perfectly honest. Rizwan's a good selection for me. He might make a difference.
Yeah, there's no doubt his skill. I was really impressed with Shaquille as well. Just, he's one of those players, I think he's quite inventive as well. He wants to come out, make things happen, high skill. And when you watch him bat, there's it's going to be exciting. And he played some wonderful shots in the first test as well. He was trying to ramp our fast bowler as well, because we were going for a wide plan. So he was entertaining. So the one thing I think that they're going to struggle with is that just their bowlers don't bat, and then they get kind of into a corner where they almost they can't pick their out and out spinner, because they need some batting depth, and you don't want your tail starting at 7, particularly against this attack. So it feels like their side's just not quite balanced, and they need to find a high quality quick bowler or a high quality spinner who can do a good job at 7 and 8.
Well, at some stage they've got to get 20 wickets to get back in this series, and that might as well be here. So for me, you trust your batting. A lot of sides these days, when they come up against Australia, New Zealand's guilty of this too, is they play an insurance batsman at 7. And that'll be a part-time spinner, a Santner type player in our case, and we saw a couple of part-timers play in Perth. And at the end of the day, part-timers, they have a role, but when it comes to the crunch, you need specialists. You need to be able to get 20 wickets. You need to be able to go at Australia and say, listen, we have a spinner. He might not be Nathan Lyon. He might not have 5, but he is a specialist spinner. We're going to back him. And a number of left-handers. Australia have got a number of left-handers. If you can expose that side of things from there, you just can't sit back against Australia. And, okay, being aggressive might cost you, but it's the only way to take these guys on because they are just such a complete unit at the moment. You've got to try somehow and get some sort of crack in the armour. Where it is, I do not know. Where it comes from, I do not know. I mean, they had an opportunity, of course, in Perth because a lot of the damage had been done by outside the Pakistan camp because it was targeted at David Warner, and there was perhaps an opening there, but Warner squashed it with a brilliant effort on the first day, and then of course everyone did their little bit. Travis Head, Mitchell Marsh on home soil. It just all fell into plan quite nicely. The interesting thing for me is that I'd never seen Mitchell Starc so wayward, and it was really weird to watch him in that spell, particularly. Then he went out the back. He didn't even take his spikes off. I understand he went straight up back to the nets and started to work on what the hell was going wrong because it was so bad. And then you pick up the paper or you watch it on telly 3 days later, and he's worth about $3.5 million. And I thought to myself, is that the same guy who couldn't find the other end last week? Staggering.
It is. It's such a big topic of conversation within cricket circles at the moment. Our pre-match is for Spitwater Tools Not Toys, working hard since 1982. If Australia's riches are defined in any way, it's the fact that they can leave. There might be the most specialist horse for a course in Australian cricket might be Scott Boland at the MCG, and he can't find himself a place, Chris Rogers.
No, and from a lot of Victorian point of view, it is a shame knowing what he has done here and how the crowd has been when he has been doing it. So it's disappointing, but you've got 3 of the best fast bowlers of all time for Australia, and they don't just want to rotate out for the Boxing Day Test. We've just been talking for 5 minutes about how good this is to play in, and there's hardly someone's going to say, yeah, no, that's fine. You can give my spot to Scotty, and it'll be interesting because there's 7 Test matches over this stretch, including going to New Zealand. So you're not, and obviously those 3 fast bowlers have played a lot of cricket with the World Cup. So it'll be interesting what they do around the rotation policy. And whether they will just tap 1 or 2 of them on the shoulders and say, look, it's okay, just have a break. And then Boland will get his chance, but not here.
He suffers because it's just the second test of the summer, which is so abnormal. Typically, we're up to test 4 when we come here.
And they bowled Pakistan out for 89 in the second innings, so it wasn't a lot of overs that they had to bowl there.
Ground and weather conditions for Rainbird leader in irrigation for more than 90 years. We've been out to the middle. You know this strip pretty well by now, Chris. What were your impressions?
It's a little bit different to the Shield wickets that we play, but that's the same pretty much everywhere. I think just because there's an extra day of cricket, you know that the administrators want the games to go for 5 days because of the revenue. So you look at that pitch, and I've been saying this kind of a bit to other people. When you go play Shield cricket, a lot of the time you can't even see the pitch these days because it's this full matting of grass that sits on top. We've had a look, Gerard, and it's not quite that. There is some pretty good grass on there, but it's a different colour to it's a lot whiter to what Matt Page produces for Sheffield Shield cricket. So I'd expect it to be a lot better pitch. It's very hard as well.
So it was really interesting. It's been much greener for test matches over the past few years since the restoration of this pitch started. So this is it's a change in colour. It feels like a change in strategy to some degree. I wonder how it'll play.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because you come to the ground, and we came to about 4 of us in a car this morning, and, you know, Mark Ward looking around, he said, bowl first day, isn't it? You know, bowl first day. And Michael Vaughan was sort of the same opinion that maybe it's a day to bowl first. And then, you know, Australia over the years have 9 times out of 10 batted first, thought about it the 10th time, thought about bowling the 10th time and then batted anyway. Batted in Perth, that was an absolute logical decision here. Look, I don't know. I mean, the forecast is a bit of a factor. The cloud cover, it's still not a brilliantly fine day, although it's clearer than we thought it might be at this time. I'd probably be looking to bowl first and get stuck into them again if I'm from an Australian point of view. I think Pakistan will bowl first.
Yeah, I just think, Smithy, that you also think about what's going to happen, you know, day 4, day 5. And at Perth, it was playing all sorts of tricks, wasn't it? But the MCG traditionally has been pretty flat at the back end. So maybe you want to make the most of this. And if there's some rain around, you're going to get some good breaks as well for your quicks to recover. So they'll be raring to go almost non-stop if that happens.
And they can't be feeling too crash hot. They rolled for 89?
No, exactly.
89.
So throw them back out there and see how they go.
Ian Smith and Chris Rogers get us underway. We will talk to you throughout the day, gents, as we count down to Boxing Day 2023, and the first ball is an hour and 10 minutes away. If you're coming along to the MCG today or any day throughout the Test match, you can listen to every ball live from our call with no delay here in the stadium. SEN Stadium, simply download the SEN app and follow the prompts on the app once you're here at the MCG. Simon Katich is going to join me in the box next. Mitch Stark down on the boundary as Australia looks towards this showpiece day of cricket. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Berwick GWN's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Little busy around Buller Road on the Tullow Freeway at the moment. A lot of people heading to DFO Essendon. Both the ramps are slow, as too is Buller Road heading northbound. Little heavy on Warrigal Road, Dandenong Road around Chatty. No problems though for any of the major arterials. Harris Scarf's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 50% off all quilts, quilt cover sets, sheets and pillows. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf, great brands, great prices. And that's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
That's one day, that's not just one day.
Mum, can you be more specific?
Boxing Day.
Of course, we knew what you meant.
I think Nana will box you, Dad.
It's not that kind of boxing.
It's a Bingley Boxing Day sale.
Everything in boxes and not in boxes.
Huge deals on fridges, ovens, washers and dryers, TVs and tech, coffee machines and more.
The whole box and dice.
The Bingley Boxing Day sale.
And it's not just Boxing Day.
It's on now.
Bingley, better living every day.
The 40 Winks Boxing Day sale is here. It's the most wonderful sale of the year. Get up to 50% off store-wide and an extra 10% off a huge range of products on the side. So get into the spirit of saving and pick up that mattress, that tall boy, that bedhead you're craving. But hurry, on New Year's Eve you'll be out of time. Exclusions and T's and C's apply. Go to better sleep at 40 Winks. Serious about sleep.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal? That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio? How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. hijazfs.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686 and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542 and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Hey Gary, what do you think I'm going to say next? How could I possibly know? Well, the specialists at Toolkit Depot, they can solve your problems and anticipate your needs even before you know yourself. Holy shit. I knew you'd say that.
Toolkit Depot, your Trade Pro partner.
Crikey! Save $100 over 5 months on selected Mate Unlimited Internet plans. Use promo code SAVE20 at checkout. Say goodbye to high bills, make the switch to Mate. But wait, there's more. Bundle internet with a Mate mobile plan on Australia's trusted network and snag a further $10 off per month. That's a total bundle saving of $150 over 5 months. No worries, no hassle. Just pure value with Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online. Terms and conditions apply.
At In Place Living, they believe that every Aussie deserves a beautiful home that supports their independence and lifestyle. That's why In Place Living design and develop customised specialist disability accommodation in all categories for people with complex and high support needs. In Place Living values inclusivity, innovation, compassion and choice, and put this into practice when they design and develop fantastic homes for Australians with disability. In Place Living, creating homes for people to create memories. Learn more at inplaceliving.com.au.
Anaconda's massive Boxing Day sale is on now. Huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Boxing Day sale on now at Anaconda. Play more and pay less with our 10% price beat guarantee. Anaconda!
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show for Spitwater. Tools, not toys. Made in Australia since 1982.
It's overcast at the MCG, just with patches of blue sky between that. It's breezy, it's cool. It's currently 20 degrees, heading for a top of 25. We're heading for the first ball at 10:30, so there is rain forecast. It's more in the afternoon than the morning, so things look pretty good in terms of getting play underway at 10:30 local time. Our pre-match is for Spitwater Tools, Not Toys, working hard since 1982. We are shortly going to be inside the Australian camp with Mitch Stark. Adam Collins and Bharat Sunderasen are down on the MCG. Simon Katich is with me in the box, part of our expert panel for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Hello to you, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard, all our listeners, and Merry Christmas for yesterday.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
How was Christmas Day?
Busy as usual. Started in the kitchen probably at 7 a.m. and, big day on the tools, and then, enjoyed the afternoon eating it all and celebrating with family.
Does it stir a few memories coming to the MCG for Boxing Day?
It does. Yeah, no, it always does. It's a special time of year. It's very special for the players because obviously a lot of them have their families here, or almost all of them will have their families here. They have the traditional lunch the day before. Obviously, I think training is not compulsory, so some will come, some won't. And then, Boxing Day is obviously a huge day. And I think, with the crowd expected today of around 70,000, it's a phenomenal experience as a player. And for both teams, a lot of these young Pakistani players, won't have experienced anything like it in their short careers. So for them to get out here today and soak it up and experience it will be fantastic.
Was it a pinnacle moment for you in your career to be part of an Australian setup on Boxing Day?
Yeah, it's funny because I was saying to someone this morning at the MCC breakfast that, in terms of my career, I feel like I played more of my tests away from Australia than in Australia. So I reckon I only played maybe 4 Boxing Day tests from memory. And they were special because I didn't get to play as many as I would have liked, given that your home conditions. I loved playing here for both WA and New South Wales because it's always been a great challenge as a batsman, particularly at the top of the order here at the MCG. It was always, you knew you were in for a tight tussle against the new ball, but if you got through that, you knew you could get runs here because it's a great wicket to bat on later on once the ball gets softer. But, Boxing Day is something else because, when there's 70, 80,000 day one and you can't hear anything that's being said, I blame that for why I had to run out with Watto that year against Pakistan. I think it was in 2009 because there's nothing like it. It's so loud late in the afternoon on Boxing Day.
What would the mindset within the Australian camp be, do you think, after what ended up being such a commanding victory in Perth?
I think it's one of being really relaxed and really comfortable with where they're all at. They had a number of very good performances. Obviously, it started on day one with the openers. David Warner and Usman Khawaja were outstanding on what wasn't that easy a wicket to bat on. And as we saw as the test unfold and the cracks open up, it was very challenging, particularly in that second innings. Then obviously the quicks showed that, they are the best in the world. And Nathan Lyon coming back in, the GOAT getting to 500 was a special moment for him and the team. And I think just a really good all-round performance. Mitch Marsh, your man, Gerard, he was very, very good in that first innings. Was good with the ball as well. Made it talk a little bit, get a bit of extra bounce. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes here at the MCG, with that little bit of grass coverage here. But overall, it was a commanding performance and something that, augurs well for the rest of the summer.
How does Pakistan fight back? We have seen tourist teams that fall for a few tricks when they come here. They probably got their selection wrong. Their fielding was average and then got completely done over in foreign conditions by the end of the first test.
Well, I thought at times they were pretty good in Perth. They showed glimpses. I thought they can probably look at how the two young debutants went, because they had some tough spells early where they didn't quite get their line and length wrong or they didn't get it right, and then Warner made them pay the price. But then they came back well. Jamal getting the 6 wickets was a great effort. Obviously, the youngster got injured, Shazad, so he's out now, unfortunately, with that rib injury. So that's disappointing, because I thought he showed a bit as well, got a couple of wickets early in that second innings. But in terms of overall, their batting's going to be the biggest challenge, because the Australian attack is relentless, particularly Cummins. I mean, he just wore them down, and he was all over Bubba Azam, their best player. But I thought their openers did a great job in the first innings. Both Shafiq and Imam-ul-Haq, weathered that new ball storm, but they just weren't able to convert to a big score, and that's going to be their biggest challenge. Who can get a 100-plus score to actually get them to 300-plus? Because this Australian attack doesn't allow guys to get big scores, because they're just always coming at you with repeat spells. And then now with Lyon back in the attack and Mitch Marsh playing a good role, it's a tough attack to score big runs against.
If you were the captain and you won the toss as Pat Cummins, what would you do? Would you put Pakistan in, or this is a different MCG pitch to what we've had for recent test matches, would you try to command with big runs?
I think, he might look upstairs, because, with the way the forecast has been, although as we speak, there is some nice blue in the sky. The sun's shining out there on the outfield at the moment. So whether that's changed, I still think you're probably looking to bat first here, and they were able to get in a commanding position on day one due to that dominant performance from Warner. So generally Australian teams come here and bat first, but Pat Cummins as a bowling captain, nothing surprises me anymore. What he did in the World Cup final, phenomenal. Obviously read the room, read the conditions, and got it 100% right, and then backed it up because he can control things with the ball, and he did it beautifully.
I reckon he would have come to Melbourne feeling like they were definitely bowling first, and seeing the pitch yesterday and then again today, it would be an interesting conversation to see where they are. All right, bear with me. The richest man in cricket is about to join us after the IPL auction. We're heading down to the boundary. Adam Collins and Bharat Sunderasen are with Mitch Starc, thanks to Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy at redenergy.com.au.
Great to welcome Mitchell Starc to SEN Test Cricket on Boxing Day. Always a special couple of days here in Melbourne. Lovely as well having the Pakistan side give you gifts yesterday. Great camaraderie between the teams.
Yeah, I wasn't actually at training, so I don't know what occurred there. But I did see a photo. I think some gifts for the kids or something like that. So, kind gesture from them. And I think that's what this time of year is all about, isn't it?
You'd have great memories from playing on Boxing Day over the years. Had to wait though, didn't you? 2016 was the first chance you had to play at this time of year and made the most of it. Had a massive test match against Pakistan.
Yeah, it's a long time ago now. Managed to impact the game with bat and ball, which was nice. And I guess a fast-paced end to that test match with obviously day 5 and some rain about throughout the test match, creating some excitement towards the back end. So, good memories from back then, and hopefully another fantastic test match this week.
Mitch, we are at the MCG. I saw the name Scott Boland go up everywhere, and I heard a roar, even though there's nobody here yet. Same bowling attack, which kind of also tells you how difficult it is to kind of break into this bowling attack.
Yeah, I guess so. It's we've got a lot of depth at the minute, and I think we've seen that through certainly through the last couple of years, and that particularly on away tours, that squad mentality, and obviously. The odd niggle here and there throughout the last couple of years presents some opportunities for guys, and whether it be Scotty here in Melbourne against England, or Jai and Ness in Adelaide, when a couple of COVID guys went down. So, yeah, look, it's been we've got the depth. At the same time, we're not just going to hand away spots when we're up and firing. So we feel like everyone's in a good place, and if niggles or the rest of it occur, then we've got some fantastic bowlers in the wings, and we've seen what Scotty can do, and likewise we've had, like I said, some of those guys on the fringes for a while now.
Just for the three of you, or the four of you, I mean, you just played so much cricket with each other, but just the three fast bowlers, it's not just this format. I mean, you just won a 50-over World Cup now, the three of you. I know you get asked this all the time, but just to have Pat Cummins as captain and just the three of you together playing all formats through the year, like, how does it work? I mean, what is the dynamic between the three of you?
It just works, doesn't it? It's no, we all do things very differently. I think we obviously, Josh is the McGrath-like metronome and puts it on a spot on the left arm with a bit of airspeed, and Pat's a bit of a hybrid of both, and you throw in the quality spinner that we've got with Nathan, particularly in Test cricket, and likewise with Zorba in one-day cricket and T20 cricket. I think those combinations just seem to work, and we sort of flow off one another there, and now with Pat as captain, presents a few other things, with certainly the empathy towards the bowlers and knowing firsthand what it's like, but it's certainly a group that we've grown up together through cricket and spent a lot of time on and off the field together. So I think it's a many number of things, but it just works, doesn't it?
Such a massive year for this Australian cricket team. The importance of finishing this week on a high note, and the interesting that this time of year isn't maybe as busy as it typically would be. Pat said this in the press today, that you expect to get to Melbourne and be absolutely exhausted from what you're doing, but you've had your main workload through the middle part of the year, so a chance to cap it this week in Melbourne. Yeah, it's been a long year, but a fairly successful year for Australian cricket. The men and women's teams across the formats has been pretty successful, and it'd be a fantastic way to cap it off this week, as you said, with another solid performance. It's sort of ebbed and flowed with workload and how busy it's been, and it's been nice to have a few days in between test matches and really take a day to refresh and settle into the work this week, and again, hopefully finish on a really high. Much as it was in Perth, a lot of headlines before the test match about Usman Khawaja and his boots and the symbol that's been banned by the ICC. I mean, your thoughts on that? Obviously, he was backed in heavily by Pat yesterday. Yeah, it's the same in the change room. I think we're all right behind Uzi there and his views and how he wants to go about it, and I think that's another feature of the group is everyone's in such a fantastic place to express their views and express themselves, and certainly he's got the backing of the change room and some inconsistencies that have gone on in the past. But it is what it is, and the change room certainly supports him in his views there.
On that, Mitch, Pat said something yesterday which really stood out. He said, you guys are not just guys who bat and bowl, but you're real people with real feelings and real beliefs. So how important is that messaging for not just Uzi, for all of you to, you have things to say about what's happening in the world, and you should have the freedom to go out and say that? Yes, spot on. Yes, we're cricketers, and we're certainly out in the field to perform in what we do, but again, we're also humans, and as you say, we've got feelings and beliefs, and I think it's a space to express those as well. There's obviously a line, but certainly our change room backs anyone with views on the world or issues or what it may be. So in Uzi's case, he's certainly got the backing of the change room and how he feels about the situation at the moment. You've been in the news for a different reason this week with the IPL auction, of course. Part of the narrative that's come out of that, if you like, has been, well, look at all the millions of dollars that Mitchell Starc left on the shelf by not playing IPL over the last 7 years. I'm interested in whether you see it that way. No, I've said it before. I don't regret any choices I've made. I've certainly put international cricket first and
family time ahead of all of that as well through the time in April and May to spend time with Elisa. So I wouldn't change any of it. I've always enjoyed my time in the IPL for the 2 years that I had there, and I look forward to it in the upcoming season. But I think those breaks have allowed me to refresh, to keep me on the park and fit and firing for Australian cricket, and probably help my Test cricket if nothing else. So I wouldn't change it. It'll be a nice little top up next year, but I wouldn't change any of those choices.
Great to have you with us on Boxing Day, Mitchell Stark. Good luck for the week ahead.
Thanks very much. You too.
Oh, to just get a little top up like that. Mitch Stark with Bharat, Sunderasen and Adam Collins, thanks to Red Energy, switched to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. It's the strategic side of all of that. Really did. That was the payday, wasn't it? The payoff.
Good luck to him. He's earned it. I mean, he's performed beautifully for Australia across the formats, and I mean, it's a great example, I reckon, for a few of the younger Australian boys now. Cameron Green's a great example, got a big payday earlier this year, and I reckon it had a big impact on his Ashes campaign because his preparation in England was limited, coming off white ball in IPL in India. So hopefully there's a few of them that maybe take heed and realise that, what's their priority. But, Mitchell Stark deserves that.
It's a beautiful scene. The sun's got right through here at the MCG.
Perfect conditions. Yeah, perfect.
Conditions to bat. Kat, see you for the first ball.
Thanks, Gerard.
Simon Katich, part of our pre-match for Spitwater Tools Not Toys, made in Australia since 1982. Pete Lawler is about to join me in the box. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Already a fair bit of pedestrian traffic along Brunton Avenue around the G this morning. We've got a fair bit of vehicular traffic coming off Wurundjeri Way heading in towards DFO South Wharf. Take care there. Also the Tulla slow around Buller Road. A lot of traffic heading for DFO Essendon. It's the end of year sale you've been waiting for. The Good Guys famous knockout sale. Check out the unlocked deals and save big for a limited time only at the Good Guys. And that's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Whispers around Melbourne are true. It's a country pub in the city. The Emerald's corned beef and calamari is as famous as any cup winner. And on those long summer nights, after-work drinks hit the spot in the outdoor courtyard. With cold draft on tap, live sport on screen, it makes dollars and cents to spend summer at the Emerald. Family owned for over 32 years, everyone's a friend at the Emerald. Go be part of history. The Emerald Hotel, 415 Clarendon Street, South Melbourne. Or go to the Emerald's website for bookings.
Planning a summer holiday? Discover the ease and convenience of parking at Melbourne Airport. With unmatched proximity to every terminal and options that suit every budget, they have the right car park waiting for you. Whether you're looking for affordability with value parking, convenience with terminal parking, or the ultimate parking experience with premium parking, Melbourne Airport has the perfect option to suit you. Nothing beats parking at Melbourne Airport. Book online today for the best rates at melbourneairport.com.au.
McCafe is the place for iced coffee. The place where rich iced lattes, cool long blacks, and deluxe iced coffees are just chilling. Whatever flavour you're feeling, drive through for an ice cold coffee at McCafe today. Available at participating restaurants.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Introducing the Trot's Good Form, your go-to for fast and simple form analytics. Gain access to the latest harness racing form and expert-driven analysis from the best minds in the business. Covering every angle, Good Form shows the full picture, including easy-to-read speed maps and performance indicators, lead probability and analytics. Arm yourself with the information you need for wise choices. With Good Form, everyone's an expert. Visit thetrots.com.au/form. Good Form, great choice.
Kogan.com have seen a few unboxing videos. Now it's time for an awesome unboxing radio. Nice. So click onto the Kogan.com Unboxing Day sale for up to 65% off a range of TVs, homewares, furniture, appliances, white goods, and more. That's up to 65% off. Hurry, the Kogan.com Unboxing Day sale is now on. Kogan.com, clicking awesome. See website for T's and C's.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
The warm-up's taking place down on the MCG. The crowd's starting to filter in. We're 45 minutes away from the first ball, so quarter of an hour from the toss. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Gerard Whateley with you. Our pre-match is for Spitwater Tools, Not Toys. Working hard since 1982. I'm pretty sure Peter Lawler's been working harder longer than that. Hello to you, Pete. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, Gerard. I hope you got lots of presents, did you?
Not too bad. It was more of the giving than the receiving.
What did you cook for Christmas lunch? You're quite the cook. I've been to your house. I've eaten the food.
The turkey's a bit of a story this year, probably for a bit later on, but that's the biggest turkey I've ever undertaken, and there are no reports of illnesses. There are no mushroom-like issues, so all succcessble.
Well done, you.
Bharat Sunderasen, season's greetings to you, Bharat.
Season's greetings, Gerard, Pete. I did what most people who aren't invited to anyone's house for Christmas do. Found any restaurant that is open for lunch and for dinner. No, I lie. I had a couple of invites, but I have the wife and dogs with me as always. So it's all Christmas Day is about taking the dogs out in Melbourne and showing them the city. So that's what I did.
And a little bit of the cricket preparations. What did you see here yesterday?
Oh, firstly, it was so lovely to see the Pakistan team come out with bearing gifts, some chocolates for the kids. And it was a very different build-up to a Boxing Day test because we were all indoors. But it was lovely to see. And there's been this lovely relationship that's built up between the Australian and Pakistan teams, Gerard. Ever since Australia went there last year, Pete, me and Adam were there for that special tour. And it was great to see them mingle, and the kids were having a blast. Manas was obviously batting and doing his business. So was Steve Smith. They weren't really indulging in the festivities to start with, but once they were done with their batting, they got a bit involved. But I think what really stood out was the Pat Cummins press conference today. And a couple of things he said, and I know we will talk a lot about Usman Khawaja and everything. What really stood out for me was his mention of how the players, or all of them, they're not just guys who bat and bowl, they're real people with real feelings. And I think that really hit home the point of what Usman Khawaja is doing, and also, I guess, the reactions around Australia and around the world create.
It makes for, as you would say, an issues-rich environment, Pete.
It does. And all eyes are on Usman this morning. I was down on the boundary line when he came out with the team, because he's easy to spot. He's the only one with the pullover on. It's steamy down there this morning, Gerard. But I was keeping an eye out to see whether he will have a symbol on his bat or not. But he didn't come out with a bat, so he's leaving us in suspense. Warner came out with his bat. Usman left his in the bag, so we don't know yet. But I guess I'm wondering, is this on Usman's mind this morning? You know, he says, I can cross that rope and just play cricket. Fingers crossed that he can. He proved that, I guess, to some degree in Perth in the second innings, didn't he? It was an excellent innings. But there's a lot going on there, and yes, you're right. Cricket is an issues-rich environment, Gerard.
So how would you depict the stalemate between Usman Khawaja and the ICC right now?
I think it's fascinating. I think Usman Khawaja has blown the whistle on the ICC's hypocrisy, craven hypocrisy in this situation, because they have hidden in Dubai. They haven't said a word. All we've got is yep, nah. So in this situation, they have rejected him putting a dove symbol on his back, the universal secular symbol of peace, with the letters 1 UDHR, which is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You can say they're well within their rights because that is the rules. But unfortunately, I call them out. I say that Usman has called them out for their hypocrisy because they allow so many other similar symbols. So you allow one, you allow all. You don't allow if you don't allow this one, why? And that's a question that will never be answered because the ICC never fronts up and explains itself. It's a craven organisation.
Yeah, I think match officials need to start, if not doing press conferences, at least being out there with some of the decisions that they take. Because you hear from the cricketers, you hear from the coaches, you even hear from the journalists, but you never hear from the umpires and the match referees, all these clauses that get thrown at us. And you're absolutely right, Pete. And you have to agree with Usman. His Instagram post last evening was very interesting, where he clipped out images of, like I said, religious symbols on bats that are used not just by cricketers around the world, but by his own teammate, Marnus Labuschagne. And Pat Cummins was asked this as well, and he said it's pretty vanilla, the dove. He said, I see no difference between the dove and the eagle and the biblical verse at the bottom of Marnus's bat, which he talks about a lot. I remember at the World Cup, he spoke very openly about his faith. And this is not even Usman Khawaja speaking about his faith.
He's adamant that this is not an issue of faith.
Exactly. And he said it so many times. He's reiterated it in his posts, in the press conference, his interactions with the media over the last week or so, that it's... And for me, that real people thing stands out, Gerard. What can be more real for a parent, and you two are parents, than holding your own child when you're seeing clips of kids are dying and are being killed away from home? That's what he said. He got really emotional while talking about it at the MCG 4 days ago. And if you are a real person with real feelings, you'll have real responses. And what we've seen from him in the last 10 days are just these human responses. And what do you expect these cricketers to be? Just play the sport and shut up? Why should that be the case? I just don't get it.
One other thing, having said that, I think that the game is right about Usman Khawaja and wrong about the other things. If you're going to have this ban, have a blanket ban. So now the ball's in Usman Khawaja's court. He's tried to do this the right way. He's tried to do everything the right way. He's respected the game, and that's what we demand of everybody, that they respect the rules and regulations of the game. The game said you cannot wear the words on your shoe. Then he went through a series of meetings with the absolute sort of head honchos at Cricket Australia. Nick Hockley was key to these meetings. They said, no, you're not wearing you won't get the shoes through. Do something on your bat. He wasn't allowed to wear variations of the wording on his bat. They settled on a black and white, a black rendered image of the dove, and Cricket Australia backed him in putting that protest to the ICC. Now, that's been rejected. Okay. To my mind, the definition of a protest is something that's disruptive. It's something that has consequences. The shoe, pardon the pun, but the shoe is now on Usman's foot and the ball's in his court. All of those cliches. If he wants to protest, he can protest, but it will come at a cost. And it's been forever thus. Muhammad Ali didn't box for 3 years. Robinson and Smith, was it, at the 68 Olympics, they were sent home. Norman was ostracised for his role in that. Colin Kaepernick has never played another game of football post the BLM thing. You do pay a price for protest for things that mean a lot to you. I'll respect Usman whichever way he goes, because I think to some degree he's achieved what he wanted to achieve. We are conscious of this issue and we're discussing this issue. And I hear all those people out there who are saying, for God's sake, that's the last thing we want to be discussing on Boxing Day at the cricket. I hear you. Sport is about escapism, but... it's real people this is where you started. It's real people that play sport and they're affected by this.
It's a reflection of real life, and that's what we are confronted with at the moment. Terrific. Well, that's the start of a much longer conversation. What's Pakistan going to do team-wise?
They're playing an all-seam attack. Sajid Khan's not playing, so no spinner.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, no.
Really?
Yeah, so they had a bit of a huddle, and I saw Hassan Ali got a big hug. Sajid Khan just walked away. So they're sticking with Agha Salman, who's okay with his off-spin. And honestly, we saw a lot of Sajid Khan. I wouldn't have seen him make much of a difference on this pitch anyway.
All right, the toss is pending. Pete Lalor, Bharat, Sunderasen, an intricate part of our call team for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Toss is coming up. Chris Rogers will come back. We'll just have a little delve through what's been happening at the toss in test matches in recent times. Our pre-matches for Spitwater. Tools, not toys. Working hard since 1982. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Shop sales right up till the stroke of midnight this Boxing Day at High Point. Open right up until midnight tonight. More info at highpoint.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger. And a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Advance your workforce with MEGT's Women in Trades. MEGT is helping women nail a career in the trade industry. This is the perfect opportunity to add women to your trade recruitment mix and gain access to a wider pool of skilled candidates. With a more well-rounded team, your business will grow as a great place to work, making recruitment easier in the future. Enhance your team with MEGT's Women in Trades. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 13MEGT.
Hi, Rodney Jane here with great getaway deals at Bob Jane T-Marts. Want a free Falcon, Bridgestone, Yokohama, Dunlop or Kumho tyre? Buy 3 and the 4th tyre's free. Plus up to $200 instant cash back on selected tyres. With tyres from just $69, we won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Open 27 to 30 December. Hours may differ. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aiken Partners. I know how challenging separation and divorce can be because I've been there myself. And I've assisted people for over 10 years with property, parenting and intervention order matters. Each step can feel overwhelming, but I'm here to help. At Aiken Partners, we also help with employment law and workplace issues. Plus, we have a large wills and estates team assisting with probate, drafting wills and contesting estates. Search aitken.com.au/SEN to book your free initial consultation. That's AITKEN.
Say hey to CopyBet from Dabble.
So someone else does all the form and you can just copy them.
Someone else does all the form and you can just copy them.
I mean, you could do all the work yourself. Then maybe people would copy you. Heath, you'd be an influencer, like me.
Download now and have a dabble.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The gifts keep coming at Mercedes-Benz Berwick's Boxing Day sales event. Starting tomorrow for 4 days only, certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. Unwrap the ultimate luxury at Mercedes-Benz Berwick, Australia's most awarded Mercedes-Benz retailer. Boxing Day sales event starts tomorrow, just 24 minutes from the Burnley Tunnel. Licence 578.
Henley Mortgage Fund, $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Could go a bit of Australian batting on Boxing Day, almost as much as a leftover ham. Chris Rogers, I wonder what we'll get here with the toss about to take place.
Yeah, I think
Pakistan will be looking to bowl, and maybe Pat Cummins will be thinking the same. What do you think?
Well, the recent history of the ground has been to bowl first with pretty good effect too in test matches, and that's obviously been the case in Sheffield Shield, which you'll delve into as we set our way here on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley's Homes. Build with confidence. And right now it feels like bat, but we know what the weather's going to do as the afternoon unfolds. There's going to be cloud cover all day, and Matt Page still thinks he's going to get the same seam and bounce with less grass of a different colour. That's to be proven, and I guess that's the speculation, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the issue probably we saw was it wasn't just the seam movement, it was the up and down movement as well. It was going in 4 different directions. And then you were kind of curious about the actual surface underneath, and he's clearly exposed more of it with less grass. I'm hearing it's 6 millimetres as opposed to 8 or 9 that he usually leaves on for the Shield, which doesn't sound much, but it's still a bit. And so it'll be curious just to see if that's joining.
Referee Javagal Srinath. Pat, you've got the coin. If you can give it a flick, please. Heads is the call. It is. It's a heads. Sean, you've won the toss. What would you like to do?
We'll have a ball first.
And reasons for that?
Just having looked at the MCG for the past 3 years, the bowling first side has done well, so there's been a bit of weather around, so we just like to avail every opportunity we can do with the ball.
Yeah, how are you expecting the pitch to play? Because it has been under covers for the last few days.
I think it has changed. We were at the T20 World Cup here last year. Pretty similar look. You could see even then there was a lot of lateral movement, so we kind of expect that to stay the same through the course of the game. Hopefully it won't crack up like Perth at the end of the day. That's why we've took that risk to bowl first. And yeah, I think there'll be enough for the bowlers, but there's always something for the batsmen. Whoever plays well, there's always value for your shots, and we've seen decent scores at this ground as well.
Now you've got a number of changes. Can you just talk us through them?
We've got 3 changes. Rizwan replaces Sarfaraz. Khurram Shahzad is unfortunately injured. Mir Hamza comes in, and Hassan Ali comes in for Fahim Ashraf.
Did you think about playing the spinner?
We did, but again, looking at the ground and also the T20 World Cup last year, people were seam heavy, and I thought Agha did a decent job at Perth, keeping one hand was quite economical with that, so we'll try and do the same.
All the best, enjoy the occasion. Pat, what would you have done?
We're going to have a bowl as well.
Okay, fairly self-explanatory on this pitch?
Probably this year feels a little bit harder than it has been in previous years, but there's a bit of grass, a bit of cloud cover, but yeah, it feels pretty firm, so not too upset that we're batting.
And how big a day is this in the sporting calendar?
It's huge every year. Yeah, the crowds turn out. You hear of all the stories as you walk around Melbourne of people that have flown down for their bucket list item, and yeah, walking out for the anthem never gets old.
Now you're unchanged. Was that a fairly straightforward decision for yourself?
Yeah, it was. We all pulled up really well after Perth. So, yeah, we're in a fortunate position where everyone's going pretty well.
And you've had quite an incredible year as captain and as a team. What would it mean to be able to finish the year with a series win?
Yeah, I think it'll just be the cherry on top. It's been a fantastic year. Really successful. We've also had a lot of fun, and yeah, the last couple of weeks getting the test side back together after a few months has been great, and having all the families together yesterday was a special reflection of the year. Yeah, be a good way to finish it off.
Pat, all the best. Enjoy the week.
Great, thank you.
So news from the middle is that Pakistan have won the toss and elected to bowl first.
That continues the recent trend. So New Zealand sent Australia in here 4 years ago, and Australia made 467. But outside of that, Australia sent England in 185. Australia sent South Africa in 189. And Australia chose to bat against India and got rolled for 195. So that is the recent history at the ground, as it has been a bowl-first pitch. But it visually represents a little different to how it has on those 4 occasions.
Yeah, I mean, also they're saying it's so hard to begin. If it's soft underneath, then that would have left some divots as well for later on in the game. But it's going to be pretty hard, and then I just don't think the MCG breaks up that much. And really, is it going to go up and down considerably at the back end? It's probably, if anything, it seems to just bed down and become better to bat on. So not surprising.
3 changes to the Pakistan lineup, so we're in your hands here. Mohammad Rizwan in the change of keeper, which it felt like they pulled the wrong rein at the start of the series. Mir Hamza, who's played 3 test matches and taken 2 wickets, and Hassan Ali comes in. What did you see in their bowling stocks against Victoria?
Yeah, I mean, Mir Hamza's a tall left-arm seam bowler. I mean, he tried to swing a little bit. There wasn't a lot of swing there in those conditions, but he'll get a bit of bounce. He's not particularly fast. He probably, I don't know, around 130 kilometres an hour. Hassan Ali, we've seen a bit of him at different times. He's probably more of a skidder, try to get the ball up and get some movement. So, I wasn't surprised at all. I just thought that, and even talking to Muhammad Hafiz out when we looked at the pitch, he was looking at it thinking there was lots of grass on it when I was probably coming from the other spectrum saying, there's less grass on here than usual. So once he said that, I was pretty sure he was going to leave the spinner out. And the other thing is it's just, we spoke about it a little bit earlier, Gerard, is just they just don't have any bowlers who bat. And then that, if they were going to pick Sajid Khan, that'd probably be at the expense of Salman. And that just leaves a very, very long tail. And maybe it would have been worth it because they still have to get 20 wickets. Hamza
is into bat 11. So to illustrate your points, Hassan Ali averages 13. Mir Hamza averages 2.5. Amir Jamal averages 5. We've only seen him once, obviously, in Test cricket. And Shaheen Shah Afridi averages 6. It was actually quite funny watching Shaheen come out and bat in that game. He just tried to hit everything over mid-wicket. So I don't think he's there for the long haul. You'd be happy enough as Dave Warner Usman Khawaja, wouldn't he? I think so. I mean, you could have turned up, particularly with all the rain that was in Melbourne yesterday, and thought, geez, it's going to be an absolute viper out there. It's going to do everything, but you'd look at that and think, well, no, this might be okay. I've got a fighting chance definitely here. All right, so Australia will bat first on Boxing Day 2023. Pakistan has won the toss and sent Australia into bat. It'll be under overcast conditions as play begins. So we'll see if Afridi in particular can get the ball to swing. Our pre-match is for Spitwater Tools, Not Toys, working hard since 1982. A bit of bowlology feels in order before we get to work in this second test match of the series. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Bursting to box some bargains? Need DFO. Shop your favourite brands at up to 70% off at DFO Essendon, Moorabbin, South Wharf and Uni Hill. See dfo.com.au.
Hello again. Take care around the sporting precinct. A lot of traffic around the G this morning. Swan Street, Olympic Boulevard, Brunton Avenue. A lot of pedestrians about. Please take care on the roads. We've got some extensive delays exiting at Buller Road off the Tulla Freeway due to all the traffic on Buller Road heading into DFO Essendon. Oz Lotto is giving you the chance to win $90 million. There's still time to grab a ticket for tonight's jackpot. Enter in-store, online or on the Lot app before 8:30 tonight. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
Work youth ransacked overnight. Locks before, stores left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
For over 40 years, the Pleasure Chest has been delivering pleasure. And now it can deliver it to your door. So, jump onto pleasurechest.com.au. Curious? Shop our exciting range online. Express delivery. Fast can be good. The Pleasure Chest, your adult boutique. When the mood takes you, head to pleasurechest.com.au.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing, country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
The Boxing Day sales event starts tomorrow at Mercedes-Benz Whateley. Unwrap the ultimate luxury with certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. The Boxing Day sales event starts tomorrow at Mercedes-Benz Whateley and is not to be missed. 769 Springvale Road. An easy 8 minutes from Chadstone.
On my way.
Licence 578.
With NHP's N line of electrical enclosures, you can save without compromising on quality or performance. Thanks to the workability of ABS material, N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes are easy to install, drill, cut and modify. So it's a breeze to customise to suit your specific needs. NHP N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes help deliver efficient projects for a range of applications without breaking the bank. Get NHP N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes from your local electrical wholesaler.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT.
It's the second test of the series, Australia and Pakistan. Boxing Day at the MCG. Pakistan has won the toss and sent Australia into bat. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley's Homes. Build with confidence. The choir is singing. The stage has been prepared. The Benaud Qadir Trophy is out on the fields. Gerard Whateley with Adam Collins alongside me. Hello to you, Collo.
Great to be here, Gerard. Boxing Day at Melbourne. What a wonderful combination.
Part of our childhoods, it's part of our adulthoods, it's part of our right of being Melburnians, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? I was watching that Foxtel countdown yesterday of Warnie's top 10 test matches. Very family-oriented Christmas for me, clearly. And in doing so was watching the 1994 test match here that Flem played in, starting on Christmas Eve. I did cross my mind that test cricket starting on Christmas Eve here wasn't a bad idea when the schedule suited. But yes, coming down here as a little boy and watching test cricket and being able to do it now and what we do for a gig, it's an absolute privilege.
Damien, Fleming, Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas, Gerard, Collo, listeners. It was wet. Well, no, there wasn't much beach backyard cricket, was there?
Area ball was bowled.
First ever. Always Boxing Days can be wet, but normally Chrissy Day's good. But back to your comment, Collo, why did we play the day before Christmas Day back in 94? What was the crowd like? Because I remember Boxing Day was still massive, so day two's massive.
The reason was that Boxing Day, I think I'm right in saying Boxing Day was a Monday, and they were worried about running a test match Monday through Friday for public holiday. You know, obviously having no weekend days, so they played on the Saturday being Christmas Eve.
And the other thing is, we played New Year's Day in Sydney.
Mm.
New Year's Day.
Sharp turnaround.
Wow. Yeah.
Every day's Blues Day at this time of year, though. There is no associated day between Christmas and New Year's. It's just
Boxing Day,
season.
isn't it?
Yep.
Watch the cricket. Hopefully watch the Aussies, a dominant Australian performance. And Pakistan, I thought, for 2/3 of the test in Perth were pretty good. But, they didn't give up. But they're going to have to back up here, aren't they? And particularly with the ball, they need to make inroads early. I think Matty Page has just progressively taken less and less grass off each year. because I feel like he said that he can make the pitch. He feels like he can get the pitch bouncier and quicker, so he doesn't need as much grass. So then it starts to lend itself back to the old days where it was known as a new ball pitch. You know, you had to force batsmen to hit on the up, and when the Kookaburra flattened the seam, it was good for batting.
I'm interested in this idea of the concrete slab that used to sit underneath the dropping wickets here at the MCG. They got rid of it 4 years ago, and it's just changed Test cricket at Melbourne, I reckon. I mean, before that, we had those back-to-back Test matches, England in 2017, India in 2018, where balls weren't carrying through to the keeper before lunch on day one. It was dire, and the ICC pitch report reflected that. But the four we've had since, especially the last three, where the bowling side on morning one has gone on to win the Test comfortably, that's given it a fresh dimension. I reckon there's a case to be made. This is the best wicket for Test cricket in Australia, having been the worst 5 years ago.
Yeah, and I think Stuart Fox coming in from AFL background as CEO of the MCC, you know, straight away he goes, well, why is the pitch like that? He asked a lot of questions. Straight away, they were building pitches, you know, out the back to be trialled in the nets, and then with more clay content, and let's get him in as quick as possible, because I totally agree, Colo. I think every skill plays a part here at the MCG. Also, the bowlers talk about the quicker bowlers with the concrete trays. It was really hard through your body. You know, those two tests you were talking about, they felt like they were broken after that. Not such a problem now with the landing areas with more give in them.
Our pre-match show is for spit water tools, not toys, working hard since 1982. So what are you expecting at the start of play?
Yeah, well, if I was bowling coach of Pakistan, I'd be bowling as full that's not a half volley. You know, and you've got to make them play. You know, if you win the toss and bowl and Australia are none or one for at lunch, you know, the Test match is almost gone, I would have thought, because the way the Australians bowled in the Perth Test, particularly Hazelwood and Cummins, they were unlucky not to get a bag. And so the cricket gods look after you. If you keep bowling at that standard, you are going to get bags. So the Australians are going to bowl well in this Test match, but they've got to bowl full. I wouldn't be allowing the Australian batsmen to leave too many balls either. So I'd be having a couple of slips in place, but I'd be setting really straight fields, encouraging them to hit through the cover region, play big shots. And really, it's Shaheen Afridi that needs to lift, doesn't he? I mean, him and Babar Azam are the two guns in that team, and they need to have big Test matches for Pakistan to have a chance. And they had poor Test matches. So Afridi, there's been chat, Waqar Younis has talked about it, the pace is down. Can he get his pace back up to, he's got to be over 140, because the pace differential between the Australians and the bounce in Perth was substantial.
Just on lengths, Flem, I know Bazball's a bit of a dirty word these days, and I get it. I understand the animosity and the antipathy towards that term. But when England changed the way they played Test cricket, a big part of it was the lengths they bowled. They bowled a lot fuller. They had cordons in for much longer, and they wanted to try and find the ball finding its way into that region. And Pakistan talked a big game on this front. They've said they want to play a more aggressive style of cricket, the Pakistan way. They're using same kind of language as Bazball. Their batters can't do it. They're not capable of doing it yet. But their bowlers can bowl fuller. And that's what we failed to see in Perth. They can give themselves a chance to stay in the game longer. And this pitch should be the sort of pitch rather that suits that style of bowling. So I'm encouraged by their chat. I hope they can back it up with their actions.
It's also really humid, isn't it? Sweating down there at pitch level. So generally that lends itself for the red Kookaburra to swing. So, you know, these first spells for all the Pakistan quicks are just crucial. You've got to be ready to go from ball one. You know, get a couple of wickets, get into Marnus and Stephen Smith, who haven't had big 2023s. Head and Marsh, you know, play a Bazball type of a game, and they've been sensational for the Australian team and accelerating the Test matches. But they can nick off equally as well. So I hope we see a more galvanised Pakistan attack. And making inroads early. Otherwise, you know, I can see Australia batting well and truly deep in tomorrow.
First innings totals have been much lower here than elsewhere, Colo.
Yeah, so even just across the board, the 3 years since we've had that concrete slab taken out from underneath the surface and more moisture's gotten into it, the average per batter here now is 25 runs, which is the lowest in the country, excluding Belrive. So to give some context around that, at Sydney it's 40. So 15 runs fewer per batter here. since the change in conditions, and that's got to come back to the surface from what we were describing before. So, yeah, it should be a real workout for the Australians. And David Warner made a double 100 here last year, memorably. Stephen Smith's got a fabulous record here, but it's inflated by that extraordinary run he went on here between 2014 and 2017, where he made 100 4 summers in a row. He has quietly struggled here a little bit since returning from his sandpaper ban. So Smith would love to get in and cash in on a pitch that'll test them early, but I'm sure, as it often is here at Melbourne, once it flattens out a little bit, it'll be great to bat on.
What's the Warner mindset, Flem?
I'll be pretty much getting into that mindset he had in Perth, and that is to play the Warner style of old. 2 test matches to go. There were signs in Perth that it was very much like a young Dave Warner, where he's not reckless. It's not Bazball. He still let the ball go, but if anything was in his zone, he absolutely gave it everything. And I think in hindsight, when the test match finished, it became an even more significant innings, didn't it? That batsmen really struggled later on. The cracks opened up. He backed it up with a duck in the second innings. But no, I hope he just gets that mind, gets himself into that frame of mind where he had in Perth, which is play each ball on its merits, but with an aggressive mindset that, what he does, what he used to do at his best, is he just hits the bowlers off their length, and they start to question what is the right length to bowl to someone like Warner. So him and Usman have been an awesome opening pair. 2 test matches to go. Good luck to them today.
Crowd expectation is 70,000. There would be fewer than half of that at the moment. If you are heading to the MCG today, you can listen to every ball live of our call without delay on SEN Stadium. So simply download the SEN app and follow the prompts on the app once you're at the MCG. Shan Masood and Pat Cummins leading their teams out in front of the members here at the MCG to observe the formalities before play gets underway. The 2 giant flags stretched out for them as well.
Our third umpire, Richard Illingworth. Match referee, Javagal Srinath. And our 4th umpire, Phil Gillespie. Cricket is a sport for all. We welcome all fans and participants, regardless of their background, their identity, their beliefs or choices. We provide a safe space for the whole community to connect and to feel respected, and we thank you all for playing your part. I'd now like to invite you, if you're able, to please be upstanding as we welcome Wurundjeri Elder Auntie Joy Wandon Murphy, who will conduct the Welcome to Country. She'll be followed by Omar Khan, who will perform the Pakistan National Anthem, and then Ben Clark, supported by the Qantas Choir, will do the Australian National Anthem.
Waminjaka, welcome. We've just heard my granddaughter, who called all the spirits of our ancestors together as one, and all for us to heal our spirits and send our hearts and love to all those who need our support and strength. My son Craig did the balm burying, the smoking of a cleansing, to beginning another wonderful ashes test, and for us to have a wonderful spirited day together. We stand on the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people, my father's sacred land, and I pay my respects to all ancestors, elders and communities across this great nation and neighbouring islands. I want to all acknowledge each and every one of you that are here today, your cultures and your belonging. Of course, I want to acknowledge our Australian team and thank them for what they are doing for this country, and especially our own Scott Boland. Also to the Pakistan team, thank you for coming along again. We look forward to a wonderful match. These gifts of the gum leaf is for you. Accepting this gift means that you are welcome to everything from the tops of the trees to the roots of the earth. It also means that you join with us to honour the spirits of our ancestors who have nurtured this very land for thousands of years. Today is special. Enjoy. Womenjakar, Wurundjeri Balak, Yemen, Kundibik. You are most welcome to the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people. Womenjakar.
Australia fair, in joyful strains, and let us sing. Advance, Australia
hits the high note to send us on our way on Boxing Day. We celebrate the national anthems for Tobin Brothers celebrating lives. The Australians all stood arm in arm and they gently swayed left to right during the anthem as well. They have been sent into bat by Pakistan as we conclude our pre-match program for Spitwater Tools Not Toys, working hard since 1982. And fixate on the action that is about to take place. Handshakes with the umpires, the kids who are out there for the formalities have a memory that will last forever, and the choir is departing the scene as well, having performed beautifully over the past half hour or so. And the MCG sets up for one of the big sporting occasions in Melbourne throughout a year. Melbourne Cup Day, Grand Final Day, Boxing Day, and probably the men's final at the Australian Open are our signature pieces in this sporting capital. And Dave Warner and Usman Khawaja are about to share in that. Our apparel partner throughout the summer is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. It's overcast, it's humid, it's breezy, so it's a bit of a mixed bag for Rainbird, leader in irrigation for more than 90 years. Our openers in the box have lived this moment. They played 5 Boxing Day tests between them, and on multiple occasions, they were the batters, padded up under the helmets, heading out into the middle. Simon Katich, welcome back.
Good morning, Gerard. Good morning, Buck.
Chris Rogers, hello again.
Hello, guys.
So your moment was in 2014. to get things underway. And Kat, in 2008 and 2009, in fact, against Pakistan, one of these moments to go and see the first ball out in the middle.
Yeah, it is a nerve-wracking experience. Once you know what's happened with the toss, you've got that half an hour of waiting and trying to visualise how the day's going to unfold. And it's exciting because you know there's going to be a big crowd, and Australian crowds always get behind the team. So wonderful to be part of.
Yeah, what are your memories of it, Buck?
No, I think it's that anticipation, isn't it? You're walking out into the Coliseum. There's a lot of eyes on you. You don't want to get out first ball, do you? So there's obviously a lot of nerves that go with it. But you know, once you get underway, you're just involved in the contest, and it's one of the great experiences.
Did you face first ball?
I would always face first ball until the odd time when you were walking out to the middle and David would walk up to you and say, "I'll take it today."
No, I was always down non-strikers. I batted 2, so never batted 1 at all because Motto faced first ball.
Yeah, but then you might get run out without facing.
Correct. I've nearly forgotten about that. I raised it from the memory bank.
Dave Warner in his 12th and final Boxing Day test. 3 times he's made hundreds on this occasion. He did it against Pakistan in 2016, against England in 2017, and then memorably and bravely last year against South Africa with that 200. Shaheen Shah Afridi is going to be bowling from the southern end of the G. Pakistan will start with 3 slips a gully. A traditional field for Australian Test cricket. Usman Khawaja at the non-strikers end.
Yeah, and a slight change in tactics from Perth the other day, where Shaheen Afridi started with the short leg, leaked 14 runs in the first over, and it just set the tone for the day. Yes, there was a couple of nicks that went through the slip cordon or over the slip cordon on the fast, bouncy Perth Stadium wicket, but it's going to be interesting to see the pace and carry in this here at the MCG.
Yeah, that's where. Ready to go on Boxing Day 2023. Shaheen Shah Afridi. The left armour is in. Bowls to Dave Warner, who tried to turn down the leg side. Made no contacts. And taken by Mohammad Rizwan, who has replaced his keeper.
It just, in these games, you're so dictated by the opening bowlers and the opening batters. They set the tone, and exactly what you said, Kat, that first spell, they just attacked and the runs kept flowing, and from there they were on the back foot, really. They couldn't stem the tide.
Yeah, Shaheen was disappointing in Perth. He was down on pace. He just didn't have any sort of rhythm.
Afridi stretches out. He's over the wicket, he bowls, and Warner's in behind it, defending to leg.
And because they had 2 debutants, he had to stand up and lead the attack. But in the end, he was out-bowled by the 2 youngsters on debut. Young Jamal, who it'll be interesting to see who gets the new ball at the other end here. I'd assume that Hassan Ali will get it, just given his experience and new ball work. But young Jamal on debut, Jamal with the 6-for in the first innings, he was excellent. And unfortunately, Shazad got injured with his rib. He was quite good in the second innings.
4-man pace attack. The fill-in spinner, the all-rounder, is how Pakistan has set up. Warner turns to leg successfully this time, rolls it past the square leg umpire and picks up the first run. He'll just settle for 1 as well. Both batters just had a look to see if there was a cheeky second on offer and thought better of it.
I wonder even if they might start with the 2 left armers, just because there's 2 left-handed batters as well. Nur Hamza opened the bowling in that 2-day game against Victoria, so maybe that's a role that they've penciled him in for.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see.
Half of Pakistan's fielders are in the cable sleeveless jumpers, and that's the way that Usman Khawaja has gone as well. He's beyond 20 degrees out there, but it'll be breezy. Usman Khawaja living his life in the headlines at the moment. Most uncharacteristic, has bat in hand, and that is wide from Afridi. Totally uninterested. Khawaja lets it pass.
I thought Khawaja was good in Perth, particularly in that second innings. He set the innings up nicely in the partnership in the first innings with Warner. He got 40-odd from memory, but it was the second innings when that wicket started to crack up and some nasty blows. Got one on the forearm in that second innings, and probably deserved 100, but just fell short.
No dove sticker on the blade. Khawaja faces up to Afridi, runs the ball through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4. Soft hands, trademark stuff between third slip and gully. Safe as houses, none for 5.
I think it was good bowling, though. That's full swinging away. Khawaja, even to the full ball, both his feet were behind the crease line. That's where you want to see if you can get Khawaja driving towards mid-off. But he was good enough to play with soft hands, as you said, Gerard.
He probably needs to get it a foot fuller. That's how he got him out in the first innings, nicking one, which was almost a ball that pitched just in front of the crease line. But as you rightly say, Buck, his feet are anchored to the crease at the moment.
He's for Zito all day, every day. Khawaja on the follow-up, defends to leg. First over ends with Australia none for 5. So not quite as extravagant as in Perth, but the scoreboard ticking along for Toyota Hilux and unbreakable connection.
Yeah, so Afridi, decent start, but I mean, I'm expecting him to come here on this Australian tour and bowl consistently over 140 Ks, and in Perth I think we only saw that maybe breached once, and that's the one thing that stood out to me from the first test. And I remember saying this to Waqar Younis, who's over here covering the test for us as well, and on the TV broadcast, I don't think in my time the last 20 or so years of watching test cricket here and playing have I seen a slower Pakistan attack. They've always had a history of producing a lot of quick bowlers, and when I say quick, as in 145 to 150 K plus, when you're talking Akram and Younis and Shoaib Akhtar. But it was quite a medium pace attack in Perth.
He was quite scathing on Shaheen Afridi, wasn't he, Waqar Younis?
Mir Hamza has been tossed the new ball at the members' end. So a 31-year-old in his 4th test match with 2 wickets to his name. Hamza rolls in. He too is left arm over the wicket. Warner cuts. He wasn't there for it. It jumped at him. He blunts it away to mid-off.
There's a little bit of swing, but I mean, that's at 126 kilometres an hour, and that's what you're talking about. Cat, that's probably not going to quite cut it. I mean, he has to be unerringly accurate if he's going to bowl at that pace.
And I think if he continues to bowl that line and length to David Warner, if David Warner gets in this first 20 minutes, that line and length's going to get deposited through cover or point for fun.
Hamza past the umpire bowls. Warner was on the move. He lets it pass outside the off stump.
Given the cloud coverage, I think if anything, and if you're the Pakistan captain Shan Masood out there today, who's at mid-off again, got to be talking to the bowlers every ball, saying, don't mind you getting hit back through mid-off and mid-on, because that's the line and length that brings the keeper and slips into the game. And if mid-off and mid-on have to go maybe 5 metres deeper to allow them to attack like that, then so be it. It might cost you a few singles.
Hamza bowls. Warner from his pads defends to cover, takes off. Shan Masood with a throw at the non-strikers. It hits Warner on the dive. Single safely taken. None for 6.
Thought perhaps he went the wrong end there too. He to get that, the captain had to run, then slide, pick up and throw back towards the bowler's end. If he just picked up one hand and kept his momentum going and thrown at the keeper's end, I think it was Khawaja would have been under real strife.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Chat about that, haven't they?
Yeah.
Warner put the gloves and the bat down and has just wandered down to have a word to Usman. I suspect that wasn't on.
No. And I think the other, as you rightly say, Buck, he loses momentum because he has to throw back across his body with the slide. But had he attacked that ball with one hand pickup and even done an underarm flick, I think Khawaja would have been in serious strife. He's not as quick as Davey.
Khawaja has the strike as a result, and he's leaving Horizon delivery outside the off-stump.
So the other thing about this is the ball's swinging and there's going to be a bit of movement. You have to try and keep the stumps in play. If you're just bowling through that channel with a bit of swing, it's easy for the batter just to let that go. you want to make the batter play almost every ball.
Hamza made his test debut against Australia in Abu Dhabi in 2018 and then didn't play again until this corresponding New Zealand series, Boxing Day, New Year's test at the start of this year. He's bowling to Qadir, who's not interested outside the off stump.
And it's little things like the initial line of the ball, because, as you know, as an opening bat, there's a big difference between, as you say, when you attack the stumps, you're having to make a decision, a quick decision in half a second or so, every ball. Do I play? Do I leave it? Do I attack? Do I have to move my feet forward, back, get out of the way of a bouncer? As soon as it's wide, it's an easy lead, and you can get your footwork going, you can get your understanding where off stump is, get used to the pace and bounce in the wicket, and actually settle.
Last ball of Hamza's first over. He delivers, and Qadir blocks the ball to leg. End of 2. Australia none for 6 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Big delays, Buller Road, Essendon heading up towards DFO Essendon. It's also affecting traffic coming off the Tulla Freeway. Some huge queues on the Calder heading towards Buller Road. Slow going around Punt Road and Brunton Avenue with the Boxing Day test on. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. It's the end of year sale you've been waiting for. The Good Guys famous knockout sale. Check out the unlocked deals and save big for a limited time only at the Good Guys. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. 2 overs in on Boxing Day. Australia sent into bat, none for 6. Warner's on 5. He faces up and leaves outside the off stump. Warner's on 2. Qadir's on 4. I beg your pardon. Our umpires are Michael Goff and Joel Wilson. And in the TV box, Richard Lingworth for this Test match. Simon Katich and Chris Rogers with you.
A good movement on the replay of that ball from Freddie. The problem was it started on about, 7th stump line and maybe even further away.
Pakistan need a Freddie to fire. He's in from the southern end. He bowls to Warner, who's tucked up in defence. All the way to mid-on.
It's one of those ones, Kat, when it looks like it is moving quite a bit. Is then the bowler better off just tilting the seam a little bit, maybe worrying less about the swing and just trying to get the ball in the right area? And then, it's a fresh pitch. You'd think that there will be a little bit of seam movement, but definitely trying to make the batter play. Top of off stump, it's never really changed. And I'm not sure one ball's hit the stumps yet. I know we're only in the 3rd over, but that's got to be the challenge for the bowlers.
Warner staring down a Freddie.
And I look at where Shan Masood ends up. He's parallel with the wicket or the stumps. So bowlers subconsciously know he's that close because he's trying to save the one. And I get that. He doesn't want to give these 2 easy ones early on. But if that means he bowls back of a full length because he's afraid of getting driven back down the ground, then that fielder is costing him bowling a more attacking length.
Freddie in, Warner leaves outside the off stump.
Yeah, is it then worth bringing, because they have a backward point, bringing him right up onto square and close, pushing mid off back and saying, well, look, if you slap it through point, that's probably a bad ball. But I'll try and go fuller and straighter, and if you nudge it into the offside, then point can stop the single.
It's always that balancing act between what's more valuable to you. Is it the line and length that the bowler bowls, which I think at this point in time it is, and if it costs you the odd single, so be it.
Freddie trying to disrupt Warner, who's reaching for it. He's beaten past the outside edge. There's a nice shape about it. He's in the low 130s.
If he can back this up, that's what he needs to do now. Just bowl every ball there. Then as a batter, you're all over the shop.
And I'm not sure whether he's fully fit or not, because he didn't play the game at Manuka Oval against the PM's 11, and he's predominantly played a lot of white ball cricket this year in some of the leagues and in the World Cup, obviously, for Pakistan. But when he's fully fit and firing, he's in the mid-140s.
Challenging over, last ball of it. Warner edges. It's missed at first slip. It took the outside edge. It flew to first. and it has been grassed. Stunning.
That felt like it was in slow motion.
Stunning. Front on replay, regulation edge, knee high, dropped. Amazing. End of the over, none for 6.
The McFlurry game has changed at Macca's with the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The cafe is the place for iced coffee. The place where rich iced lattes, cool long blacks and deluxe iced coffees are just chilling. Whatever flavour you're feeling, drive through for an ice cold coffee at the cafe today. Available at participating restaurants.
This opening session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts, says people are rubbing their eyes, and not just because of what was taken in yesterday. Hamza begins his over. Khawaja leaves outside the off stump. The last ball of Afridi's over took the outside edge for Warner. It flew gently, knee high to Abdallah Shafiq at first slip, and somehow or another he has managed to drop it, and the replay has drawn gasps all around the G.
Just watching it live, like I saw him nick it and I thought, oh, this is regulation to first slip, and it just looked like it took forever to get to him. So whether that has done him or whether the ball's just wobbled slightly, no, I just think he's misjudged the actual height of it, and it's hit him high, almost near the wrist instead of in the...
Khawaja turns down to fine leg, a neat economic glance. He's 5, Australia none for 7. That replay for Titanium Caravans built tough is you'd be disappointed at the under 14s if that went down.
You just, I mean, you look at those things and you can't help but laugh. I mean, that's they've won the toss. They've got a chance on this pitch first up. A perfect edge. It couldn't have come any better, really. And it's dropped. I mean, for the fielding team, you know, that's just heads down.
Warner, lucky to be there, is forward defending Hamza to mid-off. What does that do? So they drop catches in Perth and a couple of bad drops. There's a checklist for touring teams that bring them undone on Australian shores, and high up is dropping dolly catches, and they've done it in both test matches early.
Yep. And Shafiq did it the other day. There was a high ball that went across over the back of the slip cord, and I don't think he even got a mid on it. He wasn't stable. And that one there.
Comes up to Warner, flashing and missing outside the off stump. Down on one knee. He had a mind to plough that through cover.
I think that's his better method. He's probably not going to want to stand there and defend. He tried that, and first he played a missed, and then he nicked one, Warner. So I dare say, as soon as that ball went down, he's thinking, this is a bonus, I'm going to take them on.
So he's getting some movement, isn't he?
With this amount of movement, if you can ask enough questions, something has to happen.
So Point is going to retreat inside the infield. Not down to the boundary, but outside the infield at least. Hamza over the wicket. Warner drives. He got it this time right out of the screws. And all the way to the boundary for 4. A little closer to him, right in the hitting zone, and dispatched through cover. The boundary for Ozito all day, every day. Warner is 6.
What do you make of them putting that point further back, Kat?
Well, one, it allows... It's setting a field for a ball that's probably short and wide, protecting that ball. David Warner's come out of his crease, so he's looking to get forward here because he knows there's some good movement.
Hamza on the follow-up. Warner's ready for him. He's playing the ball softly out to Shan Masood at mid-off. End of the over. None for 11 through 4 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Tradies, need more room to work? Declutter with Storage King. CanStar Blue's 2023 Most Satisfied Customer Award winner. Search Storage King, the kings of storage, moving and more.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The New Year, New Gear sale is now on at Golfbox. Spoil yourself with something new. Stock up on essentials and step out in style. Score big at the New Year, New Gear sale. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Australia none for 11. Warner is 6, was dropped on 2. Khawaja is 5. Shaheen Shah Afridi should have got Warner with the last ball of his previous over. He's operating from the southern end of the MCG. Khawaja has the strike. He runs the ball to Gully on the bump where it's parried down.
I mean, it's an absolute heartbreaker for the bowler too, isn't it? I mean, he's probably taken a little bit of criticism of Freedy. He was a little bit inaccurate first couple of overs, or first over and a half, and then he bowled 2 absolute beauties, found the perfect edge. You just think that's out. I've done my job.
Yes. 3 slips, 2 gullies. He was mid-celebration when the ball was dropped, but as you mentioned, Simon, it carried almost in slow motion, so he had plenty of time to ready himself. Khawaja's on the move, walking down, beaten past the outside edge, so Afridi's in the zone.
Big call for Khawaja to walk at him down the wicket, given the movement here. Maybe it's just to try and get his feet moving, because he's been pinned on the crease, hardly getting them in front of the popping crease. On this occasion, he just shuffles down. And Afridi sees him coming. It's a good length.
The thing about that, because he's walked down and got quite front on, he's tried to hit that straight, and that ball was 5th stump. He needed to be kind of trying to push that towards cover, which has its own danger.
Afridi in, Khawaja leaves the rising delivery outside the off stump.
They've got to make this period count, don't they? I mean, it's so important. The ball swinging. They've already created a chance. If they want to win this Test match, this is so important.
And the challenge now for Afridi, having brought the square leg over, is that there's a massive gap from mid-on around to fine leg. So will he still be able to attack the stumps to make Khawaja play here?
Khawaja readies himself. It's down the leg side from Afridi. Stacked
It's interesting, though, Kat, because sometimes when, as a left-handed batter, and you're getting this bowling, you don't face high-quality left-armers who swing the ball away all that often. They'll probably be feeling like if he puts the ball in the right area here, I'm more than likely going to edge it.
If he gets one to deck back and Khawaja's getting pinned on the crease, that's probably the ball that could provide an opportunity for him in LBW, because he's not really getting a stride into the ball. He's worried about majority balls swinging away.
Maintenance on the ball. Umpire Michael Goff. It's back with Afridi, who delivers and squared up. Khawaja squirts off the outside edge away to point.
How do you reckon you tackle this challenge?
Well, probably a little bit different because I shuffled so far over, but I found for left armers, I mean, the biggest dismissal you're worried about when it's swinging like this is obviously pushing at a ball around 4th stump and nicking it because of the swing, and playing at a ball potentially you might not have had to because of the angle coming back in, and you get lured into. But I think anything at the stumps, you feel like you're a safer, got a safer amount of ability to score runs through the leg side.
Freddie looking for a second maiden. He delivers, and Khawaja on the back foot defends the ball on the rise out to point. No run, so nothing from it for Australia. None for 11 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
This opening session on Boxing Day for MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT. None for 11. Warner has the strike. He's on 6. Mir Hamza is left arm over the wicket bowling to him, and Warner runs the ball. It's not brought down at gully. A bit of pace taken off it. They'll come back for 2 as it trickles down to 3rd. Warner is 8. none for 13. The crowd at the moment is just getting toward 35,000. The forecast today is for 70,000, which just does suggest we're starting Boxing Day a fraction too early. If we just nudge this back to midday, I'm sure you'd have a stronger representation than the 35,000 for the first ball.
Might have said that a few times before, haven't you, Jerry?
The sun is through, so a bit of licorice all sorts at the MCG weather-wise. It's one of those Melbourne days. Warner nibbles at a ball that he should have left outside the off stump. He lives to tell the tale.
One just looked like it gripped in the surface a little bit of extra bounce. Hamza's decent height.
I think you'll see with this pitch as well, like I said earlier, it goes up and down a bit as well. They're just not, obviously that they drop these pitches in, but sometimes it just feels like it's not particularly flat in places, and there's a bit of inconsistent bounce.
Hamza stutter steps as he gets into his work. He bowls. Warner is forward, leaning on a ball. Wide of Shan Masood at mid-off. They take one. Oh, Kawaj just slipped over at the striker's end. He's prone on the turf. He's going to remove his gloves and just tidy things up. A single for Warner. He's 9. He was missed on 2. Dropped at first slip by Abdullah Shafiq.
That was a tactical slide, Kat. I'll stay down there then, thanks. Shaheen Afridi's bowling some unbelievable balls from the other end.
Soak up 3 balls now and make sure you don't get a single off the last.
Take your chances.
A touch ungainly in his athleticism. He missed the tumble turn there. Khawaja. Hamza bowls to him as a result. Full driven. He won't beat mid-on. Quite get enough of it. And Shah Afridi around at his right to field.
I played with a couple of openers who had an amazing ability to slip over in the last over of the day as well, Kat.
That one was just a in-swinger. Showing all his tricks here Hamza.
Has one Test wicket against Australia. It was Sean Marsh in Abu Dhabi. He bowls and Khawaja leaves outside the off stump. So debuted in 2018, left on the shelf, then played the matches against New Zealand, Boxing Day and New Year's. Opened the bowling. Went for plenty in the first innings of both of those on flat tracks. So what did you see in him against Victoria?
Well, there wasn't a lot of swing in that pitch. It was super dry. Conditions weren't there, so it seemed a little bit innocuous. There's movement here, and that's when he should be pretty good.
So to Khawaja, tidying his defence, rolls it away to mid. 3 from the over. None for 14 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, and unbreakable connection.
Bursting to box some bargains? Need DFO. Shop your favourite brands at up to 70% off at DFO Essendon, Moorabbin, South Wharf and Uni Hill. See dfo.com.au.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's. And they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Chris Rogers and Simon Katich, our experts for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Australia none for 14 sent into bats. SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Afridi continues his spell in from the southern end. He bowls to Warner, who moves at him and tries to nick off. Took a couple of quick steps down the pitch. Fended at a ball outside the off stump. Untouched through to Rizwan.
I just don't think he's going to back his defence here. He's probably thinking if he just hangs on the crease and tries to defend back down the pitch, he's going to find the outside edge. So I want him just using his feet, try to get closer to the ball, see if he can nullify that movement.
Really looking far more threatening than in Perth. He bowls way down the leg side, and Rizwan gets there to take. Set up of the MCG. So where the old Bay 13 used to be, there's now a Combank yellow deck. Dressed for the summer. Shades of gold and white. So the Obbos of years gone by would roll in their graves to see that. Warner is beaten past the outside edge. Just not much of an answer for the swing of Afridi early.
It's all over him here. I agree, Buck. I think Warner's not going to continue to do this for much longer. If he just keeps probing and getting caught on the crease like he is and squaring up, he doesn't want to really commit on the front foot because of the movement. You can see some bigger shots coming here where he's just going to try and send the ball flying through the offside.
Warner taps away and readies himself. Afridi is with him, and Warner full face of the bat defends out near cover, no run.
Just if you can find that length and get the batter to square up, that's it. If that back hip comes around for the batter, with the kind of open shoulders, that bat's going to cut across the ball. That ball there was a little bit fuller. He could get his weight going straight back down the pitch. Defended it a lot better.
9 from 23 deliveries. Warner, who has the strike, and he's leaving decisively outside the off stump.
There's no doubt this wicket doesn't have the same pace that Perth Stadium has, but just that extra movement here today, particularly early on with the cloud coverage, certainly moved around.
Yeah, I think they'd be much happier with these conditions where the ball's swinging, seaming. Bounce is not really going to be something that works for them, particularly with the Australian batters and how they play.
Warner, that was full down leg side, hence it's all byes as Rizwan had no play. So Afridi is giving us the mixed bag. 4 byes off the last ball of it. None for 18. Commentary change coming. Colo's coming in for Bundaberg. Ginger Beer, the scoreboard turn, a Hilux and Unbreakable Connection.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick, so go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Our first session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Adam Collins jumping in with Cat. Away from Asmir Hamza, bowling to Khawaja. 3 slips behind him. Left through to the wicket keeper. Compliments of the season to you, Cat. Hello.
Likewise, Colo. And to everyone listening.
Said before, about 35,000 people in at the G. At the moment, that'll swell through the course of the day, provided the rain stays away, which has been behaving itself so far. Pakistan having that early chance. Warner dropped by Shafiq for 2 in the cordon. Doesn't cut much more straightforward than that. Comes it to Khawaja. He's on 5. Delivers here, left arm over. Fuller and dug out Yorker length.
They're certainly trying to go Fuller now. That one attempted Yorker. And the last ball of Afridi's last over that went down for 4 byes down the leg side. That was an attempted in-swinger. So both left armers, whilst they've got the ball to shape away from these 2 left-handed batsmen, they're also trying their in-swinger.
The conventional 6-3 field away from us. Hamza arrives and bowls, and Khawaja leaves through again. A ball that doesn't really carry. Not a lot of pace from Mia Hamza, being clocked in sort of the mid-120s. That's been a focus of Waqar Yunus's critique of this Pakistan lineup since the Perth Test, Cat, that for so long Pakistan have been known as the side with the fast bowlers, and well, we've yet to see that in the series. Even Shaheen Shah Afridi was down in the mid-130s last week.
Yeah, and even so far he's been better today, but even then that last ball's a great indicator. He doesn't quite have the control of his skills at the moment.
Up to the crease, Hamza bowls to Khawaja. Full shout for leg before, but he bails out of it. It was via a thick inside edge, which you could hear through the effect smoke. Ball spills out to cover. No run, remains none for 18.
Because when he's on, and you see it probably more so in the white ball formats, when he's using that in-swinging Yorker, he gets the line right, gets the length right, and generally hits the stumps at good pace in the 140s, but he's well below that. So I don't know whether he's carrying something or whether he's just underdone for red ball cricket, because he didn't have a lot of lead in to this series. Didn't play, as we see that last ball. That was good shape back in. So Mir Hamza's trying both in and away swing here.
A little bit quicker as well at 130 kilometres an hour. Bowls again to Khawaja, but well wide of the off stump near the tram tracks. Leaves it alone. That LBW shout. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Hamza having spent a fair bit of time in the international wilderness. We were at his debut back in 2018. I remember he took Sean Marsh's middle stump out of the ground, his first test wicket, but he's been starved of opportunities. Now in his 30s, lots of experience in first-class cricket, over 400 wickets at 21, so he can do it. But can he lift his game to an occasion like this on Boxing Day? Into Khawaja again on 5, and he drives beautifully down the ground. Shot of the morning so far. Usman Khawaja, a non-drive towards our commentary position. It may not quite go the journey pulled in by Shaheen Shah Afridi at the last moment. They return for a third. So that takes Khawaja up to 8. Warner is 9. It completes the over. Australia none for 21 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection.
Hello again, very heavy congestion. Buller Road into DFO Essendon. It's also affecting the off-ramps from the Tulla Freeway and affecting traffic inbound on the Calder Freeway trying to get past Essendon Airport. Slow going, Warrigal Road, the back of Chatty. And if you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Amazon's Boxing Day sale is live now. Shop epic deals on electronics, homewares, beauty and more. Shop Amazon's Boxing Day sale on now at amazon.com.au. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
Day at the MCG for Host Plus and for Henley Homes build with confidence. And look at Ian Smith jumps in behind us as well for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Good morning, Smithy.
Good morning, Cato. Here we go again, creating opportunities and putting them down. And we're just talking so much out the back there about the necessity to make Australia pay if they give you an opportunity. Again, same guy as at Perth as well.
3 to Khawaja. 5 catches behind the wicket bowls here, leaving alone outside the line of the off stump. So the wicket keeper plus 4 men, a cordon of 3, then effectively 2 gullies, Cat.
Yeah, they've pulled out their forward square leg about an over or so ago and plugged that gap, particularly to Khawaja.
Khawaja, who has a Boxing Day 100 way back in 2015 when he returned to the Australian side against the West Indies. He's facing Shaheen Hears. Great southern stand in, down the leg side, doesn't quite catch up with it. I sort of balked there, Smithy. Great southern stand in, Shane Warne stand in.
It is, and it's starting to fill up. I think last time, 2 times Pakistan have played a Boxing Day test, I think around 60,000.
Yep.
So it's starting to build up, and when people get more confident about the weather, I think they'll get on down here. Why not?
2 of their 4 test wins in Australia have been at the MCG, Pakistan. Mind you, you've got to go back a fair way. 1979 and 1981. Shaheen bowls here. Khawaja leaves alone well outside the off stump through to the gloves of the wicketkeeper of Rizwan. In 1979, Majid Khan made 100. And Sarfraz Nawaz famously took 9 for 86.
What a player Majid Khan was. What a pure batsman Majid Khan was. Beauty. You left-handers happy? There's 2 left-handed openers, 2 left-arm seamers.
Love it.
Just
controlling the game.
Get the right-handers out of the game and the minority.
A fair question. When was the last time there were 2 left-armers bowling to 2 left-handers?
I can tell you.
Boxing Day.
I can tell you.
2004 would be my first guess. As Shaheen bowls here to Khawaja, defending into the onside, but straight of the man at mid-on, well straight of him indeed, just in front of square. They come back for 2. Khawaja into double figures. He's 10, Australia none for 23. When was it?
It's not going to be your quiz, is it, for the day?
No.
I think 2016 last time. They had Rahat Ali and Muhammad Amir bowling to David Warner, Matthew Renshaw.
Good. Very good. Australia have enjoyed a lot of left-handed opening pairs. I mean, even when Langer went, Phil Jakes came in for a couple of years batting with Matthew Hayden, of course, your good self, Ducky Rogers.
Well, and I opened with Phil Hughes for a period after Haydos retired, straight after he retired.
Tradition continues this morning. Shaheen bowls to Khawaja in the short sleeve jumper. This time he works it behind square leg for at least one. Make that two. Really wants it. Takes on Mir Hamza. Gets through comfortably. Great running from Khawaja. Moves to 12. Run for 25 to score. One ball left in the over.
Mike Hussey started as an opener too, did he? Yeah. And now he's ended up in the Hall of Fame, which is great. But this is an interesting... Pakistan can't take their foot off the pedal. They've got to keep trying what they've been trying and hope to get a bit more lucky. You see that running between the wickets, and Michael Goff's had enough of that right from the get-go. He's talked to both Usman Khawaja and David Warner about the lines they were running there. It was noticed Khawaja on his first ran across the pitch. Can't do that.
Michael Goff standing in his 32nd test this week there with Joel Wilson. Had a good test last week, Joel Wilson.
I thought he did too. I think he probably had a better one than his more senior partner, Richard Illingworth.
Richard Illingworth upstairs this week. He's the third umpire. So Shaheen to finish the over. Bowls here to Khawaja, who leaves alone on length through to the gloves of Rizwan. Takes it with his fingers pointing towards the sky. End of the over. Australia none for 25 after being sent in. That's on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Khawaja 12, Warner on 9.
You can't control what a bushfire will do, but you can start preparing for it. Create your fire plan now at fireplanner.vic.gov.au.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. First change for Pakistan. It's going to be Hassan Ali, who's getting his chance today after missing out last week at Perth. 78 Test wickets in his 23 Test matches. A best of 5 for 27 against Zimbabwe a couple of years ago. Bit of extra pace we'd expect here, Smithy.
I'm just looking at the number on his back, 32. I'm just confirming it there. On the sheet they gave us, it's 22. Hassan Ali.
3 slips bowling to Warner, but off strike a bit of late, leaving alone the first ball. Back off the seam towards the left-hander. So 3 slips in the gully, looking for the pace on that first ball. Yet to pop up on the screen, always the way when you want it. Only 126 clicks, a loosener, something like that.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see much pace from him. I don't think he'll get past probably the early to mid 130s, to be honest. But what we will see is him trying to pitch the ball up and get movement both ways. He's a very skillful bowler with the way he presents the seam.
He's been really good away from home. Hassani's second ball here to Warner. Shimmies forward and defends out to point. Who set 2 deep. An easy single on offer. Warner into double figures, none for 26. And Hassan Ali away from home. 47 Test wickets at 23. He got Smith and Warner at Karachi last year when they played, but was wicketless at Lahore.
A lot of experience. They had 2 debutants, didn't they, in Perth? So a lot more experience look about this bowling attack. But still no specialist spinner, which is a shame. I think it's a crying shame.
You've got the analyst this week, Kat. Straight away over the wicket to Khawaja. Bowls here, change of angle. Khawaja well forward defending. I note that because last week we were like, why are they bowling around the wicket to Khawaja, who you look at all the data, is much more likely to nick off to right arm over, but they persisted around the wicket for the first couple of hours at him.
Well, even the other thing too is trying to get an LB from around the wicket can be tricky at times. I mean, even the one he did get out got given, but it was just outside the line of off stump, and that's what left-handers set up for. But over the wicket's a different ball game, particularly for someone like Hassan Ali that can swing the ball back in.
So he's away from us, bowling here to Khawaja, leaving alone in the channel outside the line.
So he's able to try and drag him across the crease with that sort of line there, get the ball through to Rizwan and build up some pressure, but then use his in-swinger to try and pin Khawaja in front, because Khawaja's front foot doesn't really leave the crease. He's setting up for back foot play and then just punching straight back down the ground. So Hassan Ali's got that ability to try and get one to swing and straighten back down the line from over the wicket here.
Couple left in the over. Hassan Ali arrives and bowls, and Khawaja leaves too short through to the gloves of Rizwan, able to leave early and commit to it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because the foot movement for Khawaja, it's quite unique in the way he goes about it himself. Traditional cricket coaches would say you can't play the game like that. You've got to commit further. Look at his record.
I think that's the great understanding with this team at the moment, is they're encouraged to play to their own strengths, and that is his strength. Even with spin, he plays really deep in the crease, back a lot.
Last ball of the over the wicket again to Khawaja, defending right out the middle of the bat. He collects it in his follow-through. Over complete, Australia, none for 26. That's on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Warner's 10, Khawaja 12.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Anaconda's massive Boxing Day sale is on now. Huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Boxing Day sale on now at Anaconda. Play more and pay less with our 10% price beat guarantee. Anaconda!
Collins with you, Ian Smith with me for In-Place Living, creating homes for people to create memories. And it's going to be for the first time today, Amir Jamal, who was super impressive last week, sticking to his task, taking 6 wickets on test debut, Smithy.
This is a good bowling attack. It needs to be better supported, but it is, I think, just a much more all-round attack than they had in Perth the other day. And this bloke, after his fantastic performance there, must be so looking forward to this opportunity. It's swinging, it's doing a bit off the pitch.
Starting with a deep backward point for Warner. To him here, around the wicket, down the leg side. Good athletic work from Rizwan.
Yeah, Rizwan's, I think, a great addition to this side because he's younger, he's more vibrant. Sarfraz Ahmed has been a terrific cricketer for Pakistan, but I just like the look of Mohammad Rizwan. I like the way he bats as well. He's an aggressive player. His World Cup form was outstanding. I thought his omission in the first test surprised me just a little bit. So I'm pleased to see that they've got that one right. From my point of view anyway, I just think he's a much more progressive cricketer for Pakistan. He's very, very good.
He's had a funny 12 months for his one, hasn't he? So it's Jamal round the wicket to Warner. Shouldering arms, a bit too short to start with there. But yeah, the fact that he was dumped in the first place for Sarfraz, who was 38 years of age at the time. Sarfraz comes back and makes an important 100 against New Zealand. Then they bring back Rizwan to bat and not wicket keep, with Sarfraz keeping. Junked altogether before the Perth test here. Made a half-century Rizwan against the Victorians in the tour game, and I suppose that was enough to get him back over the line.
Oh, I think so. I just needed to know that he was around, and he is. He's that kind of cricketer.
Jamal bowls on the angle to Warner around the wicket. No runs the call after defending down the pitch. Middle stump line. Rizwan was also developing as a leader. He often captains the white ball teams. He was vice captain of the test team. So it was a big strategic call getting rid of him.
It's an interesting one. And you look out there on the field. Of course, Babar Azam has had a good period in charge. Of course, got a new leader in test cricket, and Shan out there at the moment. Sarfraz Ahmed was a captain. Tends to rock and roll more often than most countries.
Jamal arrives and bowls, and Warner leaves extravagantly. Sort of watches the ball and spins 360 and sees the ball all the way into the gloves of Rizwan.
Unfortunately, I've got a feeling that the weather's clearing, and I'm saying that's a bad thing, but what I am saying is it's going to get easier to bat, and it just might have missed the boat with that drop catch. They've got to get Labuschagne in early. They've got to get Steve Smith in early. Otherwise, this is going to be a very long day again.
Warner thumping his bat in the turf, waiting for Jamal, who bowls. It's so far wide of the off stump. He lets it go. Should have almost been signalled the wide, Smithy.
David Warner thinks so. He's had a good long look back at Michael Goff, and is it really? Are you kidding me?
Gee, watching the replay back on our screen for Titanium Caravans built tough. That was on the return crease, cutting it as the ball went past Warner. That's not a wide, what is? Anyway, they reset and go again. All dots so far for the man playing his second test match. Got the Shane Warne stand behind him. Passes umpire Goff. Warner shimmies forward and defends out towards cover. No pace in that. Maiden, his first over. Australia remain none for 26 with Warner 10, Khawaja 12. And that's on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Get a $500 EV rebate on the award-winning BYD Atto 3. Act now to claim your savings. Hurry end Sunday. Visit BYD today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
The G for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, Adam Collins and Ian Smith. Hassan Ali starts his second over. Bowling to Khawaja over the wicket from the northern end. Lets it go outside the line of the off stump. Usman Khawaja, the only man in the world this year with more than 1,000 test runs, 1,168 of them. Scored over 2,200 runs since returning to the Aussie Test team a couple of years ago at 61. What an extraordinary return it's been.
Extraordinary, it is. It's a great tale of not wanting to give up. It's a great tale of a fight back.
So number 4 in the world according to the ICC for batters during the week. He's facing Hassan here and he's beaten. For a moment the bowler was going to go up in the appeal, but just enough movement off the seam, and we were saying it in the pre-game, Smithy, on this Melbourne track the last few years you've got to pitch it up early.
You do, and particularly to Usman Khawaja, because he's not going to push forward at you. He walked forward. In one particular delivery this morning, he walked to Shaheen Shah Afridi and was beaten outside off stump, so thought better of that. But he's going to play, as Kat was talking about before, deep in the crease, which enables you the opportunity to get fuller.
And he find an edge. Hassan bowls and Khawaja is beaten again. That was back of a length. Khawaja just caught on the crease, didn't get forward, didn't go back. Well bowled.
Doing enough. It was very, very frustrating for Pakistan to have not got an end result here. Oof. And by an end result, I mean a wicket.
Watching it back for titanium caravans built tough, that's done plenty off the surface. So Matt Page, the curator, said that there was not as much grass, but talking to one of his colleagues out in the middle this morning, they said it's a lot harder than the last 2 years. They're expecting some real pace if the bowlers can bend their backs. Hassan doing so here to Khawaja, forward and defending, out to cover, no single. You said in our pre-game, the Melbourne surface had this reputation for a while there as being completely dead, but it's been brought back to life in the last 3 or 4 seconds.
Bounce has been consistent. Keeper's been taking it at a good height. The one genuine edge was a defensive shot which carried a long, long way. It's very, very good signs for pace as this goes on.
Get off Shah Massoud, creeps a fraction further forward. Khawaja waits for Hassan, defends straight. Puts up his right mitt and cuts it off in the follow-through. One left in the over. Hassan Ali's got 100 one-day wickets, 60 T20 international wickets. He's more known for bowling with the white ball, but a couple of 10-wicket matches in 2021. One was against South Africa at Rawalpindi, which is not known for its fast bowling. Not in recent years anyway, so he has got skills.
Show back to not the Rawalpindi Express, or not? Was he?
Show back to, my word, he was.
He was rapid.
Hassan to finish, and Khawaja gets one on middle stump, works it out to mid-wicket where there will not be a single. Hassan Ali completes a maiden, back-to-back maidens for Pakistan. Australia stay at none for 26 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
The gifts keep coming at Mercedes-Benz Berwick's Boxing Day sales event. Starting tomorrow for 4 days only. Certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. Unwrap the ultimate luxury at Mercedes-Benz Berwick, Australia's most awarded Mercedes-Benz retailer. Boxing Day sales event starts tomorrow, just 24 minutes from the Burnley Tunnel. Licence 578.
Here with Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. You mentioned Shahbak Day. He's got a fifer on this ground, a Test 5-wicket haul back in 2004. What Jamal would give for another one of those. Bowling here to Warner, way wide of the off stump. That's a get-out shot. Warner's had offended it. Well, I say offended it, wafted it. Luckily for him, he doesn't make contact. And then umpire Goff unfurls the arms and wide on the board. Number 27, rightly so.
Too loose. Very, very loose, this. Can't let Australia off the hook. Got a deep backward point for that kind of delivery where Warner can play at it, but he's got to be able to reach it for a start.
Last week, Jamal picked up Warner, head a couple of times. Carey, and Stark, Cummins and Lyon, the bowlers, to pick up his sixfer. Bowling here, Warner, again, way wide of the off stump. Tries to cut, goes underneath the blade, no bounce there.
It's out of sorts, David Warner, doesn't he? He can't really get his timing. in between bits of, I guess the fact that he wasn't in perfect form to start with in Perth, but you just felt that he was able to find some timing every now and then and find a gap. But he is working overtime here. He's had that life. He's already faced the 34 deliveries, just the one boundary. Just can't get his rhythm going either.
And Gerard get it right to Warner. In here from the southern end, Warner inside edge, not quite for a moment there. The bowler was up, did go beyond the inside edge. So he's moved it both ways in the over. That's closer to the woodwork as well.
Looks fidgety, David Warner. He's a busy player, but he just doesn't look as if he's got his balance right and just out of sorts.
So it didn't carry through to Rizwan. So a moot point if it did hit the inside edge, but it's gone very close to that and just over the top of the middle stump. Warner was trying to play that ball with both feet in the air off the turf. Quicker as well, 137 kilometres an hour. See on our screen for titanium caravans, built tough. Jamal, up, Warner, steers. Down towards third man, in search of a boundary, won't quite get one with Imam Al-Haq racing around from deep backward point. Slight bobble, so they come back for an easy 2. Warner joins Khawaja on 12, it's done for 28.
I remember when they had David Warner wired up in the first test match, and when I say wired up, you could hear what he was saying throughout the partnership with Usman Khawaja. He said at one stage, they're bowling cut shots. They're bowling cut shots at me. Yeah, that's what they're trying to do now, I think, bowl cut shots at him. I think line and length will get him out. I mean, he was put down line and length. You don't have to do too experimental at this point. Just, it's doing plenty.
That was a great use of technology from Fox last week, having them mic'd up for the first session, Warner and Khawaja. Batting here again. Warner facing, there's the cut shot. Plays it down into the turf, the deep backward point again. Just a single with Imam off the rope. Warner overtakes Khawaja. He's 13, none for 29.
Don't get this line. I really don't. And again, David Warner far from timing that perfectly. In fact, it really just chunked off his bat in a fairly awkward fashion. But he's going to love it out there if that's what they're going to try and bowl to get him caught at backward point. I'm not sure that's a great plan A.
Loves batting against Pakistan, David Warner. Averages 84 against them, 6 tons, including one last week. Numbers for mate internet and mobile. Jamal bowls to Khawaja, goes back and tries to ride the bounce, doesn't make contact in defence. Another play and miss. Khawaja's had 3 of those in the last couple of overs.
Started with 3 slips and a gully. They actually went to 4 slips and a gully. We're back now to 2 slips and a gully. And yet Australia have not far from got away on them. Not sure why they've gone semi-defensive. I call that semi-defensive. 13 overs, only 30 runs on the board.
And letting Warner get those runs to deep backward point early on. Jamal up to Khawaja. He plays it out to a more conventional backward point off the front foot. Imam Al-Haq does the fielding. Completes the over. Australia none for 30 after 13. They were sent in earlier this morning. That's on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Warner 13, Khawaja a dozen.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
Dunn's back out at the MCG, Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Our coverage for them. Bowling his Hassan. He gives it to Warner, short, he pulls away, no one at square leg. It races out to the rope, to the punt road end. Boundary signalled by umpire Joel Wilson. Warner up to 17. Australia none for 34. Our boundaries for Azito all day, every day. And, well, half trackers to Warner all day, every day. That's where they're going, Smithy.
They are at that pace. That's way too short. He has not got a man back at deep backward square leg. He's a traditional square leg just in front of the umpire. And it's almost as if David Warner read his mind there. Hassan Ali, it's almost as if he picked him to bowl that because he was in position so quickly. His best shot by far of the morning.
So Can Warner find some rhythm? 2-4s in the first hour. Round the wicket, down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Pakistan said before that so much focus on them not quite having the airspeed at Perth. They need to find something here, or they need to be extremely good. There's no margin for error.
Just have to be accurate, more accurate. Have a plan and stick to your plan. Be patient with it. And that plan on a very, very supportive pitch at this stage is just to bowl orthodox line and length cricket. Bowl to your slip cordon.
Hassan away from us at the northern end. Bowls here to Warner. It's full. Wade on's the call. He deflects it away with his right boot, collected by Shan Masood at mid-off.
So there's one out of the first three, which is I'd class as a line and length delivery. Second one way down leg side. First one way too short. Don't have to be overly hungry as a bowler when you've got conditions in your favour. But what you have to be is more and more consistent with your plan and your thinking. Haven't been that yet.
Hassan charging in, 32 on his back, bowls here to Warner, gets one back off the seam, rears up, inside edge onto the thigh pad, doesn't go far, collected from the man running in from gully.
That's another one in a good spot. Causes David Warner a little bit of consternation. Keep it there, keep it there. I'd say that about Shane Shah-Afridi. He's probably about 3 or 4k down on his premium pace.
That has been interesting, hasn't it? I mean, when Shaheen burst onto the scene in 2018 as an 18-year-old, I was his first series in Zimbabwe, up around 150. We saw that a bit in white ball cricket. Hassan bowls here down the leg side again. Spot on, Smithy. He's just not finding his radar here, Hassan Ali. Into the gloves of Rizwan. But from where he started as a teenager, typically you see quicks get faster in their 20s, but for whatever reason Shaheen settled in at that sort of mid to high 130s at best.
Whether he's thinking I can't really go all out because I'm the boss here, I'm the big man in the bowling attack, and I might have to bowl a lot of overs, and I'm bowling within myself. He really can't afford to do that. If he's holding back or whether he's carrying a niggle, I don't know. There was speculation he might not play this test.
Hassan to finish. Sun's back out and leaving alone is Warner. As he did a couple of times earlier, turning all the way around to watch Rizwan. That might be drinks. It is the end of the first hour, we believe. We'll have a look. Are they calling for it? It doesn't look like they are, so we'll continue. On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, we're saying, oh no, my apologies, they are. Belatedly, the drinks are called for with the clock just about to strike 11:30 local time. So Australia were sent in. Warner had a chance on 2. Put down at slip by Abdullah Shafiq. He's made his way to 17 from 43 balls. Kawaja down the other end, meditating his way to 12 from 41 himself. Australia none for 34 at the first drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. On the other side of our break, Gerard Whateley taking over from me.
There you go. Heavy conditions around the shopping centres. Chadstone, Warrigal Road, Chadstone Road, Dandenong Road, very heavy, as too is Centre Dandenong Road past Moorabbin Airport, and huge delays on Buller Road heading into DFO Essendon. It's affecting the ramps off the Tulla and the Calder inbound. Baby Bunting's Boxing Day sale is on now. Get 20 to 30% off selected products store-wide for 4 days only. Ends Thursday. T's and C's apply. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Over last ball of it, Warner edges, missed it first slip. It took the outside edge, it flew to first, and it has been grasped. Arms are over the wicket, Warner drives, he got it this time, right out of the screws, and all the way to the boundary for 4.
Here's Hassan, gives it to Warner, short, he pulls away, no one at square leg. It races out to the rope. to the punt road end. Boundary signalled by umpire John Wilson.
It is the drinks break in the opening session on Boxing Day for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Australia none for 34. Warner is 17. Khawaja is 12. The defining moment of that hour's play, Dave Warner on to, dropped at first slip by Abdullah Shafiq. Off the bowling of Afridi, and given that the bowling conditions have been pretty good, Pakistan won the toss and chose to use them. You wonder if the tourists haven't missed Australia here. It was a third over. It should have been into Labuschagne and with eyes towards Smith from there. And now the Australian openers, without ever totally seizing control, have managed to survive what might prove the most testing of hours. Shaheen Afridi, 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 9. Hamza, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 12. Hassan Ali, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. And Amir Jamal, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. That is the scoreboard for Toyota Hilux. An unbreakable connection. Gerard Whateley with you after the drinks break. Over the next 10 minutes or so, the Warren family have joined us here. Jackson and Summer are both in the box. Jackson, Warren, it's great to have you on SEN Test Cricket.
Hello, Gerard. Thank you for having me, and my sister Brooke, Summer, for having us.
Sorry, you right there, Summer? Brooke?
No.
So it's not the first time there's been mistaken identities either, as far as I can tell.
Yes, I know. Seriously, SEN, apparently I've heard a little tale.
Khawaja pulls the first ball after drinks from Amir, who dug it in short all the way to mid-wicket, where it trickles into the rope for 4. So a full-blooded stroke from Usman Khawaja straight after the break. He is 16, none for 38. Summer, as you were?
Well, apparently a little birdie has told me that Jackson did an interview with you guys, and apparently you thought that my brother was the bad avocado. And I'm just thinking, did you not watch the reveal and see when I took the avocado off that it was in fact me and not Jackson? I just thought that was quite funny.
Were you flattered or insulted that they thought you might have been the bad avocado?
No, I was just happy that Summer finally was having a go with what she's passionate about.
Amir around the wicket bowls. Khawaja leaves outside the off stump.
Because Summer's always been so passionate about singing and dancing, so to finally have a chance to actually do that, but then get mistaken for it to be me, she was like, oh, seriously.
Not good. Come on.
Yeah.
Damien Fleming's in our conversation as well. Welcome in,
I'm
Flem.
not singing. I'm not singing.
Hello, Damien. But yeah, what a day today is. You know, we've set up 23 machines for the Shane Warne Legacy Heart Test. It's a free 4-minute non-invasive test that could save your life.
So the nub of the idea, Jackson, where was it first cooked up?
Well, the idea and we've been thinking for a long time, how do we and what's the smartest and right way to carry on Dad's legacy?
Yeah, bowls and Khawaja leaves.
And we thought it would to save lives, because we wanted to make sure his heart attack wasn't for nothing, and we wanted to try and bring awareness to as many people that are looking after their hearts as possible, because it's the most preventable and curable disease in the world, cardiovascular disease. And so if we can bring awareness to people checking up on themselves, it could save your life.
So what sort of layers do you put in place around an idea like that, with health experts and cricket authorities and the MCG, and really to provide that real sense of purpose around the Boxing Day test? As Khawaja edges past second slip and down to the boundary for 4. If the cordon had still been stacked, one wonders. It's proving that sort of if morning for Pakistan. Khawaja is 20, none for 42.
No, certainly so. There's been more swing and seam in this test match, triple more than last year at the MCG. Almost double than the Perth test match. You don't normally see that. So good bowling conditions. Trouble for Pakistan, though. Australia's still got 10 wickets in hand.
None for 42. Khawaja 20 and Warner is 17. We're under beautiful, bright, sunny skies in Melbourne in the second hour of play. 8 from the over so far. Khawaja leaves down the leg side. So how do you bring an idea to life like this, Jackson?
Yeah, so I know me, Brooke and Summer have done the majority of the talking, and we're sort of championing this rally, but there's been so many people working behind the scenes and so many people, you know, trying to get these partners on board, and we were thinking for such a long time, who do we want the partners to be? And we thought there was no better people than to be, you know, all of you guys, all of the radio, Cricket Australia, and to be having our first initiative at the MCG, which Dad called his office or his backyard, we thought would be very, very special.
Khawaja tried to catch up with the ball heading down leg. Rizwan didn't glove it cleanly, but no run taken, none for 42.
Yeah, but it has been a long process, just over 18 months to finally launch and actually to have our first initiative today. We're sort of calling them test matches, and to sort of have our first test match today, where Dad got his 700th wicket and has so many special memories here. It's special for me and for Summer and for everyone involved.
What sort of memories do you have here, Summer?
Let me think. I remember I was here for actually Melbourne Stars. I think maybe 2011.
Yep.
This is random, but I remember Dad bowling, and I was like, "Oh my God, look, that's Dad!" And it was just so cool to like kind of watch him play. And as I'm actually watching them bowl, I'm like, "Wow, Dad really was, he was amazing at it." And it's just so cool to kind of see it in person.
Hassan Ali begins the first ball of his fresh over. It's left alone by Warner.
And as Jackson said, though, this was his office. Like, as great as he was all around the world, he dominated at his home ground that he loved. But, growing up, he would have wanted to be out here performing for St Kilda in football.
Yeah.
And the first time we saw Shane really was in a youth tour to the West Indies. His career for St Kilda was gone, so he put all his efforts into cricket, and look what happened.
Some bowls. Warner turns the ball fine past the keeper. I doubt there's any bat in that. It'll be fielded near the side screen. They'll come back for a couple. Leg byes signalled, none for 44.
Gerard, sorry, just about the health test, heart test as well. After Shane and Rod Marsh passed, I know personally I went to get my heart checked, and it's not easy. It's hard getting, in particular, older men to go see the doctor and get any test. But also, I was booked in and got cancelled for my heart test.
Sun bowls. Warner edges over second slip. Full-blooded drive. It flew off the edge. It was beyond grasp. But Warner continues to live chancily. He's 21.
Yeah, I think he's decided last couple of overs when he's going to go. He's going to go hard, Dave Warner. But sorry, back to that. I got cancelled because I wasn't seen as a risk. A non-smoker who wasn't hereditary. And then luckily I found a way, high cholesterol, even though it's good cholesterol, and I got that test. But to have the Shane Warne Legacy Heart Test done in 4 minutes, this is going to save people's lives.
And it gives you a peace of mind as well.
Warner leaves.
Gives you a peace of mind knowing that you're okay as well. Like,
definitely.
Overthinking, oh, what about this, what about that? Well, I mean, a 4-minute health check, if it's available, you might as well just do it.
And it's a non-invasive one, because before I even knew what a heart test was, I'd instantly assumed you'd have to take your clothes off or they'd have to take a bit of your blood. But this test is a non-invasive, free 4-minute heart test, and you sit at this machine, it gives you your BMI, your cholesterol levels, your average heart rate, and it does all these stats, which go directly to your phone.
And it's all private. It's only you.
Warner's beaten past the outside edge.
Yeah, and it's, it just comes back and correlates to your habits and your lifestyle. And it's all just about owning your numbers. And it's all that comes down to science, owning your numbers.
Yeah. So 23 out around the ground?
Yep, so we've set up 23 machines inside and outside. So if you're at home or driving somewhere and you couldn't get a ticket to the test, or it's too far, or, you're too busy, you can come outside the test at any time and actually get it. You don't have to have purchased a ticket to the game, and they're for free. 23 machines all around the G.
Last ball of Hassan's over. He delivers and Warner's in behind it. He's been granted a single out of point with the field pushed deep. He duly obliges. He's 22, none for 49. Have you got aims? Have you been given an estimate of how many people you might catch?
Well, we had the goal of getting 23,000. I know it was ambitious with only launching just over 2 weeks ago, but we really, really think we can get there. And we think we're close to around 14,000 today. We've had, I think, 600 or roughly around 600 already today. So we're hoping over the course of these 5 days tests, we can get close to 5,000 and hopefully get our goal of 23,000.
How do you find coming here now and seeing the Shane Warne stand? We were all here with you that night when the sporting public turned out to honour your father's life and that stand was named. How does it feel coming here?
Well, it's always been special to us because we've got so many memories coming here, but now to also have the statue obviously at the front, to also now have the Shane Warne stand here, and to now have these heart tests, it's like he's been immortalised forever at this very special place we call home.
Hamza has been switched to the southern end, so his first spell was 4 overs, no maidens, none for 12. He'll begin to Dave Warner, who's on 22. He lays the dead bat on a ball rising outside the off stump and runs it to deep point. That is an interesting field position just to grant that single. Warner's 23.
He swung the ball both ways. He doesn't have a lot of pace, but that deep point is definitely there as a defensive measure. This partnership just on to 50 runs now. It's danger signs for Pakistan.
It is. Were you a regular on Boxing Day, Jackson, growing up?
Yeah, we were. Me, Summer and Brooke, we all were. But my actual first sort of earliest memories of this ground was actually all of us being under the ground with all the other kids of the players, just playing Mario Kart on our DS or jumping on trampolines, playing Connect 4, just not actually being out here. One of my first earliest memories I can remember being out here was actually after a few games, Dad would bowl to us a few balls and we'd be batting or showing us how to bowl leg spin, or he'd be carrying us around his shoulders. But yeah, always so many positive and happy memories here.
Hamza bowling to Khawaja, who's leaving a ball swinging away outside the off stump. Are those memories for you as well, Summer, the Christmas celebrations around the team?
Yeah, lots of good memories. I've still got this photo of all of us on the field. And we're all sitting, Jackson, myself, Brooke and Dad. And there's a photo of us four sitting on the pitch. And I think Glenn was also there with his kids. And we were all, I can't remember. Jackson, do you remember when that photo was?
Yeah,
it's in the front of Dad's book.
Yeah, it was 2006 going to 2007 Ashes.
Yeah.
The Boxing Day.
Yeah.
Khawaja's 20. Hamza over the wicket, outside the off stump and left alone. And 700. Were you here that day?
Yeah, definitely. We all joke around that was the fastest he's ever ran after he got that 700th wicket when he started running around the oval, and we till this day never saw him run that fast again. Yeah, but no, we were definitely here. He says to this day as well that was the loudest he's ever heard the MCG or any stadium ever.
You know, the
they got. Yeah, he
That's
kept
what he would say, the roar.
He kept saying the roar. He would always just say the roar.
In his documentary, he says it as well.
Yeah.
It was a loss felt by everybody. Shane had that connection to all of Melbourne and beyond, and it belongs very specifically to you. Hamza bowls at the stumps, is defended by Khawaja. How do you marry up the personal side of it with the incredible public, it's not the right word, but the incredible public spectacle around it and the level of affection that exists in every street corner in Melbourne?
Yeah, no, I think me and Summer and Brooke as well can all agree we never looked at Dad as Shane Warne. We always looked at him that he was our dad, and it just showed that after the State Memorial, it was awesome to see people see Dad how we saw him, whether it be through old photos and videos.
Khawaja faces up and he's beaten as he tries to defend.
Yeah, whether it be through old videos and photos or just hearing his close friends talk about him, they all had the same things in common. He wanted to help. He was always really kind. Always saying please and thank you. Never said no to photos. You go, Summer.
But I think something that was also really beautiful was that people that you didn't even know were coming up to you and going, oh, I've got a story about Warnie. I've got a story about Shane. And it was like, one person impacted so many people. And, you probably get that 1% that's negative, but the all 99% is just beautiful stories about Dad. And it goes, wow, he really was an amazing human being to so many people and not just, us three kids.
That is absolutely the truth. Khawaja leaves the last ball outside the off stump. It's none for 50 at the end of the over. Jackson and Summer, thank you for joining us. You've got a lot of work to do today, so congratulations on what you've done and good luck with the project.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Good luck, kids.
Thank you.
Jackson and Summer Warne with us on SEN Test Cricket. The score is none for 50.
The song Amazing by Alex Lloyd takes me back to our family car trips up to Bright when I was a kid.
Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi takes me back to the very first Bon Jovi concert I went to.
Killing Me Softly by Roberta Flack, and I was very happy to see it get another lease of life later on with the Fugees.
Celebrate the greatest moments in your life with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hassan Ali bowls a bouncer to Dave Warner. He's compactly underneath, ducking, not interested. SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Australia, none for 50. Warner is 23. Khawaja is 20. This is the 18th over after they were sent into bat. The scoreboard for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Damien Fleming is in the experts chair for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Hassan around the wicket. Warner edging inside edge past the stumps. Lands short of the keeper. The Cordner are less convinced there was an inside edge and more interested in the pad work and thinking about a referral. Afridi actually really likes it from mid-on. I'm not quite sure of his angle, but Rizwan is commanding things. No, Shan Masood waves his teammates away.
It's absorbing day's cricket so far. They've taken a lot of wicket-taking type deliveries, but haven't been able to get a wicket. There's been drop catches. There's been numerous play and misses. So I'd like the length with the Pakistan bowlers have bowled. I've enjoyed watching the ball swing around both ways.
Hassan bowls. Warner was on the move. It bounced up at him. Evasive action. He gets it high up on the bat, safely down to gully.
And it's really testing two fine openers, isn't it? Their defensive abilities. We've seen Warner in the last few overs. If they're a fraction short, he's going to throw the bat at it. But they've been unlucky. It's been a better effort already than their first hour or two in Perth with the ball.
A moment of self-sabotage. Abdullah Shafiq dropping the catch at first slip when Warner was
How
two.
did he drop it?
No, it was absolutely mystifying. Hassan to Warner, in behind it, runs the ball to gully, no run.
It hit just one thumb. Like, he didn't get any palms or fingers on it.
But given it was a regulation catch at a standard height into the slips, it's unfathomable
and it's
where
not
his
like
hands were
Perth,
around the ball.
Where the ball swings a lot after it goes past the stumps. It didn't do anything.
It feels like it's going to sit as a moment of lament so heavily on, as you say, that the conditions really did suit them. Warner plays the ball out to deep point. I cannot fathom what's going on with that field position, just gifting Warner the single to tick the strike over as he moves to 24, none for 51.
No, in the first session, I don't want any rotation of strike if I've got ball in hand. I want to get one batsman down and bog them down and force a big shot, which Warner's shown. There's been a couple of edges over slips. So to get him off strike with a single doesn't make sense to me.
It's two in the deep on the leg side, three slips and a gully. Point comes a little further up for Khawaja. A mid-off and a mid-on. Hassan Ali is bowling from the members' end and Khawaja leaves the ball shaking at the off stump. And that is the end of the over. One from it, none for 51 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and Unbreakable Connection.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's Best Super Fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Hamza is in and he bowls outside the off stump to Warner, who leaves well enough alone. The Warne family with us in this hour. Wear your floppiest hats on Boxing Day and throughout this Test match as Cricket Australia and the Shane Warne legacy offer free heart health tests around the MCG from day 1 to day 4.
Loved his floppy, didn't he? Shane Keith Warne. Very distinctive.
The moment in the final session of play where everyone's invited to stand up with their floppies and doff the cap and bow. In memory of Shane Warne. Yorker down on it goes Warner and keeps it out. Bundaberg Ginger Beer in our commentary position. Chris Rogers comes in to join Damien Fleming. Hello to you, Buck.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, Flem.
Bucky, how are you?
Very good. How are you?
Not bad. Enjoying the cricket.
Boxing
Ball's
Day
moving
test.
around. The quicks can't complain about this.
No.
Besides the slips catching, I suppose.
Cranky as about that. Hamza operating over the wicket. He bowls and Warner makes the ball out to cover, sent back by Khawaja. It would have been crazy stuff. It was the sharp single early on. That would have been mad.
They've just got to focus here on trying to get the Australian batters to defend back down the pitch, don't they? Just haven't put enough balls in that area. They've been a bit too wide, a bit too full, a bit too short. But when they've put it on there, and then there's enough there. It's just got to be the focus from here on in.
Two slips in place with Warner on strike. Plays the ball wide of points and sneaks that single. None for 52. He's 25.
And Hamza's the left armour. He's the one that's got a strike now. He's only bowling in the mid-120s. He has got the ability to swing the ball both ways, and he's bowled a couple of cracking deliveries, but I think he needs to force those shots that you're saying. Or if they're attacking shots, to be driving on the up. But it's hard. These two experienced Australian batsmen, they're letting the ball come to them.
Hamza in from the southern end. He bowls. And Khawaja shoulders arms.
I'm no fast bowler, or swing bowler. Just watching his follow through. He finishes off the pitch really quickly. Kind of heads out towards point. Is that helping him with what he's trying to do?
No. I think he could generate a bit more pace and accuracy. His non-bowling arm is falling away towards cover mid-wicket, and then guess what? The body follows it. So he's actually needs to get that non-bowling up as high as possible.
Comes to Khawaja, defends stoutly. Out to cover. End of the over. One from it. None for 52 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
What happens when you turn up every dial on tomorrow's SUV? When the power of imagination merges technology and performance? When you take an SUV and give it a sleek, sporty design? A trim that takes it up a notch? And now with BlueLink connectivity with your compatible device. Hyundai Tucson N-Line, tomorrow's SUV, taken to the next level. BlueLink T's and C's apply. Visit Hyundai.com.au or your local showroom today. Imagine that. Hyundai.
Well, our stats and facts on SEN Test cricket for Mate Internet and Mobile. Shaheen Shah Afridi is going to return to the attack from the members end. 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 9. He was the bowler who had Warner dropped when he was in operation from the southern end. The crowd, incidentally, is built to beyond 47,000, so 13,000 have come in since the first ball was bowled, and I suspect we've nudged 50 since that crowd figure was posted. I don't know whether I've ever mentioned to you, but there's this idea perhaps of starting at midday rather than 10:30 when the critical mass of people are ready to be here. But
after a big Chrissy day.
Keep that to myself, shall I? Afridi from the members' end over the wicket bowls. Warner forward defending back down the pitch.
Yeah, they might not be up for a 6-hour day or 7-hour day at the cricket. They're thinking 4 hours maybe.
10:30 is just too early in the rhythms of life, and today is my best case study. 34,000 for the first ball. By midday, we're going to have more than 50,000. Doesn't that tell you on the natural flow of people?
You got a double header BBL tonight as well, though, Gerard.
Oh, okay. There you go.
This is an iconic day of sport. I'll prioritise this and the people here. Warner goes at a wide one, flays it away, out through forward point. He's going to get a couple as the fielder slides in and come back for a third. As the hook slide wasn't done as athletically and nimbly as sometimes.
He's hurt himself.
Ungainly, shall we say? None for 55. Warner's 28.
So it's weird, that position, Buck, isn't it? Because if he's in the ring, he's a chance to stop the ball, to be a dot ball. And even if it misses him, they probably get 3 anyway.
It just means that the captain too doesn't have faith that the bowler can put the ball. Yeah, he can put the ball pretty much on the stump line. He's going to give width.
So point comes up near the infield for Khawaja. Square legs hedging a bit beyond the umpire. Khawaja turns in that direction. He's able to take a run as a result. So that's neither here nor there where Imam Al-Haq is. He's granting the single at square leg, or he's supposed to be 2/3 of the way to the boundary to catch.
I mean, I understand why they're doing it to Davey. He's a boundary hitter. You know, he got 164 off 211 in the last game. So if you can take that boundary option away from him and see then if you can get him to defend some balls as well, maybe in the end, you know, he won't punish you that much. But it just seems to kind of make it easy for the batters. If they're ever in trouble, I can just knock the ball into a gap and get down the other end.
Third slips come out to a short cover. Afridi to Warner. Full driven straight to the short cover. Baba Azam does the fielding. No run.
Yeah, I was surprised Afridi didn't start from the members' end either. You know, generally the quick who gets the call of the ends comes from the members' end.
Was it because the wind was probably going towards fine leg for him, so he would have been bowling into the wind
but he didn't
from the members' end.
Hamza did it. Hamza swung it both ways from the members' end.
Freedy rolls in. Warner off the pads. It thuds away and down to fine leg. It'll be a leg by.
I'm probably a little bit confused with a couple of things. Like, they've got 2 left-arm swing bowlers, 2 right-arm bowlers. They bowl the left armers together, they bowl the right armers together, and then they switch them round. So it's not like, okay, we've got the left armer coming from this end who swings it away from the left-hander, and then the right-handers come from the other end.
Even if they seam it the other way.
Yeah.
5 from this over. Khawaja just see the last ball of it. Afridi delivers and Khawaja leaves. None for 57 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection.
Tradies, need more room to work? Declutter with Storage King. CanStar Blue's 2023 Most Satisfied Customer Award winner. Search Storage King, the kings of storage, moving and more.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Our apparel partner this summer on SEN Test Cricket, Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. We've got the white shirt that they've sent for this summer for the first day of the Boxing Day Test. Australia none for 57. Warner is 28, Khawaja is 21. Damien, Fleming and Chris Rogers are in place. But at that point, it feels like the litany of woe that afflicts tourists when they come to these shores, one of them is the lack of smarts.
Yep.
The fielding is one thing, and we've had the case study of that, but the other is just the intricacies of playing cricket on these shores. Hamza to Warner at the start of the fresh over, and Warner is leaning on the ball to cover, no run.
So they both swing it the same way, predominantly. Yep. So therefore there would be one end that you would say would suit the left arm swing bowler more. So then,
definitely.
So then you're probably better off. Well, you won't bowl them at the same time. And then the right armers can do the other
bowling type, don't you?
Yeah, and you do. Yeah, I mean, there's less variety, natural variation, then, isn't there?
No, I totally agree.
Well, the faces up. Hamza bowls to him, plays the ball to mid on, no run.
And as you said, once again, we've had a double change in the bowling, and the lefties are back on together, just at different ends. You've got to do everything right. You win the toss and bowl. You've got to make sure you got the quicks bowling in the right areas. Your slips have got to be catching. It just hasn't been well executed so far. And we're only half an hour away from lunch, and Australia have still got 10 wickets in hand.
That has been a big marker in recent times. Hamza bowls and Warner inside edge onto the pad. It rolls out to cover. So at the stats for Made Internet and Mobile, we mentioned the low-scoring first innings. England were bowled out for 185 at lunch. They were 3 for 67. South Africa bowled out for 189. They were 4 for 58 at lunch. And Australia bowled out for 195, 3 for 65. So 3's been the mark.
Well, they're changing this around. I mean, there were no wickets down in Perth as well at lunch. But this is a swinging, seaming day. It's actually moving 3 times more than last year's Boxing Day test.
Comes out to Warner or blocks back to the bowler.
So these are the better conditions, and they haven't been able to make Australia pay. It's also a credit to these 2 experienced Australian batsmen who, since Usman Khawaja's gone back to the top of the order, it's, even though Dave Warner hasn't been in career best form in the last couple of years, they've been able to build partnerships. And often in that Ashes series in the middle of the year, they were just handy opening partnerships, blunting the new ball.
Hamza rolls the shoulders. He's in, and Warner tickles off the pads, but straight to square leg, no run.
I think the one thing Pakistan can give themselves a pat on the back for is they've kept the run rate under 3s. I mean, they were going to plenty from ball 1 in Perth, and it got away from them. But so here, it's not a great start, obviously, but you take 2 wickets quickly, and all of a sudden, you're still in the game. But they have to strike. That time is running out.
Last ball of Hamza's over. He bowls, and Warner's beaten on the outside edge. Leaning forward, trying to defend. So passed and beaten, but not touched. None for 57. The Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Colo's coming back.
Got big delays coming down the Westgate Bridge heading into Melbourne due to the queuing at the Montague Street off-ramp. DFO South Wharf. Also affected is the Tulla Freeway either side of Buller Road. Buller Road's chockers, including Calder Freeway citybound. The traffic heading to DFO Essendon. Play for $107 million in the USA Mega Lotto and get more zeros in your life. The world's biggest lotteries are at the Lottery Office. Play now at lotteryoffice.com.au. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
The opening session on day 1 here at the MCG for her Halal Financial Solutions. New over begins and driving down the ground. Elegantly is Khawaja, hitting straight through the line of the ball. No doubt where that was going. He advances to 25. Australia, none for 61. Afridi in the slot to be driven, Damien Fleming.
It was, but if I'm Pakistan coach, I'd rather them see them driving on the front foot. That's a half volley put away than being able to just blunt it through the offside and get singles. Geez, he's an elegant player, Usman Khawaja. Full face of the bat. Didn't bother running.
So Afridi's got 3 slips in the gully away from us to Khawaja again and beats him. Much better. Asking good questions in that channel. Hello, Buck.
Hello, Colo. It's been a while.
Been about a year, I would say, since you and I have done this together. I saw a little stat flash up a moment ago, which you'll appreciate, Buck, given your job for a long time to open the batting for Australia. Usman Khawaja has faced more deliveries this year, this calendar year, than South Africa have. That's a story in 2 parts.
Yes, I'm not sure I should laugh at that. That's kind of sad as well, isn't it?
It's actually a story in 3 parts, depending on how you want to interpret it. Some back out of Afridi, bowls Khawaja, another delivery driven, doesn't quite sneak it past the man at straightish extra cover. Shah Massoud, the captain.
Well, South Africa play India tonight.
Yeah, they start a 3-game series.
So they're there to fight back. I'll know how many balls Usman's faced today.
I mean, when I say it's a story in 2, I think part of it is, yes, Khawaja extraordinary. Only played to make more than 1,000 runs this calendar year. He'll top the pops on that measure for the 2nd year in a row. But the other part of it is just the lack of Test cricket being played by some nations. South Africa, in front of that queue. Afridi bowls here and beats Khawaja again. Just took his hand off the bat as the ball spat past the edge. Had he made contact, it may not have carried to the cordon. But, Pakistan playing their 5th Test match of the year. And we heard from Shah Massoud during the week and from Mohammad Hafiz as well, saying it's just not what we want. We're in this situation where the calendar is crunched. We're playing 2 Test series around the world, this being the exception with 3 in Australia. But they're not getting that kind of muscle memory of playing Test cricket. Australia, on the other hand, playing plenty of it through this year and making the most of it. There's Afridi again. Khawaja in the short sleeve jumper, tucking it down towards fine leg, but getting it so fine that it'll run away for 4. Khawaja played that shot so well in Perth last week. 2 boundaries in the over. He overtakes David Warner. He moves to 29. None for 65. Easy.
Yeah, without no, exactly. I think the swing and seam has subsided a little bit. There's still a little bit of seam movement, so you're going to have to be more accurate with your line and your length. And for Afridi as the left armour just angling in, that's just happy days for Usman Khawaja. Soft hands, working it down to fine leg. That was 4 all the way off the bat.
Shot of a player in form inside the line. Off the middle of the bat, placing it where it needed to go. Afridi to Khawaja. He's got 5 boundaries this morning. Again off his pad. 2's the call. Just past the square leg umpire. Work to do from Imam Al-Haq. He's not the quickest. They might get a 3rd here. Warner wants 3. And they'll walk 3. Great batting. Khawaja moves into the 30s in a hurry. None for 68. Australia are busy over that one on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and Unbreakable Connection.
McCafe. It's the place where rich iced lattes and cool iced mochas go to chill out. Drive through for a barista-made ice-cold coffee at McCafe today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered comprehensive, tailored cleaning services for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
Our coverage here at the MCG for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. We've got new over starting from Mir Hamza. Swapped ends with Shaheen for a second spell. Bowls here to Khawaja, pushing into the onside. No run. Flem, we talked a little bit about it earlier, but Shaheen just looks so different to the bowler we've seen in white ball internationals. Indeed, the teenager we saw here 4 years ago who
absolute calm.
Amongst the carnage, he was the one that kept things broadly on track.
Well, I mean, it's a tough thing to live up to, but you're going, oh, well, this is their next Wasim Akram.
Yep.
Maybe a bit taller, not as quick. But then 4 years later, or however long it's been, you know, he's out of his groove. I don't think the ball's coming out of his wrist or fingers.
Comes it to Khawaja, left arm over, into the onside. Yes is the call. Warner running with his helmet in his hand. They throw to the bowler's end instead. Might have been a better shout going to Warner's end there. Khawaja 33 with the single, none for 69 the score. I mean, a couple of numbers that bear that out. He averages 50 this year, Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's dropped from... At one stage, he was the number 2 bowler in the world.
So something's happening.
Down to number 12.
And Bucky's been looking at their actions, and he can point it out because he faced so many great fast bowlers himself. Wrist release is so important.
Hamza here. Better of the 2 left armers this morning. Bowling to Warner. Yes is the call to point. Just behind. The man was racing from... point.
But if you're just mainly playing white ball cricket in non-swinging conditions, you're hitting the pitch harder and you're bowling a lot of varieties. Do you lose that skill or the feel to swing the ball, which is so essential in Test match cricket, and it was so essential today when the ball's moving 3 degrees.
And the other thing is, you're probably, in some respects, you're probably trying to get your arm lower, you know, to try and get those Yorkers in, get under the batter a little bit, rather than coming from high, and then when you miss with that bounce, the batters, you know, can hit for 6.
And
but
probably bowling quicker too, Bucky, you know, like, so you fall away a bit more.
Push with your shoulder.
Single there, none for 70. Khawaja's turn again, facing Hamza, leaving alone late. It's fuller and better.
Yeah, you know, you think of Trent Bolt, one who's beautiful action, up high, side on, swinging it.
But you wonder whether a session with Wasim Akram, who's here, could help these left-handers as well.
It's striking the pace bit, isn't it, Flem? Like how quick he was.
We knew in Perth, didn't we?
You know, it was like probably the first thing we spoke about on the coverage. Shaheen Afridi's bowling fast medium suddenly.
Medium fast.
Here's Hamza closer to the stumps, and it's way down the leg side. It's going to be 4 byes or 4 wide. Spies signalled by umpire Goff. You could see what Hamza was trying to do. He landed a Yorker a couple of overs ago, but not this time to Khawaja. None for 74 with the Sundaries.
And Sun's out too, so that's not going to help with the swing from these Pakistan fast bowlers. The radar's just starting to not find its way. 74 runs now for the Australian team, sent into bat in good swing bowling conditions.
12 of them in extras. Mate, internet and mobile. That stands out.
And then who's bringing them together and just saying, let's keep it simple. Top of off. Don't leave from there.
Last ball here from Hamza. Bowls to Khawaja, who leaves alone a ball that swings away from him into the gloves of Rizwan. Ends the over at none for 74. Khawaja, 33. Warner, 29 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Do you own a caravan and, like most of us, only use it for a few weeks over the holidays? Camplify, Australia's #1 van sharing platform, can help you earn money from your van when you're not using it. Camplify has helped thousands of other Aussies just like you safely rent out their van, earning tens of thousands of dollars each year. Listing your van is quick and easy, so head to camplify.com.au and see why it pays to share with Camplify. Camplify.com.au.
That man Shaheen to continue. We're 20 minutes away from our lunch break, which will be for Camplify. It pays to share. That'll include the lunchtime quiz with me and Bharat Sunderasen, who's jumped in as well. Shaheen bowls here. Warner carves through point, just in front of point. David Warner, you know when he's got his knees bent and striking the ball through there, he's going okay. He's built into it through the session. Doesn't quite reach the rope. Warner wants to run for. And he'll do so as well. Warner nearly overtook Khawaja, but ample time to return in the end. David Warner, an all-run 4, brings him level with Khawaja on 33. That takes Australia to none for 78. Good morning, Baz. Good afternoon, I should say.
Good afternoon, Adam. It's good to
Hello,
see you.
Bharat.
Merry Christmas to you and everyone listening. Yeah. Bowling from Pakistan, very reminiscent of what we saw in Perth. Yes, they haven't gone or conceded runs at the rate at which they did in Perth, but they just can't land the ball on the same spot more than 2 balls on the trot, Paki, and there has been assistance for them. Feels like a lot more than what they got in that first morning in Perth. There's just no pressure on the Australian batters.
And equally credit to the Australian batters. They're playing very well now.
2 slips. Shaheen bowls to Warner. Sends him back, plays defensively from the crease. An all-run 4, by the way. They're rare here at the MCG these days. It'll be a contender for our play of the day for drink-wise.
Saw a few of them in Perth.
Yep.
Nearly saw all run 5, didn't we, at one point? Yeah, you're right, Bucky. These two have seen off the few tricks that the ball was playing early on. David Warner has been batting outside his crease, feels like throughout the series as well. Quite a fair way out as well.
Shaheen dig deep here. He gets to the crease and bowls to Warner, who plays through mid-wicket with one knee on the ground. That was almost slog sweep territory. Resourceful as ever, David Warner. Gets a couple. Overtakes Khawaja now. He's 35.
That was like the 6 he hit in Perth. Over almost like a leg slip, wasn't he? Down
that's what he was trying to do.
That was what he was trying to do. I think that actually hit the Q end of the bat, the bottom of the bat, and it went through mid-wicket. But he was trying to hit that over fine leg for 6. Just pick it up, use the pace. It's an extraordinary shot.
And Warner started his career as an innovator and turned into quite a conventional opening bat. Maybe he's going to end the way he began. A couple of tests to go. He's in on 35, facing Shaheen here, leaves alone outside the off stump, and he turns around to watch the ball into the gloves of the diving Rizwan, as he's been doing throughout the morning. So Warner bringing in a new element to his leaving technique with 2 tests to go, always thinking.
Always doing something different, Davey.
Yep. We'll miss him. And by we, I mean us in the media.
I think I just saw that he's the 2nd highest run scorer for Australia in all formats. And that's just an incredible effort. Some unbelievable names on that list.
Shaheen bowls here. Going back, here is Warner defensively. No run is the call. All of Bucky's stats for mate, internet and mobile.
And loves reminding the media of that also, doesn't he, Adam? That we're going to struggle for headlines after he leaves. Usman Khawaja has helped us this week.
Warner's up to 49 international hundreds now as well. Love getting another test one here at Melbourne after the double last year. Giving himself every opportunity, laying this foundation with his old mate Usman Khawaja. 3 men back now, 2 on the leg side plus a deep point. Last ball, Shaheen's over. Into Warner, northern end, and Warner just has a little nibble at that one. I think we'll call that a play and a miss. Ends a busy over for Australia, though. 6 runs coming from it. None for 80 on the tyre power scoreboard. Note your tyres. Warner 35, Khawaja 33.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
Yet to have a wicket today, so Pakistan are unable to celebrate thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. They've got 13 minutes as they bring Amir Jamal, my apologies, back into the attack. Bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12 earlier. Bowling from the Shane Warne stand end on an afternoon that's getting quite nice here in Melbourne.
A deep backward point and a deep square leg.
Had that for Warner, but not quite so much for Khawaja, who's facing over the wicket. Jamal here, leaving alone outside the line of the off stump. I mentioned the quiz before. To plug that again, it's Chris Rogers against the listener.
Whoa.
Today's second half is a lunch break.
Opening batter.
I'm 1 from 1 in the quiz, so
it has been written. So we're going. The theme today is Boxing Day over the decades, or the Melbourne Test match rather, because it did start in 1980, the Boxing Day Test. So we do go back 50 years in the quiz, so a question about 10 years ago, 20 years ago, etc. So we'll be able to dial in during lunch and take on Bucky for a swag full of prizes. Jamal bowls here, Khawaja leaves alone again in the corridor outside the line of the off stump. Because it's with Boxing Day Test, we won't get the chance to talk about Sarfaraz Ahmed and the 9 for 86 he took here, because that was a test that was played in March 1979. Baz, I thought you'd like this. The entire scorecard, the linear score sheet from that extraordinary performance from Sarfaraz is in the New Yorker magazine, the MCC publication here. Just the most brilliant handwriting, the linear sheets as well. So you can pick that up around the MCG through the week. Over at the library where they do such great work. Jamal up, crowd clapping as he bowls to Khawaja. One hand off the bat, an easy single. Always been a single into the onside this morning, Bucky. No pressure whatsoever. None for 81, Khawaja 34.
I just don't understand how you can have a deep square, deep point. So it doesn't matter which side of the pitch you bowl on. If the ball is defended and defended in tightly there, it's a single. So how does the bowler stop that rotation of strike?
We've seen deep point used a lot more in Test cricket in the last couple of years in an England context, but it doesn't feel like the sort of field that you just see on day one.
Especially in these conditions. I mean, you've won the toss and bowled as well.
Just to go back to that comparison, Australia aren't hunting boundaries the way that England were in that series. It's a different game plan altogether. Jamal arrives over the wicket. Bouncer, rare bouncer, but over the head of poor old Rizwan. 4 more byes to his column, so signalled by umpire Goff. 16 extras in the session, our numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia up to none for 85.
And this is why they have that field for him. Bucky, they used Amir Jamal on debut in Perth in this fashion. He got into his second and third spells. It's not very quick, but they used him as some sort of enforcer. Asked him to go short. He picked up a couple of wickets in that fashion. Travis Head, I remember. And yeah, but he did also bowl a lot of wides and some pretty poor bouncers, which flew over the keeper's head in Perth as well.
Jamal's up, bowls to Warner, who makes room and plays it out to deep backward point after backing away. Now, I think Warner was trying to back out of the delivery there, just in case he thrust the bat down.
He made a motion. There was a bird flew across.
So Warner pulled out after the point where Jamal got into his load up, and he bowled it anyway, which I'd say he's entitled to do, because Warner was in his batting stance when the ball was being prepared to be delivered, and he thrust the bat down just in case. And it has now been signalled dead ball by umpire Goff.
I tell you what, it was nearly called a deep point as well.
Yeah. Let's watch it again on our screen. So Warner went all the way over. It wasn't on the line of the stump, so no concerns on that front. Our screen for titanium caravans built tough. Bizarre from Warner.
Yeah, there was that ball in the last test, right, when Steve Smith thought he wasn't ready, and Joel Wilson said it was he counted as an unofficial delivery, and David Warner wasn't very happy with an all-strikers end.
It's Bairstow-esque there from Warner, pulling out so late. Jamal bowls to him again. He plays it to the same part of the ground, but this time for the easiest of singles. Off the front foot steered. He moves to 36, none for 86.
I'm just happy the birds are back. There were no birds in Perth, and I found out that that's because of the West Coast Eagles mascot, which is an eagle. So it chased away all the birds. So you didn't find any in the Perth Stadium. It's just very strange to watch Test cricket in Australia with no birds, pigeons around.
I like that, nice and parochial. We were told last week, Bucky, that if you're from Perth, you don't call it the Fremantle Doctor, you just call it the sea breeze. That's how they detect those who've come from over east, as I suppose you did in your life. Jamal again to Khawaja, way down the leg side. Rizwan's done well to grip that. Away to his right, nearly a wide, not quite. 6 further runs for Australia in the over. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts. Warner's 36, Khawaja 34, none for 86 the score.
Do you own a caravan and, like most of us, only use it for a few weeks over the holidays? Camplify, Australia's #1 van sharing platform, can help you earn money from your van when you're not using it. Camplify has helped thousands of other Aussies just like you safely rent out their van, earning tens of thousands of dollars each year. Listing your van is quick and easy, so head to camplify.com.au and see why it pays to share with Camplify. Camplify.com.au.
Morning for Australia after being sent in. They've got 7 minutes to go for a perfect start without wickets being conceded. All your feedback for Tyre Power, your trusted local. One in here. Great to have you back, Gerard, from James.
Oh, yeah, beautiful.
Another one here from Arena. Coming in from regional Victoria, it's almost impossible to arrive for the first ball, so backing in Gerard's idea of starting Boxing Day at midday, which I like. Since having kids, I like even more.
I'm a little disappointed with my wife. She just had to come from Newport and she still missed the first ball of the game.
0433 98 11 16. Tyre Power, your trusted local. Spin from our northern end from Salmon. First ball round the wicket to Warner, who plays defensively off the front foot behind point, knows the call.
And I had my mother and father missed the first hour of my last test, so...
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so there you go. It can happen.
Family.
Salmon's got a slip. The only catching man delivers to Warner, goes back, gives him the stumps and pumps it out to deep point like it's a one-day international in the 37th over. He's up to 37, none for 87 the score.
My dad had left his wallet in the Airbnb they were staying in, so you can understand.
So was that your last test?
It's not unlike my father or me.
Salmon up. Bowls here to Khawaja forward and watchfully leaving into the gloves of Rizwan. Was that your last test or your last one at Melbourne?
No, last test in Melbourne. But yes, it happens. They can.
Yeah.
Salmon up, halfway through his first over, rushing through. Khawaja again watchful, identical to the ball that came before it. I suppose when you were dismissed on morning one there at the Oval, or afternoon one, I should say, for beyond 50, you would have thought, I'll get another hit here. But Australia, which was unusual in your era, enforced to follow on and you win by an innings, and that's that.
Good way to finish.
Yeah. Salmon again. Khawaja in that short sleeve jumper as ever. Goes back and punches and just finds a gap. There's 2 men there, one rushing in from backward point, one in off the rope from deep point. 35 for him, none for 88 Australia.
Wait, when did you find out that they were late? Like at the end of the day, or?
Oh yeah, at the end of the day, yeah. Yeah. Told me the story. Didn't surprise me though.
So 3 men back. Warner on strike to Salmon, Fuller, and defended down the pitch. Nice ball to finish. 2 singles from the over. None for 88 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts, Khawaja 35, Warner 37.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's, and they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Book your vehicle lube service this month at Chadstone Toyota SUV and 4x4 vehicle service. Just $320 including GST. Or with small passenger vehicles, $260 including GST. T's and C's apply. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota!
Just joining the coverage. There should have been a Macca's catch very early on inside the first quarter of an hour. Shafiq put down Warner on 2. Amir in, bowling to Khawaja around the wicket, defending into the onside, gets 1 because there's always one to mid-wicket with Pakistan at the moment. Khawaja 36, none for 89 Australia. Macca's catch of the summer, clean bowl. Your taste buds with the chicken Big Mac. Shafiq, he's a very capable young player. Baz, double 100 2 test matches ago, already got 5 centuries in test cricket, but he's not a great fielder.
Not at all. The drop catch on the first morning in Perth, where he ran back and the ball almost hit him on his head. That wasn't very good.
I wasn't there. Was that because of the sun?
It looked like he was complaining about the sun.
Near bowls to Warner, who carves off the front foot to the man at deep backward point, who's stationed for that very shot. He gets another single for 38, none for 90.
He looked like he closed his eyes. He looked like at the last second he kind of pulled his eyes away from and shut them. And then I looked at the shadows. They were right kind of below the players, so I just wondered if it was...
Maybe, yeah, but...
He didn't actually touch it, did he? He hit his sternum and his boot.
Hard to catch it when you got your eyes closed, though.
That's true, yeah. And the worst part was, it hit his foot and then rolled away for 4.
So it's improbable he'll be our player of the day. That's thanks to Benaud. Jamal bowling to Khawaja, as he's done so easily throughout the course of the session, shouldering arms. He's not currently our leading run scorer. That's David Warner for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Warner 38, Khawaja 36. They're close to batting out the full session of day one as they did last week.
So you're looking at the last over of the session. He's come around the wicket. He's got this deep point. Bring square leg in and say, if you want to play a pull shot, good luck. If you hit it well, 4 runs. If not, you might get a top edge. But just entice him to do something here.
Crowd distracted as Jamal bowls to Khawaja and beats him. Just back of a length. So Khawaja, who chose to play, but did have one hand off the bat, Bucky. So if he does get the edge, less likely to carry through.
Yeah, I just think he left that one, really. He saw the short ball. He kind of went to ride it, but then realised it was outside his eye line, so just kind of let it go. Took his hand off the bat.
Yep.
Hey, back to the tactics, Bucky. I mean, Chan Masood talks about attractive cricket, aggressive cricket, positive cricket. And you need to show that as a captain as well. It's all well and good talking about it.
I think, too, your field dictates where the bowlers bowl.
Mexican wave passes beneath us right now. We join in a little bit. Bowling, here's Jamal, left alone comfortably by Khawaja. 1 ball left in the session, a session where we haven't seen the third umpire for IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR.
If you put 5 slips in and 2 gullies, you're saying to the bowler, I need you to pitch the ball up and see if you can get an edge, kind of thing. So, the way that the field has been set, it's almost a defensive mindset. When really they needed just to attack the top of off stump.
So final ball of the session to come here in all probability. There's still 55 seconds. They might race around. We'll see. Jamal to the crease and bowls. Khawaja hit on the back pad after shouldering arms. It'll spill down towards deep third. They'll take a single. If he didn't touch it with the bat, that'll be interesting. It could have been an edge on the way through, on the way down. We're behind Khawaja at this end, though it is signal dead ball, so it was off the pad. That'll be the end of the over. Just waiting to see where the lunch is taken. Either way, it's none for 92. Warner 38, Khawaja 36. And it looks like they will get another over in. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts.
Australia is a sports haven, and in any sports mad nation, there's a whole swoop of iconic sports fields, stadiums, ovals and grounds. And our most iconic grounds are watered by Rainbird, like Optus Stadium, the crown of the West. Just 4 years in, and already it's played host to Australia's biggest events. Test cricket, the AFL Grand Final. Optus Stadium might be young, but how many champions will it raise? And its field is watered by Rainbird. Smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water.
Salmon bowls round the wicket to Warner, and he's caught it slip. They've got the extra over in, and they've made it count straight away. Warner looking for the booming drive, straight into the hands of Shafiq at slip. Warner walking off for 38. He'll be gutted with that. Australia lose a wicket to go to lunch, 1 for 90. And Salmon, who insisted on that final over. That's good cricket smarts from Pakistan. We don't often say that. We haven't said it often through the series so far, but making sure they got through in the nick of time, and Warner couldn't resist, and he's taken behind the wicket. And that'll leave Australia 1 for 90. Chris Rogers.
Yeah, that's just a bit of a brain fade there from Davey Warner. The ball was on a pretty good length and quite wide, and he's just tried to play a square drive. There's a bit of bounce and nick through to an easy catch there. Bubba catching that at slip, but yeah, just really it was a bit of an innocuous delivery and just a bit of a brain fade, as I said, from Davey Warner.
So Pakistan do get to celebrate a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives and putting in a real late push there to become the king bowler of the match, or the session at least, for Johnny King. Gianni King, the king of commercial cleaning, franchise is available. Salmon gets himself in the book. And look, he didn't take a wicket across 40 overs last week at Perth, Bharat Sunderasen, but a big one here in Warner, who looked much better in the second hour than the first. Now he's gone.
And very good catch as well from Babar Azam. We saw a sitter go down earlier from Abdullah Shafiq. This was travelling, sharp. Got it just over his forehead. So good reflexes from him at first slip. Yeah, like Bucky said, it came from nowhere. I think he went for the line, didn't he? Saw it was a little wide, chased it. Maybe he thought it was stumps or time for lunch as well. So maybe just tuned out. And these things can happen, can't they, when you think, oh, it's lunch break? Oh, no, it's not, one more over. And I think that felt like it, the way he played that shot.
Yeah, he just probably wasn't clear on what he needed to do. He just needed to get through that last over, and that's a ball outside off stump. Just let it go. Wait for him to bowl an easy one. You can knock into the gap, get down the other end. But, yeah, maybe he just got a little bit rushed with it all and didn't have clear thinking.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, that Khawaja saw off the end of that over, playing defensively, thinking he was playing for the break, and instead there's a Macca's catch of the summer contender from Babar Azam. Clean bowl your taste buds with the chicken Big Mac. And yes, the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts, has an entry in the wicket column, 1 for 90. So as we go to the break, Usman Khawaja, 36 not out from 80 balls, and they fall 5 balls short of batting through the session. David Warner, the 1 wicket to fall for 38 from 83 balls, caught Babar Azam and from the bowling of Aga Salman, his first wicket of the series. So we're in the lunch break for Camplify. It pays to share. If you're coming along to the MCG today or any day during the match, listen to every ball live from our call. No delay on SEN Stadium. Simply download the SEN app and follow the prompts on the app once in the stadium. Bucky, thanks to you. Bharat, thanks to you. We'll see you for the lunch break quiz in about 25 minutes from now. It'll be Gerard Whateley on the other side of the break. Australia, after being sent in at lunch on day 1 on Boxing Day, 1 for 90.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon Utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Gianni King.
For 30 years, Gianni King has offered fantastic commercial cleaning franchise opportunities, helping hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers.
Gianni King, the King of Clean.
Visit gianniking.com.au.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George.
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
Do you own a caravan and, like most of us, only use it for a few weeks over the holidays? Camplify, Australia's #1 van sharing platform, can help you earn money from your van when you're not using it. Camplify has helped thousands of other Aussies just like you safely rent out their van, earning tens of thousands of dollars each year. Listing your van is quick and easy, so head to camplify.com.au and see why it pays to share with Camplify. Camplify.com.au.
Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open till 7 p.m. tonight. Plus, for today only, spend $250 or more on selected products and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. That's right. Race in and score huge clearance deals store-wide. Plus, today only, get 10% of your purchase price in bonus gift cards when you spend $250 or more on selected products. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 p.m. tonight. Be there. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. Trading hours may vary.
Are you ready to take your golf game to the next level? Look no further than the House of Golf, your one-stop shop for all things golf. They're dedicated to being the champions of your game. Visit them in store or online at thehouseofgolf.com.au.
Is it finally time to get that deck done?
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Merbu decking is only $9.35 per metre. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. And if you want 24-hour delivery, guess what?
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT. Robot Building Supplies.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Over last ball of it. Warner edges. Missed it first slip. It took the outside edge. It flew to first. And it has been grunt.
Here's Hassan. Gives it to Warner. Short. He pulls away. No one at square leg. It races out to the rope, to the punt road end. Boundary signalled by umpire Joel Wilson. New over begins and driving down the ground. Elegantly is Khawaja. Hitting straight through the line of the ball. Salman bowls round the wicket to Warner. And he's caught it slip. They've got the extra over in and they've made it count straight away. Warner looking for the booming drive straight into the hands of Shafiq at slip.
The Lunch Break. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now.
Pakistan won the toss, sent Australia in, and after 2 hours, Australia is 1 for 90. Warner dismissed there. They brought on the lunch break. He was 38, and Usman Khawaja is unbeaten on 36. It's the lunch break for Camplify. It pays to share. On the bowling front, Agar Salman, the wicket taker, 1.1 overs, 1 for 2. Afridi, 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 30. Hamza, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Hassan, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. And Amir Jamal, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Simon Katich is in place. Our Red Energy expert. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. Kat, hello.
Good afternoon, Gerard.
What a funny twist at the end of the session is for all the world, Australia had got to the stroke of 12 o'clock, but they were a couple of seconds short, forced for the new over, and first ball, Warner falls.
Well, I think it's a great sign that, one, they wanted to bowl that extra over because they understand, the bowling team always understands, they've got more to gain than the batsmen. So great that they had that intent, and they needed to because in Perth we saw their over rate, it was poor. And they ended up losing World Test Championship points on the back of that. But I think in this situation here, it was great to see some spin introduced, and Nathan Lyon will be licking his lips because there was a bit of turn there. There will be some good bounce for him, as he always gets. And that's probably the area that Pakistan have lacked, is that when you look at the two attacks, by not having a specialist spinner, although Salman was pretty good in Perth, he did his job, but he's not a genuine frontline spinner. He's more of an all-rounder that bowls handy off spin. So whether they obviously use him for a little period after lunch now, with Labuschagne coming in, that'll be interesting to see. But I thought their quicks were pretty good early. They obviously missed that opportunity, which set them back because that was an opportunity to really try and do some early damage with the new ball when it was swinging around and a little bit of seam movement. But once again, Shaheen Shah Afridi, economical first spell. I think he went for about 9 off his first 5 overs, and then he's now, number 30 off 8. So, and just the worrying signs for me, the pace and then the lack of control in terms of his lines. So hard to build up pressure at stages 2 in the back end of that first session because they had a deep point, a deep square leg, and that's the other concerning thing. Shah Massoud's young in his captaincy career for Pakistan, and that's probably the other sign because square of the wicket here, you actually want the batsman hitting back down the ground on a wicket like this that's just holding a little bit and there's some seam movement, a little bit of swing. So they haven't quite got it all right, but some encouraging signs there with that wicket before the break.
So the signature moment of the session came last ball of the third over. Afridi, who's found his line after just taking a little while to do so. He beats the outside edge of Warner on the second last ball of the over and then gets the edge, a ball that gently flies to first slip, and Abdullah Shafiq somehow or another manages to drop it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that, it happens, no one means to do it. Shafiq, it's just one of those things where he just didn't get his, obviously, hands wrapped around the ball, and it sort of hit almost palm up towards, the higher part of his, almost near his wrist. But when looking at the replay, I thought, maybe the ball might have just dipped a little bit on him, but it hadn't. It should have gone in cleanly. And even the pace it went at, I think he was standing 22 metres back from David Warner, so he's got good time to see it and read it and all of that. So it's a huge loss, that, in terms of the opportunity for Pakistan to make early inroads and then get stuck into Labuschagne, who missed out in the first innings in Perth.
The unanswerable is what would have happened, because that was the most challenging 25 minutes, is both Warner and Khawaja were repeatedly beaten outside on the outside edge. They were moving themselves forward to try to counter the swing that was happening. That was the toughest period to bat, and it should have resulted in wickets.
It should have, and I think, having seen a few of the pitch maps floating around on the TV coverage, it just looked like they're probably a foot short of where they needed to be with their lengths consistently. And that's probably the challenge that Shah Massoud's got, because he's the man that's at mid-off and he's talking to the bowlers every ball, but he's still relatively inexperienced in the role. But even his positioning, I mentioned it earlier in the first half an hour of play, is that he's getting very, very close at mid-off. And I think subconsciously fast bowlers, when they see the mid-off and the mid-on getting that close early on, they're reluctant to pitch the ball up. And when I'm saying a foot, they'll probably feel like they're almost having to bowl a half volley. But when you go back to the Perth test, Usman Khawaja nicked a ball that was almost hit the popping crease because his footwork early on wasn't going beyond the crease. And he's getting caught squaring up to balls that are swinging away. And that's the length that they had to hit here today, with probably more movement than we saw in Perth. But they didn't consistently do that, if at all. And sometimes you have to, be prepared to get driven here at the MCG by a genuine half volley. And that'll happen from time to time. But to get the nicks, you have to lure them in early to play those swinging balls.
So this has been a pitch and a session that has netted 3 and 4 wickets in recent Boxing Days. You never know these things, but it felt like Australia would have been taking those wickets with the. So Flem mentioned significantly more swing this year than there had been on previous Boxing Days. There was plenty there.
Yeah, look, I haven't seen the actual figures for the degrees of swing, but I think if to the naked eye it looked like there was a fair bit out there. And also, I guess the big thing is that when you compare these two attacks, yes, the Pakistan attack is inexperienced. They've obviously got the young kid Jamal playing in his second test. Amir Hamza's only, coming in for his fourth test, and he's been in the wilderness for a bit. But we talked about it last week in Perth, and it's the same here. Australia's attack's got far more airspeed, and the batsmen are having to make quicker decisions and tougher decisions because they're getting hit hard with pace and just areas on the wicket that are challenging. We know Pat Cummins and Hazelwood hit a little, almost a handkerchief area on the wicket that's on and around the top of off stump, and that's why they're so good. And then Stark's a totally different challenge. But this Pakistan attack today, it's military medium pace at times. It's like, I think Jamal got the best about 136 Ks. That's not quick at test level. So most of the Australian batsmen are comfortable facing that. They probably face that at first class level, let alone at test level.
What do we think of the Warner innings, which ends after 83 balls? Caught Baba bowled Salman for 38.
Well, it was almost like a few years ago when he got caught off the no ball and ended up getting the ton.
Yeah.
Albeit there, he'd scored, I think, 99 when he got out to the no ball. But today, he should have been walking back to the pavilion for 2. That's a regulation chance at test level. It didn't get taken, and he looked like he was going to make them pay. He started to settle in and play some nice shots square of the wicket. They were giving him a fair bit of width and sort of length to work with. But in the end, Salmon struck nicely just before lunch there, and he's back for 38. But, he had a bit of luck today.
Khawaja, he's 36. He's got 5 boundaries in that.
Yeah, look, it's like going to the beach when it's rough weather. He's just swimming between the flags. Stays in the safe area, and his safe area is making sure that he's sort of waiting for the bowlers to come to him. He's not playing too extravagantly. He'll clip them when they get a bit too straight. He's played a couple of nice fine leg glances. When they've got short, that's his bread and butter, and he'll put that away for fun. But anything that's been fuller and closer to the stumps, he's been circumspect, and you haven't really seen him play too many big flashy cover drives because he knows that's not really the shot for these conditions at the moment. I think we'll see him expand later, as we saw in Perth once he got settled, but so far he's done exactly what the role required, and he's laid a platform now for Australia to have a dominant first innings.
Is he the player of the day, thanks to Bingley?
I think so. Yeah, he's still there, and he's after the way he played in Perth with the 40 and the 90, he could be on track to big 3 figures.
What happens now? So I found the right app has no rain coming to the MCG through the hours of play. There is still rain forecast. The radar has it circling Melbourne rather than necessarily landing. So if we were to cross our fingers, we'd get the full day's play. Where are we? What happens next?
Well, I think the question for Pakistan will be, with Labuschagne coming out, will they continue with the off-spin? He's obviously got to finish his over, and that will happen. But whether they think maybe he's an attacking option early on, particularly with Khawaja still being at the crease. And I guess the other big question will be who starts at the other end to build up pressure, because that's the one thing that they haven't really been able to do so far in this series is really lock down both ends for a good 30 to 40 minutes of play and just see how Australia respond. Australia have been able to weather the storm for maybe 15, 20 minutes here or there. Pakistan have got to find a couple of combos now with their bowling attack to be able to do that, to be able to go, I think Buck mentioned it earlier, try and get a couple of breakthroughs, and all of a sudden the scoreboard could look completely different at 3 for 100.
That's the wrap of the Australian team for Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. Kat, thank you. Australia 1 for 90 at lunch. The current crowd is 57,175. So 34,000 in for the first ball, 57,000 in at lunch. Every day on SEN Test Crickets across the summer, we are giving away a $100 Liquorland voucher to recognise those who live and breathe local cricket. You can enter now at iCanWin.com.au. One such fellow is Ben Pryor from the East Sandringham Cricket Club. Hello to you, Ben.
Hey, Gerard, how you going?
I'm well. Merry Christmas to you. Tell me about your connection to your cricket club.
Well, I played East Sandringham Cricket Club, and I've played there since I was about 10 years old, and now playing the seniors there. So love the club and have always been around it.
What do you do, Ben? Are you a batter, a bowler? What's your specialty?
Keep a batsman at the moment. Certainly not a bowler. How's the summer treated you so far? Not too bad. We've a bit of a transition period at the club. We've probably got a one's age of about 23, the average. We've had a few blokes retire. So we're struggling a little bit, but we've got a good young core there that love the club.
Who are the key people at your club, Ben, who we should recognise today as our local legends?
I mean, the president, Scott Campbell, there's so much work that I probably didn't realise until I've gotten a bit older. Behind the scenes, get the club running on a Saturday, doing all the work, getting the food prep, behind the bar all day. He does a mountain of work and probably doesn't get enough recognition.
What's the tea specialty at East Sandringham?
A bit of a make-your-own spread, ham, chicken, rolls, and then also the classic party pies, sausage rolls sort of get up.
It's a day where we remember Shane Warne. He's so close to our thoughts, and he's got a little bit of heritage with East Sandringham, doesn't he?
Yeah, so he played all his juniors at East Sandringham, and obviously I think he played junior footy at the East Sandringham Footy Club as well. Now the ground we play at is named the Shane Warne Oval, which happened this year, which is great recognition. So he was obviously a pretty big part. He came back, played a couple games a few years ago. And yeah, obviously big connection. The club, obviously, big day for the club and big day for the family.
Yeah, that's a story beautifully remembered on this day in particular. Ben, terrific. Thanks for sharing a bit of the East Sandringham Cricket Club with us, and congratulations.
Thanks, Gerard. Appreciate it.
Good on you. Ben Pryor there, keeper batter. Visit your local Liquorland for a winning selection of drinks. Choose to drink wise for your chance to win a $100 Liquorland voucher. Enter at iCanWin.com.au. Australia 1 for 90. Khawaja 36. Salman took the wicket right on the stroke of lunch. He's got the figures of 1 for 2. This is the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Camplify. It pays to share. Up next, Colo and Bharat with the quiz. 1300 736 736 to test your wits against Chris Rogers. So one contestant right now, 1300 736 736. The theme is Boxing Day throughout the years. This is SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal. Home loans and investments with Hijaz.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
McCafe. It's the place where rich iced lattes and cool iced mochas go to chill out. Drive through for a barista-made ice-cold coffee at McCafe today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. Long drive ahead? Make sure you check your tread. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Do you own a caravan and, like most of us, only use it for a few weeks over the holidays? Camplify, Australia's #1 van sharing platform, can help you earn money from your van when you're not using it. Camplify has helped thousands of other Aussies just like you safely rent out their van, earning tens of thousands of dollars each year. Listing your van is quick and easy, so head to camplify.com.au and see why it pays to share with Camplify. Camplify.com.au.
The Boxing Day sales event starts tomorrow at Mercedes-Benz Whateley. Unwrap the ultimate luxury with certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. The Boxing Day sales event starts tomorrow at Mercedes-Benz Whateley and is not to be missed. 769 Springvale Road. An easy 8 minutes from Chadstone.
On my way.
Licence 578.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian-owned and operated with over 30 years' experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full-range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open till 7 p.m. tonight. Plus, for today only, spend $250 or more on selected products and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. That's right. Race in and score huge clearance deals store-wide. Plus, today only, get 10% of your purchase price in bonus gift cards when you spend $250 or more on selected products. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 p.m. tonight. Be there. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. Trading hours may vary.
Nothing
says Aussie summer, like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger, and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Henley Mortgage Fund, $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
It's the lunch break for Camplify. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now. And that jingle means one thing. We're back on the Colo and Baz lunchtime quiz. Baz, Boxing Day. I'm excited.
Yep, very excited.
Okay, we're in the group. We've got Chris Rogers with us. I think from memory you had a strong win the last time you were in this chair.
I think I've only ever been invited one time, Colo, and it was a solid win. Solid W.
Can you back it up today? You're up against Tony from the Gold Coast. Are you there, Tony? Do you read us?
I've got you. Got you loud and clear.
Outstanding. Merry Christmas to you. The prize today is a $100 Gazman voucher if you can beat Bucky. So nice incentive there. It's a simple game. 5 questions. You jump in first, fastest finger first, I think they used to say, wasn't it? You'll be Bucky, you'll be your buzzer, Chris, and Tony, yours will naturally be Tony. And the theme today is Boxing Day over the decade. So there'll be a question relating to 10 years ago, 20 years ago, etc., etc. Ready to roll, Chris?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do this. First question. 10 years ago, Chris Rogers made 61 and 116 in a low-scoring come-from-behind victory over England. But who was player of the match?
Tony.
Tony. First crack here.
Damien Fleming.
No, Fleming hung the boots up well before 2013, which was 10 years ago. Bucky, who was player of the match when you should have been?
It was Mitch Johnson.
It was Mitch. He did take 8 wickets, but there's always one that stood out to me, that low-scoring game, come from behind. Bucky makes 100 after 60-odd.
The players give a jacket for the player of the match, and I was lucky enough to get that one. So I was pretty happy, but might have been a little bit filthy about that decision.
Rectified today on Boxing Day. You're 1-0 up. Baz, question 2.
Yeah, Mick Johnson, good podcast as well. Second question. Virender Sehwag made a staggering 195 on Boxing Day in 2003. He hit 25 fours and 5 sixes. But which Australian eventually dismissed him?
Tony.
Tony, who got Sehwag for 195 on Boxing Day 20 years ago?
Let's just go with Shane Warne.
Wasn't Warney. He was still around and about, but he wasn't playing that series in 03-04. Bucky, which Australian got Virender Sehwag out for 195?
Don't know if he was even playing, but no, it wouldn't have been him. I was going to say Damien Fleming because he's been in the box with us. But no, I will go
5, 4.
Stuart Clark.
Neither of you get the points. Baz, who was it?
He was in the box, Simon Katich. Full toss.
Caught down.
I was on the right. I was on the right.
Caught in front of the by Nathan Bracken from a full toss. Got Sehwag trying to bring up his double with a 6. Question 3 is 30 years ago, when South Africa came to Melbourne for their first Test match here since readmission. It turned into a rainy draw. They only got on at 5 o'clock on Boxing Day. Which Australian opener was player of the match for his 170, which took 4 days to make in the rain? Tony.
30 years ago.
3, 2, 1.
Langer.
It's not Justin Langer. Bucky, who was opening the batting for Australia in 1993 on Boxing Day? 50% chance.
Who batted at that pace? I'd say Mark Taylor.
2-0 Buck with 2 to play. This is going to take the reverse singles here from Tony to get back to parity. 40 years ago, over to you, Baz.
Yeah, 40 years ago. Come on, Tony. This is like the Ashes 2023 comeback. a Victorian, of course, played a marathon innings in this fixture against Pakistan in 1983. He batted for an extraordinary 716 minutes, the fourth longest ever for Australia. Who was it?
Tony.
Tony, can you get back in it here?
Let's have a crack at Dean Jones.
It wasn't Dino. He hadn't quite made his test debut by 1983. Bucky, who batted for 716 minutes here against Pakistan in 1983. 5, 4, Victorian, 3. You probably know him. 2, left-hander.
Bill Laurie.
Bill was gone for 13 years by that point. I'm sorry. Graham Yallop is 268.
Sorry.
So 2-0. So technically speaking, you can't win, Tony, but let's call this double points.
Yeah.
Question 5, double points. If you pull level, you're getting the chocolates or the $100 Gazman voucher, as it were. Question 5. Okay, technically speaking, the Boxing Day Test match started in 1980. So we're going back before that to 1973, but a 29 December start. So it was within the range that we like here. 2 players made centuries for Australia against Pakistan after being told they were dropped for the next test at Sydney. They put on 270 together for the second wicket. Name one of them.
Tony.
Tony's got in first, fastest finger first.
Let's just go with Bill Laurie.
It wasn't Bill Laurie. Bill Laurie was dropped in early 1971. Bucky.
John Benaud.
Bucky, outstanding. John Benaud, 142. Paul Sheehan, 127. The Victorian, they put on 270 for the second wicket after both of them were told they were dropped for the next test match. John Benaud spoke to Greg Baum, a beautiful piece in The Age about that during the week. Tony, you haven't won the quiz. You've lost 3-0 to Bucky, but you win the Gazman voucher anyway. Is that how it works? $100 thanks to Gazman. Thanks for being part of it. Thanks for calling in. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Sorry, Tone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Boxing Day's never been my strong suit.
Wonderful to have you part of it again as well. Bucky, will have you through the course of the week.
2-0, Bucky,
sure.
2-0.
Baz, we'll be back tomorrow, see who we can beat then. This has been the lunch break for Camplify. It pays to share. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes build with confidence. We're back after the break. Gerard Whateley for the first ball of the middle session. Australia resuming at 1 for 90.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Shop sales right up till the stroke of midnight this Boxing Day at High Point. Open right up until midnight tonight. More info at highpoint.com.au.
Hello there. Pretty cactus around most of the major shopping centres at this stage of the afternoon. Rosamond Road, Gordon Street, Valley Road, a mess in and around High Point, as is the Princess Highway and Chadstone. Approaching Chatty there. The DFO Moorabbin is copying it mainly along St Dandenong Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Oz Lotto is giving you the chance to win $90 million. There's still time to grab a ticket for tonight's jackpot. Enter in-store, online or on the Lot app before 8:30 tonight. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
I'm just going to go to the bar. Do you want another one?
What, now? No, something's going to happen here, mate. He's peppering his off stump.
Won't be long this time. Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, no, what happened? Was that a wicket?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Merbu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. Robot Building Supplies supplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's Best Super Fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open till 7 p.m. tonight. Plus, for today only, spend $250 or more on selected products and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. That's right. Race in and score huge clearance deals store-wide. Plus, today only, get 10% of your purchase price in bonus gift cards when you spend $250 or more on selected products. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 p.m. tonight. Be there. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. Trading hours may vary.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Work Blocker Karen Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work.
Cricket's most festive day at the MCG. Australia 1 for 90. Lunch brought on by the Dave Warner wicket. Caught bowled Salman for 38. It's 1 for 90. Khawaja's 36. Marnus Labuschagne has emerged in the sleeveless cable knit. He's taking strike at the Shane Warner end of the ground. Gerard Whateley with you. Ian Smith is by my side. Hello, Smithy.
Good afternoon, Gerard. Good afternoon to our listeners. Yeah, wasn't it? It was almost, really, did that just happen, David Warner getting out? Because it looked, for all intents and purposes, Australia would own that session and not lose a wicket. Pakistan did not bowl that well. They did not field that well. And Australia looked like they were just setting up for a long, long day, particularly those two, as they did in Perth. But no, they finally held on to one. David Warner chased width, and now we've seen Marnus out fresh after lunch, and he'll enjoy this, I'm pretty sure.
It was an odd sequence of events. I feel like Warner thought he'd made it to the stroke of the clock where he'd been walking off, not to be. Clever haste shown by Pakistan, and then an injudicious shot sort of immediately. It was an odd moment. Slip, leg, slip, short leg, deep square. Salman bowls to Labuschagne, who's forward and turning immediately to mid-wicket, and he picks up his first run. With the gap that's been presented, having the sweeper in the deep.
Shouldn't have bowled at all, really, Salman, in those conditions. So he was only there, I think, out of frustration and trying something different, as you do, just prior to lunch. But he shouldn't have bowled, and the four-seamers should really have gone right through there and done a lot more damage than they did. But the short spell that he had, and it was very short, he got bounce. Not a lot of turn, but bounce.
For Khawaja, there is a slip. The short leg has come out. It's been sent to backward square. What are they going to do here? They'll have two slips. So the keeper and two slips of the deep backward square. Khawaja plays back, lets it pass.
I don't mind that field, actually. While Khawaja's looking to get set again, it'll take him a while. So on that bounce, they're looking at the ball to bat, leap off the surface and maybe catch the shoulder of the bat, maybe a glove, and that's why they've got the two catches.
And around the wickets, Khawaja watches it go by. Collection of pigeons down wide of mid-on in honour of Bill Laurie. Shane Warne over on the stands on the far side, and Bill Laurie well represented down on the field. Qadir is back and playing the ball to point and not get a run.
not a bad view, is it, when you're...
It's so beautiful.
Boxing Day, the MCG, it's just... Look out these windows here. We are so privileged.
Salmon bowls. Khawaja covers the stumps and strokes back to the bowler. So 1 for 91 at the end of the over. The weather update for Rainbird, leader in irrigation for more than 90 years. And I've got the right radar going that has the rain going all around the MCG rather than hitting it. There's plenty of rain in bands above and below Melbourne, but you can plot a course to keep it clear, and I found the right app, which has dry weather through until 7 o'clock, which would give us the full day's play with our fingers crossed. And if you are heading to the G throughout this test, particularly on Boxing Day, wear your floppiest hat, as Cricket Australia and the Shane Warne Legacy offer free heart health tests around the G days 1 to 4 at 3:50 p.m. And each day of the test, we'll tip our floppy hats to Warnie. It's been beautifully remembered in all sorts of different ways. Jackson and Summer were in the box with us a little earlier. Shaheen Shah Afridi has the ball after the lunch break. He's in operation from the southern end. Should have had the wicket at Warner early on. Instead, 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 30. 3 slips in for Labuschagne. Gully point, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg. Afridi over the wicket, bowls into the pads of Labuschagne, and he flicks it away. Beautiful timing. 4 to the umpire at square. The chase is on in the deep. Hassan Ali from a long way back gets to the balls. It pulls up a metre inside the rope. And they'll come back for 3. He looks busy, Labuschagne.
He does, but he's allowed to be busy because they've bowled 2 deliveries at him, both into his pads, and he scored runs off both of them. So a really nice, comfortable start for Marnus Labuschagne. Shaheen Afridi has to fire up. He has to get outside Labuschagne's off stump. If he can get some swing with this ball still just after lunch, that would be a great advantage as well. But he's just got to get off the pads. He's got no fielders on that side, on the onside. He's got to bowl across him and give himself a chance. Really do have to have a good hour here, Pakistan, if they're to get back into the series.
Khawaja has the strike, leading run scorer in the calendar year. He fronts up to Afridi and he's leaving outside the off stump. So beyond the 1,200 threshold, Khawaja in this innings. It's the 13th test match that he has played. He's averaging 57, 3 centuries, 6 half centuries along the way, and he's the only player in 4 figures around the world.
Takes such pride in his wicket. He's a classic example to young players who want to play test cricket at the top of the order. Sell your wicket dearly. Put a very high price on it. Play within those limitations that you've got. He's got all the shots, but he only uses them judiciously.
Khawaja is defending the ball to leg. 2,775 balls he's faced in 2023 in Test cricket.
He's faced... There is a stat flying around about he's faced close to the South African team in entirety.
I think he's about to tick past it. I've got it scribbled down somewhere. I'll find it while we're chatting.
It's appalling.
It is.
But brilliant at the same time.
That's right. It is in equal parts. I agree entirely. It is a list loaded for Australia, given that it's the only nation that's played double figures tests this year. Khawaja is forward and defending again. So Labuschagne, Khawaja 1,204, Head 902, and Smith 853. Then Joe Root, who's played 8 tests for 787 runs, and he's averaging 65.5. So that's significantly better than Khawaja's 57, Head's 47, and Smith's 43. And then it's Labuschagne at 5, 740 runs at 35, with just the 1 century. So I think he'd be disappointed with his returns across the year. Notwithstanding that he's in the top 5 run scorers. Khawaja from his toes on the full ball plays it out to mid-off, no run.
In the foyer, leaving the hotel this morning, we were staying at the same hotel as the Australian team, and I was just sitting with Michael Vaughan waiting for our ride to come, and young lady came down pushing the pram, and not long after that, Marnus Labuschagne was his wife and child. And Marnus was setting off to the ground, it looked like. Had a bat under his arm.
Everywhere he goes. Khawaja readies himself. Afridi bowls to him, and that's very wide. totally uninterested Khawaja. At the end of the over, it's 1 for 94 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Are you ready to take your golf game to the next level? Look no further than the House of Golf, your one-stop shop for all things golf. They're dedicated to being the champions of your game. Visit them in store or online at thehouseofgolf.com.au.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered comprehensive, tailored cleaning services for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes build with confidence. Australia 1 for 94 after being sent into bat. Khawaja is 36, Labuschagne is 4. Salman finished his over that stretched across the lunch break, and he has now been replaced at the members' end by Hassan Ali.
I think this is a good move, Gerard. I do. While Salman got the wicket, I think it's time to go back to your strength. And your strength is your pace quartet. They've just got to get it right. And now at least they've got a right-hander to bowl to. They were way off radar to the left-handers generally.
Hassan, 5 overs, 1 maiden at none for 11. He bowls to Labuschagne, who stands upright in his defence. 3 slips employed. How did you spend Christmas Day in Melbourne, Fleming?
Very quiet with Mrs. Smith. She flew over from New Zealand, so we found an English hotel which served traditional English Christmas fare.
Yes.
So had some. A couple of bevies. About it at my age.
Wasn't really an afternoon for a stroll, was it? Labuschagne from his pads defends to mid-wicket, no run.
It was not. Great day for the Ubers and the taxis, I would imagine, around Melbourne yesterday, but enjoyable. Enjoyable. The whole time, you know, if you're involved in working or playing at the MCG the next day, that's your focus. You know, and I spent quite a lot of time, you know, yesterday thinking about today and how it might unfold and what you're going to talk about, sort of those sorts of things, and it does dominate the thinking. This test in particular.
Hassan over the wicket, bowls. Labuschagne leaves the ball that shapes away.
Pakistan have got to be so accurate now because they've got the 2 best levers probably in the Australian lineup here, in terms of leaving good line and length. So it makes you demand even more out of yourself. We talk about the amount of deliveries that Khawaja is patient through. Well, Labuschagne can equal that at the other end. So they've got to be demanding. They've got to get line and length absolutely spot on to bring that slip cord and that gully, that keeper into play.
Just things a little unsettled. The side screen down below us at the members' ends. Labuschagne called off Hassan, but now on the runway he comes. Hassan bowls and Labuschagne leaves. Exactly as Smithy forecast.
What about you, Gerard?
So we had the 20 plus at home.
Wow.
Yeah, big catering affair. So
what was your job?
So I do the turkey and the ham. So years of experience starting to serve me better. I cooked the ham the day before.
Right.
Which was a good play. But we had a little mix-up with Paul the butcher, who's a great man in our neighbourhood. We ordered the 8-kilo turkey, and I went to collect it. It was 8-kilo ham.
Oh my God!
That's not going to do. Hassan bowls. Labuschagne drives out forward of point. Didn't get all of it. It squirts beyond the midfield, the infield, and Khawaja sends him back. So 1 taken, 1 for 95. So they had to hunt around and find us a turkey, which they did, which was the best part of 11 kilos.
Oh my God, that is a big turkey.
Yeah. So Steve said to me, "Do you think it'll fit into the oven?" I said, "Oh, I've got no idea. I'm looking at this huge bird. I'm more worried about carrying it to the car." Anyway, so I thought I had to get the bird in by really before 8 o'clock in the morning. So did the stuffing the night before, had it all ready to go. Squeezed it into the oven. It's touching both sides of the oven. So there's going to be a fair clean-up job here by the time we get it. And usually the stuffing you make, you don't get all the stuffing into the carcass. It all fitted in with room to spare. So anyway, it's cooking away through the 4.5 hours, and I've got the internal thermometer thinking, God, the last thing I want to do is poison the whole family. And it was so big I couldn't get it out of the dish to carve. So I had to carve it in the foil tray. Khawaja is playing from the stumps and defending back to the bowler. So I'm no chef, but I take this task on with relish. But the degree of difficulty was significantly increased with a bird that big.
End result, happy?
Very happy.
Good.
Very happy, as were all of our patrons. No one had a bad word to say. Yeah. I think they all knew it wasn't the right time to share a bad word if there were any negatives.
Oh, that's delightful.
So all of you who cooked the turkey yesterday, I salute you one and all. 1 for 96. Khawaja struck on the pads, but it was tailing down leg. It trickles away near square leg. A leg bye taken. 1 for 97. Australia. 0433 98 11 16 to correspond with us for Tyre Power, your Christmas lunch successes and failures from yesterday, or the total lack of backyard cricket.
Is it finally time to get that deck done?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Merbu decking is only $9.35 per metre. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. And if you want 24-hour delivery, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
This session of play for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Afridi bowls. Khawaja neatly tucks him away to square and takes a single. 1 for 98. Khawaja is ticking it along. He is on 38. Gerard, Whateley and Ian Smith with you at the MCG. We've got the lunchtime crowd, Smithy, was 57,175. Probably on its way to 70 or thereabouts.
Last 2 times Pakistan have played here, I believe it's been in excess of 60,000. So that's a good sign, and I think the confidence has come with the weather too. It hasn't looked like raining. He says finding anything wooden in the box that he can touch, but all going well. Full day's play today.
3 slips in. Lavishane's on 5. Afridi bowls and Labashane plays him away, beats the fielder at mid-wicket and helps himself to runs. Yeah. Hamza is out, but he won't be able to keep it to any fewer than 3 as Khawaja scurries back. And they are feeding Labashane something better than Turkey at the moment. He's on 8 as Australia goes past the 100 mark in the 31st over.
3 scoring shots, 3 through the onside. Easy for Marnus Labashane. Can't dream of anything better. You sweat over lunch, knowing you're going to face the first ball after lunch. You know you're in the action, wondering what you're going to get. And they've delivered nothing that he should be worried about to this point. So frustration from Shaheen Shah Afridi, who is their champion, the one we all look to inspire their bowling attack in this series. He's short of his best.
Stands under the Shane Warne stands. And bowls now to Khawaja, short down the leg side. Rizwan is sure it was feathered through. Afridi's less certain. Mohammad Rizwan he's enthusiastic. He's going to get shaken away by his teammates.
He's conceded 12 byes in the first session, which no keeper likes. In the first session of a test match, no one likes that. And 8 of them he couldn't get with yours and my forearms joined together. He couldn't have got a glove on. So Michael Goff, I thought the umpire was severe on him there. So I'm looking for anything to make my day better.
I did think of you on a couple of those. Oh, come on, just signal the wides, put it on the bowler. Afridi to Khawaja well outside the off stump this time. So just the mixture of what Afridi's had his moments, but just not enough of them and not consistently.
No, it's far from it. I mean, this is a world-class bowler who, at his best, and he's down on pace as well, and that's probably a reflection of the accuracy side of things. He's down on pace, which means he's probably just not confident in the whole process at the moment. And the end result is a reflection of that as well. It's just all over the joint by his high standards.
Afridi searches for something better. Khawaja is leaving. It's a tight leave to the off stump. When the squad was announced and we saw what was missing, and there was the mixture of, what Simon Katich has called military medium, and that's exactly how it looks, is everything sits on the shoulders of Afridi for the firepower to give them a chance. It's a mantle that he hasn't been able to meet yet. He's at 134.5 with his previous delivery. This one comes to Khawaja, who tickles him away to mid-wicket, no run. 4 from the over. 1 for 101 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Iconic, surprising, adaptive, award-winning. The Hyundai i30 is truly remarkable. But when it comes to its evolution as the sporty new i30 sedan, featuring a sleek new design, elevated suite of tech, and driver-focused interior, remarkable is just the start. The 2024 Hyundai i30 sedan. Available now from $31,990 drive away. Visit hyundai.com.au or your local showroom.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Australia 1 for 101. Khawaja's 38. Labuschagne has the strike. He's on 8. Hassan begins the over outside the off stump. Some of the correspondence we've got, Daz in Geelong. Some heavy rain coming to the G within the hour. No, we're only taking positive texts, Daz, so that's to be ignored. Celebrating my 21st at the G, listening to your commentary while watching in the members' stands. Gabe from Wollongong in New South Wales. Gabe, what a great way to spend your 21st. You're one of ours. Qadir has made it from WA for his first Boxing Day test. Hassan over the wicket bowls. Labuschagne wants none of that outside the off stump. I got here for the first ball, no worries. That included teeing it up with the missus, booking annual leave, arranging flights and accommodation, packing my own emu exports to enjoy yesterday for Christmas. Keep the tradition. That's lovely.
Oh, he got part one, didn't he? That included teeing it up with the missus.
Good work. And I like this. Hi, Sharon. Good news. No need to come into the office to collect your holiday rental keys today. We've left them in the... I won't read the specifics of that. Just try sending that again, but not to us. Labuschagne leaves outside the off stump. It's like eavesdropping, those ones. I love Smithy when... in the 9 till 12 when you get the texts that are actually intended for other radio stations that are talking terribly important things in the real world like politics and war and the like, and you just get that stray text that was meant for Neil or for Virginia and it comes across and make me laugh every time. Hassan bowls over the wicket, full edged. Labuschagne gets away with it, a false stroke. Out in front of Gully, down to third. The race is on into the deep. They'll have 2 and come back for a third as the relay throw comes in. Labuschagne to double figures. He's on 11.
Well, isn't it amazing what can happen if you bowl line and length outside off stump? You can create uncertainty. OK, you didn't get the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne, but that is the first delivery that he thinks twice about. Genuine outside edge. He's played in front of his pads because the length was spot on, and he could not control that delivery. Didn't do a heck of a lot, but it was pitched in exactly the right test match length spot.
2 slips and a gully in place when Khawaja has the strike. Hassan bowls to him and Khawaja's uninterested. Well outside the off stump. He's lacking that capacity for 3 or 4 in a row. Bar Afridi's third over where he got the 2 in line for Warner. Missed the nick the first time, drew it the second time, and the catch was inexplicably fumbled at first slip. The cloud massing overhead. Sort of day that gives a little bit of everything in Melbourne. The breeze blowing across the ground. Hassan in full. Turned away off the toes by Khawaja. Forward of mid-wickets. It runs down to the punt road ends. They have 2. They come for 1 on the throw. They will. Khawaja advances to 41. Australia's 1 for 107. And that is the end of the over on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
20 minutes after lunch, safely navigated by Australia. 1 for 107. Khawaja is 41. Labuschagne is 11. Ian Smith's on duty. Simon Katich in to join him in the experts' chair. In place living. creating homes for people to create memories. Khawaja to see the first ball of Afridi's next over. And he's laying the dead bat painted to point, no run. Cat, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Gerard and Smithy, all our listeners.
Labuschagne made a bold start.
Yeah, well, you were talking about him getting fed turkey earlier. I reckon he was straight to dessert and getting the plum pudding, because he got a full bunger from Shaheen Afridi to start proceedings, and he clipped nicely through square leg. And interesting tactics from Pakistan.
Two in the deep on the leg side, with Afridi bowling to Khawaja, who squeezes the ball out to square leg. And he's going to add one to a total that stands at 108.
There's a run he shouldn't have got. It was an inside edge. Off his pad as well. Dribbles out to square leg, and square leg's back on a pull shot. And how many of those we've seen today? It's just an illustration to me of bowler captain perhaps not being on the same wavelength.
Yeah, spot on. Even in that first session, they dropped backward point for David Warner very early in the piece, and it's not really an area you want to be feeding to him anyway, width, because he wants width to throw his hands through the ball. And even with Khawaja there, you want to drag him onto the front foot. They did, and you know, you got deep square leg back. They're not really going to bowl short to him, not when they're bowling in the 120 to 130k mark.
Umpire Michael Goff just clips a little bit of loose tape from Khawaja's bat handle. Momentary delay. Mid-wicket has come into a catching position 3 pitches away from Labuschagne. 2 slips gully in the catching mid-wicket. Afridi left arm over bowls. Labuschagne leaves very tight to the off stump. It bounces before it reaches Rizwan.
And Rizwan there looks very frustrated. Things haven't gone his way at all so far in this test match. He's been ducking and diving all over the place. He's got buys registered against him, and all of a sudden starting to bounce a little bit short of him too. So it's a reintroduction into this test side. He's been very, very busy, but nothing to show for it.
Smithy, you would have kept here in the past. Is this one of the hardest wickets in the world to keep at?
Afridi to Labuschagne, beaten. That reared past the shoulder of the bat into the gloves of Rizwan.
Rip snorter of a delivery, and on that occasion, Kat, he took it above waist height, and that's one of the hard things in Australia. In fact, he's taken it at head height. That's really taken off. One of the best deliveries we've seen so far in the test match. You've got to find that spot where the ball, you're 100% sure, unless it goes underground, that it's going to carry through to you. Because if you get an edge like a delivery like that, you want to be in business, and you want your slip cordon to be in business as well. But this is an interesting ground.
Shane leaves the rising delivery, which again is taken up around the ears.
Especially when you play at this for the first time, even as a visiting player, because there's so much about this ground, there's so much history about this ground, you can find yourself almost getting lost in it a wee bit. And then, of course, you get the atmosphere as well, and we're talking about a crowd getting in excess of 60,000. They create a pretty good atmosphere, even in a stadium that holds another 40 or 50 on top of that. But you've got to convince yourself to stay within that zone, that area that you should be thinking about.
Labuschagne twitching away and then trying to glance a ball in on the pads. He left his crease. Rizwan picks up Shy's missed. So a stifled shout. 1 from the over, 1 for 108 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. 1 for 108. Khawaja's 42. Hassan begins the new over to him, and Khawaja is playing the ball straight to second slip. He's leant back on the late cut, and he's fed it as if at catching practice. He expires at 42. So both openers go in rather stunning ways, and Hassan Ali gets the wicket. Khawaja's out for 42. Australia 2 for 108.
That's an unbelievable lapse from Usman Khawaja. Just totally unexpected. You haven't seen him play that shot really all day. And as you said, Gerard, it really was like the slips catching practice they do before play. He just rocked back and basically guided it straight to second slip. He had a good look at it, came at a beautiful height for him and comfortably taken in front of his chest. So Khawaja departs, 42. He played nicely. And Australia now 2 for 108.
42 from 101 balls. Salman took the catch.
Salman took 2 good catches in Perth. He's got the best set of hands behind.
Yep.
And that was a good one. Whilst it was telegraphed, it was a fairly healthy edge, so it did travel a wee bit. But I'm with you. That is just by Khawaja's standards almost a mental block, because he leaves that 99 times out of 100. The 100th he doesn't, he's out. And so we've got, I guess, the two buddies, the two right-hand buddies, 3 and 4 out there, reunited as they often are, Khawaja and Steve Smith.
Pakistan celebrate the wickets thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. So wickets either side of the lunch break, both openers removed. Warner for 38, Khawaja for 42. And Salman's got 2 entries in the catch of the summer. For Macca's clean bowl, your taste buds with the chicken Big Mac.
They're a fielder short here.
Just a touch unorganised.
Steve Smith's counting them. He had to count them 3 times. He can't believe his luck.
Counting them as well. We got a man who's gone AWOL.
Yeah, I think it's Imam ul Haq. He's scurrying back out there to take up position at mid-wicket, I think. No, he's going into mid-off. They're putting another slip in.
So the sub-fielder is Salim Arab. 3 slips, 2 gullies. Attacking stuff. Hassan Ali, the captain, backs him. Steve Smith sees his first ball. It's full. He chased it. He nearly nicked it.
Wow. That is chasing width. I don't think I've ever seen Steve Smith play at that kind of width first ball ever. That is so wide.
It was. And it was full too. And it lured him in. It was a big sucker ball first up, swung from the hand, and he actually played around it on the outside of the ball, so it nearly got the inside edge of the bat.
Would have been an unflattering way to go on such an occasion. So Australia just needing to settle a little. Hassan bowls running off the face of the bat is Smith to one of the 2 gullies. No run.
Well, I think Shazad got him out in the second innings, and they just took it wider of him and got him shuffling across the crease, which they're trying to do now. And he nicked one in that second innings. So looks like that's the plan here, straight up to him and leaving the square leg gap open. So potentially just going to attack him from 4th stump and outside.
12th Boxing Day test for Steve Smith. Hassan bowls. He covers the stumps. Tip and run out to cover. It's a run well taken. Smith underway. More than 1,000 test runs at the ground at an average of 85. He had that extraordinary streak 4 consecutive years from 2014, where he made centuries against India, the West Indies, Pakistan and England. There's been a couple of 80s since, but not the same commanding numbers that he once wielded at the grounds from Mate Internet and Mobile.
Kind of feels like we've gone back to the start of the day almost. The test match has just restarted again. Just the feel in the crowd, the attacking nature of the field, match situation all of a sudden. 2 new players at the crease.
The loaded cordon. Hassan bowls, Labuschagne leaves. And that is a successful over for Pakistan. With 1 to come, the slips were
they got you.
Taking their cues. Some possibly in one direction.
So let's all run up to the stumps. We'll get Gerard Whateley here.
Cheap laughs.
Well, even the overheads look like the start of today. It's clouded over again. The ball looks like it's swinging. It's still only just under 34 overs old. And that's the beauty of the break. Wicket before the break, wicket after the break. Use it to your advantage as a bowling unit.
Hassan, last ball of the over, left over the stumps by Labuschagne. Hassan collapses to the ground, figuring that was devilishly close. 2 for 109, a wicket taking over. Colo is coming in for Bundaberg Gingerbeer.
When it comes to delivering on experience and reliability,
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
They sure will. Right now, pick up 200 by 50 sleepers at only $7.85 per metre. Building trades, engineering projects and at-home DIY. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years. They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test cricket for Hajjaz Halal Financial Solutions. This test match has woken up a little bit either side of lunch. Wickets falling with the score on 90 and 108. Warner and Khawaja respectively. The umpires have called for their spray jackets between over Smithy. And Afridi wants to get in the book. Bowling here in to Smith. Waits the call, placing it out to square leg. No run. Stephen Smith, who enjoys a fabulous overall record at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. He's made a stack of runs here. 4 centuries, 192 against India in 2014, 134 not out against the Windies in 15, 165 not out against Pakistan the last time they were here in 2016, and 102 not out against England in 2017, all in that run. But 4 of his last 5 innings at the G have been under 20. Would love to get in today. Shaheen bowls over the wicket to Smith down the leg side nearly, just flicks him on the pad on the way through. Cat with this as well.
Always looking at the little idiosyncrasies of Steve Smith, and some people do various things to get themselves in and feel comfortable at the crease. His is about those movements, the touch of the both pads there. Smacking, you can hear it in the background, smacking the blade into the pitch heavily. Just trying to get himself in.
2 slips, no leg gully, which is unusual. Shaheen bowls Smith across his stumps, doesn't catch up with it. Interesting, Cat, that we talk about Smithy saying there about his movement. That first ball from Smith, I mean, I know he goes back and across, that's his thing, but he was at about 7th stump by the time the ball got to him, then played and missed at a ball that was nearly wided.
Well, just looking at this field with the 4 fielders on the leg side, Afridi's taken the slip out, but he has bowled a couple of times today the ball that swings across the right-hander, so the away swinger. So I just wonder whether he's going to try and drag him across the crease for the best part of the over. Now seeing the backward point come out and go into a leg slip. So maybe he will attack leg stump. I was just thinking he might go with that one that swings and get him from around the back if he's going that far across.
It's a good plan. It's definitely a plan, and it's a good one.
Barber around the corner at leg slip. Shaheen bowls to Smith across his stumps, defending, no run out to cover.
I reckon I saw Trent Bolt do it to him here in a one-day international 4 or 5 years ago, maybe longer. And he ended up getting caught at like a leg gully position with the white ball. And it was a great position. And the Kiwis probably only had 4 fielders on the offside. And this is exactly what Shan Masood's done here. And they're going to attack what is Steve Smith's strength. But as you know, sometimes those strengths can create weaknesses early on when he's getting settled.
Shaheen up from the Shane Warne stand in, bowls to Smith, who sets up and plays with the outside part of the bat straight into the turf. He'll get a single out behind point. Smith 2, Australia 2 for 210. From the point where Smith was out in the leg gully region in the final test of that 2019 Ashes, there's been consistently a fielder catching round the corner for him. We saw New Zealand with Neil Wagner a few summers ago getting there a number of times.
Yeah, Wagner peppered him. Absolutely peppered him. He ended up getting caught in odd areas of the ground, not just leg slip or leg gully, but sort of a player about 40 metres from the bat in one of those areas. And sometimes off attacking shots, not just deflections. So it was like he had a mental block on that area of the ground, and they're trying to exploit it again now.
Labuschagne's turn. Last ball of the over, bowls here, and he beats him. A ball that really travels through. Nice carry through to Rizwan, beaten on the outside edge. Well bowled from Shaheen to finish. 2 for 110, Australia. Labuschagne 11. Smith on 2 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Liberty Personal Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and the go-getters. Get fuss-free finance from an awarded 5-star lender today. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Brick Lane Brewing. Find it in all good bottle shops.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Bit dark, bit gloomy here at the G. Sounds like rain might be on its way. A couple of messages coming through to that effect on our message line. It's through the course of the week for Tyre Power. Your tyre expert, so 0433 98 11 16. As I mentioned, Smith having not been as productive at the G in recent times. Labuschagne taken more widely from, he was #1 player in the world when he arrived here for Boxing Day last year. Hassan Ali to Smith, 4 catching men, defends down the pitch. And from that point, Labuschagne's overall career average has gone from 59 to 52. Still a very healthy number, but yes, in context, he's down to #9 in the ICC rankings. He was #1 for the better part of a year.
And this year's probably been one of the biggest challenges for these Australian batsmen, going to India for 4 tests and then the Ashes for 5.
Smith facing Hassan Ali. A wicket after lunch. Bowls here, leaves alone outside the off-stump, fraction short.
And that was always probably the challenge for this group as a collective. Could they go down as a great Australian team, given that the World Test Championship was up for grabs? They got that, beating India at the Oval, and couldn't quite get over the line in India. Obviously, that was the biggest disappointment of the year for this group, the Test group. And then obviously the Ashes, well, what a series that was.
Privileged to be there. Hassan Ali bowls to Smith, who leaves closer to the off-stump, a little bit fuller as well. Better channel to be in. Read Pat Cummins' comments this morning, Smithy, about that India series, and it stands to reason, really, with his mum in the final stages of her life. He said that he found it very difficult to concentrate on the task at hand, acknowledging that he came home for the final 2 test matches and focused completely on his family, which he was right to do, of course, but bouncing out of that personal tragedy and moving into what that Australian side have done under Cummins and winning the World Cup as well. It's a huge year in Australian cricket history. Hassan Ali bowls here to Smith, hits him on the pad, but it's going well over the top. No appeal from the cordon.
Yeah, really unusual year for Pat Cummins, and in a way you want to treasure it because of the exploits of the side and his own personal performance. And of course, you lock away the Ashes again and you win the World Cup. You win the World Test Championship, and then you lose your mum. So it's one of those mixed years, really. But through it all, Pat Cummins has done it all with dignity and real class.
Hassan delivers, Smith leaves. Again, that's slightly fuller length, but wide of the off-stump.
And hasn't he grown as a captain? Has he grown as a captain? His tactics, his improving tactics in the World Cup, where he completely outthought India on that last big occasion. The highlight, captaincy highlight of the year.
Yeah, I didn't watch all of it, Smithy, but I watched the first 25 overs of our bowling, and I was sitting there watching his field with the 5 guys on the leg side, having 2 out, having the guy catching at square leg or just behind, using his mid-wicket, mid-on, and then him executing as well with the ball. It was outstanding and a masterclass in tactically exposing the oppo.
Hassan to finish, Smith no run. Placing it into the onside, a maiden complete from Hassan Ali. Australia remain 2 for 110. Labuschagne 11, Smith on 2, and that's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Australia is a sports haven, and in any sports mad nation, there's a whole swoop of iconic sports fields, stadiums, ovals and grounds. And our most iconic grounds are watered by Rainbird, like the MCG, Australia's hallowed turf, home of Aussie rules, the grand final, Boxing Day. Heroes are born on that emerald field with the bat, with the ball, or 50 out from the posts. And its field is watered by Rainbird. Smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water.
We're here at the G with Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. The lights aren't on yet, but I sense they will be shortly. Damien Fleming jumping into the expert chair for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Good afternoon, Fleming.
Good afternoon, Colo, Simo, listeners.
Shaheen in over the wicket. Bowls to Labuschagne, leaves in close to the off-stump.
There's still enough in this, isn't there? Like, Surely the more it moves, you want to bowl fuller and more accurate. It's been a humid day. The pitch is not getting baked by sun. And both Marnus and Smithy haven't had the most productive 2023. And they're just getting stuck on the crease. Smithy's first shot, wasn't it? Ball, I was not predicting that at all.
He gets out to that. Great headlines. Shane bowls here. Labuschagne beaten. Previous delivery was an absolute beauty. We saw it back for Titanium Caravans built tough, and that one just goes across the right-hander.
That's a beauty.
Yeah, this last 2 overs from Shaheen Afridi's been outstanding. He's brought the extra fielder over in that leg slip, but he's still bowled around that 4th stump line, and I reckon that's the line that's troubling Labuschagne here, because he's not sure if it's swinging back, and then if it's just holding, he's sparring at a ball. So a challenging period here with the cloud cover in, and both these two just getting this ball in good areas.
It's nice and new still as well as Shaheen gets to the crease and bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves alone, a bit shorter. Nice carry through to Rizwan. Just saw a close-up again on our screen for Titanium Caravans built tough. The ball hasn't been beaten up at all so far, Fleming.
No, it hasn't. And Hassan Ali, I reckon there's just a round patch of green grass that he's hit a couple of times, and it's full, but it's actually getting a lot of lift. Rizwan taking it around head height. You do not want to be bowling short of a length on this pitch. You've got to be fuller.
I heard from the ground staff this morning, their view was much harder than the last couple of years.
Yes.
Shaheen bowls from the southern end, and defending into the onside is Labuschagne. You can tell from the effusive no run.
Well, that makes sense about the comment about the wicket, because we just talked about Steve Smith's mannerisms, and when he hits that bat on the surface at the moment, it sounds like a day 3 or 4 wicket. It feels rock hard. Normally day 1 here, there's probably a little bit more moisture, and because the grass is only at 6 mils compared to 12 mils probably 4 years ago, you can really hear it in the bat hitting the turf at the moment. Yeah. It's hard.
I like what they've been able to do here at the MCG.
2 left in the over, a probing one at that. It's a little bit wider, leaving into the gloves.
And it's been a very good 4 or 5 years. We talked about it pre-match, didn't we, Colo? Go away from that hard clay. The bowlers said, the quick bowlers said it was so wearing. You could just feel it jolting through your body. He went with the extra grass, like what you said, Cato, 12 millimetres, but he's been able to just wade that down because he's been able to get more pace and bounce in the actual square.
The other comment is they've been testing for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah,
they're trying to get it
brilliant.
right, and they reckon they've got it right this year. So on the evidence available, it's a good one. Shaheen to finish, a good one as well. Labuschagne drives straight back to him, more a push. Shaheen collects and throws at the stumps, backed up by Barbara Azam. Over complete, back-to-back maidens for Pakistan. Australia 2 for 110, Labuschagne 11, Smith 2. On the Macca's scoreboard, cricket, I'm loving it.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
Our coverage at the G for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. And our
38
session,
years.
Sorry, my apologies, Flem. Our session for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
That's better than what I've got, to be honest.
Hassan away from us. Got the leg slip for Smith. Bowls here away from him, swinging into the gloves of Rizwan. So 2 slips a gully, the leg slip, fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and a cover point.
This is good. Game on after lunch.
And it's been amazing because he started with a 7-2 field and went wide, and now he's gone the other way, and it's 4-5, I think. 5-4. Still got the cover point. He's just got that extra catching man now at leg slip, so hedging his bets.
15 balls for 2, Smith. Hassan to him here. The vice-captain rides the bounce in defence out to cover. No run. The other point during the week, and we came back to it in our pre-game as well, I think, was Waqar Younis being so critical of the airspeed. In a way, what you want with Smith right now, let's hit that wrist, right? He got hit on the wrist during the Ashes. Probably wouldn't have played the Oval Test if there wasn't as much riding on it as there was. He was hit last week by Shazad, wasn't it? Early. I mean, he was fine, of course, but if they can get him up and about on his toes, that could affect the way he plays.
Well, we talk about the lack of ball speed and the height of these Pakistan bowlers besides Afridi.
Hassan Ali passes Joel Wilson, bowls here. It's full and driven and taken down in his follow-through. Good fielding off his own bowling,
Just
Hassan Ali.
Perth and here, the lack of good bounces. You think of the Pakistan attack, you would have faced Kato, and just before that with Akram and Yunus, Shoaib Akhtar. I mean, that's extreme pace, but you would expect really good bounces from the Pakistan team. Mixed in was when they were nose and toes. When they went for the toes, the ball swung.
Certainly the case with Wasim Akram.
He was unbelievable.
Hassan bowls to Smith. Hits him on the back thigh pad again, just for the briefest moment. They were interested in a shout. Leak before shouts. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
And funny, talking to Wasim Akram about, why he come around the wicket. And because he wasn't as educated in cricket and didn't know the history, his question was always, why not? But before him, left-armers didn't come around the wicket. And now just about everyone does and has the ability to come around and move it away from right-hand batsmen.
Away from us again, Hassan Ali. One for you in a sec, Flem. Bowls here to Smith, who lets go in that extravagant way with the wave of the bat. They're doing the Mexican wave right now, the crowd. You could probably hear it through the effects mic. The members are joining in. I remember when, of course, at the MCG, it was always booing the members when it went past the MCC enclosure. They're still booing
they're
them.
Doing it.
They're actually doing it. They're getting
actually
involved.
doing it.
Good on them.
Maybe a younger crowd.
Lighten up.
Did they do the Mexican wave in Mexico? Is that where it...
The Football World Cup.
Is that where it started?
Mexico.
Yep.
Something jumps
Any
out.
other nations do a wave or...
Hassan to finish. Squares up Smith. Shovels it into the offside, but good bowling again. 3 maidens on the trot for Pakistan. Australia 2 for 110 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
We're at the G for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. The 4th official has run out and given Joel Wilson the light meter. They've immediately put it on the bails. But here's the thing. It's been dark for ages and the lights aren't on.
Switch them on, Collar.
This isn't the mid-80s where it takes half an hour to fire them up.
No, we're ready to go.
Very weird, Kat. Any thoughts?
Well, it's been cloudy for most of this session, so they've had plenty of opportunity to see that it's gotten darker. Definitely, it's been like the start of play before the sun came out. And judging by that aerial shot there, something might be on its way.
A lot of jumpers out there today. Not a hot day in Melbourne. Labuschane's facing Shaheen again. He's bowling nicely at the moment. Delivers here, leg stump line, pushed out towards mid-wicket where the captain, Shah Massoud, does the fielding. No single. 20 dot balls in a row.
And that's what Test cricket's all about here. Pakistan have fired up. They've got the wicket. Khawaja just guiding that ball to second slip. And now Shaheen's jumped in on the back of that early wicket for Hassan Ali. And they're both working well as a pair here. It's good dot ball pressure.
All numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile. Shaheen from the southern end delivers. Labuschagne leaves on length above the off stump. It flies.
Just looking on Twitter, ESPN Cricket Info. 38 years ago, Steve Waugh made his Test debut here against India. Got me thinking on any other famous Australian players that have debuted in a Boxing Day Test.
There were 2 in 2 years in the late 90s. One career that lasted 1 Test match and one that lasted a great many more.
So obviously I played with Matty Nicholson.
In 99.
Brett Lee. And the next year.
Brett Lee in 99-2000.
Oh, yeah.
And that was quick.
He bowled fast.
Fifer on his first day. I was up in the southern stand for that. Shaheen from that end bowling to Labuschagne. He drops his gloves on a ball. It's back of a length through to the gloves of Rizwan.
And just playing, well, in both those Test matches, but Brett Lee just bowled wow at a speed I'd never seen an Australian bowl at. And he bowled full. and the ball swung. And so that hint and fear of the short ball was there, but he was knocking them over. Not like the great Pakistan quicks talking about. It's almost like we'd found the fast bowling version of Shane Warne. And for another year it probably was. And then Bingo, he sort of went through a period where he just bowled just too short, but not in those first few test matches.
Shaheen to Labuschagne on 11, leaving again just in that channel, but a fraction short from Shaheen. Let's throw it open. 0433 98 11 16. Memorable debuts at the GCAT.
And I played a lot of state cricket for WA and New South Wales with Matty Nicholson. In another era, he would have played a lot more tests.
Yeah.
He was sharp. And in fact, that year he debuted against England. I remember playing in the tour match at the Wacker, and he split, I think it was Mark Butcher open.
Yeah, it was.
And I remember being in the slips, and we were probably 30 metres back. We were miles back. He was bowling rockets, and he got 7 for 70 or something like that, and he was bowling quick.
Steep bounce off a good length, wasn't it? Arms going everywhere. It was hard to pick up the ball.
That was Bucky's first class debut.
Really? There's a bit of trivia as well.
Don't know why that's in the mind, but it is.
I think he batted at 6 too.
But then we were also on that tour where, Nico lost it, and couldn't land it on the pitch. So that was an incredible effort for him to actually be able to come back from that period.
Was that in Zimbabwe when he had that?
Yeah, down to fine leg. He was bowling him straight to second slip, bowling him over heels as head, the wicket keeper.
Change of angle. Shaheen round the wicket to Labuschagne. No run as he defends out to cover. No movement away from the right-hander. That's what he's striving for, angling in and tailing away.
Able to tail away. And I don't think Matty Nicholson sorted out till he went to New South Wales. Is that right?
Yeah, I think, and then he spent a lot of time playing county cricket, and then he became very skillful in terms of probably just dropping a little bit of pace but having more control. And then I think bowling in Sydney suited him better because he attacked the stumps, he got good reverse swing, and when his tail was up, he was a very good state bowler.
Very dark at the G as Shaheen completes the over to Labuschagne on the hip, spills out into the onside. They'll get a rare run. Might be a leg by. We'll wait for the signal from umpire Goff. Nearly some overthrows. Diving behind the wicket to ensure that they didn't get through for another. It is going to be leg by, so Labuschagne stays on 11. Smith is on 2, and that'll complete the 39th over Australia. 2 for 111 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Bevmarks, the Sleep Professionals Boxing Day sale, has 50% off all mattresses and 20% off all furniture. No exceptions. Available at all Bevmarks stores and online.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Give us light. They've flicked the switch. They're on. We had a message on the screen there between overs for Titanium Caravans Built Tough that extreme weather is on the way here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, and it's going to be a change in bowling. Amir Jamal trying to make the most of the gloomy conditions. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16 before lunch.
Getting some good names about famous debuts. Don't know if they're all Boxing Day test matches, but they're certainly Melbourne.
Yeah, I can see a few of them that jump out. Certainly Tony Dodder made 5 for a 50 on debut, was it?
Didn't get man of the match.
Yeah. Like a couple of years ago.
And didn't know in the morning.
That he was playing?
No.
Right. Rocked up and was told you're making a debut at the G.
Yeah.
Jamal bowling here. Labuschagne on strike, leaving alone outside the off stump. Bad light is going to play a role here any moment.
Come on, the lights will kick in. Look at Marnus and Smithy.
See the body language. Joel Wilson's looking over to Michael Goff. I know they've done the light meter thing, but the umpire's instinct's kicking in, I think, here, and we're not far away from some kind of interruption. There was a bloke who debuted here 2 years ago. Can't remember. It was Scott Boland. Did okay, I think, from memory, Flem.
You got to do all your work in the first innings. So, in my, I feel.
Jackson.
6 for 7. Wow.
Here's Jamal bowling to Labuschagne, leaving. That wave of the bat as it goes over the top of his off stump. He's 11 from 33. Smith's 2 from 20.
Just always when people are looking at the honour boards, and they'll see 5 for 80 and 6 for 72. There's 6 for 7 in the second innings.
You talk about the honour boards, Flem, that test we played, Steve Waugh's last test at the SCG. Brett Lee had 4 for about 190. and he ended up getting the double side cart, and he made sure he didn't get the fifth, so he didn't go up on the honour board because he did not want to be remembered for 5 for 200.
And people say fast bowlers aren't smart. Well played, Binger.
I was going to say, good from Binger being alert to that.
6 and outer back too.
All that.
Jamal to the crease, bowls to Labuschagne, leaving on length. Too short at this stage with Labuschagne trying to watch everything into the gloves.
Do you ever get invited to join them, Simon Katich? 6 and out, the band?
They're a full house, mate.
Okay.
What's your instrument of choice?
No instruments for me, not that musical.
Vocals?
I wouldn't say, maybe after a few. I'm not sure I'd cut it, though.
Go-to karaoke song?
Oh, hard to go past Sweet Child of Mine, isn't it?
On brand from Simon Katich.
Not bad.
Jamal away from us. Bowls here to Labuschagne on 11 on his hip. He's around the corner for 1. First run off the bat for 5 overs, that is. And recognised by the crowd. He moves to 12. 2 for 112. They've put on a grand total of 4 since coming together in the 34th over. We're in the 40th now. Flem, you come from that kind of genre of music. It's what you like. Never thought about crossing the border and getting involved in 6 and out yourself?
Yes, many moons ago. They needed a Victorian to slip in there.
Too many blue baggers for you, Flem.
Jamal now gets a crack at Smith. Bowls well wide of the off stump.
I used to room a fair bit with Chainley in one days. So he always had a guitar with him. I remember Michael Bevan took a bass, an electric bass on tour with him. And I said, what are you doing? Who plays bass for a start? But electric bass. Oh, I don't reckon he played it at all when he's lugging it around India. That's the sort of stuff Michael Bevan could provide.
Like a true musician, he probably smashed it after getting out.
Jamal finishes to Smith and he lets it go again on the 5th stump line. That's not where they need to be with bad light or rain on the way. End of the over, 2 for 112, Labuschagne 12. Smith on 2 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
There, crews attending a crash on the Monash inbound at Warrigal Road, causing a bit of grief. Delays on the approach. Warrigal Road itself struggling southbound from the Monash down to Chadstone. Delays for the Princess Highway just for good measure as well. Centre Dandenong Road also under the pump around Moorabbin. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Shop the biggest sale of the year at Fantastic Furniture with $100 off the Seville Queen and King beds. Save big. Shop in store or online and find your Fantastic. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
Cricket for Hajaz Halal Financial Solutions, getting messages in on Boxing Day debuts for Tyre Power. One I remember, Jackson Bird in 2012 out here at the G, the same day that Kumar Sangakkara brought up his 10,000th test run.
Was his last test here on one of those real barren pitches they provided, poor Birdie?
Played that Ashes test of 17 in place of Stark, didn't he? Here's Shaheen, another left arm around the wicket, bowling here to Labuschagne, who defends down the pitch, and Shaheen lets him know about it. Races down, has a word, collects the ball, showing that aggression that has been missing a little bit from Shaheen through the series so far, Flem.
I think full stop, isn't it, with the attack? They've been a bit sedate. As I said, the lack of bounces. Just to be able to, show them that you're around, to push the batsman on the back foot, which sets up your fuller deliveries.
Much slower hour for Australia. 22 runs, nearing drinks.
Oh, well.
And they get a second wicket. Shaheen delivers here and playing straight into the gully on the bounce is Labuschagne, but he hung the bat out there. It's the kind of shot that, well, if it catches an outside edge and flies into the cordon, you're not surprised. No footwork.
Yeah, the couple of dismissals have been poor shots as well, haven't they, from Warner and Usman. And that really, he did not need to play at that ball, Marnus.
Never really made a dint at the MCG, an average of 29 on this ground, Labuschagne, trying to get himself in tough conditions. Shaheen from the southern end, Labuschagne pulls, has a leg slip in position, but just gets it wide of him. Out to leg gully, maybe off thigh pad, maybe off bat. It was off bat, so Labuschagne up to 13, 2 for 113 the score. Labuschagne, half century out here against New Zealand 4 years ago, but never had a day out as such.
Whereas Stephen Smith's career average is massive, isn't it, in the 80s?
Yeah, the highest average at the MCG, other than that Bradman bloke who ruins all the fun. Average is 85, Hugh Smith. But hasn't made bulk runs here for 5 years. Shaheen round the wicket to Smith, shuffles over before shouldering arms. It's a bit of a, back in your era, Flem, it was kind of, day one, Boxing Day, Australia bat, Ponting 100, Hayden 100. There was a rhythm to rocking up to the cricket here at the G.
Yeah. And back then, the Australians backed themselves to bat once.
Yep.
And to bowl for 2.5, 3 days to get the 20 wickets. We've seen that change over the years, haven't we? That they'll always want to give the quicks a bit of a rest.
Miraculous win over Pakistan here 6 or 7 summers ago.
Amazing.
They did it all in one day, pretty much. Shaheen round the wicket. Smith defending into the onside, no run, 2 for 113. So Pakistan made 443 in their first innings, which dragged out into the 4th day, and they still conspired to lose. An unbeaten 87 from Mitchell Starc on the final morning, and then 4 wickets for him. They took 9 wickets in the final session.
Yeah, it's amazing
to get it done.
But that's Test match cricket, isn't it? You got to keep backing yourself that you can change momentum. And
quick note on our screen before drinks, Flem. 6 and Out are playing on Thursday night at the Espy.
They are.
Drummer Gav Robinson is part of our SEN Test cricket team in Sydney next week. He'll be there, drumming away. Shaheen to finish, and Smith again able to leave. That will be, I expect, drinks, just waiting for the signal. There it is. So drinks on the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew. At lunch, Australia were 1 for 90. They're now 2 for 113. So only 25 runs in the hour, losing Usman Khawaja, who steered a ball to Salman at second slip from the bowling of Hassan Ali for 42. And since then, it's been Labuschagne who's reached 13. Batting with Stephen Smith, who was still in single digits. So at the Bundaberg Ginger Beer break on the Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it. Australia 2 for 113. Gerard Whateley in for me after the breather.
The Victoria's Basement massive half-yearly clearance is on now with up to 85% off cookware, kitchenware, dinnerware, glassware and cutlery. Shop online now at Victoria's Basement.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick, so go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
You over to him, and Khawaja is playing the ball straight to second slip. He's leant back on the late cut, and he's fed it as if at catching practice. He expires at 42. But both openers go in rather stunning ways, and Hassan Ali gets the wicket. Pakistan striking the hour after lunch. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Australia 2 for 113. Labuschagne is 13. Smith is 2. That is the Macca's scoreboard at cricket. I'm loving it. So we're in a state of suspended anticipation. There's a storm, or rather wicked storm on the radar that is going to work its way across Melbourne. It has been gloomy for the past half hour. It feels actually rather menacing at the moment. So it'll be run for cover shortly. There's only one thick wave that's got some decent red in it that will hit the ground and then pass. So it'll be a matter of sustaining no damage and then putting things together thereafter. But we're under the floodlights at the moment before the flood really hits us. Gerard Whateley with Damien, Fleming and Chris Rogers has joined us in the experts chair. In place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Welcome back, Buck.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, Flem.
Bucky, that was a tough session, wasn't it, for the Aussies?
23 runs in that hour. Amazing.
And almost it's shut down in anticipation of the storm. And Smith is absolutely intent to do nothing and to make sure that he's there. And Labuschagne had scurried it along to 11 and now he's 13. Amir Jamal bowling and feathering at the ball is Labuschagne. A wafty cut that he immediately wished he hadn't played. He didn't nick it.
It's momentum of the game as well. When you're scoring freely, things just, when you bat, it just happens. But all of a sudden you can't score. You're trying to create things. But I just think that Pakistan have got their line right finally. That in the first session they were a bit all over the place. It didn't really matter about their lengths because they were bowling wide, down leg side. But in this session, Hassan Ali really set the standard.
Amir with 3 slips in place, bowls Labuschagne, watches it go by, so schooled from the previous.
And Jamal, as we saw in Perth, he got 6 for, but it's a bit of licorice all sorts. But he can bowl a wicket-taking delivery.
You probably, in Test cricket as a fast bowler, you're probably not going to get a better situation to bowl them right now. Under lights, overcast, cool, and there's a bit in the pitch, isn't it?
Bit of a theme of, we're just waiting for the rain, batting that way.
It's all in your favour.
Jamal, right arm over, bowls. Labuschagne defends from the stumps.
And when you're batting in these situations, it feels like it's 10 kilometres quicker.
Do you feel like you could get absolutely skittled in a period like this? If Australia was bowling and got 40 minutes of these conditions, you could take 4, 5, 6 wickets.
Yeah, and so that's the positive, is they haven't lost a wicket. They've been able to fight through so far.
Shane hunched down over his bat, twitching and flexing and driving, but didn't get it. Falls away thinly to Shan Masood.
It's been an amazing year for Marnus and Stephen Smith, isn't it? I think they both got 100 in the Ashes, but nowhere near as prolific as previous years. I remember when Marnus was averaging over 60, same as Stephen Smith. Marnus is down to low 50s now. Still fine career figures, but they'll be frustrated with their output so far this year.
Smith 855 at 42 with the 3 centuries. Labuschagne 749 at 36 with the 1 century. It's Labuschagne who has the strike as Jamal bowls short, and he helps himself, cuts it out to Point, who's been pushed back. And they'll take a single. Not sure the Point fielder saw that terribly clearly, the way that he's gesticulated. Yes. The way they didn't really see that coming.
Square on here. If the ball gets about head height, you've got a little chance of actually seeing it.
2 out for the hook. He hasn't bowled a bouncer yet.
Labuschagne to 14 with that single. Gives Smith the strike. Jamal bowls 2 and it's down the leg side. Passes through to Rizwan. End of the over. 2 for 114 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
When it comes to delivering on experience and reliability,
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
They sure will. Right now, pick up 200 by 50 sleepers at only $7.85 per metre. Building trades, engineering projects and at-home DIY. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years. They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. 2 for 114, a wicket and 24 runs only since lunch. Labuschagne 14, Smith is 2. Dom has text through thunder and lightning and pouring rain in Preston the past 30 to 40 minutes. Only 10 Ks from the G, so it will arrive soon enough. As I've been getting reports from all around Melbourne, it just hasn't got here yet.
Now, I'm watching the ground staff too. They're over there, but the fence is closed, so no urgency there.
all of your correspondence. 0433 98 11 16. This session for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. Now, Hamza has been tossed the ball again. 8 overs, 1 made, none for 16. He's around the wicket. He bowls full. Labuschagne can't get him away, though. Straight to mid-wicket, no run.
He swung the ball early, didn't it? But it's in the 120s. So let's see how he goes with the older ball, even though it should still move a little bit. He could swing it a bit both ways. But as you were talking about, Bucky, just falls away. I reckon he could stand up a bit taller, be stronger with that non-bowling arm. Help with a bit of direction and pace.
2 slips and a gully in place for him. He's in and bowls and left alone by Labuschagne as it carries through the keeper.
I think as a bowler, you just want to make the batter play every ball here. Almost, I think, if you were batting, it's just a sigh of relief if you can let one go. Just get through this period.
Yeah, see so many left-handers now to start around the wicket.
Labuschagne faces up, shoulders arms.
And it leads to a lot of deliveries just passing off stump. I'd like him to come over. You really test where the right-hander knows where their off stump is.
Michael's text through Weather Watch, clear blue skies and 27 in Perth. Just saying, Michael. Labuschagne drives. It'll be picked off though at mid-off. Michael, there's 61,228 people at the MCG, which is more than the entire Perth test before the halfway mark of Boxing Day.
Just think Labuschagne is struggling a little bit with his grip. There's been a couple, even the first ball, he was trying to punch back past the stumps on the leg side.
Sorry, but scurrying for cover in the stands, and they'll be doing that out on the field in a moment's time. Umpires Michael Goff and Joel Wilson come together and they're going to call the ground staff on. So rain starts to fall. This storm is going to be heavy. We'll batten down for a while. Everyone's searching for some cover and watch it blow through perhaps over the next hour or so. So play called at 2:23 local time with Australia 2 for 114. Labuschagne is 14, Smith is 2. The wickets to fall. Warner caught Baba, bowled Salman for 38. It was 1 for 90. Khawaja caught Salman, bowled Hassan for 42, 2 for 108. And then a period of time where we were just waiting for this rain to hit. So not much to report from the last half.
When will it stop raining, Gerard? When are we back playing?
I reckon we'll lose about 90 minutes.
Okay.
So 4 o'clock, perhaps, by the look of the radar. And there's nothing in behind the storm front.
Beautiful. So it should get going there. Yeah, that was a really tough session. They picked up a wicket, Pakistan, and they were encouraged by the conditions. They certainly bowled better in the second innings, a lot fuller. The line was better. But for Australia to get through after the dismissal of Khawaja and still have Smith and Marnus there with plenty of cricket left to play, even today, you would imagine, it's a pretty good effort. They're definitely not flowing, are they, Bucky, Marnus and Stephen Smith? A lot of the way you're just starting to allude that they're battling themselves as well. They've been such great players that they want to keep flowing in their innings, but it seemed really hard work, as it was in Perth for both of those players.
Just a reminder too that the batting, it comes and goes. Like sometimes you think you're on top of it and you figured it out, and then something happens and you're not exactly what it is, and next thing you know, you can't hit it off the square. So it can be a frustrating art at times.
What do we think of what we've seen so far? Pakistan won the toss, sent Australia in, missed Warner in the third over. Got him with what ended up being the last ball before lunch. They've got one more to show for it. It feels like conditions have been tilted in the bowlers' favour, but they haven't been able to get a lot out of it.
Yeah, I would have thought there was enough in the pitch to have the opposition 3 or 4 down. I think if Australia had bowled first, like Cummins said he wanted to, I would expect 4 wickets down. And then who knows in the second session, because you're into that middle order, and just that extra pace and bounce from the Australians, it's such a big factor. We talked about it in Perth even before the Aussies got the chance to bowl, and then it played out that way. So, yeah, I mean, if a few of those, if the catch had been taken, if a couple of player misses had nicked, but the way Australia bowled in Perth, I mean, they had as many player misses that I ever remember. Not one bowler got a bag. I just feel like one or two of them are going to get big bags in this test match.
It just seems to me too that this pitch it has inconsistent bounce. You see, I think there was a little period there where Hassan Ali got a couple to kind of bounce twice to the keeper, and then you went down the other end, and Afridi was getting the ball to climb, and Rizwan was taking it above his head. So I think you're going to see a bit more of that as well. That the batters are, there will be kind of sideward movements, but it'll be up and down as well, and even the two edges from Warner and from Usman probably just was a misjudgment of the height of the ball. They might have just bounced a little bit more than they expected.
Warner's did, definitely. Yeah. We did that on the TV. Wasn't a great shot. Usman's wasn't a great shot, but even from the members' end for Hassan Ali, there was a couple. There's a little circle of grass that he hit that actually went through to Rizwan, who actually jumped up to take them. So that's backing up that inconsistent bounce, and on a good length, one you'd expect to go forward and drive in the V. So the Australians will get the maximum pace and bounce and movement out of that area.
Hazelwood and Cummins in particular. Oof.
So tell us a bit more about it, Buck. Is Victoria in the two Shield games, you got sent in and you ended up winning both matches?
Yeah, not with particularly high scores in the first innings, but sometimes I think in the Shield matches they're left with a little bit more in them. They're a little bit softer, and they divot early, and then as the pitch dries out, it gets a bit quicker, and there's still that sideward movement with the divots. Then that's when you find they take the edge. They don't just go past the edge. They take the edge. Queensland made an art of it, and you remember, Flam, that particularly kind of the turn of the century when they were really, really strong. But they used to win the toss and bat first every time, and every other team would bowl, and they would just say, we'll take our medicine, but we know day two it's going to do plenty. The only thing I'd say here, though, is I think it was a lot drier to begin this test than those Shield pitches. So I don't expect it to get particularly any quicker than it is at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, Matty's been definitely trialling. They feel like they can get it quicker and bouncier. That's why they're leaving less grass on the pitch. So we'll see tomorrow. But I think it might need a combination of a bit of heat as well that bakes the pitch hard. But if the conditions are like this to a degree, I know there's not as much rain predicted, but it's cloudy. That green grass is going to keep live. So I think the bowlers, if they get the line and length right, they're just going to always feel like they're in the game throughout the test.
So what was the most difficult period to bat in the Shield matches? Was it at the start?
It was end of day one, kind of beginning of day two. That's when it was, it was really doing a lot and it was flying through. Then it would kind of settle down and got easier and easier to bat as the game went on after that. But there was always a little bit there because the surface I don't think is particularly flat. Like that's why I'm saying it's gone four ways. It's gone left, right, up and down, and that's what makes it a little bit difficult because you're never quite sure where the ball is and if you can hit through the line.
Yeah, it's obviously the reverse when you're bowling, isn't it? You just got to think that if I bowl the best ball I can, the cricket gods are going to look after me. So I don't think you need to actually provide a lot of variation at your end, other than I need to control my stock ball, which I don't think Pakistan did in that first session. They were just too wide when there was all that encouragement. But we know with Cummins and Hazelwood that they just nail off stump and subtly vary their length. So, but before that, the Australians hopefully can dig in and score deep. But, you know, from what everything we've seen here, to be only 2 down where we are in the day at 2:30 is a pretty good effort.
Yes. So where we are, we're in a rain delay. Australia 2 for 114 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. The 2 men out, Warner caught Babar bowled Salman for 38 and Khawaja caught Salman bowled Hassan for 42. We have Marnus Labuschagne on 14 and Steve Smith on 2. On the bowling side of things, Shaheen Shah Afridi's bowled 15 overs already. 15 overs, 5 maidens, none for 40. Mir Hamza, 8.4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16 when the rain hit. Hassan Ali, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 21. Amir Jamal, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. And Aga Salman, 2 overs, 1 for 3. Just give us a breakdown, your bowlergy breakdown of what we've seen from Pakistan.
Afridi's still not at his best. I mean, he's only in his mid-20s. He's regressed a bit. His pace, and I just think he's stock ball. I think still in the early 130s, there's enough in this pitch, and he's the tallest one. There hasn't been a lot of fire to him either, has there? Like, you know, the one quick... Remember Norkia last year, and I know Warner got 200, but he was after them, wasn't he? The whole game. And then the rest of the attack followed that. Hamza swung the ball both ways, but I think that when the ball gets flatter, his pace isn't going to be a real factor there. Hassan Ali was really good this session. That surprised me why he didn't play in Perth. Fahim, the batting all-rounder, he was never going to get runs in Perth, and then his bowling just didn't come into play. But I think Hassan Ali would have been a bit of a factor over there in Perth. And Jamal, that's what he bowls. He's not consistent. He got 6 for on debut, so well done there. But I think Shafiq was the better of the debutants. He's a guy that sort of works on, I think, bowling a wicket-taking delivery. And Salman got a bit of a gift wicket with Dave Warner. I can't see him bowling a lot here. So if there was one that, unfortunately, we've got to keep focusing on that needs to lift and to be the spearheads, Shaheen Afridi. But we're 1 test and 2 sessions in. I just don't think it's going to click. You just feel like Wasim Akram, if he could have some time with Wasim Akram working through, yeah, that could be done at a lunch session. But I don't know who their fast bowling coach is, because he's gone backwards as a bowler when we want, you know, strong oppositions coming, and then it's a no-name Pakistan team. So it was really Afridi and Babar Azam that I was thinking need to have dominant test series for them to be a chance.
Yep. Yeah, he hasn't quite been that bowler, has he? They've had 2 chances to celebrate wickets only, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral celebrating lives. What about the Australian batting that you've seen today, Buck? For Red Energy, switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. So Warner was 38 from 83 and Khawaja was 42 from 101. And then in the go-slow period, Marnus 14 from 47 and Smith 2 from 26.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they did an excellent job. I don't think that's easy batting being sent in. And they've got their team into a pretty solid position. If you said your openers were going to get 42 and 38, particularly here, I think the coaching staff's biting your hand off. They'll be saying, yes, please, because you've set a foundation now for that middle order to come in. It's not going to be against a particularly new ball, and they can look to be aggressive, and particularly with Travis Head and Mitch Marsh to come. So the platform's there for Australia. They will have some tough times ahead, but I think the openers did a really good job. They'll be kicking themselves that they probably just weren't quite as detailed as they need to be, and played a couple of shots that they'd like to have back.
That's the... I mean, Warner's was just so out of the blue, but Khawaja with the late cut straight to second slip.
Just back to your point, Flem, Umar Gul is the...
That's right, I saw him out there.
The bowling coach for Pakistan.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to talk to Uma.
Well, the only thing I would say about Shaheen Afridi is he's 23 and working with a number of bowlers who are around 23, 24, they still don't really know their game. I know that Shaheen Afridi is world class, but going to try and do technical change could be quite challenging. You know, I reckon if he was 28, 29, he probably could go and pick things up quite quickly. But it seems to me that there's a bit that's deteriorated in his action that's actually going to take a little bit of time to work through. Whether he'll do it, whether the lure of, you know, white ball and continuing to play and making the most of that right now is going to dictate what he does, or he steps back and says, you know what, I'm actually going to figure a bit of this out and become, you know, one of the best test bowlers in the world. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and obviously all that white ball cricket we talked about earlier, where, you know, you're not trying to, if it's not going to swing, you're actually hitting the pitch hard and using your variations, bowling over and around. It's not like, and they've only played how many tests, 4 or 5 tests this year. You know, and I imagine he wouldn't have played a lot of first-class cricket. Just that spell after spell of just grooving your action for that swing and that seam. If you're just coming out of white ball cricket, particularly T20 all the time, I could see how you lose your action. Yeah. And it might not be an easy fix, and it might not be fixable depending on their calendar.
It'd be interesting to go back and see what his action was like when he was bowling well, because it doesn't look like he works on straight lines that much. There's a bit of, you know, there's arms and legs going in different directions rather than everything down the straight line behind the ball, especially as a swing bowler. I mean, I would have thought that's got to be almost one of the most important things.
I think he's opened up his action a little bit. He's always had a front leg that goes towards, you know, down to fine leg. In an ideal world, your footprint from your back foot and your front foot would be aligned, and you push through with your back leg. But the more you do open up, well, quite naturally, your top half's going to follow where your front leg's gone. But then you want to get the ball back to off stump. Already I'm just feel like I'm...
Does that come from niggles and injuries and things like that?
Could start like that. Or you're getting hit in T20 cricket, I want to bowl faster.
Yeah.
And you end up bowling
Shove
slower.
Him down, yeah.
He's always got he's got a unique turnover.
Yep.
If you see that, and I think it was part of his appeal that he had a bit of lag with his wrist. They had that flick at the end. But even if you throw that out by a degree and all of a sudden your palm isn't facing the batsman, it's just angled a little bit.
Yeah. Consistency.
You're not going to get your wrist and fingers behind the ball. It's going to be hard to get that seam.
Yep.
In the ideal position to swing as well. So there's a lot of factors that have to go right. If I was going to replan with him, I'd get his bottom half first. And hopefully it'd just reset his top half. It sometimes happens like that. Sometimes you've got to work on the top half as well.
You mentioned the schedule of various nations, and Pakistan have suffered for that, so most of them are in their 5th test of the year. The silly stat that was kicking around in prospect has been realised in this day's play for Mate Internet and Mobile. Usman Khawaja has now faced more balls in Test cricket this year than South Africa. So South Africa 2,744 and Khawaja 2,790 in the 1,200 runs that he's amassed across the calendar year, which is silly and great for the occupation of Usman, but an indictment of the way cricket is going.
Yeah, I mean, and particularly how we think Pakistan is, you know, one of the better nations. So we who love Test match cricket, that wouldn't, and South Africa as well. But we're seeing South Africa, you know, maybe sending a B team to New Zealand for a Test series, and if that happens, very interesting to see how the ICC think about that. But that's a massive shift to a country that's been pretty strong, who's one of the few nations that beats Australia in Australia. You know, once that happens once, you know, how are we going to dictate that they're going to be able to send their best teams, particularly against Australia, India and England? And then what are the goals of the modern South African player? Will they fight against that, or are they happy just to fit into white ball cricket? I think it's pretty sad if it gets down to that.
Yep, and weekly events around the world, including the IPL that the auction that we've just had there and the direction that cricket is taking. We're seeing these tests and then what the West Indies tests actually look like. I think it's a big moment for Test cricket here and who Australia's happy to play in the long-term future. I feel like attitudes have always been, there's need to play these nations in various circumstances. I don't know what the tolerance is going to be like come February at the end of that.
No. It could be the last time we see the West Indies. I think they've got decisions too. People questioning whether they play as the West Indies. Are they going to play as separate countries in some competitions? Do we play them like Bangladesh, up in Darwin and Cairns, just to get the test matches in? But where's that getting to us in the end? It'll be interesting to see in a couple of decades' time the way they write about West Indies cricket. Was it just an anomaly that they were so strong for 30, 40 years? And that never happens again? Or is there some way there can be a resurgence? Sri Lanka aren't going well. They went through a very, very strong era. They had another disappointing World Cup. They're okay at home, but really battle anywhere else. And I don't think Bangladesh have improved enough since they've been in. Once again, can be feisty at home. But that's another World Cup in conditions that should suit, where they're not even pushing for semi-finals. So the depth isn't strong. But then you chuck into T20 cricket, and there's nations that, make that World Cup a bit stronger than the 50-over World Cup. There's plenty to work out, I think, in the next 12, 18 months. That Future Tours program, is the World Test Championship. If South Africa send a B team, well, they're virtually saying we don't really care about a Test Championship.
I think Pakistan's an interesting... They live in this limbo where their players can't play in the IPL as matters stand, but they're populated the rest of the way around the world as if that opened to them. What would Pakistan be like South Africa?
Well, unfortunately, we need Pakistan, India to play Test match cricket, and that's not going to happen. If that was opened up, if they played each other home and away each year, well, that's the biggest series going around. We'd see a stronger Pakistan team because they'd all want to play in that. But how do we make that happen? Do they come and play independent venues in England and Australia? But the BCCI is probably the one that needs to give for that to happen.
And they don't give Pakistan much, I think it's fair to say, historically. So, Pakistan cricket's done an incredible job to get through the period where they couldn't play at home. That's been reopened. But there are all sorts of impediments at the mercy of India that they continue to endure, which makes their trajectory slightly odd. But what did you think of the Spencer Johnson contract in the IPL, Buck? And whether there are long-term ramifications in that?
Yeah, I'd probably talk about just what I've heard a little bit with his... even with his red ball bowling, I think he's gone through some stuff with his body, and whether red ball is something that is worthwhile for him, because he's a fast bowler. There's a lot of stress on his body with what he does, and then you've got these other opportunities that are coming your way, and it makes sense from his point of view. And then Australia's worse off because he when he did play, he was unbelievable. He was fantastic. He played a Shield game against Victoria, and he was one of the best bowlers on show, if not the best. But these are the decisions that are coming the players' way, and you see more and more of them deciding to go down the white ball path. And then the other thing is, I think Cricket Australia are in an awkward situation because they can't just have a blanket rule and say, you have to abide by the Cricket Australia contracts. You've got to be flexible with that, because then otherwise they might have players who are walking away, and they don't want to deal with that either. So there's a lot of push-pull there, but for Spencer, that's an incredible moment in his life, isn't it?
Such a life-changing moment. It is. And if he can make that 8 weeks work, then what that opens up to him, there's still the... if he does covet playing for Australia, there'll still be the chance to play white ball cricket for Australia. But your responsibilities now are almost, what are you doing playing Shield cricket on that contract if you can be earning over a period of time in white ball cricket? And Australia can absorb that. But I think it was an interesting... So this is the microcosm of what's happening elsewhere. As other nations can't absorb a player like that. If it were to be that he was lost to red ball cricket. And this is clearly what's happening routinely elsewhere around the world.
Oh, it's even Mitch Starc. If he was to get injured in this Test match, and then what happens with that IPL contract? I don't completely understand how much they get paid if they don't play or whatever. But yeah, these are the, and maybe it's a less of a factor for him because he's been so successful for so long. But no doubt that these decisions are going to become more and more prevalent and relevant, really. So it's an interesting time for administrators, but an interesting time for players as well.
You'd love just a little glimpse into, okay, so what does cricket look like in 20 years' time, and then plot out how do we get there?
But that's
unknowable.
The only thing I'd say about that, Gerard, is. Is it the chicken or egg at the moment? Which is what's happening. Are we predicting what's coming? So we're going down that path, and then we're sacrificing, one side of the game as well, or is it just inevitable? And they're the questions I think a lot of administrators are having to answer, and then trying to get out in front as well. But that's dangerous because, like I said, maybe they're taking it down this path. It doesn't actually have to go there. They can still have a bit more balance.
And the additional tricky part is so many people who have influence or authority is because India rules cricket, don't have as much strategic say. Even if they understood it and thought there was something else to be done, you are at the mercy of the way India is taking cricket.
Yeah, is cricket going to become more like a soccer football model, and players themselves are commodities where, they come through in some kind of academy that every time they go and play for a different franchise, that academy gets, a piece of the pie and rather than, how it is at the moment. So where they're centrally contracted and these kind of things. So it's, and you're right, like clearly we'd like to have a bit better understanding of how it can come together in a few years' time. But, they're the questions that need to be answered.
We are in a rain delay here at the MCG. There's a heavy storm sweeping across Melbourne. So your thoughts, all of your interaction for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, 0433 98 11 16. And on our social media channels at SEN_cricket. Tea has been taken early officially, so trying to minimise the time that's lost out the other end of this for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew. Australia 2 for 114 on the Macca's scoreboard at cricket. I'm loving it. Warner 38, Khawaja 42, the two men out. Labuschagne is 14 and Smith is 2. The session, we got through about an hour and 15 minutes of the session in the middle there for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. On the bowling side of things, the wickets have been taken by Hassan Ali, 1 for 21, and Agar Salman, 1 for 3. Shaheen Shah Afridi, none for 40. Hamza, none for 16. And Amir Jamal, none for 18. SEN Test Cricket is for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. So we'll take pause. Colo will come in. Rattle through your thoughts, 0433 98 11 16. Whatever's on your mind in cricket or the festive season as well, you're more than welcome to share it with us. Our apparel partner throughout the summer of Test cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer.
When the job needs doing, that's Ace. When you need it fast, That's East. When it's East Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's East Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
Freedom Kitchen sale is now on with 30% off signature range cabinetry. You can save thousands and create your dream kitchen. Book your appointment today. Sale ends January 31. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Business Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and game changers. So access smarter credit when you need it most. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
The Boxing Day sales event starts tomorrow at Mercedes-Benz Whateley. Unwrap the ultimate luxury with certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. The Boxing Day sales event starts tomorrow at Mercedes-Benz Whateley and is not to be missed. 769 Springvale Road. An easy 8 minutes from Chadstone.
On my way, on my way.
Licence 578.
With NHP's N line of electrical enclosures, you can save without compromising on quality or performance. Thanks to the workability of ABS material, N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes are easy to install, drill, cut and modify. So it's a breeze to customise to suit your specific needs. NHP N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes help deliver efficient projects for a range of applications without breaking the bank. Get NHP N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes from your local electrical wholesaler.
It's the end-of-year sale you've been waiting for. The Good Guys' famous knockout sale. Check out the unlocked deals and save big for a limited time only at The Good Guys.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Try Brick Lane Brewing's One Love Pale Ale. Your perfect summer beer with a bright, refreshing taste. Find it in your local Dan Murphy's.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
The end-of-year clearance sale is now on at David Jones. Take up to 50% off the SRRP of selected mattresses from Sealy Posturepedic. Offer ends January 28. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
crash in Coldstream ruined a highway closed between Maddens Lane and Hill Road. We got police directing traffic, maybe take Hillsville, Yarra Glen Road instead, and works on Eastlink northbound after Wellington Road. Create a home for the holidays with Oz Design Furniture and save 25 to 50% off almost everything. Hurry, sale ends Monday. Oz Design for life. T's and C's apply. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
For Hijaz, halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
It is indeed an early tea here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, Boxing Day for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. And on the Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it. Australia 2 for 114 after being sent in. That middle session, a truncated one. 1 for 24 from 15.3 overs. Usman Khawaja caught at second slip by Salman from the bowling of Hassan Ali for 42. And from there, Steve Smith, joining with Labuschagne, have added 6 from 57 balls. Labuschagne 14 and Smith 2 from 26. Adam Collins with you, and jumping in with me for Bundaberg Ginger Beer is Simon Katich. Got a message in here between stints here. All our feedback is for tyre power. And it reads as follows. Cricket does not get more entertaining than that last hour. War of attrition, but weather about, ball doing heaps when batsmen are battling. If we lost that, we lose the best of this wonderful sport. I mean, I must say, I feel kind of the same. It was hard going, but boy, they bounced back well, didn't they, Pakistan?
They did, and I think they showed even in Perth. You know, they didn't have a great first day, and then they came back pretty well on day two. The problem is you've got to sustain it session after session for day after day, and they just haven't got the experience in their attack to be able to do that just yet. But what they did today, they got the wicket on and around the breaks, so both of them, once with Warner right on the stroke of lunch and then Khawaja not long after the break, but they built up pressure much better in this second session. It looked like the ball was just swinging enough like it did in the first session, but Shaheen Afridi, I thought, stood up, bowled a much better spell after the lunch break, and he was backed up well with Hassan Ali. And then the other quicks that came into play, particularly Jamal, and then right at the end there, Mir Hamza was coming back for another spell. But, you know, Pakistan were better, and that augurs well. I mean, obviously conditions were in their favour. The lights came on, it clouded over, but credit to them because Smith and Labuschagne were both under pressure because they just kept building up dot ball pressure on them.
Yeah, getting rid of Khawaja, who's been such a force and such a wall. He's made 1,210 test runs this year at 55, leading the world. Travis Head in second spot on 902 and Stephen Smith in third spot on 855. And Labuschagne gets into the top 5 as well. Only Joe Root splits them. Root in fourth spot with 787 and Labuschagne 750. So that leading run scorer for robot building supplies, Robots got it. It's an interesting story with Steve Smith, isn't it? You say that he's third in the world. He's made a couple of hundreds, really important hundreds at England, one in the World Test Championship final and one in that what proved to be a decisive test match at Lords, Australia going 2-0 up, and that was enough eventually to retain the Ashes. He's the number 3 batter in the world according to the ICC. But at the same time, for all of that, I mean, there has been a dip, hasn't there?
Yeah, well, I think that's the hard part because his record's been so strong across his whole career. Whenever anyone averages 60, 60 plus, which there hasn't been many in the history of the game, to do it over a long period of time, you know, that shows how difficult it is to maintain. And, you know, Steve Smith's not getting any younger, so there's already been speculation around when he's probably going to finish his career. And who knows, because he's in his early 30s, but everyone's out to try and knock him off because he's, you know, arguably the best batter in the world. He's number 3 at the moment, but his numbers still indicate that he's been the best since Sir Donald Bradman, you know, in terms of the average. So, you know, in that respect, he's had to come up with different, you know, plays to keep making big runs because we saw the Kiwis a few years back exploit him with, you know, that leg side theory and stack probably 6 to 7 fielders on the leg side, all scattered all over the place. And, you know, we've seen England at times have, you know, weird fields to him throughout the Ashes. But, you know, what he's been able to do over a long period of time far outweighs what's happened in the last 12 months. And there's always going to be little dips.
So all those numbers are for Mate Internet and Mobile. Another one is that it's his 50th Test match in Australia. He's got 16 centuries at home, where he averages 64. But just, I suppose from a technical perspective, what you're seeing with your two eyes, with the way last year he talked a lot about batting next to the ball, that old thing, Ted Dexter, and batting next to the ball, where he did in 2014, or according to Smith's commentary on his own batting against India in that wonderful series where he was the acting captain for a period of time. But he's gone back to, I guess, the way he was batting over the previous 5 or 6 years now, where he's way across his stumps before each ball is bowled, which means that, as far as I can see anyway, he's playing at deliveries occasionally that he should be letting go.
Yeah, and that's the challenge with, techniques when they keep chopping and changing between conditions, and he's had a lot of different conditions this year, obviously starting in Australia, but then also going to India for 4 tests, the Ashes, and now back home to conditions here. And the other part of it is the Perth Stadium wicket last week had some pace and bounce in it, and it wasn't probably the easiest wicket to bat on, particularly once it cracked up with the balls flying through and some keeping a bit lower. But it has been noticeable. He is shuffling back over across his crease a fair bit. Even first ball today was quite uncharacteristic. It was a full wider ball from Hassan Ali, and it nearly lured him into getting an outside edge, which, the Steve Smith of a few years ago probably would have just calmly let that one go. But it was like he wanted to feel bat on ball. And maybe there is that element to him, wanting to get to 20, and just like a lot of batsmen do, they want to feel bat on ball early and get going. And sometimes the conditions don't allow you to do that. But he had to weather the storm here for a good sort of half an hour or so there. And it was challenging, but he's gotten through it. And so he'll be pleased with that, because it certainly wasn't easy.
So no boundaries for Smith nor Labuschagne when they come there for Rosito. All day, every day. We're in the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, where the rain continues to fall, not heavily. As always in situations like this, it's a battle of the weather apps. Who's got the more accurate weather app? And it feels like we've still got some rain coming, but we've missed the worst stuff. Mitch Scott, our head of cricket, tells me at the back of the box that there is still one band coming through, which we might see in the next couple of hours on top of this one. But it won't be the sort of rain that necessarily wipes out the day unless it remains consistent. It's not without precedent seeing lots of rain on Boxing Day, Cat. I remember sitting up the top of the Great Southern Stand, as it was known then, in 1998, when not a single ball was bowled. It was just drizzle all day, but it was enough to wash out the day. 1993, 30 years ago, we mentioned during our lunchtime quiz, they didn't get on till 5 p.m. on Boxing Day when South Africa were here, and that was such a test with so many expectations around it. The first test of the series, their first test in Australia since readmission, and it became a bit of a damp squib. We were talking at lunch as well about Boxing Day and the tradition of coming here. What are your first memories of watching cricket, I suppose, on the telly from Perth as a kid on Boxing Day?
Well, obviously with the time difference, we were up early. So, yeah, you get to watch it like crack of dawn if you're up early, and obviously the excitement of Christmas is still there. And I guess like most kids growing up at that era, the TV was a great way of being able to watch your champions play. And I mean, for me, early, in the probably early 80s when I can first probably really remember it as such, I always got excited by watching the West Indian teams, and they were great teams in that sort of era of Test cricket. And whether it was World Series cricket, obviously around this time of year. But yeah, the Boxing Day Test was always special because it's the festive season, and day after Christmas, it's exciting, and there was always going to be a big crowd because it was the MCG.
Are you old enough to remember last ball of the day, Dennis Lilly knocking over Vic Richards 4 for 10 and all the rest of it in 81? Or is that a bit before your...
I reckon I vaguely remember it. I've seen the footage that many times over the years, so I sort of feel like I do. But obviously the recollections of the last probably 30 years are much more clearer. But I think there's, and the thing about the MCG that I remember most was probably the lack of bounce in the wicket at times, where you see balls hitting... probably only a couple of inches up off the ground, and looking at it from that perspective where it looked like it was a tough track to bat on against those pace batteries of the West Indies or whoever else, Australia had at the time. But, and then I think my best memories are probably, as a teenager, starting to watch Warnie and guys like that when he started to come on the scene in the early 90s. So, it's always had that sort of element to it, the MCG and this time of year.
And then getting to do it yourself. We spoke to Mitchell Stark before play today and the Aussie team yesterday. Pat Cummins, the captain, did a press conference on Christmas Day morning and explained how the Pakistan side brought gifts to them and the families and the camaraderie between these teams. But, I mean, you've been part of that setup, having Christmas dinner, at the MCG with the families, and what a huge event that becomes each year.
Oh, it is. I mean, we got spoilt, really, because when you think back, and I used to train on on Christmas Day morning because I always like to sort of have that final preparation in the morning and get that ticked off, and then know that you were going to Crown for a massive big spread with the team. And I love my Christmas lunch, so I didn't miss out. But I was also mindful that I had a job to do the next day, so it was pretty tame. Obviously didn't have a drink or anything, but it was still a decent spread from a food perspective, so I didn't miss out there. I certainly had a few plates full, but you sort of know you get to mid-afternoon and you're obviously socialising with the rest of the team and the families, and the kids obviously enjoy unwrapping presents and things like that. But you also, part of you is not fully relaxed because and particularly when I was opening at the back end of my career, there was that element to it as well, knowing that, Boxing Day could well be walking out there to start it and knowing how big the anticipation is and having to get through that initial period to try and set the team up for a good test.
And getting that second part of your career when you were opening the batting with Shane Watson, you played in a rather memorable Boxing Day in 2009 where you and Watto both came ever so close to reaching three figures, but not quite getting there. The sense that all of Australia is watching and cheering you both on.
Yeah, it was funny because I think we can look back on it now and laugh a little bit, but it had been a summer of missed opportunities for both of us because we'd only just started opening together in the 2009 Ashes during the middle of the year. And I think it started in the third test at Edgbaston, and we had a good start and we really enjoyed batting together. And then we started the Australian summer against the West Indies, and I think it was at the Gabba, and I reckon I got a 90-odd there, and then we went to Adelaide, and I think both of us I think Watto might have got a 90 and I got 80-odd. And then we went to Perth, played the Windies, and I think I got out for 99 there, and I think he got 80-odd. So we were getting close, and we were having a great partnership together, but we weren't obviously converting to triple figures. And then got here, and we both got to the 90s and both failed. But unfortunately, the mix-up with Watto happened first, so he was departing, and then I butchered getting to 98 and then chipped one a backward point, I think, trying to bring it up. But
the common denominator between Watson's dismissal and yours is Salman Butt. It went on to perhaps less said the better. But, looking through the card before this test match, Katich caught for 98 and Watson run out for 93. It was the summer of waiting for Watto, wasn't it? He'd never made a test ton, and then he did it in the second dig.
He did, and that was the beauty. It was so nice. I was so pumped for him in the second innings because and then he nearly got caught just before. I think he got dropped at backward point, smashed one out to backward point, and one of their big quicks was there. I can't remember his name.
Muhammad Amir, wasn't it?
No, I think it was Mir. It was another quick.
Right.
I can't remember his name.
But nevertheless, a fast bowler at point.
Yeah, fast bowler at point, and he put it down, and then thankfully Watto got there, and he was elated, and so was I, because it was like the monkey off his back, because after the first innings, it was still disappointed for him that we'd had the mix-up.
Interesting commentary from Pat Cummins in the Age newspaper today with Dan Brettig, saying that typically you get to the Melbourne Test week and it's the busiest week of your year, a lot of broader commitments and family and so on. But they've been so under the pump for like 11 months, back-to-back. Everywhere they've gone, they've been playing high-profile cricket. This has actually felt like a relaxed start to the Australian summer for them, which strikes me as unusual. But I did think of you and others who are in this wider world where you're not only commentating on international cricket through the summer, but you've got, I think Brendan McCullum calls it a portfolio of interests now with T20 and commentary and TV and radio and all the rest of it. I mean, you lead a pretty interesting life outside of the radio box these days, don't you?
Yeah, I've been very lucky that, when my playing days finished, which was early 2014 in BBL 3, I think I played in the BBL final at the Wacker on the Friday night, had a great celebration with the boys the next day, and then on the Sunday was back home to Sydney, and on Monday morning I think I started at about 7 a.m. at the Giants in my new role there, and I had a wonderful 2 years at the Giants, loved working with the boys. I still catch up with them from time to time throughout the year, to come over for dinner or take my son to games, and learn a lot from getting in that environment. But with young kids, it's been a challenge to try and find that balance between work and being present in their lives growing up. And that's the tricky part about cricket, is because having done it for so long as a player, I was really mindful that the time was right to retire because we were just about to have our second son in 2014. And I was still really enjoying playing and still playing well. I think the last season I had in 2014 in England at county cricket at Lancashire was my best ever. And physically fine and still loved playing the game, but I was also mindful that I didn't want to be away too much with the boys growing up and then having a second. So, yeah, when I started to look into what I was going to do, I loved my time at the Giants, but I found that I was, doing the same hours as the coaches and not around as much as I was hoping to be. So in the end, I had a couple of opportunities came up in cricket. One was this, which I've loved doing and never thought I'd do it, but I've really enjoyed it. And then the other one was being involved in coaching, and that's more for T20 coaching, firstly in IPL and now in England in the 100s. So it's been a nice balance because I'm getting my fix of working in these, roles that I'm learning about coaching and in different environments and different cultures, and then being able to commentate on the game during the summer and watch some of our great players now that, I feel fortunate to have seen their careers start, particularly a lot of the boys at New South Wales, like Smith and Qadir and Warner and Starkey and all these boys that have, were kids when I was still playing for New South Wales, and now to have been able to commentate on them and see their careers unfold and seen them do so well. It's been, it's a pleasure to be in this role when you've got that opportunity. So,
lovely having that link, isn't it? That you've got that connection to a lot of the guys from the start of their career. Our expert is Simon Katich for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. A reminder that at tea, it's raining here at Melbourne, 2 for 114, Labuschagne on 14, Smith on 2. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. You mentioned, players who... you're the opposite of most cricketers, right? Most cricketers, Smith's having that experience now, but, Ricky Ponting, Matthew Hayden, Bill Lawry and other famously, their averages go down. Yours went from 42 to 45 as you were finishing, as I'm sure you're aware. But, you left cricket on such a high note and you've had these opportunities in the game. Give us a sense of, what your 12 months looks like now in between being in England, being in India, being over here, other opportunities on TV and so on.
Yeah, so the summer's pretty much just covering the tests here for both SEN and Channel 7, and that sort of, it still allows me time to have, particularly at the end of January when the tests are finished, time off with the kids just before they go back to school for a week or so, and then the next challenge is with the 100. It's normally in sort of July, August, so it's a year-round coaching gig in a way. Whilst you're only doing the tournament for a month, I still stay in touch with our players, throughout the year and watching them play in all the different, whether they're playing for England, whether they're playing for other franchise leagues. Some of them are here at the moment in the BBL, so I've been in touch with a few of the boys that are from Manchester Originals playing here, which is great. And then, in terms of the preparation, we'll have a draft and we have, monthly board meetings and things like that, which I have hookups to on the last Thursday of every month. But ultimately, a lot of my work can be done during the day while kids are at school, because now with, technology, I'm getting access to all of the footage that is coming from the Blast in England or any of the tournaments around the world. So you can always check in on players and update all the, we get access to all the spreadsheets and stuff like that to keep tracking players and looking at, players of interest. So there's that side of it. But in terms of being away, it's just basically for the month of sort of August when the 100's on. And then IPL was probably a little bit more of a challenge in recent times because of COVID, because it ended up what was initially probably a 2-month tournament. And your family could travel over during the school holidays for a couple of weeks to break that 8 weeks up. It became a challenge because obviously with quarantines and both there and then coming back into Australia, it ended up being close to a 3-month tournament. So I haven't been doing that in the last sort of 2 years, but
and only getting longer.
Yeah, we've got longer and longer, and after 6 years, you always start to think, well, what's next? So in terms of my year, it's sort of relatively good chunks at home. Well, pretty good chunks at home, and then a couple of sort of windows where it's maybe a month or 6 weeks, and where I'm busy and. But a good balance.
Simon Katich, our Red Energy expert, switched to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. Yeah, something you said before around when you went and worked in footy. There's been a bit of cross-pollinisation between football and different codes and cricket. We saw Stuart Dew spend, I think it was 3 test matches over in England during the Ashes, having lost his job in the AFL at the Gold Coast. He came straight over and was part of that. What's your perspective on what high-profile athletes or sports people from different codes can bring to each other's games, having not necessarily had a background in it?
Yeah, well, I think the thing is, I had a love for the code. I've always loved AFL, played it as a kid. And I think the opportunity for me was more around just getting out of cricket to probably challenge myself in a totally different environment. It was completely out of my comfort zone. And I felt like I was going to learn a lot from an industry that obviously goes about coaching in a different manner to cricket. Cricket, the era I played in, it was different because a lot of us, in terms of the way it was, you played and you learnt from playing and you learnt from your captains, because a lot of the times they were the ones that were making a lot of decisions out in the field. And the coaching, is probably a little bit different to how it is now, because there wasn't as much technology and data and stuff. I know when I first started playing in the mid-90s, it wasn't like that, but it's evolved over time. And I think the one thing the AFL prides itself on is the attention to detail they provide to develop young talent. And that was the thing that I really sort of noticed in the 2 years I was at the Giants, was the time that they put into the young draftees and the young players, first, second, third year players that are still learning about playing at that level and having to understand game plans and how to go about being successful. And that's something that I think I've been able to take into cricket, not thinking I was going to coach. I never thought I was going to coach, but when the opportunity presented, I thought, I'll give it a try and see what it's like. And then I've found out that I've really enjoyed it. Because there's nothing better than being able to see and help a young player go from a certain place where they're at to then get better and hopefully have a good career. And so that part of the development has been, probably the thing I've liked the most, is using the knowledge with the data and using the knowledge of the footage and technique to be able to have those conversations with young players to allow them then to be successful making runs or taking wickets or however it is. So I don't see myself as a coach that's, too technical, but it's more around trying to have the conversations with them around tactics and how they're thinking to try and help them have success that way. So
you do hear that a bit, don't you, from modern coaches saying that by the time they reach you, by the time they get to you at the elite level, it's not so much about talking about the technical side of the game. It's about enabling them to have the right mindset to achieve as well as they can play. You're trying to enable that most of all.
Yeah, very true, and that's a big part of the role, coaching. It's you coach, but you're also in a way a selector, because with these franchise leagues and the way that drafts and auctions work, you're making calculated decisions based on what you think a player might be able to give the group, and not just as a with their ability, but also their character in a group, and also the fact that there's players that come into the prime of their career and might not be viewed as being as high profile, but they're hungry and their game's developing by recent performances. And that's, I guess, the key to looking at selection through, you can see career stats, but then you can also dig deeper and look at current stats. And someone might have just clicked in the last 6 months of their career and you see it, but then it gets backed up with the data you're seeing and where, because the way the analysts work now is there's so many good spreadsheets you can look at that particularly with T20 cricket, that track players and their value to teams and the impact they have on games. And you see that in a lot of the websites now with MVPs. And it's a great way of, who has an impact in a series, but then you've got this data to actually back up what you're seeing with the naked eye. And when those two marry up, then you can make more informed decisions around who you pick for those leagues.
Seeing one part of the game marry up with another, seeing that the data and analytical side from T20 cricket now being increasingly part of what we see at test level. And even on rainy days like today, there'll be analysts at the back scrolling through everything. What do we got here? We've got
the answer to that point fielder, Abdur Rauf.
That's very good from whoever came through there on the line for Oval. 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. Your tyre expert. Days like today, when you were a runner, Kat, was quickly here when you got to go out in the MCG again in a different capacity.
Yeah, I did. And the funny thing about it was I got caught out in the middle of the MCG for about, must have been close to 10 minutes. I couldn't get off the ground because I hadn't been able to deliver about 3 or 4 messages for Leon Cameron, and he was getting a bit agitated, and the line coach sitting next to him was getting a fair bit of abuse down the line because he was up in the box, and he must have said something like, what's Kat think he's out there trying to score another 100 for Australia? Is that why he's not coming off the field? So we had a bit of a joke about it afterwards. But, tough role that. It certainly caught up with my old calves late in the season. I think I pinged a calf at the Gabba at about round 18, and that was me done.
Old man injury, Kat.
18 Ks a weekend. It was like, this is a bit too much for my old body.
You might get out there again. The sesquicentenary test they're talking about for the 150th anniversary. I know there's wonderful photos here from March 1977 of every living player who took part in Ashes cricket was out in the middle and reenactments and so on. So that may not be your last day out there as an athlete, so to speak. Kat, it's been great talking to you throughout the course of our extended tea break, let's call it that, with Australia. 2 for 114. David Warner was out just on the stroke of lunch for 38, caught it slip from the bowling of Salman, and then Usman Khawaja just after the long break, caught by Salman from the bowling of Hassan Ali for 42. They added 24 runs in 15.3 overs between lunch and when tea was called, when rain started here at the MCG. And it continues to fall with all the lights on here at the cricket ground. 1 for 24 in that session to leave Australia after being sent in 2 for 114. So we're going to go to a break on our coverage now. When we return, Gerard Whateley will take up the hosting duties, and he'll have with him Jason Warne in the box. Already heard from Shane Warne's kids today, and Jason Warne is going to come in as well. Our coverage for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions Australia with rain stopping play, 2 for 114.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Got a crash on the Westgate outbound at the Princes Freeway. Speeds at 40, seeing delays right back past Millers Road. And another incident on the Hume at Amaroo Road, seeing pretty heavy traffic in both directions. Amazon's Boxing Day sale is live now. Shop epic deals on electronics, homewares, beauty and more. Shop Amazon's Boxing Day sale now at amazon.com.au. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian owned and operated with over 30 years experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks for fours, doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMAR. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. IMAR covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
In-Place Living. Design and develop customised specialist disability accommodation, valuing inclusivity, innovation and compassion. Because beautiful homes should support independence and choice for Australians with disability. To learn more, visit inplaceliving.com.au.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
The Australian Master of the Amateurs Championship is in its 27th year at the prestigious Southern Golf Club in the heart of the world-famous Melbourne Sandbelt. See the best amateur golfers from around the world compete for the green jackets, including players from the USA, England, Japan, New Zealand, Malaysia and more. The Southern Golf Club on now with free entry, where you can walk with the players with no ropes. For more, visit masteroftheamateurs.com.au. Presented by Callaway.
Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open till 7 p.m. tonight. Plus, for today only, spend $250 or more on selected products and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. That's right. Race in and score huge clearance deals store-wide. Plus, today only, get 10% of your purchase price in bonus gift cards when you spend $250 or more on selected products. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 p.m. tonight. Be there. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. Trading hours may vary.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
It's make your own fun at the MCG at the moment. The rain blew in a little over an hour ago, and regrettably, where the radar had the storm band moving diagonally through Melbourne, it's now horizontal. We are stuck in the rain band for the time being. So an hour lost. We're in the tea break, which was called early, and not quite as confident of a restart as we might have been at one point. So 2 for 114 is the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Australia was sent into bat after Pakistan won the toss. Warner caught Babar, bowled Salman for 38, and Khawaja caught Salman, bowled Hassan for 42. The not-out batters are Marnus Labuschagne, 14, and Steve Smith on 2. The leading wicket takers, or the wickets have been shared so far. King bowler of the match. Wasn't very helpful. Hang on. Janny King, the king of commercial cleaning franchises available. The wicket takers, Hassan Ali, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 21. And Agar Salman, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 3. So that's where we find ourselves in the rain delay here at the MCG, the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. It's a day that is dedicated to the legacy now of Shane Warne and the family's endeavours. So Jackson and Summer joined us a little earlier on, 2 of the 3 kids, and Jason Warne, Shane's brother, is with us now. Jason, it's great to see you. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks, Gerard. Thanks for having me.
How's the day been?
It's been good. I've seen a lot of floppy hats, which is always a positive, and I've seen the heart machines being used all day by continuously, so that's a really positive outcome.
So tell us
the rain probably helps too.
Yes, people have got a bit of time on their hands right now. So tell us what's been going on around and inside the ground at the 23 sites.
Look, they've actually got queues, and that's that's really pleasing. That's telling us that they're getting through as many people as they can, and that's our goal. Is the more people we can have, start to become aware of the need to check their heart health. Start to look at the markers and take them into consideration, then the more people we're potentially going to help. So that's a real positive.
How big an undertaking has it been to get it up and going?
Look, there has been, and Helen Nolan and Andrew Neofitu have been the drivers behind it. I've done an amazing job, and CCL Health have been sensational, and to now partner with Cricket Australia as well. We've seen. I think you can have a look at what happens in Sydney with the Pink Test and the McGrath Foundation, and just how much awareness they bring to that. And if we can keep growing what we're doing here with Cricket Australia, and we can get to that level where it's something that's in people's minds all the time, then that's going to raise the awareness of the need to check your heart health and hopefully save people.
What sort of legacy piece could it be in the name of Shane?
Oh, look, you have to aim high. You always, aim for what would be the absolute ideal. And, I think if you put it in line with the colon cancer check you get when you're 50, and you start to put that in terms of maybe 40, that everyone turning 40 is getting their heart checked and starting that awareness program, and that's awesome. But it doesn't mean you should wait till 40. It can hit you at any age. So just being aware of what the markers are and trying to live your life in a way that's going to prevent that from happening to you, then that's what we want to push.
Boxing Day is such a cherished sporting event in Melbourne, and always has been. What was Boxing Day to a couple of young lads in the suburbs growing up?
Well, we've had so many good days here. I remember even way back to, was it 78? Or was it when Jeff Thompson and Alan Border were last day, needed 50 odd runs?
And then
I'm in 81.
Just ticked into the 80s.
So I remember we were front row behind the bowler's arm in the southern stand that day. Got here for the first ball and, hoping we'd watch him get there. Right through to the Boxing Day test before he debuted, and we were sitting up in the, what's that stand there? The one next to us, the Olympic stand, the old green seats that were up the top.
Oh, yep.
We were sitting up there, and I remember we were eating a pie, and he said, I actually could be playing the next test. I'm like, yeah, good on you, mate, as if that's going to happen. But he did. He debuted in the next test, and so we've had lots of memories here over the years, and now to have a stand in his name, his statue out the front, and us trying to continue the work he did from a charity perspective, and try and give something back to the community, which is trying to raise awareness of people's heart health, and that cornerstone of that being in what he used to call his backyard. It's it's pretty special.
How did you find watching him play in his backyard and what he would produce?
I was always a little jealous, look, let's be honest. I wished I was playing footy out here, but no, look, I was just always immensely proud of everything he did, and couldn't have been happier for him.
Are there days that stand out? Is 700 is so easily called to mind as I think the two Boxing Day moments are Dennis Lilly and what he did at the end of that day, Viv Richards with the last ball, and the 700 for Shane Warne. Yeah,
he's got his hat-trick in there again as well, I suppose. But probably, like one of the most distinct days in my mind was when he popped his shoulder before the World Cup, one day here, diving to his right to try and stop the ball. Errol did an amazing job on his shoulder after that for him to get back. But, that was a big moment. And I was managing him at the time and watching him stretch it off. It's like, oh, hang on, what the hell? Yeah. So, it's not just as a brother, it's also as a manager, you're trying to work through everything. So, that was a big moment. I think it's hard to go past when he had to go down to Bay 13 with the helmet on to get him to stop throwing stuff, though. That was a iconic moment as well.
Yep. How complex were the days when you were managing him as well?
Yeah, fairly. We had some disagreements.
Could you talk him around?
Not always, but I had one little trick up my sleeve that I used to run out every now and then. He used to sometimes not want to do something because he wanted to play golf or something like that, and didn't matter how big a crew there was involved in a TV commercial, and I'd just push it back 2 hours. Well, you can't, mate. So in the end, I sort of got wind that if I said no, I'm not calling him. He didn't like being late, but he wanted you to change it. But he would never make the call himself because he didn't want to be the bad guy. Yeah. So if you just say no, if you want to change it, you make the call and change it. I'm not doing it. He would always turn up.
You would have had, you would have lived as he grew, not just as a player, but as a brand, and the power that came with that. Was it unlike? Do you feel like it was unlike anything that cricket had seen as he became such a big figure?
Well, what's hard is I don't know any different. I've only got one brother, and it's Shane Warne, and his life is what I know of having. That's my experience of having a brother. That's just how it is. But I think definitely in cricket, I think Merv got the ball rolling from a sponsorship perspective, and then Shane picked up the baton and took it to the next level. And I think that there was twofold. I think you look at AFL too. You go back to footage of grand finals in the 70s and 80s, you won't see a sponsorship sign anywhere. So I think it was twofold. It was one, him coming along and breaking new ground for a cricketer and transcending the sport into just more everyday life. Also with the growth of sports sponsorship. And I think it was a perfect mix for each other, and it actually really catapulted the whole industry across the board.
How broad, how wild were the offers that you were getting? Not just the ones that you took, but the concepts that might have been floated.
Oh, there were some interesting ones.
Yeah.
There were some interesting ones, but I think everything was for a time too. So something that wasn't right for him when he was 24 was actually perfect for him when he was 32.
Yep.
There was a lot of promises. Oh yeah, but we'll back end it and whatever. But look, it was just a really interesting time. It's and through him, you just meet interesting people, and I mean, you look at his memorial we had here, and which was just an amazing platform to be able to say goodbye to him on. And you look at who was involved in the day, and it starts to give you a bit of an idea of how far his reach was.
So it's a lovely phrase, as you don't know any different. He was your brother. Are you struck by how broad his reach not only was, but is that reach is still there today?
Yeah, I think you sort of think you know, but then you have something like that, and it's even bigger than you think.
Yep.
You know, they talk about the numbers globally that watched it, and it's like, wow. And then, you know, they come out and who was it? The World Health was meant to be starting something in his name. I'm like, well, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So he had that propensity to continue to surprise you.
Can you still get told a story that will surprise you even to this day?
I think I've heard most of them, and if I haven't heard them, I think I've heard something along the same lines.
Yeah. And they grow, and there's probably some apocryphal stories that have grown.
I've heard a couple that he tells, or that he used to tell, that were actually me, that he claimed were him. So he actually stole a couple of stories. I'm like, come on, mate, you've got enough. You don't need to go doing that.
I rather love that. What does it mean to you to sit here and look out and see the Shane Warne stand at the MCG?
It's look, it's not just seeing it. It's I love football. I'll watch 6 or 7 games every weekend. I listen to the cricket on the radio, I listen to the footy on the radio, and I remember just after I was actually first named, I think I was listening to you guys, and it might have been you, I'm not sure, but someone was saying he's taken a bounce on the Shane Warne wing. I was like, wow. And it just sort of really starts to dawn on you that for the rest of your life, watching football and cricket, they're going to be bowling from the Shane Warne end or taking a mark on the Shane Warne wing. It sort of starts to sink in, and it's like that's so special.
Yeah, just an ever-present figure on our sporting landscape.
Exactly.
So 350, isn't it? That's been designated for each day of the test match.
Yep.
I think we've got our floppies pretty handy.
The umpires are coming out. It looks a little clearer.
Yeah, so what are we, 14
A few drops on the covers.
Yeah. So a chance to doff our floppies for Shane.
Yep, exactly. And he, to be honest, he would be absolutely shattered. He'd be happy for Australia, but he'd be very, very surprised that Pakistan chose to bowl.
Yes.
He was very strong on the old adage, you win the toss. Sometimes you might think about bowling first, but then you still bat.
Yep. Jason, it's lovely to see you. Thanks for stopping by. So for those who are listening at the ground, or for those who are going to be here in the next couple of days, the next 3 days, what's the call to action?
The call to action is just come and get your heart checked. And if you're not coming to the ground, get onto the website, which is shanewarnelegacy.com, and that'll tell you all the different sites around Australia where you can access one of the machines. And it's not going to replace going to the doctor and getting all of those tests done, but what it is going to do is just start you thinking about the different markers that may mean that you've got an increased risk of something happening with your heart, and get started on it, and don't let your loved ones miss you.
Jason, it's great to see you. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, Gerard.
Good on you. Jason Warne with us in the box here. 23 Sisu test sites around the MCG. A free 4-minute health check across the first 4 days of this test match. And as Jason referenced, ShaneWarnelegacy.com to learn more about it. The Warne name, such a big part of our MCG and our Boxing Day as well. So the umpires have emerged under black umbrellas. There is light rain falling. The skies are much brighter than they were in the 40 minutes of play that led to the rain. Not the lightning and thunder. We had the message to seek shelter rather ominously, but that seems to have passed for the time being. So we'll see as play can go through till 6 o'clock with the added half hour, and there's more that can be done on that front. So we're in the 43rd over, so not quite at the halfway mark of overs sent down, but still some hope that we might see a little bit more cricket. Social interaction for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, 0433 98 11 16, or on our socials at SEN_crickets. We'll just pause briefly and have you back for the 350 doff of the floppies here at the MCG on Boxing Day.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
The IKEA sale is now on with up to 50% off hundreds of products. And IKEA family members save an extra 10% on sale items. Shop now.
Still got that crash on the Westgate outbound at the Princes Freeway. Speeds at 40, delays back past Millers Road, and one in Malvern East. Surprise, surprise, outside Chatty Shopping Centre, Dandenong Road near Chadstone Road. Oz Lotto is giving you the chance to win $90 million. There's still time to grab a ticket for tonight's jackpot. Enter in-store, online or on the Lot app before 8:30 tonight. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
In Place Living. Design and develop customised specialist disability accommodation, valuing inclusivity, innovation and compassion. Because beautiful homes should support independence and choice for Australians with disability. To learn more, visit inplaceliving.com.au.
If I was granted one wish, I would have an unlimited amount of dogs and just hang out with them all day, every day.
To go back in time and spend more time with those that I love.
Endless travel.
If your wish is to celebrate your life at your favourite golf course or at sunset, Tobin Brothers Funerals can make it come true. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywhere, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open till 7 p.m. tonight. Plus, for today only, spend $250 or more on selected products and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. That's right. Race in and score huge clearance deals store-wide. Plus, today only, get 10% of your purchase price in bonus gift cards when you spend $250 or more on selected products. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 p.m. tonight. Be there. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. Trading hours may vary.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
The New Year, New Gear sale is now on at Golfbox. Spoil yourself with something new. Stock up in essentials and step out in style. Score big at the New Year, New Gear sale. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The third session for Liquorland. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
It's a little hard to say whether we'll see any cricket in this final session on Boxing Day. The crowd beyond 60,000 at its peak. They were told to seek shelter. Most have. So there's just a smattering of fans in the seating bowl at the G. Some remained through the weather in the lower terraces. Most didn't. The rain is much lighter and the skies are brighter, but the radar has a stay in that rain band for a little while yet. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus and Henley Homes built with confidence. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener reads 2 for 114. The not-out batters are Marnus Labuschagne on 14 and Steve Smith on 2. There was a protracted period of play, which was survival mode, while the two Australian batters just rode through 40 minutes of worsening conditions before finally the rain did hit. Our experts in place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming are back in the box together. Kat, Flem, hello.
Good afternoon. Jared, Cato, how are you?
All just making our own fun out the back?
Well, Mervyn Hughes is floating around. I roomed with him for 6 years. There's a bit of apprehension when he's around. There's food. There's stuff that he can either eat or throw. Just got to keep you... Well, you'd eat it.
Well, yeah, but I nearly got knocked out by the big man coming out of the toilets because he was charging in. It's like he's off the long run, waiting to get in there. So he might have left his run a bit late, Big Murph, after lunch.
Worst roommate? No?
He's worst and best.
Right.
Is that a contradiction? Yeah, no. Snoring, eating, room service. But then on a serious note, like his cricket, he'd come home from a test and he'd be so sore and he'd be icing up. But on day 4 of a Shield game, he'd bowl 25 overs, 80% bounces, and just will us over the line. But it was all at that time going, that's the standard you've got to get to play test cricket. I'm nowhere near that. Him and Tony Dodemabe were great role models that way, I reckon, for myself and players like Paul Rifle, and just a lot of fun. He was just hilarious. But we talk about bounces, 80% of his balls were just bounces. He just bowled bounces. He sledged. Like, he wouldn't play consecutive games now, would he? Because he'd be reported. Come back, play, reported. But no one had a bigger heart, isn't it? 200 test wickets, 1,000 runs. It was a fine career that sometimes gets lost a little bit, that his statistics are massive. But if I had to think more against that sort of stuff, it's just his heart. He just gave himself a chance and inspired the team that way.
Did you ever get the choice of roommates, or were you always billeted?
No, in Victoria, we changed once. I reckon I roomed with the captain for some reason, Simon O'Donnell. We lost and we went back together. Australia was different though, Cato, wasn't it? Like on tour, when I first went on tour, Ian Healy was the one that did it. Then there were team managers. But I reckon they started to work, who worked well with, you generally didn't have smokers room together, guys who liked later nights together. But it was all wrecked because no one could room with Michael Bevan, could they? So he's the simple reason why we have single rooms now. So for every generation of Australian cricketer, men and women, it's because of Michael Bevan. He's had the flu for 53 years.
Well,
53 years, Cato.
I never had a roommate for Australia because my first tour in '99 to Sri Lanka, it had changed by then.
Okay.
So I never had an experience of a roommate.
Well, thank God. Didn't you get chicken pox?
Cricket. I did. I got chicken pox on that tour. Maybe that's why.
That's what I remember about you.
Correct.
On your first tour.
Yeah. And I remember the local doctor laughing at me when he made the diagnosis. You've got chicken pox. And I was like, no worries, mate.
So Bevo had his effect. That was pretty quick.
Yeah.
He debuted in 94. By 1999, Australia had no roommates.
Shall we join this formality that's taking place out on the ground to doff our floppies to Shane Warne?
The ball marks, the dust, the dirt. He really wore this out, didn't he?
Is it a bit of ball, or is it some red from some of the signage that's painted on the turf?
Who knows? It's pretty special. It's coming up to 350. We did say it at the top of the day that we want everybody out here to tip their hat to Warnie.
Yeah, so we're about 30 seconds away. If everyone can come out from under the covers, the rain has stopped. Get ready to tip your floppies in honour of Warnie.
Oh, sorry, I meant 30 seconds.
So Shane Warne's iconic floppy, which is well worn. That is the absolute truth. Sits on a rostrum out under the Shane Warne stand. And in the most lively section of the ground near the old Bay 13, they are tipping their hats to Warnie. Fondly remembered at 3:50 on each day of this Boxing Day test. So mixing in with the heart tests that the family have committed themselves to for a lasting legacy there. Just a little bit of pageantry and his connection to the fans. So, as you mentioned, Merv Hughes, Shane Warne is the one who comes after that, and very much in that portion of the ground which now has his name.
Yeah, both with a lot of charisma. They were extroverts, loved playing at the MCG. They were admired teammates. Warnie's skill was a different level. We'll never see another Shane Warne.
Lovely connection to the people of Melbourne, which lasts to this day, and that most famous of shots from his final test match of him taking his bow with his floppy white hat in hand.
How do you feel sharing that nickname with him, Gerard?
There's only 3 people in the world who do that with me, and bless you for being one of them. So it's a few weeks only, and our WhatsApp group. And I don't miss the irony in it whatsoever. The ground staff have walked out to start their work, so that's a promising sign. Is that it feels like there's still just the lightest rain falling on the covers that are protecting the run-ups at the moment. I wouldn't be absolutely confident we're through it, but the work has begun, which will give us some hope of play in the next few hours. So on a state front, did you have to room?
Yes.
Yep. Do you have a regular?
Well, it varied because I think whoever did the bookings would mix it up. And sometimes they probably, whoever was in charge of that would talk to the coaches. And obviously sometimes you'd have changeovers in teams between a state game and then you play the one day at the end. So you have, someone maybe flying out after the Shield game and someone flying in for a one day. But I did room with Joe Angel a couple of times, and the big fella was like Merv. There was a lot of snoring, and I had to go down to our roommate, our team manager's room one night because I couldn't sleep.
Loved his tour T-shirts, didn't he?
He
his
did.
rock music T-shirts.
He did. But the manager, Tony Mann, unfortunately he's no longer with us, but he's a legend rocket. Scored 100 as a night watchman for Australia at the Wacker against India, I think, back in the maybe late 70s.
1977, 78, yeah.
And I got a bit of a shock when I knocked on his door and he answered me in this nightshirt, he called it, but it looked like a nightie that was down to his calves. And I got a shock, and he goes, "Come in, you can crash here with me." So I had a decent night's sleep with Rocket. But Mike Hussey a bit, who was honoured today, very thoroughly deserved into the Hall of Fame. So I roomed with him a little bit. I did get shocked by him one night in Melbourne, actually. I woke up to Huss on all fours on top of me having a dream, and I had to quickly, Julie, pull him out of the bed. So, mate, let's get out of here.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Well, Justin Langer was noted for that, wasn't it? Sleepwalking.
Yep. So that was probably the last time we roomed together. I only gave him one chance, and that was it.
So Huss's honour as he's going to be inducted into the Australian Cricket Hall of Fame. What a remarkable journey to find his way to that thoroughly earned status.
Very much so, because I remember when he first started playing for WA, and we played a lot of underage cricket with each other and against each other in club cricket in Perth, but played under 17s together and under 19s, and then he debuted for WA, I think it was in about 1994, after I think the retirements of Jeff Marsh and Mike Valletta. So there was an opening, came up, he got in, did really well. And then, obviously, it took him a long time to get in the Australian team. But, the one thing about Huss was that he wasn't a big kid growing up, but he had a good technique, very good solid technique, never shirked the issue at the top of the order. But then every year he went away, he got fitter, he got stronger, and then he developed more shots. And he always worked on having another shot to his repertoire. And then he played all those years of county cricket at Northamptonshire. Did really well there, scoring triple hundreds, and then through sheer weight of runs and just they couldn't knock him back anymore. He got picked in end of 2005, and his Australian career is remarkable and testament to the journey that he had and the hard work and effort that he did. But I think the big thing for him, and he talks about it, I think he might have mentioned it earlier today, was just believing that he was good enough, because he's so humble that he never probably felt he was better than he actually is, and he was a remarkable all-format player.
Mr. Cricket. How good is it to have someone called Mr. Cricket? And he wasn't comfortable to start. He takes it now.
Yeah.
There's no problems.
Oh, he loves it now.
And much deserved, because I played against him early on. He was limited. Good concentration. Make him play in the V. You know, it was hard to hit through the field. But even early on, you go, well, this guy's going to open for Australia. And I have a little sneaky suspicion that 2001 Ashes tour on, where Justin Langer come in for Michael Slater late. If Langer hadn't got runs, they were looking to play Michael Hussey as an opener that summer, and that could have been a different career for him. And then I remember another game at the WACA Victoria versus Western Australia one-day game, and he wasn't playing, and someone got injured, and he batted at 5 or 6 and got 100, and very much the way that he, Michael Bevan-like, what a great legacy Bevo's got that. When a player played like that, you were Michael Bevan-like. But that's the way that Mr. Cricket played his one-day cricket and even Test cricket in the middle order to that degree. So I just remember that was a significant moment. He walks out at 6. You beauty. Mike Hussey, he can't hit through the V, but he'd worked on his game over in county cricket. He hit gaps. He ran really hard. He could hit over mid-wicket, which he couldn't do early in his career. So just that general ticking along. And so much so that I remember that T20 World Cup semi-final against Pakistan, 18 off the last over. If you'd said that Mike Hussey from 1994 could do that, I'd say you're kidding me there. But just to show that once he had belief, no one trained harder, no one adapted their game anymore, got to sing the song. And you spoke about this morning at the breakfast, Kato, to give it to Nathan Lyon at that time. Is Lyon going to play every game? Why didn't you give it to A or B? That could be one of his great legacies, to call Nathan Lyon that early.
Yep, definitely. Yeah,
not many guys have got to sing it.
No, and that's the history of the song. Like it's only been probably, maybe 6 players? Started with
I think it's from Rod Marsh to Alan Border to David Boone to Ian Healy.
Justin Langer.
To Justin Langer. Even Ricky Ponting had it. And then we're getting into Mr. Cricket areas and Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, 7 or 8 players.
Wow. Certain attributes with all those players, isn't there? And I always feel, Gerard, you're almost the spiritual leader of the team, because you can't be the captain or vice captain. And what it does, it spreads leadership within the team, doesn't it? Without a title.
Yeah. So comes to Test cricket beyond 30 and ends up playing 79 Tests.
Wow.
And played 6 like we'd never really seen it before. So not in his capacity to bat with the tail and his capacity to get the tail to bat with him. And they would believe and get him along. He'd get his 100 while batting with blokes who we'd given up on years before.
Well, no, and that's exactly what Flem was alluding to before, is that he'd spent most of his career for WA opening the batting, but then when the opportunity came in the Test team batting, he did open against the West Indies, but then he ended up moving down the order. And that was where he played his best cricket, because I think prior to that, he'd done really well in the one-day team in that same sort of role, had the power game, and he understood then how to bat with the tail. And that's the biggest challenge with batting at 6, is being able to accelerate with the tail once you start losing wickets, so that you can still score and get the team to a decent total if you've lost a clump of wickets with the tail. So he mastered that, and in the end, that was his best position in particularly in Test cricket.
He was one of the first, if not the first, that used white ball cricket shots and transferred into Test match cricket as well, particularly in the subcontinent. Because once again, the Michael Hussey I bowled to early in Shield cricket, I'm going, he's not going to get any runs in the subcontinent. Where's his shots? And then he got runs everywhere. Yeah, he is Mr. Cricket. So that was a nice little surprise, but well deserved. You know, he was a great player for Australia, and we know, talking to the modern day batsmen, how hard it is to go from Test cricket to one day cricket to T20 cricket or vice versa. And he mastered it. And he was a fantastic field and a great team there. Well deserved.
Well, and rightly said, because I think it's a great example to some of these young guys now that, there is an apprenticeship that needs to be done to fully understand your game, to be able to apply it to the 3 formats. And as the game's going on now, there's probably a 4th format if you include T10 or 100 ball cricket. So the game keeps evolving, and as it's gotten shorter, they can be applied. You know, you can change your technique, or as we've seen with Steve Smith over the years, to apply it to different formats to be successful. And Huss was probably one of the first to be able to do that. And we're seeing it in Warner, obviously, with his career, and the beauty about, you know, how different formats can help each other out as a player, because you develop skills in one that are transferable if you open your mind up to transferring them. And that's exactly what he did.
What teams did you play with him in? So
WA, we played like under 13s against each other when we were probably about 10 years of age. For Wanneroo, he was at Wanneroo, I was at Midland Guildford. And then we were playing underage cricket for WA from probably the time we were 16 in the under 17s, and then under 19s for a couple of years, and then played for WA together, and then played a bit of Australian cricket because I sort of was out when he came in, and then I got back in at the end, and we played probably 3 years while I was still playing then. So
did you play any BBL with him? I'm just trying.
A little bit at the Scorchers. Yep. And then I finished up, and he ended up having another season, I think, at the Thunder. He went across there because I think they gave him the captaincy, and then they ended up winning, might have been BBL 5. And then I think he finished not long after that.
Was he? I was just been racking my brains trying to think back to when we started to work together, and there was the wane of bats. What was something that was going on? So, did he earn the moniker Mr. Cricket because of like the whole spectrum? He was as nerdy as it came with cricket, as well as the level of accomplishment.
I think I'm right in saying fastidious. Gerard.
Well done.
I think that is the word that sums him up to a T.
Yeah.
But you hear things like...
the covers are coming off.
Didn't he do the bowling machine for a whole day, for 5 hours, because he'd heard Alan Board, they don't know how to bat 5 or 6 hours these days.
He used to do it with his coach, Ian Kevin, and they'd go out to Wanneroo and he'd just bat. He'd do it, no, but Flem, this is the level of detail. He'd do it for an hour, then have the drinks break for 2 minutes, then he'd get back, go again for the next hour, then he'd have the 40 minutes off.
Wow.
So it was all just to the detail. Hence the reason he's got that nickname.
Yeah.
And he would weigh his bats to the ground.
Oh, to the probably the microgram, Gerard. Like it was just, like if he put an extra bit of tape on that bat, most of us would, it's just like 30 centimetres of tape or whatever it is, no big deal. And you pick it up, still feels exactly the same. No, that's got to be sanded down now. We've got to get rid of that 30 grams off the back to add, because of the tape that's been added. It was just hilarious watching how some would say OCD, but he'd get away with it because he was a meticulous.
And just correct me, was it him who had the mindset where he'd have the train go through and collect all his thoughts between balls?
It might have been. I've never heard him say that. I've heard him talk about red fire trucks, but that was about something else.
Now, I read one of his books. For young cricketers out there, particularly batsmen, it's worth a real read.
Yeah.
He as you said, the battle with self-belief, the methods, the goal setting that he settled on that become his little map of success was really inspirational. He found a way.
He is such a story for those who think that it might never happen, that you can still have such a substantial career getting to it when you're 30. And he'd always been in you've described it really well. I think that's, there's a universal truth to that, is to develop as best you can, don't despair, and still believe that starting then you can have your 79 tests and find your way into the Hall of Fame.
Particularly with modern day cricket and the schedule now. I mean, obviously some of the schedules with Test cricket are dropping a little bit. But, back in the day there was probably 12 to 14 tests a year. And there's obviously probably 30 odd ODIs a year. And now with T20 there's probably another 10 or 15 there. But, when you bank 5 years of cricket like that, if you have a good period like he did for those sort of 5 or 6 years, then those numbers add up, because you basically, once he's believed he's good enough, and he got on a roll and just the numbers racked up quickly.
Yep. He debuted at about the same time as Stuart Clark, and although Saaf didn't play that many test matches, because he'd debuted for New South Wales, he'd done well, found it hard, got injured, had to fight for his spot, had to find a way. By the time he'd hit Test cricket, he was ready. And in 2006-07 Ashes, with McGrath, Lee and Warne around him, he was the best bowler in that Ashes series. And it showed to me that, backing up a bit like what you said, sometimes you end up with a proven product, And even for Stuart Clark, he was influential for 2 or 3 years in the Australian team because he knew his game well.
And it just proves that age is just a number. It shouldn't even be thought about when it came to selection, because ultimately it's about who's playing well at that point in time. And great example of 30, you end up playing for another probably 8 or 9 years and played great cricket. So,
well, it was a surprise when he retired, even though he's getting into the late 30s. That's how big a legacy he's left.
Yep.
They wanted him to keep playing.
So Mike Hussey to be inducted into the Australian Cricket Hall of Fame. So the ground staff lifted the covers, but it is raining again. So
surprised how much puddles there were, Gerard.
I think part of what they do at this stage is clear the puddles off the covers and then lay them back down. They'll super sop that so that there's not too much water on the covers if it does get to the point. But the radar is just sort of annoying now, as rather than moving diagonally across where we are, it's come sideways. So we're not clearing the rain band in the manner that looked like we were going to. As we look at the weather update for Rainbird, leader in irrigation for more than 90 years. Oh, good chat. Lovely to see you both. Well, we're all going to
well done, Mr. Cricket. Yes.
Salute to Mr. Cricket. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming with us on SEN Test Cricket. If you're coming along to the MCG at any stage during the test, you can listen to every ball of the call with no delay on SEN Stadium. Just download the SEN app and follow the prompts on the app once you're here at the G. So we're stuck 2 for 114 Australia after being sent into bat. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence.
So you've probably unboxed a fair few boxes this year, and you might be feeling all unboxed out. But then along comes an unboxing like you've never unboxed. The Kogan.com Unboxing Day Sale, with up to 65% off big brands like Kogan, Apple, Matt Blatt, and Samsung. That's up to 65% off. Hurry, the Kogan.com Unboxing Day Sale is now on. Kogan.com, clicking awesome. See website for T's and C's.
Crew still on the Westgate outbound of the Princess Freeway. Speeds at 40, delays back past Willie Road at this point. An incident on the Human Amaroo Road and another one just outside Chatty Shopping Centre. There's a surprise. Melbourne East near Chatty Road. The Rob Cousins Boxing Day sale is now on. Get up to 60% off the RRP on the entire range of outdoor furniture. Shop in store online at robcousins.com.au. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
You can't control what a bushfire will do, but you can start preparing for it. Create your fire plan now at fireplanner.vic.gov.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
McCafe. It's the place where rich iced lattes and cool iced mochas go to chill out. Drive through for a barista-made ice-cold coffee at McCafe today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Canon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Canon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
What's up, thrifters? Get set to save 50% on clothing at Savers on New Year's Eve. That's this Thursday at Savers. Some restrictions apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's. And they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
The end-of-year clearance sale is now on at David Jones. Take up to 50% off the SRRP of selected mattresses from Sealy Posturepedic. Offer ends January 28. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. Want something delivered fast with full visibility along the way? At State Transport, we have staff available 24/7 and the technology in place to make sure your delivery gets there on time, every time. Give our team a call today and try the State way. Our people are your solution. Visit statetransport.com.au.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
In Place Living, design and develop customised specialist disability accommodation, valuing inclusivity, innovation and compassion. Because beautiful homes should support independence and choice for Australians with disability. To learn more, visit inplaceliving.com.au. For Hijaz, halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Scourge of cricket's most festive day, rain, which refuses to blow through here in Melbourne. We're beyond 4 o'clock. We have been in rain for the best part of 2 hours now. Australia 2 for 114. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. There's probably a scenario once we can't get back on by 5 o'clock, we'll all be sent on our way, having seen the best part of 43 overs only on Boxing Day 2023. So a whole lot of things that I imagine an American has no insight into what he might achieve and represent in Australia. I don't imagine a young Mason Cox ever thought, you know what I might be? I might be a Boxing Day Cricket Australia ambassador one day. He is a premiership magpie. Mason Cox, it's great to have you on SEN and Test Cricket in this instance.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought an American? We must be real bored here at the rain delay. We've got an American trying to commentate on Boxing Day. But we're here now. It's actually been lovely. It's been an incredible experience. Obviously, it's been a bit of a delay here for the past 2 hours. So a few brown lemonades for the audience. But no, it's been great. It's my first experience on Boxing Day. So I'm still getting my head kind of wrapped around it. Yeah, it's been an incredible day.
Have you taken in any cricket during your Australian education?
Yeah, I've tried to understand most of it. I've been to a T20 match in my days, but this is my first international one, and I kind of get it. I don't think I quite will understand it unless, maybe you step up to the crease and get the feel of like 140 mile an hour ball coming at you. Yep. Or sorry, kilometer an hour. Now I'm speaking language, but yeah, I think that's like whenever you get the real experience of just how talented these athletes are.
Did you follow baseball growing up?
Yeah, followed baseball. Texas Rangers just won the World Series, my hometown. So that was pretty exciting this year to see them win it. I always went to, games growing up in baseball, and there was $1 hot dog night every home game on a Wednesday. Nice. So the parents would take us. It was like $7 for the bleacher seats, and we just crush hot dogs for dinner. That was about the extent of it. But no, it's great. There's quite somewhat similarities between the cricket and Australia side of it. But I just love how many people come out and, support this, and how much of an international game it really is. Like, there's so many Pakistan flags out here and stuff, and walking around, you get supporters from all over the world. And it's a great game that brings so many people together.
The last time I was here, it was that day in September, one of the greatest grand finals we've ever seen, and it's in many ways the culmination of a radical journey that you've been on. When you think back on that day, with just a short period of time after, what does it mean to you?
Man, there's so many things that really go through my head. Like, it still probably doesn't fully, I probably still fully haven't grasped, how big of a deal it's been. But to me, like, I'll talk to my family after, and they kind of said, how you feeling? I said, there's some kind of weird feeling of, like, completeness, of, like, starting from zero and kind of reaching to 100 of winning a grand final. It was just kind of unfathomable, whenever you first came here to see me, and I couldn't even kick, football and hit the side of a barn, much less try to hit a person on, streaming outside 50. I still can't do that, but that's, the skill set I don't need as much. But, it was just one of those things. Like, the day was just incredible, and whenever, like, a big moment in life happens like that, you kind of look back to the journey that was, and, the ups and downs and the times, you thought you were out the door, and, the new opportunities you got. And there's so many times you think, oh, man, this might be it. And then, you end up having the experience of, getting a second chance at a grand final, and then you actually win the thing. It was pretty incredible.
Is the game itself vivid or a blur? Have you watched it back? How well do you know the game?
It's the one time I watched it back was Mad Monday, so that was a bit of a blur. I'll be honest with you. But no, I haven't watched it back. I've only watched it back once. And someone told me this recently. I said, don't watch it back too many times, because what will happen is your memory will be of the replay rather than the actual play. So I kind of like that. I was like, I'll write down a few things that happened that you kind of forget throughout the time, and the memories of that, and you kind of want to make sure that you still remember being out there rather than the memory of it being from a camera angle, and the conversations that were had on the ground, and pre-game, post-game, middle of the game, and things like that. You want to have those etched in your memory rather than no offense to you, mate, but like you chatting away up top. I kind of like the beauty of that, of saying I have an experience that only 24 other people or 23 other people have. So
when you look around now, what can you picture? What are the moments that live in your imagination?
There's one over here, me getting chased down, getting smothered, and then him playing on, kicking a snap on one of the goals of the year.
Yes.
That was not too good, especially on the biggest stage. That was thank God we won the game. That would have been quite embarrassing if we didn't. No, there's so many. It was such an incredible game of back and forth, and it seemed like every quarter time, like we were kicking one from outside 50 to put us in front by a couple points or something, and there was so many momentum changes in the game that was just incredible. And I think people will look back at that game and go, man, that was one of the greatest grand finals that has ever been played. And it was incredible to be a part of. I've been part of two massive, I'll probably conveniently say probably the two best grand finals the last 10 years, maybe, like with the West Coast game, with them coming back and beating us, and then us on the other side of being able to beat Brisbane by a kick. So I'm very fortunate in that sense. I've seen both sides of the coin, and you look out here to the MCG, and beautiful sun's now coming out, which is a good sign for the cricket. But you look at it, and you have little parts of the ground. You look at it, you go, oh, that's where you accepted the trophy, and that's where this happened in the grand final, and Bobby took the specky over there. And there's so many things you look at, and you go, oh man, I've got memories from these little pockets and these little areas, and that's kind of what sticks out the most. But the day itself is just it's incredible. It's an incredible thing, and I hope the people that were there really felt the energy, I think, and that's why we come to sport, is to entertain people and to give people that energy and the hope and the desperation of what people are doing out there, and they're putting their lives on the line and things like that. And that's what makes sport exciting. So I think on the day of the grand final, we definitely accomplished that, and everyone that was there definitely felt either the highs or the lows of the whole game, and the different experiences everyone had.
So the intensity and the concentration of playing it, do you recall, is it tense in the final stages of a grand final when it's all on the line?
It is tense. I think, I was saying this earlier, I reckon it's more tense for a fan because they know they can't change the outcome, right? So as a player, you're going, I can, focus on the next thing, be able to try to, play your game plan and be able to make an impact for your teammates in this way. But as a fan, you're sitting there in desperation going, I can't do anything but just watch, and sometimes I feel like that makes it even more nerve-wracking, where whenever you're playing, you have an idea of what needs to happen next, right? You have an idea of what's happening on the field, and, the way the formations are going, the way you're kind of playing, or if you need to tap it to this person, that person, or, want to kick it to Bobby because he's on fire, or wherever it may be. So I don't think there's much of a nervousness on the field. Like we've had so many close games that we've been part of throughout the years, and there's some kind of a weird comfort in the close game that was. And, you never it never kind of got to the point of panic, I think. Everyone was kind of calm in their own sense of being out there. I mean, obviously you feel the, not nervousness, but you feel the excitement of it's a close game and, you know, you're a kick or two, you know, from a grand final and, you know, the clock ticking down. But, yeah, it was just I don't know. I mean, it's impossible to really describe the feeling, but I think after the game, you know, I just collapsed. I was so exhausted, and then you kind of sitting there for 2 seconds, and you realize, oh my gosh, I just won a grand final, and you get up and you're hugging everyone, and then next thing you know, that you go out there and you get the medal, and then the trophy, and then the photos, and then, you know, within like 2 hours, everyone's kicked out of the MCG, and you're going, man, this is like an epic life experience that just happened in a flash. You know, you're like, oh, this is crazy. And it was great. I got to have an experience where after the game, you know, we got all the staff and people that really kind of, you know, help run the club that probably don't get enough credit. To get them out there and, you know, have them part of the celebrations and stuff meant a lot. And, you know, being able to have a few drinks with them, you know, after the season and, you know, be able to share the cup and the experiences with them, it was something that means a lot. And at one point, I kind of sat down away from everyone else and was able to kind of have a moment to myself and soak it all in because, yeah, it's been a lot of time to myself, you know, not having family here and stuff like that. And I've met some amazing friends and stuff, but there's a lot of time that you spend in your own head. So it was kind of nice to have a moment, kind of just go take a breath and be like, wow, this really just happened kind of thing, you know. And, you know, then you go talk to your friends and stuff on the team and, you know, it's their life dream to win grand final. And for me, it was just kind of a crazy experience that kind of, you know, come out of nowhere. But it's incredible to be a part of, you know, helping other people reach their dreams and, you know, accomplish what they've always wanted to as a kid. And, you know, to see their smiles on their faces is pretty incredible.
How's it carried back in the States? So we know during the year that the 60 Minutes piece was done, which I think is such a profound piece of advocacy for the game as well as your story. You've been back home recently. Oh, do I say home? Have you been back in the States
I'm
recently?
half and half. Mom says you were an American before you were an Australian. So I've got the citizenship in both countries, but yeah.
And then, so the LA Kings had you there at the game, and they wrote a piece about you for the local media there. What's the ripple effect of your story like back in the States?
It's pretty incredible. Like the last 60 Minutes came out this year, and that would have probably reached 20 to 30 million people. You know, that's almost the population of Australia. So to sit there and have that kind of, I guess, you know, public acknowledgement from the rest of the world, like they had never seen AFL. Most people had watched that didn't know AFL existed. So that's a massive piece just for people to get interested, to look up more and to do the research and say, okay, well, what is this weird sport? You know, where is it played? What's the MCG? A lot of people don't even know what the MCG is, you know, and you try to explain them to them, say it's a 100,000 seat stadium. You know, it's bigger than probably 99% of the stadiums in the U.S. And they're like, what? Like, yeah, it's, you know, I think at one point during the year we were the second most attended team in the world. And I try to tell people that, and they're like, how have I never heard of this, you know? So it was kind of cool going back, and the 60 Minutes thing definitely gave a lot of attention to the sport, which was incredible. And I'd never really been recognized for AFL in the States. You know, it's a very, very different experience being in Melbourne and then going back home where no one even knows what you do, and then Melbourne, everyone knows what you do kind of thing. So, and in this time I went back, and there was people that would just come up to me and be like, hey, you're the guy from 60 Minutes, you know? And I was just kind of blown away by it, you know? I couldn't believe it. So it's great. It's great to see the AFL, you know, make a bit of an indent. NRL's obviously going over there and playing their first round in Vegas, which is pretty cool to see. And hopefully the AFL, you know, at some point makes that commitment. Even the cricket, you know, has gone over there in the last year, and they've got the competition over there. And there's a lot of sport. I think now it's like we're such a diverse world of people from all different walks of life and different places that, you know, you can find fans anywhere in the world that will support whatever, you know, sport they had. And, you know, a lot of people are like me, they live in a different country from where they grew up, and they want to be able to have that feeling of home, or, you know, that experience of, you know, showing someone else, you know, your culture and like what you grew up with. And hopefully AFL can do that at some point. I think the cricket matches over there have definitely helped because now they've got a ground that they can play at, which is pretty cool. So hopefully at some point in my life, or maybe post my career, you know, I can help make that happen. But as I say, time will tell.
That's what strikes me as the possibilities for beyond your playing days. Do you have a mind towards that as to what you might be for Aussie rules in the States one day?
Yeah, I would love to. It's kind of my passion. I think I've grown to love this game. It's an incredible game that anyone that has never seen it sees it for the first time. They're like, I'm addicted. I'm hooked. You know, like, I can't believe this. I didn't know this sport existed. And it's the whole spectacle of no pads, you know, and everyone's tackling each other. And it's like, oh, you think NFL's tough, you know, and you kind of like play that role a bit. But once I'm done and, you know, retire, like, it'd be great to work for the AFL and help the international brand and try to get their name out there. And, you know, I always talk numbers and stuff, and I say if you get 1% of the population of America to care about AFL, it's more than the whole population of Melbourne. So, if you get 1% of the people in America to even recognize what it is, it's a huge ability to make some kind of financial income for the AFL. And hopefully they can realize that. It's just they have to put the proper people in place, like myself and some others, to be able to do that. And hopefully, over the next few years, and once I retire and stuff like that, I can do that and kind of be that somewhat of that image over in America to say, hey, even athletes that didn't make it in college and stuff, there's an opportunity to come play this crazy sport over in Australia and make a living and have a pretty incredible life experience like I have.
Yeah, I think that the capacity for that could really be something. How much sport did you see when you went back to the States?
Geez, too much. I was on a flight every 4 days. I felt like flew in NBA the first day, went and saw Jock Landale, was playing for the Houston Rockets, great man. And then I did the F1 in Vegas, and I did the NHL in LA. I actually did NHL and NFL on the same day, so it was a day game, and I went and saw the NHL at night. So I saw Kane Corns over at SoFi Stadium, and I know you were at the Kings game at the same time. So it was a big day that day. That was the last day in America, so I did it big on the way out. But saw a lot of sport over there, and it's incredible because I don't know, like the AFL world, we kind of sometimes think it's so isolated to this, this continent in the corner of the world, but it's got so many branches out to different places, and there's Australians that are working in sport overseas, and it's led to some pretty incredible connections that have kind of let me experience some cool stuff. And to be able to see, how SoFi Stadium works, and you look at the MCG and you go, okay, well, SoFi does it this way. They're kind of one of the newest stadiums in the world. How can we implement some of the stuff they do here to make the experience better for fans in Australia? And you'd be the same whenever you would travel to America. You kind of see these things, and you're like, oh, man, like, this is an opportunity almost, So it's cool to be able to have those experiences, see behind the scenes of how some of the locker rooms are and things like that, and you go and you end up comparing a lot, You go, okay, well, there's room for improvement here, and there's room for improvement for them over here, and it's cool to be able to say, okay, like, let's try to figure out the best way to make the experience for the fan and the players and everything else to have really the best sport in the world.
Yep. 2024, did you get through without surgery? How'd you go post, and are you ramping up?
Yeah, shoulder surgery, end of the year. That was the only sleep I got the week after the grand final, I think, was whenever they put me under. I'm not going to lie. I was actually pretty happy about it. I said, I think I'm due for a little bit of a nap. But it was good now. So I had shoulder surgery, just a little scope kind of clean out kind of thing. And then full back into training, everything else. So it's not restricting me anymore. So I had a little bit of an injury over the back half of the year that I was kind of dealing with that wasn't too public. And, just got it all cleaned up at the end of the year, which was nice. So we now are on holidays. We're on Christmas holidays, so we've got a couple weeks off now before kind of we get into the thick of it, and that's where kind of your free time goes out the window, and it's really just 100% focus on the season ahead. And it's going to be an exciting year. We've got a few draftees we've got, and they're kind of killing it in the training sessions, and they provide that energy that youth does. And it's been great to have them. We were just out in Morwell giving back to the community and brought the cup out there, and to see all the smiling faces on the community out there was pretty amazing. And to go to the schools and you have all the Auskick kids and stuff, and I went down to Fish Creek, who have had an unfortunate incident happen down there, and to be able to go there and give them the cup and just kind of have them holding stuff, they were just bug-eyed, like couldn't believe it, and it's great to kind of provide a bit of hope to the community down there and be able to give back.
So a little bit of an injury. How did you find the back half of the season when there was intense debate around your position in the team? So there's the internal, but it feels to me you're someone who does live the external, but you've probably got the right demeanour for it. How did you find that experience?
It was interesting. I feel like I've almost been sacked from Collingwood about 5 times, to be honest with you, but somehow I'm still here. No, I think the biggest thing for me, like I was going through a tough patch, and in my form and play and stuff like that, and then to have someone like Craig McRae is an incredible human that's always kind of had my back and always believed in me, and had a few conversations throughout the year, and whenever I was dropped down to the VFL, he's saying essentially, you need to, for you to play in this team, you need to be able to be performing at a better stance. So it's a tough conversation to have. I don't envy any head coach, because you're having to break 22 people's hearts every single week to tell them they're not playing AFL. So it's not always an easy job, but the way Craig goes about it and knows that he's got genuine care for the person, not just the player. It's incredible, and he's one of the coaches that you just look at and you think, man, I don't know how you do it. Like you give so much of your time to others, you're so giving in a sense like that, and to make those tough decisions and whatnot, it's not easy. And a lot of people probably look past that, but he's been incredible for me in my trajectory and my career. He's the first person to teach me how to kick a football, and now he's out there sitting next to me as we win a grand final together. It's a pretty cool experience. But those tough times are it's never easy. I've been through them a few times. I've had some incredible kind of people away from football to kind of keep me grounded, in that sense. And it's all about the people you surround yourself with. And those tough times, you really lean on them a bit more than probably you would otherwise. And those people kind of get you back. But Craig's always been one of those that's always been in my circle and believed in me. And that was a major reason, I think, for me to be able to get back into the squad and have that ability to get into finals and perform.
Great things to accomplish. Mason, it's great to see you at the cricket. Terrific
thanks,
to catch
I
up.
appreciate it. Hey, I'm excited. The sun's out now. Oh, I reckon the tarps are coming off soon. Let's play some cricket, eh?
I reckon you're about to learn one of the cruel lessons of cricket.
Is it?
The sun
The
will be
Melbourne
out,
weather? Is
it'll
that what it
feel
is?
fine, and we still won't see any cricket. So
Oh, no.
who's to say? Mason, great to see you.
Always good seeing you, mate.
Mason Cox, premiership player for the Magpies. He's an ambassador of Cricket Australia's Boxing Day Test, where, yes, they're all having the meaningful chat out in the middle. The sun is out. We'll find out what that means for our cricket coming up. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence.
Crews still at a crash on the Hume southbound. That's the Hume Freeway at Amaroo Road. Maybe take the Hume Highway instead. Works affecting traffic on Eastlink northbound after Wellington Road and the Boxing Day Test, seeing extra foot traffic around the MCG. Oz Lotto is giving you the chance to win $90 million. There's still time to grab a ticket for tonight's jackpot. Enter in-store, online or on the Lot app before 8:30 tonight. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
Harris Scarf's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 80% off all cookware by Bluestone. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf. Great brands, great prices.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The New Year, New Gear sale is now on at Golf Box. Spoil yourself with something new. Stock up on essentials and step out in style. Score big at the New Year, New Gear sale. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
Anaconda's massive Boxing Day sale is on now. Huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Boxing Day sale on now at Anaconda. Play more and pay less with our 10% price beat guarantee.
Anaconda!
Liberty Personal Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and the go-getters. Get fuss-free finance from an awarded 5-star lender today. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
The gifts keep coming at Mercedes-Benz Berwick's Boxing Day sales event. Starting tomorrow for 4 days only, certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. Unwrap the ultimate luxury at Mercedes-Benz Berwick, Australia's most awarded Mercedes-Benz retailer. Boxing Day sales event starts tomorrow, just 24 minutes from the Burnley Tunnel. Licence 578.
You can't control what a bushfire will do, but you can start preparing for it. Create your fire plan now at fireplanner.vic.gov.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
For Hijaz, halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket, the Host Plus and the Henley Homes build with confidence. We're into the third session, in theory at least, for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland, choose to drink wise. Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sunderasen and Pete Lalor with me, our experts for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. And who knows, we might yet still have some memories to be created today. For the sun is out, the rain has stopped, and the covers are about to come off as well. Hello, Peter Lawler.
Hello, Adam Collins. And I can report that between Melbourne and Warburton, there's no rain, and they're basically on the same latitude. So
I think the problem is the bit that comes after Warburton. Go back another half an hour.
If I go east of Warburton out towards Dargo, it's pretty ugly. But there's a fair gap there. The covers are coming off. Someone's waving a phone around.
We're going to be an indication that we've got a restart time. 4:50 is the restart time, so they're going to get on there nice and quickly. 16 minutes from when we're beginning our conversation. So we will get a third session for Liquorland. So the cricket, cheers. Liquorland choose to drink wise. So we'll have a quick conversation here, maybe 10 minutes of jibber-jabber. Then we'll go. So there's plenty of news threads to pull at from today. Pete, you've got your hand up, though. You've got something to say.
No. I just hope that everybody who's left the ground right now is turning around to come back for a little bit more play, because we had 60,000 plus people here in the first session.
Yeah.
Be lucky to have 6,000 at the moment, so I hope everyone hasn't gone home.
It can happen a little bit on Boxing Day. I remember here in 2010 when Australia were all out for 98, there was 90+ thousand people here in the morning. Such a lot of expectation around a series. At that point, could have gone either way, and there couldn't have been more than 10,000 here by the close when England made their way to, I think it was 160 without loss, Bharat. So it can fluctuate, but Pete's right. There is time to get back. If you've left and retreated to a pub or a cafe or something like that, time is on your side.
I tell you what, the Pakistani fans haven't left. I can see a few flags being unfurled around the MCG.
It's a longer trip home.
It is. That is correct. Yeah, you can't get back in time, can you?
Probably the lure of the Boxing Day sales a few blocks up the road.
Yes.
You've got a new shirt. You've got 2 new shirts, haven't you, Colin?
I got a couple of new shirts. I've done okay. I've done okay over the Christmas period. I'm wearing a green
one.
I'm wearing a green shirt, and I just want to note something about the colour green. When we were in Pakistan last year for the 3 Test match series, the original Benaud Qadir trophy, the Pakistan side were wearing uniform lime green brand new caps. And Adam White, our colleague who was working with us in Perth last week, has sent me a text to tell me what's happened with the hats. They're all over the place now. They're not wearing the lime green anymore. They're back to the sort of dark green. It's a mix and match job. They're not even all wearing the same types of caps. The lime green dream was one that we were enjoying an awful lot. I remember talking about quite a bit on commentary. What's going on? Get to the bottom of this, Bharat.
That's Pakistan cricket. Mohammad Hafiz is in charge, and clearly, he's bringing a lot of changes. I mean, just the preparation for this Test match. Shan Masood spoke about it yesterday. Rather than have a practice session, they said last minute they decided that we want a two-day game, and then they said no, keep the media away. And even last evening or yesterday in the afternoon, they had a training session. Before that, they didn't train the day before that. No media. So there are a few Pakistani traveling media. They've done 3 press conferences in all, and they've been in the country already for nearly, 3.5 weeks. Imagine being a Pakistani journalist, Pete, and having to file for a newspaper or a website. And yesterday, again, they kicked all the media out from the indoor nets just because they said Mohammad Hafiz wants a meeting and they're too close to us. They'll hear everything we're saying in the meeting, so we just want to keep them at bay. So they're trying to do a lot of things differently, which you'd expect in a country like Pakistan when it comes to Pakistan cricket, because who knows how long these guys are going to be in power, right? They've been just forcibly put there in the wake of the World Cup disappointment, but there is no guarantee it is Pakistan cricket.
Yeah. You marvel that Pakistan does as well as it does, given the amount of chaos that happens in the administration. Every year, 2 years, and it's a little bit. Their administration is quite different to Australia's. I mean, it'd be like here, when Elbow comes in, he replaces all of Scott Morrison's appointments, which would all be Scott Morrison, and puts his people in, and you start again, and the team never knows where it is, and people are in favour and out of favour according to who they are. We even see that with the captain who hadn't played for the last 3 years. But he's back in favour now, isn't he?
Some updates to what we had before. We got a bum steer before, so that the pitch inspection is at 4:50, which is 12 minutes from now. That's not the restart. I did wonder that, turning it around in 14 minutes when the covers are still on. So there'll be an inspection. We've learnt that from our screen for Titanium Caravans, built tough. Our coverage throughout the course of the final session is for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. So that's the important time. The next bit is 4:50, 11.5 minutes from now. There'll be an inspection with the umpires. They'll get the brollies out. They'll have a little prod. Then they'll give us a restart time.
Yeah, I can see some of the Australian players walking very jitterly on the outfield. Josh Hazelwood, David Warner, and Yeah,
David Warner, is it?
Yeah, and Nathan Lyon. But speaking of quick turnarounds, the only time I've seen that happen is we were on air together last year, India, Bangladesh, Adelaide, Oval T20 World Cup.
That goes down as the weirdest thing I saw last year. When it was pouring with rain at Adelaide Oval and they had to get back on. They were on about 12 minutes after the downpour stopped, and the first ball back afterwards was when
the Bangladeshi opener slipped and fell.
Yes, the Bangladeshi opener
Lytton
slipped.
Das,
Lytton Das, of course it was. The strongest news point out of both the Perth Test and the Melbourne Test matches continued to be Usman Khawaja's shoes. I wouldn't have had that on my bingo card a couple of weeks ago, but here we are. Pete, you've been following this story as closely as anybody. You've been breaking a number of the developments. Where have we gotten to today? He didn't have it on his bat, the Dove, but we thought he might.
Yeah, well, there was every chance that he could have it. Just to give everybody a quick refresher, if they don't know, he was denied permission to wear messages on his shoes. He went into meetings with Cricket Australia. Cricket Australia endorsed him having the Dove of Peace on his bat and a reference to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 1. That was fine with Cricket Australia, although they have made it clear that they prefer he didn't do it on their dollar or in their game, but they're backing him to do it. The ICC said, no, not on, not happening. ICC is citing, ICC never front up to a microphone and explain themselves, but out the back door they're saying and Nick Hockley said this morning, that because it has a political context, a current political context, it can't be done, as opposed to all the other images that are allowed.
Can I just clarify one point with you, Pete? I mean, when we talk of the ICC, we're not necessarily talking about those sitting in Dubai who are in positions of the executive. Like the ICC is a federation, right? It's a member organisation.
Yes, it's not an independent body that runs cricket.
Yes,
no.
So in turn, I mean, I suppose the work you're doing behind the scenes now is trying to get to an understanding of who exactly or which part of the organisation have ensured that Khawaja's been put into this situation over the last couple of weeks where he's not been able to proceed.
And, look, and as I said this morning, Khawaja has highlighted their hypocrisy. As Marnus Labuschagne is batting now with a Christian symbol message on his bat, he can't have a peace message. There's been so many other incidents of that. But, look, I have some sympathy with the game. If there's a rule about this stuff, you stick to the rule, but all you want is consistency. Yeah. And the ICC has shown no consistency, and the ICC doesn't do consistency. The ICC is fickle and whimsical and an essentially gutless and spineless organisation because it is representative of member boards and it can only do what the members want, and you only have to look at the issue of Afghanistan women's cricket. At this stage, the Afghanistan men take all of the money from the ICC, which is supposed to go to men and women, and they use it all for themselves. Good luck to them. But that is against the ICC's own rules, but the ICC has no will to change that because India doesn't care, Pakistan doesn't care, lots of other countries care. They say to England and Australia, well, you can wring your hands about this one, but you haven't got our backing, and this is the way it is. How a game can be in breach of its own rules and its own regulations, I don't know, but welcome to cricket.
Yeah, but therein, for me, lies the disparity. They keep talking about, politics shouldn't come into cricket or religion shouldn't come into cricket on the field. But off the field, there's politics involved everywhere. And you talk of the many member nations that make up the ICC. When you say that in India or Pakistan or a lot of these other countries do not care about whether the Afghan women are playing cricket or not, it has a lot to do with who's running those countries as well, and which leads us back to politics. So I think that's such a grey area when you just have, and I understand where the ICC rules are put in place, but I think they let themselves down over and over again by being vague about these things, by not coming out and very clearly saying what's happening. And I said this before the start of play today as well. I mean, if Javagal Srinath is the match referee for this series, if he just comes out and clarifies the situation, does a press conference, or even if not, just releases a proper detailed statement, at least we'll know where they stand. If you just throw a clause at us, or at Usman Khawaja for that matter, which is, again, we're not legal people, nor is he, it just leaves so many questions unanswered, which leads to the kind of social media posts Usman Khawaja put out there, calling out the hypocrisy.
So just to clarify, at the moment, we're about 7 minutes away from an inspection, provided there's no further rain, no guarantee of that. The main cover is still on, which would suggest that the curators are a little bit worried about further precipitation. The Australian side have got the sharing out, but they're throwing it around like an American football, which I suppose is their prerogative. Haven't seen any of the Pakistanis as yet. I think that's Mitchell Stark who's chucking the ball along with his fast bowling colleague Josh Hazlewood. So again, provided no rain, there'll be an inspection in 6 minutes. All of our updates on the weather for Rainbird, leaders in irrigation for over 90 years. And if you're at the G throughout the course of the day or the week, listen to every ball of our call with no delay on SEN Stadium. Simply download the SEN app and follow the prompts on the app once you're at the MCG. Just that Afghanistan issue that you've both touched on there. During, at the start of the year, Cricket Australia was strident that they wouldn't play Afghanistan anymore, or at least with the situation is as it is over there, citing women's education and the lack of it for girls coming through and saying that it wouldn't be appropriate for them to play against them. During the World Cup, the senior players in the Afghanistan side dedicated some of their victories to the refugees who were banished from Afghanistan. So the conversation's being had at that level. But you're quite right. I mean, the idea that Afghanistan can be in breach of the ICC rules that are set out for them, and there seems to be no accountability mechanism for them at the moment. This seems intractable. I mean, short of other countries doing what CA have done, and indeed countries doing that at global events, this won't go anywhere.
Yeah, and that's where the ICC, like Pete said, seem to have different rules for different situations. And it changes in terms of what works for them in that moment. And also, let's not forget, I mean, everything that happens in cricket these days goes back to Indian cricket now, doesn't it? I mean, the power that they wield over everything that happens in cricket. And I think it comes down to that. I'm not starting a new conspiracy theory that it's the BCCI who have indirectly stopped Usman Khawaja from doing what he's doing.
I'm hearing that one in the background. So.
And I'm ruling that out either, though.
No.
The wider story of 2023 did involve Afghanistan, of course, that World Cup win, that extraordinary win where Glenn Maxwell made his unbeaten 201 and Pat Cummins is equally important, 11 not out or whatever it worked out to be. Pat Cummins was in the media today talking about a whole range of things, a really good interview in the Age newspaper. It included his determination to be in India in 2027. But just reading between the lines, I don't think he'll be there as captain, Pete. I think he'll be a senior member of the ranks, in all probability, playing in Travis Head's team.
It's going to be a really interesting situation, isn't it? It's not one that we're that accustomed to in Australian cricket, but it's one that he signalled from the start. Once he'd had time to catch a breath when he was hastily appointed captain, he spoke to a number of former captains and said, what's the use-by date on a captain? And this is what I like about Pat. He brings different thinking to the game. And they basically said 4 years. And that's quite sensible. Captains, particularly bowling captains in 3 formats, you're going to have a point where you just go mad, aren't you? I mean, it's like coaches, it's like anybody. I like the fact that he will put that he's notionally put an end date on his captaincy.
So, I mean, Border did it for such a long time. I think we're, at least those who remember watching Australian cricket under Alan Border, are conditioned to thinking of captains playing into their very late 30s leading the side. But after that, you're right. I mean, you go from Alan Border to the sort of Mark Taylor era, which lasted about 4 years. Steve Waugh about 4 more. Ponting a fraction longer. But 4 to 5 years seems to be the right amount of time. And Pat, who's just turned 30, that will give him a chance to be leading the attack potentially, provided his body holds up well after the point that he stops being leader.
Yeah, and that's like a box that all these Australians want to take, right? Nathan Lyon will be nearly 40 when he goes to India next, but he still wants to win a series there. And just go back to earlier this year when we were in Delhi, and obviously Pat Cummins unfortunately left soon after because his mother was ailing at that point. But I think that's a big carrot that's being dangled in front of a lot of these senior players. But you're right. I mean, he not only is a test captain for now. We don't know how long he's going to stay as one-day captain. Now that he has won the World Cup, having captained Australia in 17 matches, 18 matches? So
maybe not a single further game. You can easily imagine a world where Pat Cummins has played his last one-day international, right? I mean, in the way that England have managed Broad and Anderson so well over the last 8 years, a big part of that story was getting them out of the coloured clothing and focusing only on red ball cricket. I can see 2 men in white jackets making their way to the middle of the Melbourne cricket ground as we speak. Michael Goff and Joel Wilson, the central umpires, wearing their spray jackets. The covers are all gone bar the Hessian. That'll be the next to come up before the formal inspection in about 90 seconds from now. But conditions have improved a great deal since we first came to air as a trio about 10 or 15 minutes ago. That it's still heavy cloud cover. The lights are still on, but it doesn't have that feel of gloom at the moment anyway, Bharat.
Yeah, and Shan Masood, the Pakistan captain, has his whites on. He's come out there. He's doing a little bit of stretching. But generally, when you see players with their hands in their pockets in these kind of conditions, it's not a very good sign. And look where Michael Goff and Joel Wilson have gone. They've gone straight to the square. They're not so concerned about the pitch itself. And like you said, Adam, the umbrella is being stuck into into one of those side
always
pitches.
the first thing. Umbrella into the surface.
There appears to be a damp patch halfway down the wicket, adjacent to the wicket we're playing on. All three umpires are around that, and the ground staff are looking at it before the umpires came out. That's usually the concern. But the underpants are coming off now, so
Well,
that's a good time. We can see the wicket.
We were discussing earlier on the commentary. Gerard had a great conversation with Simon and Flem about Mike Hussey, who was inducted to the Australian Cricket Hall of Fame today. But, you know, longevity, you think of Hussey getting his opportunity in his early 30s and having such a productive time as a test cricketer, playing 79 times in that format for 19 centuries, a test average of nearly 52. So, you know, some of these Australian cricketers who might appear a little bit long in the tooth, they might see 2027. Right, you run through it. An India series away, which, you know, Steve Waugh, Final Frontier, all the rest of it, that still exists in Australian cricket, undoubtedly, only winning a couple of test matches there since 2004. They'll have the sesquicentenary test immediately after that, so that the 150th anniversary of the first test match, a one-off match here at the MCG, and then an away Ashes series in the middle of 2027, where they'll get the chance to be the first Australian side to win in England, as opposed to drawing there, which they've done in 19 and this year, 2023, but to win in England for the first time since 2001. So you think about that generation with a 3 in front of their age, they might be circling at 2027 as the time to jump off the merry-go-round, Pete.
Well, England's bowlers have proven that you can bowl a lot longer these days. The science has improved a lot. They're certainly going to want to get over there and win one Ashes in their career before it's done, and one Border Gavaskar Trophy away. Same for the Ashes. I mean, there. So yeah, that's a carrot for them. Look, they're all, but it's a length of string. I mean, even now these guys are carrying chronic niggles that we don't know a lot about. But you know, there's a groin for I think Stark's going a groin, and Cummins' hamstring's not great.
Speaking of the captain, Pat Cummins, Michael Goff's made a beeline for him. That he didn't come out to the inspection, Pat. It was just the umpires. So we've still got the fourth official with the umbrella. But upon talking to Pat Cummins, it looks like they're going back down the race. That would be a good sign. And the Pakistanis
putting the stumps in.
Yeah,
oh, there we go. Stumps are in. There you go.
And Joel Wilson's having a long chat with Shan Masood.
So we're just waiting to get the formal word from Cricket Australia. This tends to take a couple of minutes. We get the word through when they recalculate how many overs there will be. Of course, there won't be another break. We did have tea for Bundaberg ginger beer. But yes, it looks increasingly likely we'll get a restart. Whether we get on for long, well, that's in the lap of the weather gods. But the third session will be for Liquorland. Cheers. Liquorland, choose to drink wise. And when they do resume on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener, 2 for 114 they will be. Australia was sent in. Labuschagne 14. Smith on 2, a partnership that's worth 6 from 57 balls. They came together when Usman Khawaja was caught in the cordon from the bowling of Hassan Ali for 42. They were 2 for 208. And they were 1 for 90 on the stroke of lunch when David Warner was caught at slip. So Warner, one stop left on his farewell tour. That'll be Sydney next week on his home ground, batting again with his great mate, Usman Khawaja, who he's formed quite the combination with over the last couple of years. Khawaja, the only man above 1,000 test runs this year, and in the news very much this week. But yeah, I suppose in Khawaja you're seeing a man who turned 37 since the Perth Test match, so another year on the clock, and he'll be thinking himself, I'm sure, let's make the most of a productive time in his life where he's making so many runs. I can't fathom a scenario where he's talking about retirement, Pete.
Not at the moment, no. He just looks like he's in the easy chair in cricket, doesn't he? He's got on the slippers and the dressing gown, but it's all going very well for him, and they need him to hang around a little bit more in the absence of David Warner, which is going to happen after the Sydney Test. I'm wondering if you're Smith and you're Khawaja right now, whether you're that keen to get out there. Labuschagne, I mean, sorry.
Okay, news from Cricket Australia is the play is set to resume at 5:10 p.m. So that's only 17 minutes from now. The cut-off, acknowledging that we would have exhausted the whole 30 minutes with slow over 8s, we always do, plus the plus the 60 minutes available to them. That will drag us out to 7 p.m. local time. So we'll get a formal calculation from Cricket Australia. Off the top of my head, Bharat, that'll be 27 overs, I think.
Yeah, of which I think they'll bowl 22, but the way these things work. Yes. But you're right, Pete. I'm not sure. Manas wasn't very happy being out there just before they went off.
No, it was very difficult before they went off. It's not as dark now, but there'll be a bit more moisture back in that wicket in the outfield, won't there? It was definitely difficult batting before that.
All right, I think we're going to go to a break on SEN Test Cricket, just waiting for confirmation of that from the back of the box. What I can tell you again is that we're back on for 5:10 here. All of our updates have been for Rainbird leaders in irrigation for 90 years. I'm getting this information on our replay screen for titanium caravans built tough. Our experts are Bharat Sunderasen and Pete Lalor for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. And when they do get back on there, Australia will be in a position to press home any advantage event so far, but that was dragged back a little bit by Pakistan, taking 2 wickets either side of the lunch break. Usman Khawaja and David Warner back in the hutch. Labuschagne there on 14 and Smith on 2. We'll take a break on our coverage. SEN Test Cricket back not far away from the first ball, and when we do get to it, Australia will be 2 for 114.
Reports of an incident in Doncaster Road at Elgar Road. We've got works in Cranny as well. Cameron Street remains closed at Berwick Cranbourne Road. You might want to take the South Gippy instead. Also works affecting northbound traffic on Eastlink just after Wellington Road. Sexyland's Boxing Day sale. Get up to 70% off in-store or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland, something real sexy for everyone. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
When the job needs doing, that's Ace. When you need it fast, that's Ace. When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
Download the My 7-Eleven app for Fuel Price Lock, and you could start saving on mobile quality fuel today. Savings not guaranteed. Visit 711.com.au for T's and C's.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's Best Super Fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And if you wanted a fresh take on this fan fave, then say hello to McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their demonstrator vehicle sale. Save on all demonstrator vehicles in stock with new vehicles also reduced to clear. You'll also enjoy 5-year free scheduled servicing on all new and demonstrator models. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving innovation and performance. So so you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The gifts keep coming at Mercedes-Benz Berwick's Boxing Day sales event. Starting tomorrow for 4 days only, certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. Unwrap the ultimate luxury at Mercedes-Benz Berwick, Australia's most awarded Mercedes-Benz retailer. Boxing Day sales event starts tomorrow, just 24 minutes from the Burnley Tunnel. Licence 578.
For Hijaz, halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Time extension on Boxing Day. 5 o'clock local, so in 10 minutes' time, play will resume. Australia 2 for 114. Sometimes you can read the stuff that's put in front of you without really thinking of it. I'm glad I didn't. Labuschagne will be 14 and Smith will be 2. We were delayed at 23 minutes past 2 by rain. We haven't seen the final equations just yet. There's a little bit of conjecture as to whether we play to 6:30 or whether after 6:30 we can then add whatever time's left for the overs that are allocated. So we might land somewhere between 6:30 and 7. That is presuming we get no more rain. So we're working on the basis of a 6:30 finish from all that we've been told so far. But you never quite know with cricket. That's funny little conventions. Gerard, Whateley with you. Pete Lalor is alongside me. We haven't spent our time together today. Pete, hello.
Hello, Gerard. Sorry for distracting you when you came on air then. I just had flashed Gerard a copy of Gideon's latest article on Patreon with a rather colourful headline.
It is. So Gideon doesn't have the boundaries of traditional media anymore.
No.
And he's using them quite well on the evidence of that.
Yes, he's got the F word into the headline. Not unusual for Gideon, frankly. Yeah. So apologies, Gerard. You're quite the professional to push through that.
What's the first paragraph at the moment of tomorrow's copy?
Right now?
Yeah.
You don't want to go too early.
That's right.
It's going to be very flowery. Let's just say, dear readers, not a lot happened.
No, not a lot's happened so far.
Yeah.
There is a chance. So this always favours the bowling team. Just an hour and 20 minutes at the end.
Oh.
It's an annoying period of play for the batting team where really there's not a whole lot to be gained, but there are wickets that can be lost.
This is an enormous test for Smith and Labuschagne. They were just hanging on before the delay. Before the delay, it was a lot darker than it is right now. It's brighter now, so visibility won't be the issue, but it'll be moving more. There'll be a bit more juice in that track, and that's not an easy track to bat on. They did really well to survive that. You know, there were a couple of really hairy moments there. Which, to a degree, means we do need to tut about the shot that David Warner played to get out before lunch because, man, what was he thinking? That was a terrible stroke. And I tell you what he was thinking. He was thinking about lunch because he'd taken his helmet off, he'd taken his gloves off the over before, thinking it was the last over. Oh, God, we've got to face another over. And he just didn't switch his brain back on, did he? But you could get rock and rolled quite easily on a wicket like this.
Yeah, you can easily lose 3 or 4 in this in an hour and 20 minutes if things went awry.
That's the frustrating thing about Pakistan's bowlers. When they got it on the spot, it did a bit, and that ball that got David, that really bounced. And we've seen some really jag around. There's not a lot of pace in the wicket, but Steve Smith's struggling to hang on. And Steve Smith, is he not the batter he used to be, Gerard? He's had a pretty sort of quiet 12 months, hasn't he?
Yeah.
2 years.
He's not the batter he used to be at the MCG.
No.
Those 4 imperious years where he made centuries like Bradman used to at this ground.
That's right.
In this showpiece test. We're a little while since then. He's such an interesting case study. He's 3 centuries in the calendar year, including 1 in the World Test Championship and 1 at Lord's, a decisive knock. So they're good signature pieces in his calendar year, yet you sort of feel like, oh, that's not quite the
No.
That's not quite the year we would have envisaged.
Compare and contrast to Smith of 2019 at the Ashes when he was so damned good. The English had to clear the front pages of their newspapers just to acknowledge the sort of rare air this batter found himself in at the time. He slipped back a little bit. Marnus has slipped back a little bit too.
Labuschagne's the one who hasn't had the year that Australia needed him to have.
No.
So he makes the century at Manchester, which is important to save that test match. That they could have easily got knocked over there and lost the Ashes. But across the course of the year as it laid out, for the number 3 who through his first 20 test matches had done all that he had, that's not enough for him. And then he has this terrific World Cup. There's this totally offbeat World Cup where he plays such a significant role in white ball cricket. So it's not to run down his contribution, but 1 century from your number 3 across a championship year just wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't enough. They've sort of cobbled together a good to very good year Australian cricket, but hey, they've had some significant other contributors, and ain't it the way, you know? And I don't think Travis Head plays as well as he's played if everybody above him is playing well. He is one of those players who, it's my turn to step up, is it? You know, I don't think Hedy's keen to step up after you every time. But, not to suggest he's lazy, but he needs to know that the moment's his. We're relying on you, mate, and you do it.
So the players are just starting to mill the other side of the ropes. They'll be before us shortly. I think your point is so well made about that 40-minute phase of play in the dark as the gloom was building. I fancy if Australia had been bowling, there are multiple wickets in that phase. So Smith and Labuschagne survived that. Now we see the worth of it in the next hour and 25.
Yeah. Look, and I think that they will have to just, they are elite sportsmen. They will enjoy this challenge of getting through this period. If they can get through this period without losing a wicket, it'd be a good day's cricket for Australia. I'm just so impressed by the Melbourne crowd showing up in these numbers. So we've got 60,000 plus people here today. That's more than we had over 4 days in Perth. We're not comparing apples and apples, obviously. It's the time of the year, it's the destination test, and all of that. But gee, I thought 60,000 was particularly, it's a great crowd when you know it's going to rain. Yeah. Because there was nothing more certain than it would rain today. I was surprised we got in as much cricket as we did. But there's not 60,000 now, Gerard. I think they're all gone up to the Boxing Day sales.
There's a lot in the pubs, I'm sure, and plenty who will have made it home by now as well. But if you have stayed, a salute to you, because it's quite possible you'll see the best cricket of the day from here. Who's in behind us? Damien Fleming is in the experts chair for the resumption. In place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Welcome back, Flem.
Gerard, Pete, listeners. Yeah, I just went for a little bit of a walk to catch up with a few people. The bars at the MCG are pretty full.
They're heaving, aren't they?
They've stayed, and then they'll either be watching the TV screens from the bars, or hopefully they'll come out. And as you said, Gerard, it's just a very interesting session here. Pakistan were better in that second session. The ball is still moving around. There's nothing to suggest with these humid, cloudy conditions that the ball won't be still swinging and seaming. And it was tough for Smith and Marnus. They really didn't get into any momentum whatsoever. So a great opportunity, I think, more for Pakistan here to get themselves back in this test match and get a couple of wickets.
Well, you'd love to be bowling here, Flem, wouldn't you?
Who's that?
You.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Yeah. The ball's not old enough. Shine it up. It's going to swing. They've just got to be just so tight with their line. Make Smith and Marnus play, and definitely that good length that pushes or invites the batsman to come forward. Certainly there's enough movement and some inconsistent bounce.
There's nothing out there to scuff up the ball, is there? There's enough grass on the wicket, and because with the drop-ins now, they've got a good cover of grass over them. And the outfield's beautiful. It's a bit like Perth last week, where they changed the ball and you could still read the writing on it.
Yeah.
So the formal notification has come through this session, which is to the cricket cheers, Liquorland choose to drink wise. 5:10 to 6:30. Play can be further extended for an additional 30 minutes to achieve minimum required overs. There are 26.2 overs remaining in the day's play.
So we're here till 7.
Yeah.
Because Pakistan will not bowl their overs in time.
They go slow, don't they?
They got deducted points in Perth just to add insult to the injury there.
In the old world, the gates would now be open. You could just saunter in and watch an hour's worth of Test cricket. Does anyone know whether that still happens?
Okay, guys, let's play.
Okay, guys, let's play indeed. Lights are on at the MCG. Boxing Day resumes. Australia 2 for 114. Hamza is in and he's bowling way down the leg side to Labuschagne. Rizwan, not for the first time, flying away to haul it in.
He wants your bowlers to come out and be on the money from the get-go in this situation. It's moving in the air. It's doing a bit off the wicket, but that's a...
I think it's happened a lot, hasn't it?
Think of that delivery.
Bowlers, their first ball of each spell has been wide. The batsmen haven't had to play. It's still swinging.
Two slips are in place. And Labuschagne is 14, the right-hander. Stares down and leaves the delivery outside the off stump. So that's Hamza has finished his over. His figures none for 16 from the 9 that he has sent down. Australia 2 for 114. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart Gardner. So to get back into it, Flem, to deliver against the decision to bowl first in the conditions that they have, what does Pakistan need by 7?
Well, they definitely need 2, I think, to justify the decision to bowl first. And then reflecting on what encouragement there is for the quicker bowlers, there's a lot. There's 3 times as much swing as there were 12 months ago in the Boxing Day Test match. Do they feel like they've maximised that? Surely that's no. Slips in place. Once again, you've just got to get the batsman playing at balls that... No, off stump to 4 stump line.
Patrons below us getting back to their seats, holding up play atop the sight screen. Hassan Ali has been handed the kookaburra at the members' end, so he'll get back into his work. He's bowling to Steve Smith, who tucks him away off the hip and runs the ball through backwards square. They will get 1. So first ball not on the mark. 2 for 115.
I think I can still make out the writing on that ball, Damien.
And how many overs old is it?
43.
Yeah, yep. If you look after it, you'll get the rewards.
Compare and contrast, if you're playing the subcontinent after 14 overs, it looks like the dog's been at it for a week.
Gee, might be even less than that.
Yeah.
Pigeons are into greys down at the members' ends. Labuschagne struck by a ball that he couldn't quite get out of the way of. It's more in the midriff.
Where's the ball?
Angling into the body the whole way.
Looks like he went a bit wider of the crease there, Hassan Ali. There is, I think, just a little patch of extra grass on a good length like that's got some steep bounce.
Hassan is in and he bowls and it's left alone by Labuschagne outside the off stump.
He certainly should have played in Perth, Hassan Ali. I think he showed enough already today. A bit fuller, a bit more accurate than the rest of the bowlers.
They've just been cursed by injury, haven't they, Pakistan? And unlike India here a few years ago, they just do not have the depth to cover for it.
3 slips a gully point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Labuschagne again is untempted, the ball shaping away.
Got to make him play. I know it's the cliche, but you can be lulled into just watching the ball pitch and move past the edge of the bat. But you've got to catch the edge of the bat. You've got to make them play at it. I thought that was even a problem that when they did find their groove, they still
enough that just went through to Rizwan, the keeper.
Labuschagne upright in his stance. Sun balls to him. He's cramped on the leg side. He'll roll away for a leg bye. As Rizwan gets around to his left.
I saw footage of Sorry, Joe. I saw footage of Rizwan giving a sermon in a mosque the other day. He's a very religious person. Must be a very wise person too. They're all hanging off every word. I assumed it was a religious sermon. I don't think he was talking about the first test.
Smith has the strike. Hassan bowls to him and he leaves outside the off stump. So a couple of singles from it. 2 for 116 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Well, we've got a serious crash. This one, Coldstream, Maroondah Highway now closed both ways between Maddens Lane and Hill Road. Police are directing traffic. You might want to use Hillsville Yarra Glen Road instead. It's the end of year sale you've been waiting for. The Good Guys' famous knockout sale. Check out the unlocked deals and save big for a limited time only at the Good Guys. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
SEN Test Crickets for Hijaz Hilal Financial Solutions. Australia 2 for 116, Labuschagne 15, Smith is 3. After the best part of 3 hours was lost to rain. Hasma is going to continue from the southern end. Bowling over the wicket, defended full face of the bat from Labuschagne out to mid-off.
Hamza was given the task of choosing the balls this morning. Spent a lot of time over it too. I think he's chosen well. It's moving in the air. The Cookers, they've been all right this year.
They have. I wonder if that's a bit of a lost art too. Do you know who does it in the Australian team? Is it Mitchell
Used to be
Starr?
Siddle, didn't it?
We don't seem to get footage of it,
I
do we?
feel like we saw Andrew McDonald and Scott Boland choosing the ball in Perth.
Okay.
Right.
That's something I like to do. Craig McDermott used to do it when I first made the Australian team, but it's a free hit, isn't it? Because a batch of balls can be totally different.
Labuschagne faces up and leaves the rising delivery over the stumps. I just shared this with you. The Pakistan players, who I think sometimes live in a world of their own.
Yeah.
The substitute players have walked around the ground and they are the ones who have meandered in front of the side screen.
Oh, wow.
as Labuschagne was facing up, of all the people who might not have their wits about them, the professional cricketers.
Well, I think it was years ago when the Aussies were playing. Curtly Ambrose had retired, wasn't it, in Antigua?
Yeah.
And Curtly kept walking by as the bowler was running in. He didn't know.
He knew.
Hamza to Labuschagne. He's beaten past the outside edge. It's a lovely delivery.
But yeah, it's a great opportunity, isn't it, to choose the ball that you want. And the Kookaburra ball, you know, if you can find one that's, you know, seems, you know, a little bit firmer and higher. And some balls just feel better in your hand than others. And I agree, they've chosen well today.
Well, we saw the difference in balls when England got a change of balls in the last test of the Ashes, didn't we? I've never seen a ball behave so differently to the previous one.
Hamza rolls the shoulders. He's in, bowls. Labuschagne tucks him away to leg. Grabs a single to the umpire at square. 16 for Labuschagne, 2 for 117. So take us through it, Flem, when you've got the box of balls. What was your approach?
Knock on the umpire's room door and asked to have a look at them. As I said, Craig McDermott was doing it before me, and when he retired, I sort of took on the role. And one by one, you just put them in your hand, basically, Gerard. And sometimes, there was a bit of a theory about dark Kookaburra balls at the time, whereas I liked the light ones. I reckon they shined up better.
Smith, bat raised, ready to go, down the leg side, doesn't have to play.
And I'm not sure whether it's like good red wines that they have a good batch and good years, but the 94-95 Ashes, I'm telling you, the red Kookaburra balls that summer were just beautiful.
Yeah. Light
and they
red?
swung and they were light red.
Light red, yeah.
And the seam just seemed to be a little bit tighter and, as I said, a bit higher. So you got a little bit extra seam, but they just looked beautiful and they felt beautiful.
More rosé than Shiraz.
Yes. Yeah, definitely not Shiraz.
Hamza, last ball of the over. It's a bouncer which flies.
Might not be
He'll
the
have to
last
bowl
ball.
it again. No, that is a proper wide. Mohammed Rizwan hauls it in, so he doesn't concede any more than the 12 buys, and he hasn't been culpable for terribly many of those either, for what it's worth.
But they do talk about the Dukes having good years, don't they? And in particular, whether the balls that were used in that last test were from a few years ago.
Over from a better year.
Well, in 2019, they used the batch from 2018. They were so good, they put some aside for when the Australians arrived.
Hamza bowls. Smith squared up. He got it to ground as it trickles across the popping crease. End of the over. 2 for 118 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Hassan Ali begins the fresh over. He bowls, and Labuschagne's leaving outside the off stump. This bonus session of play. To the cricket, cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. 2 for 118, Labuschagne 16, Smith is 3. Flem, how soon could you tell? A bit sort of Indiana Jones style. He chose poorly. How soon could you tell if you'd chosen wisely?
Yeah, you know by the first over. You know by the first over. This one's not going to swing.
Hassan Ali just ahead of the pigeons. He pushes off and he bowls to Labuschagne and leaves with a slight saber switch, which he's borrowed from the man at the other end.
Well, he's not listening to you, Pete. It's still too wide outside off stump, and that's where you got to be able to self-coach on the field. You know, where are you looking? If it's an area on the wicket, then obviously you've got to tighten on off stump. Is it off stump itself? Is it the bail? Do you want to get the ball through to Rizwan on a tighter line? Visualise the best ball that you want to bowl.
Can he self-correct? Hassan, a little fuller, but no better in terms of lines. Shame doesn't have to worry.
It's a trait of visiting Australian teams that David Warner pointed out in the first test, is that their seamers will put a few balls up into the slot, get driven, and won't do it again. They get, they feel, oh, well, we can't put them there because we'll get driven. But the Australians are happy to put them up there and be driven because they know that's where the wicket's going to come. You have to take that risk. At this stage, they're just happy not going for any runs, but they're not going to get a wicket that way.
Labuschagne again leaving.
And sometimes if it's swinging too much and you're struggling to control it, you know, you can change your wrist angle a little bit, get more upright, or just bowl a bit wider of the crease. A bit wider of the crease to attack off stump. And the batsman might feel like, the right-hand batsman might feel like you're trying to angle the ball in, but you're still getting the ball to shape away. Just make them question their leaving around that off-stump area.
At this stage, they're practicing their leaves, really, aren't they?
Yeah. And
again, man.
Same shape.
It's getting wider.
Off stump, getting further away. Labuschagne just lifts the bat, shakes it off.
And this is different on a flat pitch and the ball's not moving, isn't it? You know, it is a pretty defensive move to just bowl wider and see if the batsman will chase you. But when the ball's swinging like this, you've actually got to be able to attack the stumps. He's missing by close to a metre of his perfect line.
Well, it's to Hassan Ali. He bowls it again. Labuschagne doesn't have to play. So rinse and repeat right through the over. The challenge really is with the bowler. 2 for 118 at the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smarter Gardener.
Few crashes on the go for a Boxing Day Tuesday. One in Northcote, St George's Road at Arthurton Road. Also Mitcham Road at Ormond Avenue, and in Donny as well, Doncaster Road at Elgar Road. Harris Scarf's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 80% off all cookware by Bluestone. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf, great brands, great prices. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Hilal Financial Solutions. Smith's on strike. He's pulling the ball down to fine leg. One bounce down in front of Hassan Ali. And scrambles to make his ground with the throw at the non-striker's end. So a single taken, 2 for 119. Smith is 4.
Well, other teams have put that fielder halfway back, whereas Hassan Ali's like all the way back there. If he was halfway back, he would have caught that.
One other thing that's been distinctive of this Pakistan fast bowling lineup in Perth and so far today is that they don't use their bouncer much.
No.
And even in good swinging conditions, you do want to try and mess with the batsman's footwork. And just generally you're looking to bowl full, encourage the drive, but a surprise bouncer can work. Frustration, they might take it on, and you got catcher down there at fine leg.
Conversation between bowler Hasma, his fellow bowler Afridi, and captain Masood has seen the mid-wicket, the cover switch to a catching mid-wicket. 3 pitches away as Manas Labuschagne faces up. Hasma bowls to him. He drops the ball to leg, runs it behind the umpire and is able to take a single. So
that's not great cricket, is it?
Whatever the plan was there, they didn't give themselves any chance.
They've actually put a plan and they could still get a single.
And it looks like Baba Azam is going to stay at that short mid-wicket for Smith as well. In the previous over, the young fellows who are down in the Shane Warne stand were able to attract Baba's attention, and he won some good favour interacting with them and giving a wave, and Hassan Ali down below us is signing the odd autograph down on the fence as well. Hasma bowls Smith across his stumps and he blocks. Baba's there at short mid-wicket. This pair came together in the 34th over. Kawaja fell first ball of the 34th over. We're now middle of the 47th over. The partnership is worth 12. Those numbers and the timing of it doesn't quite do justice to all that has been absorbed. I imagine they would look to do that through until the close of play today and then really drive home an advantage tomorrow. Bowls and Smith lifts the bat that dies on its trajectory through to Rizwan, no run.
Well, at least they've been forced to play 2 shots this over. He didn't play a shot the whole last over.
Shane's wandering down the pitch at the non-striker's end, patting away. Smith readies himself. All the fidgets done, readies himself. Bat lifted. He plays late, a ball out near cover, but not quite the gap that he was looking for. Imam Al-Haq gets around from point, no run.
Looking to drop and run between the 2 fielders then, Smith. Quite control it.
Are you looking at Smith not getting the singles that maybe he once did? Was it somewhere in your mind?
I am looking at that, yeah, particularly in this innings, but you want to go chasing that ball for singles in these circumstances, do you? If they're bowling wide.
He's got it this time. He's placed it to cover. Imam Al-Haq gets there shy as it hits Smith. Now the ricochet is heading down to the southern stand. It won't reach the rope, so there'll be no additional runs. A single to complete the over. 3 singles from it. 2 for 121, the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smarter gardener. So that line between being proactive and keeping things going along or just reaching for the ball that can get you out.
Yeah. Unfortunately for the fans, Pakistan just aren't putting the ball there for Smith to run those short singles because it's just too big a risk to chase those wide ones.
Start of the fresh over, Hassan Ali in from the members' end. He bowls fuller but wider still, and Smith is untempted.
What's that, Pete? 7 in a row?
7, yeah. 7 deliveries where the batter has not been forced to play a shot.
You'd almost be saying that they're bowling defensively to tempt the Australians. All pigeons are gone.
Pigeon problem.
Bill Lowry.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh, he's not. Oh.
So Marnus has gone down wielding the willow to disperse the pigeons.
Nope.
Didn't get them to go far, just And now Hassan Ali with arms waving, chasing pigeons around as Steve Smith gives him the thumbs up and the thank you. But they're now meandering across the pitch. So be careful what you wish for. In a more distracting position. The pigeons are on the move. The cricket a little less so at the moment. Smith drives inside portion of the bat. It squirts away from mid-on. It was a false stroke.
The pigeons have regrouped in front of the Ponsford stand when they're not annoying any of the batters.
Further away now than they were. It's interesting. There's the MCG got to a stage where it had eradicated a lot of its bird issues with the wires overhead, and then they didn't put the wires back up at the start of the footy season, and the seagulls congregated. And then when the wires did go back up, Hassan bowls and Smith did pull inside the line, maybe. Elsie played and missed. But once the wires did go up, it was too late. The birds had already learnt that they didn't need to worry about the wires, so they were inside them in no time.
I'm in at war with a group of pesky Indian miners in my backyard. Come and eat the dog food.
Oh, halt. We have one of those in our, the dog just sits and looks at it.
Yeah, got one of those dogs.
Your territory for a little while. Smith faces up. Oh, now Hassan has got this moving on a much better line and length, and he's beaten Smith past the outside edge. A little nod of acknowledgement from the batter.
It's just the length, isn't it? It's lulling Smith into just a little push, a nothing shot. It's still reasonably wide, but just showing how much encouragement there is still in this pitch.
Shape and then seam. It was a good combination. Hassan Ali is now threatening Smith, who squared up, trying to play the ball to leg. It ends up rolling away innocuously to off.
Not finding the middle of the bat when he is forced to play. Beating the outside edge with that previous delivery, which is the best delivery he's bowled since lunch. What wasted opportunity.
Yeah, it's been a good over this one though. He's getting dot balls with pressure.
Sun's out.
Challenging times for Smith with 3 slips waiting at the pads though, and the pressure valve releases. Smith leans on a ball out through mid-wicket and rolls all the way to the boundary. Can't quite contain or corner Australia. That's not a bad little encapsulation of it. The boundary for Azito all day, every day. Australia 2 for 125. We're clearing the decks here. Colo and Buck are coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
During summer holidays, please do take it easy on the roads, and please, wherever you are, swing past your local Tyre Power to get the free 5-minute tyre safety check. We thank all of our SEN family and Tyre Power for their ongoing support, and after the summer holidays, we look forward to more great moments just like this.
That is a shot of an emperor.
The big December deal sale is on now. Buy 3, get 1 free on Toyo passenger and SUV tyres. To find your Aussie-owned local independent Tyre Power dealer, visit tyrepower.com.au.
Steve Smith's first boundary from his 41st delivery. All our numbers for mate Internet and Mobile. Adam Collins jumping in. Chris Rogers next to me. New Harms to continue. Operating left arm around the wicket. Labuschagne on 17 and he beats him. First ball of the over on the angle. Just steers away. The left arm up. Preferred from that southern end since the resumption of play. That's half an hour ago now. They were 2 for 114. They're now 2 for 125. Hello, Bucky. We haven't seen Shaheen Sharafridi, though. Interesting.
Yeah, you would have thought that the strike bowler would have been chosen first after they had a long break. I mean, all the bowlers would have been rested, but yeah, Pakistan have gone for Hamza. He's bowled okay. He's just come around the wicket here, hasn't he? So trying to angle the ball in and swing it away from the right-handed batters.
Got the 2 slips in the gully for Labuschagne. Wider on the crease. Leaves alone. Swings the bat as he lets it go through his gloves with Rizwan. So Smith especially, just no real fluency as yet today. Scrapping hard. Didn't used to be this way for Smith. He would walk out to the middle and be 20 before you even looked up to the scoreboard. But at a different phase of his career now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as free-flowing. I think there's a bit being made about, you know, he hasn't been as prolific over the last couple of years and his average has come down. But right now, he and Labuschagne have to do a job for the side.
Labuschagne 17, facing Hamza. Bowls here, leaves alone. The ball that's back of the length, leaves it early.
I just think in this situation, there's not a whole lot to be gained for the batting side. It's more self-preservation. How can you just make sure you're not exposing that middle order in having to come in under lights in tricky conditions and then, starving off damage, really. So they'll know they've got a job to do for their team, and hopefully doing that, they'll find some fluency and some runs.
Lights on, but sun out as well. Hamza arrives and bowls and steering into the gloves of Rizwan. Is it not? They're appealing. It's turned down. Umpire Goffar moved. It was Hamza who was up, not quite so much the cord, and Rizwan a little bit interested. I don't think he's going to get the review that he's starting to litigate with Shan Masood, but he's a pretty cool customer, the Pakistani captain. He says, no, back to your mark, mate.
I actually think it went over the bat. Even if he edged it, I think it would have been on the full.
See a second time around now. Yeah, as you say, had it clipped the edge, it would have gone into the turf before rising up. So definitely the right decision not to review, not to send it to the third umpire for Imar Insurance. The tradies trust Imar for insurance. Call 1-3 Imar. Into Labuschagne. Bowls here. Beats him with a beauty. That's angled in, stood up off the seam, and really taken off from the turf past the shoulder of the bat, missing the edge by, well, not far at all, and the off stump was in play as well. Gorgeous.
You don't say this too often, but it's almost doing too much. Yeah. And that's angled in, then seamed and swung away. You're doing well to get bat on that.
So you saw Mir Hamza at close quarters over the weekend playing for Pakistan against Victoria in the two-day game, where he conceded 69 runs in 13 overs and looked nowhere near it, according to reports from the ground. He'll finish the over here. Bowls to Labuschagne, squares him up, spits out to cover, albeit along the ground. That's a great over. Maiden complete, 2 for 125. That's on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. So Labuschagne still 17, Smith's on 9. But yeah, you saw Hamza going through his paces, and we weren't entirely sure he'd get a start on this trip, but here he is and doing a good job.
But it's kind of what cricket is, isn't it? You have conditions like Pakistan bowled in at the Junction Oval. It didn't really move off the straight, and here it's doing plenty. So he's obviously going to be a different bowler when conditions suit, because he's only bowling at max 130 kilometres an hour. He needs movement in the air and off the pitch, and right now he's getting it.
He's an unusual bowler, Hamza, at age 31. He's played Test cricket, but never white ball cricket for Pakistan. But got a really good first-class record, 418 wickets at 22. Hassan Ali continues away from us. Northern end. Smith gets forward and defends. With Hamza, he's got a really strong body of work behind him in red ball cricket. So clearly a skillful operator, but yeah, just 2 Test wickets in 3 matches. Sean Marsh and Devon Conway. Bit of a theme of our conversations today about players taking their opportunity later in their cricketing lives. You were one of those.
I think you were talking about your career, weren't you, Colo?
Oh, come on. More about Michael Hussey. Here's Hassan Ali on leg stump, turned around the corner. An easy single. Might turn that into a couple. Smith ultimately sends Labuschagne back, who's the more ambitious of the two. Smith to double figures from his 43rd ball, 2 for 126.
You were telling me about the Dorset captain you were playing with, who said, you're not too bad, are you, Colo? You could play a little bit higher.
Don't know about a little bit higher, but a little bit more. A little bit more. I've enjoyed my comeback as a spinner, but it's not about me. Believe me. Nothing sacred. How you going, Colo? Enjoying your cricket? Catch you up and you bring it up on air. Stitched up. Hassan Ali bowls here and leaving alone with that half a lightsaber from Labuschagne into the gloves of Rizwan, hitting them pretty hard.
All I know is I'm not going to play against you, mate, because there's absolutely nothing to gain from that.
No, I remember watching you play a charity game a number of years ago when we were both in the UK, up at Althorpe. It's a posh regal house, actually, where Princess Diana was buried anyway, and you were playing in a game. Was it the Stephen Crook testimonial?
Stephen Crook testimonial game, yeah.
2 slips to the gully. Hassan Ali up to the crease. Bending late. It's Labuschagne into the turf at the backward point, no run, and you got out to a filthy full toss from the singer who did the national anthem or something like that. Laura Wright?
Laura Wright. Was that?
I think that's her
yes,
name,
yeah. She sang the national anthem for one of the Ashes tests.
Yeah.
I remember as well.
I think I might have mentioned that on the commentary in England this year. Dismissed by her to a full toss or a half tracker or something.
Wouldn't be the first full toss I got out to, Colin.
Here's Hassan Ali again, bowling back of a length. Better pace, but yeah, Labuschagne doesn't need to play. He's faced 73 balls through 17. At the lunch on that event, I seem to recall Graham Swan working you over about that very full toss at Lord's in 2013.
Earl Spencer?
Earl Spencer, that's it. That's who I was reaching for. I knew it was someone from the aristocracy. Earl Spencer's joint.
Yes.
With a cricket ground plonked right in the middle of it. Hassan Ali bowling with a 6-3 field away from us at the northern end. Labuschagne stuck on 17. He'll stay there, shouldering arms once more. End of the over, 2 for 126 from 50 overs. Labuschagne 17, Smith on 10. That's on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick, so go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Adam Collins with Chris Rogers, and it looks like Ian Smith jumping in as well, our experts for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Arms up going again, left arm around the wicket, leaving alone outside the line of the off stump. Stephen Smith, this is tough going for Australia, Smithy. Pakistan are giving themselves something of a chance, but yet to find the edge.
Yeah, they've been unlucky. They haven't found what they've been looking for, but it's where they should be. I mean, it's test bowling, and it's asking batsmen a lot of questions. And on the first day, when you won the toss and asked the opposition to bat, you need to ask them questions. It's taken them a while to get round to that, but they are.
So Hamza has got the 3 catches behind the wicket, bowls here and driving, just sneaking it through the covers. It was uppish from Smith for a moment. He'll get a couple for his trouble. Moves to 12. Australia 2 for 128.
I suspect that was not even a half chance, a quarter chance. In the air, cover diving to his right, full length. Oh.
So it's Barbara Azam in there. He went, I wouldn't say full stretch, but in terms of the reaction time, it was low and
to the right. I mean, he got his hand to it. It would have been an absolute blinder of a catch.
Smith sets up, waits for Hamza, bowls here and leaves, and does a little jig as the ball reaches the gloves of Rizwan.
They've done enough, but they haven't got it done. That's kind of how I'd sum it up. They've done enough, but not enough deliveries every over for mine. There's been 1 or 2 maybe at the most, but then 4 to let them off the hook, and just got to turn that ratio around to instead of a 2-4 or 4-2, and you might find you're in business. But it's just below where it has to be against a very good batting side.
Need to make it work here, Pakistan, before the close. Hamza wider on the crease, but left alone outside the line of the off stump by Smith. He's letting everything go out there. A lot of dot balls, run rate about 2.5.
What I have noticed, Chris, is the ball condition. Unbelievably good.
Yeah.
We're heading towards, the 50th over.
51st. It looks brand new, doesn't it?
You can still see the writing on the ball. I mean, you just don't do that.
There's a little slow-mo here we're seeing on our screen for titanium caravans built tough. That very point. I mean, you can see the writing on the kookaburra.
Which just suggests that the grass covering is beautiful. It's not damaging the ball, the pitch.
A bit like the Oval earlier this year, something like that. Hamza bowls here to Smith across his stumps down the leg side comfortably in the end. But yes, when they had those 2 balls they were pulling out of the box at the Oval, the famous ball change, one of them clearly had writing still on it, and there was speculation that a ball couldn't possibly be that good a nick at that stage. Well, a point to the affirmative here.
I think you're right though, Smithy. It just hasn't been quite at the level it needed to be. I'll tell you, it would have been good. Mohamed Abbas. He wouldn't have missed here. Someone who could just put the ball on a dime and ask questions every ball. You don't have to do plenty, just enough.
Finishing up here, Smith going back, defending, no runs the call. 2 for 128 for Australia on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the smart Gardner. Labuschagne 17, Smith on 12. There was a bit of a revival of the, I mean, you'd probably call it the right arm medium fast for a while there. Vernon Philander, who did a fabulous job with South Africa. Mohamed Abbas, who went to #1 in the world, according to the ICC rankings, for a brief time, but was instrumental in winning a number of tests for Pakistan, including one against Australia at Abu Dhabi in 2018, one against England at Lords as well. I mean, Chad Sayers made it to the Australian side, a similar disposition, but it feels like they've sort of left the game a little bit again, Smithy.
Chris Wokes in that category, just slightly too quick.
Maybe a yard quicker.
Tim Southey. Tim Southey in that sort of...
But they probably consider themselves like guys that hit 130s, right? As opposed to sort of your 124 kilometres an hour kind of characters. But yeah, nevertheless, the not express pace when you were playing Bucky, and there was
there's one at Victoria coming through named Fergus O'Neill, and actually sat down and we watched Vernon Philander's wickets against Australia because of how tight he gets on the crease. It's almost bowling from in front of the umpire.
Change in bowling. Jamal on, starts his 8th over here, gives the ball to Labuschagne to cut, and he doesn't miss out. He threads it between second slip and gully with a minimum of fuss. A late cut, really. Up to 21. A rare boundary for Australia for Azito all day, every day. 2 for 132.
And if you enjoy fast bowling, go and watch those highlights. Every wicket is magic. Just the skill he had. Just to get the ball to move. He was knocking people over, finding outside edges. Yeah, it's amazing. He was an incredible bowler.
And you're well placed to comment on Philander and those other South Africans as Jamal bowls here closer to the stumps and left alone by Labuschagne. I mean, the difference in threat that someone like Dale Steyn or Morne Morkel presented at a much higher pace, and yet it often was Philander who'd clean up against Australia.
The interesting thing about Philander, his seam would come directly down at you. It wasn't angled, so you couldn't really tell which way it was going to swing. It was pointing straight at you. And then sometimes it would swing into the left-handers, and sometimes it'd hit the seam and nip away. So you almost just kind of held your bat there hoping you'd hit it and it wouldn't do too much.
Jamal away from us at the northern end. To Labuschagne, way wide of the off stump, and signalled so by umpire Wilson. Another sundry, 2 for 133, just got ahead of himself there.
Well, this is poor bowling. I mean, he's following up on quite a concerted spell from Hassan Ali, which was accurate, it was demanding, didn't get the breakthrough. But what it required was who was coming in with fresh legs had to maintain that accuracy. Very first ball, short, wide, easy one for Marnus Labuschagne. That an actual wide. I mean, that's not good enough. And this is a bloke we thought would grow another leg after getting wickets in Perth on debut. Hasn't happened today for him at all.
Jamal again. Can he correct it here? Bowls to Labuschagne. That's better. Hits the gloves with Rizwan's fingers pointing high, but still back of a length, so he withdraws the blade. Labuschagne. Just coming back to Fergus O'Neill for a moment, Buck. I mean, he's leading the country for wickets in the Sheffield Shield. Made contributions with bat and ball all the way through. Yeah, it might be a yard slower, but do you think he's the kind of guy who could end up having an Australian career?
Oh, I think if you're playing in places where conditions suit, absolutely. And there's still plenty to come from him. He's only 22, 23. So, yeah, and those kind of bowlers, like even a Trent Copeland or a Chad Sayers.
Good one there. Again, Jamal's just a little bit back of a length when the ball arrives with Labuschagne, is able to let it go.
They get better too. They continue to develop that skill. But really, I mean, the one that is Adam Dale. That's the one that he's been tutored by a little bit. At Melbourne Cricket Club, Adam Dale was the coach there for a while. And yeah, he's the kind of blueprint of that kind of bowler. He was a nightmare to face in Shield cricket up on the Gabba.
Your favourite medium fasts for tyre power, big December deal sale, 0433 98 11 16. Get them coming in. Adam Dale, Trent Copeland, 2 good nominations there. Jamal is a bit fuller here, but the same line, about 5th stump line, swinging away, and Labuschagne lets it go.
The challenge for him, though, is the other fast bowlers that are floating around, and you know, there's some good ones that are coming through as well. So he will just have to be, he'd have to be almost perfect with his line and length and keep developing that skill.
Maybe conditions like New Zealand.
Absolutely. They do encourage it, especially this summer.
Where Australia will be for 2 test matches in March, early next year. Jamal, closer to the stumps, but again, not anywhere near the stumps. So Labuschagne lets it go. 2 for 133, Australia on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. Labuschagne 21, Smith on 12.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Hello, it's Rob Sanusa from State Transport. We've put the infrastructure and team in place so you can focus on the things that truly matter, like growing your business faster with more confidence. Our people are your solution. Visit statetransport.com.au.
All right, a change in bowler for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. We've had to wait 40 minutes. It's going to be Shaheen Sharafridi from the Shane Warne stand end, and you sense this will be important in determining who wins day one, Smithy.
I agree. If he can pick up a couple, if he could remove both these two when Pakistan come to the ground tomorrow morning, knowing they don't have to do that, and they've got the likes of Travis Head and Mitch Marsh, who are more on the aggressive side of defence, not that hard to dislodge. They can take you apart, but they'll give you an opportunity. These two might not.
Shaheen's going to start round the wicket, bowling to Smith on 12, and he lets a ball go that's well wide of the off stump. Smith's faced 50 balls now for his 12 in his 50th Test match in Australia.
So, I mean, he's given them enough support, I think, that the skipper today. He's done enough, I think, to be supportive. Shan Masood, he's shown confidence in them. He's given them relatively attacking fields. And I think he's got the spells about right as well, apart from the fact I think I'd have operated with this man straight after the rain break.
Good after lunch. Help build pressure from the southern stand end. He bowls here. Smith across his stumps. Hits him on the thigh pad. He's appealing for leg before, but that won't be given out. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer. Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. All our LB shouts in the series. Watching it back here. That was the right kind of angle, Bucky. In from wide of the crease. And it did straighten up, but too high.
Yeah, what probably confuses me is we spoke about how good condition the ball is in. He's a left-arm swing bowler. He's not starting over the wicket trying to naturally swing it back and hit a pad straight round the wicket.
Which is what he does in one-day cricket so well, isn't it? Afridi bowling here to Smith, way wide of the off stump. Lets it go.
But for that, you probably got to be quite front on and kind of turning your wrist and trying to push the ball away from the right-handers. And that's probably saying a little bit about where his action is at the moment. Probably not quite as comfortable over the wicket trying to swing that ball down the line. I mean, if Trent Bolt's bowling here, he's definitely not over the wicket, isn't he?
No, at last resort, not first option.
Smith bumping the bat into the turf. Afridi delivers here round the wicket and he cuts, bouncing it through the gap between gully and third slip and getting himself a 4. Smith leant back, had loads of time to get on top of the bounce and did so. Our boundaries for Azito all day, every day. 2 for 137, Smith up to 16.
Just a very poor delivery. Not much else to say about that. Short and wide and just sat in a beautiful spot for Steve Smith to throw his arms at it. And once he found a gap, that was it. It was just disappointing from a bowling point of view.
Smith's second boundary in 53 balls. Afridi to him again on the leg stump line. Bit fuller, pushed out just in front of square leg where there will not be a run. All about numbers for mate internet and mobile.
You feel for the captain too. I mean, you give the ball to your best bowler. You almost kind of think that you can have a break. Let the bowler go to work. He'll do his thing. I just set a bit of a normal field and then that strike bowler comes on and is leaking, then, think, what do I do now?
So finished the first over of his spell. Into Smith. Afridi delivers. Goes back and no is the call. 2 for 137 at the end of the over. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. Smith 16 with the boundary, Labuschagne 21. Getting in quite a few nominations on our feedback line for Tyre Power. Big December deals sale, 0433 98 11 16. You'll like a few of these, I reckon, Smithy. Colin de Grandholm, says Jack in Melbourne, his favourite medium fast. He might have been more medium than medium fast.
Interesting story, I could tell you. Colin de Grandholm got picked to play for New Zealand his first test against Pakistan. He got 6 for. Only threw him the ball for a change in proceedings, and he got 6 for. And then became an all-rounder just overnight.
Well, that beautiful spell at Lords in the World Cup final.
Yes, he did. Really bowled New Zealand back into it, you're right.
2 more New Zealanders here, Nathan Astle and Craig McMillan.
McMillan not in that
bouncer fun, wasn't it, with McMillan? Over the wicket here, Jamal on leg stump, worked behind square, down to fine leg for 1. Labuschagne 22, 2 for 137.
Don't forget the Test legend Timmy Murtagh.
Oh, yes.
5 for against England. At Lords.
What a day it was. All out 85, England, day 1.
Yeah, Tim Murtagh.
Only retired this year at age 42. And he nearly got 1,000 first-class wickets. He got within about 30-odd of that milestone.
Middlesex?
Yeah.
He'd be one of my favourite 11 teammates, I reckon. He's an absolute champion.
Very, very popular member of the county circuit, Tim Murtagh. Jamal away from us, bowls here. Riding the bounce in defence is Smith. Out to cover point where there won't be a single. One here without a name. Andrew Zessers was my favourite medium pacer, particularly after the dismissal. Zura caught Zadao, bowled Zessers. Okay, I'll cop that. Thank you. Ian Harvey, that's a belter. I love Ian Harvey. Back of the hand slow balls all day long.
Got me up for a second ball duck to complete a pair. My first game against Victoria, Paul Rifle got me out first ball in the first innings. It was tough going back then.
Here again, Jamal bowling to Smith on 16. Bit fuller, lets it go. Moved a little bit back off the seam. Might have clipped the back pad on the way through to the gloves of Rizwan. No concerns though at that length. Andrew Simons, Ian Harvey, Shane Lee were all bowling around the same time in that one-day squad, weren't they, for Australia? So some of these are your more part-timers, not quite at the level we were saying with Abbas and Philander, who were such prolific test cricketers. Although it didn't quite work out for Mohammad Abbas 4 years ago in Australia. He got clouted at Adelaide Oval by Warner and Cone. Jamal a bit quicker than that. Up to the crease here, bowls, but it's way, way wide of the off stump. Just what you said in the previous over again, wasn't it, Bucky? Was Smith letting go, but out of the hand, it was always destined to end up.
Yeah, no, we spoke about it in the adverts, but yeah, he's getting him so tight to the stumps, but because it's swinging from the hand, he's kind of, he bowls almost around himself, that as soon as the ball is outside the batter's eye line, you just know it's going to keep swinging to the slip, so you're pretty comfortable with leaving those balls. He might want to come wider of the crease and angle in a little bit.
Jamal up here, closer to the stumps again to Smith on leg stump. Helps it out to deep backward square. 1 or 2 men set out in that direction towards the punt road end. Smith 17 with the single, 2 for 139. Nomination here for Steve Waugh. A good one there. I was watching that Fox Cricket compilation of Shane Warne's best test matches. It was on yesterday, and there was a sensational caught and bowled from Steve Waugh in that 92 test match here where they beat the West Indies. Just to get rid of Carl Hooper. One here for David Saker. I think Sakes wouldn't like that.
Yeah, no, Sakes would be furious.
Too quick for that. Alan texting in. I'm not sure about that one. Ajit Agurkar.
Yep.
Yeah, might have been, again, another yard quicker than the medium pace. Won a test against Australia at Adelaide in 03. Jamal to finish the over. There to be pulled potentially, but Labuschagne backs out at the last moment. Just a bit too far away. End of the over. Labuschagne 22, Smith 17 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. 2 for 139. Here's a beauty for you, Smithy. Chris Harris.
I'm amazed he didn't come up sooner. Oh, Harry.
Was he right arm slow or right arm medium?
Right arm medium slow.
Slow.
Yeah, Harry. Big, prodigious in swingers. And then his variety was the one that didn't do anything. Chris Harris. Madassin Azar. Remember him? Before your time, you guys?
Yeah, not quite my era, so I only know him from scorecards.
He was a bits and pieces type bowler for Pakistan, but quite successful.
Smith on 17. New over here from Shaheen Afridi. None for 44 today for him. That's quicker. on the line of, well, about the 5th stump, but able to let it go out there into the gloves of Rizwan. Smith very disciplined so far today. Scott Styris, another New Zealand. A lot of New Zealanders coming up here, Smithy. What are they trying to say, our listeners? 0433 98 11 16 for time.
Well, are they saying we were just a bunch of average part-time cricketers? Or
It's got that kind of energy, doesn't it?
It wouldn't be an Australian attitude towards New Zealand cricketers, would it? Not possibly.
Cannot wait to be there in March, that's for sure. What a great tour it is. Back over the wicket now, Shaheen, at last. Bowls to Smith, but it's in the spot where he loves to flick. Through mid-wicket for a couple. Out towards the old Bay 13. There might be a third. Labuschagne wants it, but Smith sends him back. He's 19 now, Smith. 2 for 140 the score. So those test matches starting on the 29th of February at Basin in Wellington.
Sold out.
Hope so.
Some of the, I think 2 of the or 3 of the first days are all sold out.
What great news that is. And then the second test at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Beautiful parklands there. Smith.
Beautiful ground.
Will be there every single ball on SEN, SENZ. Don't like that it's 2 though. It should be 3. I understand the economics aren't that well built to playing Test cricket in New Zealand, but come on, let's have a third. Smith waits for Shaheen over the wicket, hits him on the pad. Appeal from Shaheen, but it's given. It took a long time to give it, just the way the cordon didn't go up. It was Shaheen on his own. They're going to send it upstairs straight away for IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance, call 13 IMAR. But the delayed finger from Michael Goff, who gets most of these right.
We have a player review for
it was full, Bucky. That had that going for it. It wasn't pitching outside the leg stump.
No, I think Steve Smith's talking about height. As soon as he was given, he pointed at almost at his thigh pad.
There's one of these in Perth, fellas, remember, and Steve Smith walked off the ground extremely disgruntled because it was flicking the top, and that's all it has to do.
All right, watching the first replay here, it's well above the knee roll.
Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can we have a look at
only touching leg stump will be sufficient, and it'll be pitching in line. So Shaheen pled with Michael Goff, got no support from the slips. We're behind the batter at our end. It didn't look like it had much going for it, but what do you know?
If we can have a look at
what do you think his reaction is going to be if it's just clipping?
Steaming, get out of the way.
Okay,
make way.
Line all the way through.
I think it's going over. This is my punt on it, but
ball. Ball tracking when ready.
Back in Steve Smith here.
So waiting for ball tracking here.
Okay, pitching in line.
2 reds to start, and it's missing. It's going over the top of the leg bail, where Smith perished by no more than a millimetre a couple of Sundays ago. He survives by about a centimetre on this occasion. He remains at the crease on 19, 2 for 141 for the first time today. We have seen DRS in implementation.
They're the traders, mate. That's
There we go, we got there. And a leg before shout. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And Pakistan briefly got to celebrate a wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives, and then they had to stop celebrating because upstairs Richard Illingworth went through the process, and that was that. Right, back to Shaheen. Over the wicket to Smith. In the contest on the leg stump line, pushing out to mid-wicket where there will not be a run. Change in angle. Over the wicket, change in fortunes.
I mean, the interesting thing is too, we've been quite critical of Afridi and how he's bowled, but when you go back to the beginning of the day, he finds the edge.
Yeah.
That's taken. Is there a difference in him? Is there a bit of confidence? You know, wickets can breed that kind of momentum, and instead it was an absolute goober that was dropped.
Afridi bowls to Smith, across him from over the wicket, lets it go. How the day might have been different if Warner nicks off inside the first quarter of an hour. Abdul Shafiq dropped a soda. Big part of the story of this first day. Still a fair bit to go as well. We're able to play till 6 p.m. So after this, there'll be 14 overs in the hour or so we have. And they should get them in with the extra fat, which will be good. 7 o'clock local time, the cut-off. Shaheen to complete his over. Bowling again to Smith, and it's short and wide of the off-stump end of it. Australia 2 for 141 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener. Labuschagne 22, Smith on 19 after the break. Gerard Whateley in to replace me.
An incident in Northcote, St George's Road at Arthurton Road. Another one in Malvern, Milton Parade out the front of Taronga Station and Mooney Ponds, Waverley Street at Holmes Road. The Rebel Boxing Day sale is now on. Get up to 50% off selected footwear plus buy one, get one half price on full priced clothing. Exclusions apply. Rebel Sport is calling. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
Australia 2 for 141. Start of the fresh over, full and outside the off stump. Labuschagne, shoulders, arms, untempted. So still 2 down after in the previous overs. Steve Smith given out LBW. Afridi had Warner dropped on 2, and then he doesn't hold on to the dismissal of Smith. So Shaheen Shah Afridi with nothing to show for his day's work so far. Amir Jamal is in operation from the members' end. Labuschagne is 22. Smith is 19. That is on the Drain Man scoreboard. Blocked drains. Call the experts the Drain Man. Jamal from the top of his mark. Right arm over the wickets. Cut away by Labuschagne. There's a deep point in place. He'll restrict it to 1. 2 for 142. Chris Rogers, hello.
Hello, Gerard.
Bharat Sunderasen is coming to join us as well. Bharat, welcome.
Good evening, Gerard. Bucky, I just saw something which I haven't seen much in Test cricket. Marnus wanted his guard checked. Umpire Joel Wilson just stood in his position and Steve Smith marked his guard for him. Doesn't happen very often, does it, Bucky?
Oh, I'd probably get bored of Marnus continuing to ask for guard after a while too if I was the umpire.
Ian bowls, Smith drives, but straight to Shan Masood at mid-off. Well, he is umpiring his own game, Steve Smith, so it is in keeping. Just an interesting sequences. So Afridi hits him on the pads, and before Michael Goff makes his decision, Smith's gesturing high, high, high. Then he gets given, he throws his head back in just complete disgust and dismay that he could possibly be given out. No, it's high, it's high, it's high, it's high. All right, T. I'm not sure about that carry-on, to be honest. There's a mechanism. Let the umpire make his decision. If you want to challenge it, challenge it. Smith leaves outside the off-stump. You're the umpire in our midst, Bharat.
Oh, absolutely. And it's something that he does all the time. I've always said that if you're a fielding team and the umpire's given it not out, just look at him for a second. In those 15 seconds, he'll tell you exactly what has happened, where he thought the ball was going, and you can use that as a pointer, as a guide. And interesting, Gerard, a couple of days ago, he was batting in the nets here at the MCG. He was hit on the pad. And he said, no, that's not out. Oh, unless it's Jay Wilson, I guess.
Jamal bowls and Smith plays late as he dabs a ball to deep point and ambles through for his 20th run. I think that the risk is it just creates the demeanour that you're above the game. And I think that's the risk in what happens in those moments, especially when he was wrong in Perth. So he ended up being annoyed that he'd been given out on height, but he was signalling down the leg side and it was no such thing. So his disgruntlement in Perth was completely misplaced on what he thought had happened. Jamal is bowling to Labuschagne, who's on 23. Just shirks inside the line and lets it pass to the keeper. They're going to take a drinks break right now in the middle of what's proved to be a bonus session of play. So for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, they'll run the drinks on. 2 for 143. Labuschagne is 23. Smith is 20. At the resumption of play, it was 2 for 114. The BBL tonight, the Sixers and the Stars clash is underway at the SCG. The Stars won the bat flip and elected to field first. There is coverage of that game. It'll be on the SEN app, and we will be heading there next. What do you make of what we've seen, Bharat, since the resumption an hour ago?
Yeah, Mir Hamza and Hassan Ali were very impressive, weren't they, Gerard? Beat the bat so many times, and I thought they bowled the way Shaheen Shah Afridi should have operated with the new ball. The bowling has been really good after the lunch break, but like we've seen with so many subcontinent teams who come to these parts, they just don't start well enough, do they, to put that pressure on Australia. Yeah, but at least in Pakistan's defense, they haven't let this game moved too fast. Like in Perth, what they were 117 without loss by lunch on day one. They've held Australia back, but these two just seem to be getting their eye in. And the last 2 or 3 overs, the pressure seems to have been released ever since those two have gone off and Shaheen Shah and Amir Jamal have come back on.
The capacity to build pressure, to bowl the ball in the right area consistently, they either have, and we saw it with Hassan Ali, he just couldn't find what he was looking for, and then he did, but a couple of balls later, he would have the pressure valve release, the ball that was whipped away through mid-wicket, so just not able to close in and corner the Australian batsman for long enough.
Yeah, and you'd think these are bowlers, most of them have played a lot of first-class cricket in Pakistan where the pitches offer nothing. So these should be the kind of bowlers who should be able to hit a spot over and over again. Or maybe in contrast, or maybe the issue is, Gerard, that because the pitches offer them nothing there, they constantly have to try something and they're not used to bowling the kind of length and just sticking to it, being unrelenting like the Australians are. And you just know it, right? If Australia had the ball in their hand in these conditions today, Pakistan would have been 7 down. Just the way, and it has more to do with the way Australia bowled than the way Pakistan backed.
We're in the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. It's shaped as sort of a tricky period potentially for batting back, but Australia have navigated it pretty well.
Yeah, and the sun's come out too. That's helped. There was a period there where the light seemed to have kind of taken over a little bit, and then for whatever reason, it just gets really tricky, mate. It's just a bit harder to pick up the ball. Everyone seems like they're bowling faster. But yeah, I mean, these have been as favourable as conditions as you're going to get as a bowler in Australia. There's been plenty there. Just as Ian said before, they've probably bowled two in an over in the right spot and 4 missed. If they'd reversed that, then you're probably talking about they might have had a couple more wickets, really. But yeah, it's so interesting what Bharat's saying, because is that the thing? Are they so flat at times that bowlers almost, that you get the X factor bowlers because they're ones who have to try different things rather than just being unerringly accurate.
Yep.
The leading run scorer for Robot Building Supply. Robot's got it. Khawaja 42, Warner 38. The 2 men dismissed. Labuschagne is 23 and Smith is 20. So 23 from 85 balls. Labuschagne. Smith is 20 from 68. The run rate is 2.55, which is a bit in keeping with the ground, isn't it? There's a lot of cricket over the past couple of years. It's been hard to score.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get a 50, it's worth 80, really, because it slows up in the outfield.
Afridi after the drinks break. Steve Smith lays the horizontal bat on it, strokes it out to point, no run.
Yeah, this is probably the best I've seen in the outfield this season as well. It's been even slower at times. So and rightfully so. It should be cherry ripe for the Test match. But yeah, it's one of those grounds where on many grounds you hit a shot, that's 4. Don't even have to run. Here you run in 3s.
Yep. Smith's tapping away at his guard. Afridi trying to work him over from the worn end, and it's patted away onto the leg side by Smith. Legs well split.
Started doing this quite a bit, Steve Smith, these days against fast bowlers, where he just sticks his leg out awkwardly and almost looks like he's kicking it away. A couple of times in Perth as well.
The replay for Titanium Caravans built tough. Afridi flows in, bowls outside the off stump and left alone by Smith.
These two also look like two very greedy batters who know they've not had great years in Test cricket in terms of numbers by their standards, right, Gerard? I mean, look at Manas's average. Same time last year was averaging 59 in Test cricket. It's dropped to 52. That's a big drop when you think of it. He's back with the Mortals almost.
Yes. Yeah, averaging 36 for the year. Smith 43.5 for the year. Smith is unbeaten on 20. Afridi bowls to him. He pulls through backwards square. It heads down toward the punt road end. Closing from fine leg is Jamal, and it pulls up a yard inside the boundary. Just as Chris Rogers had mentioned before, on most grounds it's 4, it's 3 that you're running through for. Smith is 23, Australia 2 for 146.
With Marnus, Barrett, I don't know what he's been like in the nets, but there was an over just before the rain delay, where he got a ball, he tried to punch back down the pitch just to the leg side of the stumps for 4, and it went to square leg, and then he went for a kind of square drive and dragged it to mid-off, and it was almost then he started looking at his grip. I just wonder if he's not feeling quite comfortable with it.
Freddie bowls to him and Labuschagne leaves. That bounces again before it reaches Rizwan.
And then the bat face isn't coming down quite as square as he wants it, and that's affecting his time. And I don't know if you've noticed anything.
No, I think he's always been a tinkerer, hasn't he? But just during the Ashes as well, Bucky, 4 out of 5 test matches, he had 4 different guards. And even here I saw a difference between how he was shaping up in Perth as compared to here. Maybe it had something to do with the ground, but he's just not 100% with his batting right now. Not the happiest that he's been.
Freddie to Labuschagne. He drives past Smith at the non-strikers, and it beats the dive at mid-off. It's a boundary. Beautifully timed, just the lean drive down the grounds. And Shan Masood couldn't make the ground to his side to prevent it. Labuschagne to 27, the boundary for Azito. All day, every day. The 150 up as well at the end of the over for the loss of 2 wickets. That is the Drain Man scoreboard. Block drains, call the experts the Drain Man. So a beautifully struck boundary.
Yeah, and that will give him a lot of confidence. Just leaned into it and actually got that square. Got his bat face down square. And then the timing's, it's perfect. He only punched that really. There was no flourish. Just like a short arm jab, and that's race to the boundary. And sometimes that's what you need. You just need time in the middle. And then naturally your body just seems to take over and iron out a few of the flaws.
Jamal begins his over, driven stylishly by Steve Smith, out through extra cover, beat the lunge of the field. Now the race is on again, it's going to pull up a metre short. Tapped back into the field of play, so 3, that's 9 threes against 13 boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, he has absolutely smoked that cover drive. And you're running, they're the ones in England I like it, when the square runs all the way to the boundary, you hit it, you do not move. It's amazing how long you can bat for then.
Smith is 26, 2 for 153.
He gave it his all, didn't he? Sounded good. It sped past the cover fielder the way it generally does when it's racing to the boundary, but then still pulled it back pretty easily in the end.
But they're massive boundaries. They're probably 80 metres. And then the grass is lush, thickish.
Elbows, Labuschagne blocks down the leg side.
But even with that no run, you could almost... I haven't heard Marnus sound that confident with that no run for a while. Not in this innings anyway. He's just been... in England, he's been so conscious of... Especially after those 2 early dismissals, Bucky in Edgbaston, we chased 2 really wide deliveries. Even though he said, they were just poor shots. He's been so conscious of that. He started getting squared up a lot more than before.
Jamal sets in from the members' end. And past Joel Wilson, he bowls, and Labuschagne drops it to leg. Tippity run. Bowler does the fielding, shies at the non-strikers. He hits, but Labuschagne was well home. Labuschagne to 28, 2 for 154.
A nice run too. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over. But rhythm is just, it's the elusive thing. And sometimes you have no idea why it clicks and it doesn't. I can remember there were times where, I've just hung on to lunch in the first session, batted terribly, and then thought to myself, I don't know what I'm doing now. And then go out after lunch, and it's like a lightsaber in your hand, and everything's hitting the middle of the bat, and there's no rhyme or reason. You don't know at times, and sometimes just like I said, your body's just taking over and fixing it for you.
Jamal to Smith, who plays late, chopped it into the turf, falls away to Gully, not what he had in mind.
But, I mean, that's cricket, isn't it? You know, your first 20 balls are your most vulnerable, and you get your eye in. So nothing's ever really changed there, isn't it? Mind you, there's some players now who can come and hit a 6 first ball. And I think, how do you do that?
And this one will walk out to bat after this partnership's done. He seems to be doing it for fun these days.
Well, the next two, really.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I was actually very happy to see Manas miss a training session. He wasn't here on December 23rd. Doesn't happen very often.
Lovely early evening sunshine in Melbourne now as Jamal is bowling and beating the outside edge. They're up and asking you to touch the outside edge. The umpire says no. Smith survives for the moment. Jamal really thinks they should review this, and so they will. A caught behind shout against Steve Smith. Heading to review for IMAR Insurance.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for a catch behind. Original on-field decision is not out. I've checked the foot placement and it's a fair delivery. If we can have a look at front on, please.
Just think it's hard to tell with Smith's body language here, isn't it? I mean, it's almost, his head's almost down anyway, but
entire Pakistani slip cordon had their finger up the bucket. I could hear them in Urdu. All of them were saying it's hit the bat.
Look at offside.
Could have hit anything else.
Hasn't flicked the back pad. No.
We're seeing hot spot. There's a mark there, isn't there?
There's a little mark.
Oh, look at where Steve Smith is, Gerard. He's kind of not with Manas.
I think that's a little mark.
Yeah,
hot spot.
That would be enough, you would think.
Okay, please, yeah.
Steve Smith's given himself out.
It does look like a
yes,
little mark there. Can we have a look at RTS, please?
It's the slightest spike.
Yeah, let's. We've got a mark on the Snicko, coupled with a little mark that was on the hot spot. I'm going to go back to Joel on field to reverse his decision to out.
Pakistan strike late on Boxing Day. Steve Smith is out, caught behind, gone for 26. Australia 3 for 154. Amir Jamal has got past him.
Oh, he's when he has got the ball in the right area, Jamal, it's looked threatening. A lot of the times he's been a bit wasteful, but that one's right on the money and just got the tiniest feather. The interesting thing is Smith knew he was out too, didn't he? He was. It's funny when people say they don't know they edged it or not. You look at that one, you think, I think you do.
Yeah, I was walking further and further away from Manas.
Yeah.
Another time Steve Smith's out, just fishing outside his off-stump bucket. I've seen it happen a few times this year, but Amir Jamal's like one of the subcontinental bowlers, so skiddy. Doesn't look very quick.
Just a little bit of movement off the seam as well. It was angling in, threatened the swing, and then hit the seam and nipped away. It's a good delivery, that.
Yeah, it's as light an edge as you can find. Pakistan celebrate the wickets thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Rizwan is an enthusiastic appealer. He wasn't totally there for it, but just he had a little bit of intuition that maybe that was out.
I think he was aided by the slip cordon as well, Gerard. I heard Babar Azam's voice, the former captain, walk in and said it's definitely hit the bat. That's what convinced Shan Masood to go for it. And they were all right. And like Bucky said, it looked very obvious. Steve Smith started looking guilty as soon as the umpire signaled for the DRS.
So a late twist in the day. There is 38 minutes of play remaining. New batter Travis Head at the crease. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Hilal Financial Solutions. Marnus Labuschagne is the mainstay on 28. We know after Head is Marsh. So it's been quite a painstaking period of play almost since lunch. His business will pick up if Head and Marsh are there, regardless of how little is left. Amir Jamal successful in his 11th over. He's got one ball to bowl in it. He's into Heads, who leaves tight to the off stump. And clear the way. Adam Collins is going to come in. A change of commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. The Drain Man scoreboard, block drains. Call the experts. The Drain Man reads 3 for 154.
Got a crash on the Ring Road Altona bound before Ballarat Road. Speed and lane restrictions are in place. Pretty heavy past Furlong Road, and another one in Coldstream. Maroondah Highway is closed both ways between Maddens Lane and Hill Road. Oz Lotto is giving you the chance to win $90 million. There's still time to grab a ticket for tonight's jackpot. Enter in-store, online or on the Lot app before 8:30 tonight. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
Collins jumping in with Simon Katich at an interesting little juncture. 3 for 154. There's been a wicket session for Pakistan. If they can go bang here, get a look at Mitchell Marsh. So Labuschagne facing over the wicket. Afridi continues across him, left alone. A lot of this comes back, I think, to two moments, Kat. Warner getting dropped early on 2. And then Warner getting out on the stroke of lunch when Salmon raced through and got that extra over in, and that one ball was enough to dislodge the opener. I mean, the day turns on those two moments.
It does, and I think the other part of this is because of that long delay and because the score hadn't really gone out of control for Pakistan and they've got it swinging both ways, it's made it difficult for Smith and Labuschagne to really get on top of them.
Shaheen up, bowls here, southern end, taking on the short ball, kind of, sort of, is Labuschagne. What did that hit on the way through? Was it bat? Was it lid? It was runs. Wasn't convincing. Up to 32 with the boundary for Azito. 3 for 158. We need a second look at that, I reckon, Kat.
Yeah, it was the Pleave. He sort of played it, then left it, and he got the top edge, and it went over the keeper comfortably for 4. So it was a little bit of indecision there from Marnus Labuschagne. And I reckon a lot of that has been brought about because of Pakistan getting the ball to swing both ways today, particularly Mir Hamza and even Shaheen Afridi, but Hassan Ali's done it. And I think as a result, both of their footwork, they haven't really committed too much to playing a lot of drives on the front foot.
Shaheen up, 2 slips the gully. Can they get Labuschagne here? Full and pushed out towards cover. No run is the call. The replay of the short ball was for Titanium Caravans, built tough.
But the one thing that probably has helped Australia survive this tricky little period after the break has been, when you look at Pakistan's length, they probably haven't bowled a lot of balls to hit the stumps. When they have, that's when things have happened. And we saw, obviously, Smith get given out. LBW was just going over the top, but they've just probably been a fraction short with their length to get that length to hit the stumps.
Can he do so here? 2 back for the short ball if and when. Shaheen bowls, it is short. Labuschagne takes it on. Out to fine leg. Work to do. Cut off at the last. Diving away to his left, Amir Jamal. They'll get back for a couple. Labuschagne to 34. Australia 2 for 160.
But it's in these kind of conditions in the last 18 months, Simon, that Travis Head has come and changed the game. Right? When batting's been difficult for everyone else, think back to the World Test Championship final. Think back to that innings he played at the Gabba last year. Hobart, in the Ashes 2 years ago.
Well, the thing about him is he's not worried about his footwork so much. He's got such good hand-eye. We've got an issue down at fine leg.
Yeah, so Amir Jamal, who cut that ball off when racing around from fine leg, he did tumble hard. He made the collecting throw, but he's ginger, and they're sending out the Pakistan physio to take a look.
He's going to come off, and I think I think it's the off spinner.
Sajid Khan gets
he's come out
here. Yeah, so just looking beneath us here, straight down. They've got the physio Andrew Deacon with them this week. He's being asked to stretch out something. Looks like a first impression, like a hamstring, based on the stretches. Anyway,
they can't afford any more injuries.
No, they cannot. They need Jamal in this attack throughout the course of the Test match. Shaheen round the wicket now to Labuschagne. Change of angle. Labuschagne works it into the onside. Huge gap at mid-wicket. Walks through the single. Labuschagne to 35. Australia 3 for 161. Travis Head. Faced 1 ball so far. Hasn't got a great record against Pakistan, Baz. Travis Head just one 50-plus score in 11 innings in these contests. He averages 27 against Pakistan. Struggled away from home last year against them. At the MCG, he's played 5 test matches here, included 100 against New Zealand back in 2019. And for him, sure enough, there'll be 2 back for the short ball and a deep backward point. They had him caught at third man last week, Travis Head. So here's Shaheen Afridi. Southern end, bowls to Head. Oh, it's full. It's so full. It's hit him on the arm. Shaheen comes up to apologise. Head had no idea where that was going. Wouldn't have been on purpose, of course. And tell you what, Head's not happy about it either. Comes up and punches gloves with Marnus Labuschagne. We'll need a second look at that one for Titanium Caravans. Built tough. We know Travis Head's built tough, but that is, well, Kat, talk us through how hard that is to pick up as a batter. That is so unusual. Hits him on the arm as well. Yuck.
It's basically hitting him on the top of the right shoulder, which you're not expecting on the full. You might get one off the bounce from a short ball, but it's got him on the full on the top of the right shoulder.
That's an old-fashioned beamer.
He's had one of those days, Shaheen. He's bowled some wayward balls, and that was the worst of the lot.
3 for 162 with the sundry. Last ball goes again. Head cuts him in half. No footwork to speak of. Not far away from the off stump. Shaheen's doubled over. He can't believe it. So close. Head walks past him. Straight past him. Doesn't make eye contact. End of the over on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener. 3 for 162. Head yet to get off the mark. Labuschagne 35. So after the full toss that pinged him, the next ball nearly ran into his off stump.
And that's the hard part about facing someone like Shaheen Afridi, that when he does get it right, he hits an amazing line and length on that one there. How that missed off stump. It's a coat of varnish.
So despite the fact that Jamal went off in the middle of that over, he's going to bowl this over from the northern end. So I'm not quite sure how that's all played out. Our coverage is for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
He's still stretching that, what looks like a hamstring. You could see him hobble back onto the field. He's stretching it still. Physio's done what he can do. He seems like he's that kind of cricketer, doesn't he, Simon? He wants to be part of the action.
Yeah, he kept fronting up in Perth. He was impressive.
So Jamal, conventional field, but 2 back for the short ball. Bowls here to Labuschagne, who leaves alone. So 2 slips of gully, deepish point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep square leg, 2/3 of the way to the boundary at the city end, and down at fine leg, they've got Shaheen Shah Afridi. And Jamal picked up Travis Head in both innings last week. One of those, was steered down to third man.
Well, he can't be too bad, because that first ball after he's hurt himself down at fine leg was 137 Ks. He's comfortably been their quickest bowler today. The wicket of Smith, nice little outside edge. He wants a couple of late ones now.
And he asks some questions of Labuschagne. Bowls to him here, close to the stumps, down the leg side, doesn't swing. Rizwan takes it, diving away to his left.
It's so skiddy, isn't he, Simon? I'm sure he feels quicker than the speeds that come up on the screen. The dismissal of Steve Smith as well, it kind of just jacked away a little, but you could see Smith was slightly late on it, just like zipped off the surface.
Yeah, look, it wasn't Steve Smith's finest knock. There's no doubt about that. He obviously battled his way through and he was trying his hardest. But one thing they did do was that, because they swung it both ways, it just looked like Steve Smith did not want to commit on the front foot.
Jamal up. Bowls here to Labuschagne. Squares him up. Shout for leg before. Big moment this. Joel Wilson says no. Jamal was convinced. Wilson took his time before shaking his head. They've used the DRS once this afternoon and it's worked. League before shout. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And we are going upstairs again. That squared Labuschagne up, and he was caught on the crease, Simon Katich. For IMAR Insurance, call 13IMAR. The third umpire, Richard Illingworth, coming up. Your first thoughts, Kat.
Yeah, I think it's worth having a look at. The line looked pretty good.
On-field decision is not out.
Call from the slip cordon was that best it would be umpires called. Push their captain to go for the DRS.
So much of the discussion around today's play will hinge on this review. First replay, it is a sniff to high. And remembering that
more than...
Okay, we've got clear daylight between bat and
50%
ball,
or more
so
of the
we
ball
can
needs
go
to be hitting
ball
leg
tracking when
stump.
ready, please.
See ball tracking here.
Okay, pitching
Two
outside
reds,
off,
but
impacting line.
missing.
Missing.
Missing the leg stump
Go
fairly
back to
comfortably in the
George,
end.
so there's on-field decision of not out.
So the not out decision will be confirmed. Pakistan will lose their review. And Labuschagne will stay put on 35. 3 for 162. It's been a busy final session, Simon.
It has. To the naked eye, that looked like a lot straighter than it actually was. So we are on a slight angle here, but it's well worth having a look at. I mean, Labuschagne's a big wicket here. Might as well use one on someone that's well set. Still got 2 left.
Near enough to becoming our leading run scorer of the day for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it 7 away from Khawaja, who made 42, but so much of the day will rest with Labuschagne if he can get to overnight. Jamal to him here, 10 overs left. It's skewed out towards deep point. Get a single. He's up to 36, 3 for 163.
It was a skid again, wasn't it, Simon? Yeah, like you said, none of them are really committing onto the front foot, staying back. So if only Pakistan had continued to bowl that length more often, there'll be a lot more wickets coming their way.
Yeah, and the signs today with Labuschagne, he's batted out of his crease a lot, which normally is an indication you don't want to get hit on the pads. You're trying to get down, take the LB out of the equation. And, you know, even there was that full toss from Mir Hamza around the wicket that they sort of half appealed for that went through to the keeper. You know, that was a full toss and front foot was on the crease. He didn't really get a stride in the ball. So there's just that little bit of hesitation to really commit to driving.
Ahead, they've got that man at deepish third man, catching position. Jamal to him here. Head has a waft in that direction, gets it away for 4, but not without risk. That's a scoring zone for Travis Head. It's a get-out zone as well. Game on. Travis Head off the mark with a boundary. And it moves Australia on to 3 for 166. Cat, not conventional, but that's the way he is.
It's not, but at the end of the day, his mindset is such that that fielder might be down there, but he's backing himself to miss him by a few metres. And, well, he picked him out in Perth on that occasion there. He just guided it beautifully over the gully fieldsman. And there's a gap there between the man down at the fly slip, or wide third man, and then the deep backward point. So there's a good sort of probably 30 to 40 metres between those two fielders.
Exciting stuff. Jamal away from us, bowls to Travis Head over the wicket, plays off the back foot in front of point along the carpet for just the single. So he's to 5 at the end of the over. 60 gone, Australia 3 for 168. Labuschagne 36. Head on 5. The final crowd today flashed up on our screen for Titanium Caravans Built Tough. 62,167. So a little bit down on projections, but I suppose rain would have fed into that. Not that many here now. You'd expect it to be 25 to 7. Around the ground, Sixers are 2 for 38 in the 7th over against the Stars at the SCG. That game on your radio after stumps here, and also live at the moment on the SEN app. Our apparel partner on SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western, whether it's in the paddock or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Can one of these Pakistan bowlers put their hand up late? Can Shaheen Shah Afridi get rid of Head or Labuschagne and make something interesting? Will make it a lot more interesting at stumps. If they can, there'll be the King bowler of the day for Janny King. The King of Commercial Cleaning franchise is available. Afridi, southern end into Head. No third man, down the leg side. Tucked off his hip. Might have been thigh pad, might have been bat. We'll find out in a moment. Either way, 3 for 169. Why no fly slip when Afridi's bowling, do you think, Kat?
Well, I think he's probably going to attack him a different way. I think because of the left arm angle back in, we saw that last ball, the last over, just nip back off the seam. So I think he's probably going to have 2 bites of the cherry with trying to maybe get him to nick one if it swings away, but then the ball that just keeps running back in or comes off the seam, he'll hopefully get a gap between his bat and his feet not really going anywhere.
So 2 slips in the gully for Labuschagne. Afridi over the wicket, around the wicket rather to him. Left arm around, but it's on the 5th stump line and left through. Cat?
So just going back to that beamer in the last over. So he gets a first and final warning. So another one like that in the innings, and Afridi can't bowl again.
Might even be in the match, right?
No, just the innings.
Oh, just the innings, sorry, Baz. So it's so you get away with 1 per innings.
Imagine if it was for the match. Game off, right?
Yeah. Early bath. So Afridi to Labuschagne here, delivers, and Labuschagne lets go. Outside the line again, looking just to bunk down. So 22 minutes until the close, 9 overs left. That'll be quite the achievement not to get their overs in, if they, assuming they don't, given they had that extra time rained out. But such as it tends to be with Pakistan, Baz.
They don't seem to mind the deduction in points, do they? They don't play enough Test cricket to, I guess, put themselves in WTC final consideration anyway.
Well, it's done on percentage, so towards the top after their wins against Sri Lanka. Shaheen bowls here. Labuschagne leads closer to the stumps. The Corden have their hands on their head. That wasn't far away from leaving Labuschagne in a spot of bother. Yeah, I mean, because it's no longer points, it's done on percentage or match ratio, to use an old footy term. It's plausible that a side like Pakistan, much as it was with New Zealand in the first cycle, can be supported by having fewer matches. But, yeah, it's a moot point at the moment. But
it highlights the fact they don't have a spinner at the moment, really. And they're used to playing spinners at home in their home conditions. So the whole dynamic changes when you play abroad in these conditions where they're probably thinking our quicks are more dangerous.
Change in angle, back over the wicket. Shaheen delivers to Labuschagne, who gets it out towards deep backward square. There's a gap there, finds it, should get 2, and will get 2. So Labuschagne up to 38, 3 for 171 Australia, with 1 ball left in the over.
And also Captain Simon, who actually hasn't captained a lot of these guys. So it's a work in progress. He's learning on the job, Shan Masood. Yes, he's captain in county cricket. But he hasn't played a lot of Azam cricket with these guys.
All of Bharat's facts for Mate Internet and Mobile. Completing the over here, Shaheen over the wicket. Labuschagne leaves alone into the gloves of Rizwan. Over complete, 3 for 171. Labuschagne 38, head on 6 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. There'll be a change in commentary. Gerard Whateley jumping in for me after a couple of further thoughts from Bharat Sunderasen.
It's just going back to that Travis head boundary from 2 overs ago. It's also ironic that every time a ball flies in the direction of gully these days, we talk about Cameron Green being amongst the best gully fielders of all time. And if not Cameron Green, you have Mitchell Marsh, 2 of the biggest guys in Australia. And Pakistan have Saad Shakil, who, apart from being probably the shortest guy in the team, is very short. The shortest gully fielder I've seen in a long time, Simon Katich.
3 for 171. Labuschagne's 38. Head has the strike. He's on 5. Amir Jamal is bowling to him around the wicket, and Head's tucked up in defence, knocking it to left.
Now that you've alerted me to it, Bharat, I don't think I've seen a shorter gully fielder either. I can't recall one.
It's generally a position where you have someone slightly taller, don't you? Because of the way the ball comes at you.
Yeah, because balls come at varying heights because it's a position on the field that can be there for both front foot and back foot shots. So it's quite a unique position.
Amir Jamal, late in the day, in the mid-130s. Bowls and Head leaves the ball past the off stump. It's cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. So Boxing Day has seen 62,167 in. We lost the best part of 3 hours in the middle of the day. And we're going all the way through to 7 o'clock.
Who's won the day?
Pakistan winning the toss and bowling first. I think Australia will think they're still ahead. Well, I don't, especially when batting's been so difficult.
Jamal trying to balance things up. He goes full to Head, who plays him away to mid-off, no run. The recent first innings scores at 195, 189, 185. And Australia's 3 for 171. The pitch looks no easier than those ones we've been on.
Correct. I think depending on what happens in these last 18 minutes, obviously if Australia get through 3 down, I think Australia will be very comfortable with where they're at, knowing that their quicks on this wicket could do some real damage with the movement that we've seen at times and particularly the swing that's been on offer.
2 slips in place. There's a third with Head on strike. It's full outside the off stump and left alone.
Yes, it's the Travis Head factor, isn't it, Simon? We were just talking about it. He's created a niche for himself almost in Test cricket, scoring runs on difficult pitches. And if he's still there tomorrow, and with Mitch Marsh in the form that he's in, I think Australia would fancy themselves to get past 300 maybe. The game will just move on. I think what Pakistan have done today is just managed Australia, made sure they haven't really run away with the game.
3 for 171. Jamal again, head turns him away to leg on the jump, out to square leg. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end and misses. Head had it well covered. Here's 6, 3 for 172.
And just the fact that all of the top order have been able to get starts but not really dominate the attack suggests that it has been hard going, hence the reason Pakistan bowled first. But what we saw of their scoring rate in Perth, albeit a totally different pace wicket, it's a lot quicker and it cracked up, but Australia's bowling just shut them down, and particularly in that second innings once it started to open up.
Labuschagne on 38. Last ball of Jamal's over. He tucks it down to fine leg. Go past Warner on the score sheet. 39 for Labuschagne, 3 for 173. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener. Yes, I think if we were to privately talk to each batter, they would say how difficult it was to get him on this pitch.
Oh, definitely. I think a great example of that has been this last session of today, where Smith and Labuschagne had to really graft hard, and at no stage, the only time they really looked to get balls away was when Pakistan went too short and they got a little bit of width and length to work with square of the wicket, but otherwise the ball going back down the ground, no one's really consistently driven the ball all day.
Change of bowler late in the day. Mir Hamza is coming back into the attack. 13 overs, 3 maidens, none for 23 for Mate Internet and Mobile.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how Pakistan's approach, and Shan Masood spoke about it yesterday. You spoke about scoring rate, Simon, for closing that margin. Very different conditions, of course, to Perth.
15 minutes remaining in the day's play. Labuschagne faces up to Hamza and he leaves.
It must be so confusing for not just him as captain, but everybody else. He keeps talking about, I want to play attractive cricket. There is a Pakistan way. We can't turn our back on it after one defeat. I want all the senior players to kind of buy into it. But then when you get conditions like these, like, what do you do?
Exactly, because it's not that easy to do that and be aggressive against an Australian attack in their home conditions that are highly disciplined and highly skilled. So unless you've got the game and you're comfortable playing like that, it's very hard to shift overnight.
Labuschagne faces up. He turns from his pads. He's put it wide of mid-on, lent on it, down toward the deck in the lower reaches of the worn stand, and they'll come back for another 3. It's been one of the consistent patterns of the day. Labuschagne to 42, so he's alongside Khawaja as the highest scorer on the run sheet.
And a great example of that was Babar Azam. Pat Cummins was all over him in that second innings, and I know those conditions were tough because the line and length that he was bowling and the cracks that were on offer made it very difficult, but there's nothing to suggest that the Australian attack won't be able to pose the same problems here with the grass and good carry on this wicket so far.
Yes, I feel like, Bharat, you mentioned before, Pakistan might have been 7 down. I reckon Australia would have been batting if Pat Cummins had won the toss. Yes, I just think it was treacherous enough. And then that 40-minute period where the gloom closed in, I just can't see how Australia wouldn't have taken wickets through that phase. Head faces up and leaves as we're outside the off stump.
Yeah. And that's a great point you make about the gloom, because I've seen sessions of cricket, whether it's at this level or the lower levels in state cricket, where you can easily lose 3 or 4 wickets in those gloomy periods because it's so hard for the new batsman to go out there and acclimatise to the dull light and a ball that's swinging around. And if someone gets it right for a couple of overs, it can be bang, 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 and before you know it, you've lost your way. And so that's where Labuschagne and Smith, to their credit, whilst it might not be their best innings, they've certainly done a job for the team.
Hamza bowls and Head leaves. Looking forward on the front foot.
And I think they also are playing the long game. They know if they can get any score of 350 plus in the first innings here, as we saw in Perth, they can really drive the game, because Pakistan weren't able to score it probably more than 2.5 and over really there at any stage consistently because of the discipline of the Australian attack.
And it was such a long period of time. Usually once a storm closes in like that, it's 15 minutes max. But it was 40 minutes without the rain, but everything other than the rain. Head plays away from his body, punches the ball wide of cover. He'll take one as Hassan Ali comes around from point to field. 3 for 176. 177. Scoreboard updates now. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the smarter gardener. It's worth pointing out, just in my plotting of the timings, is it's overcast. The light is perfectly good heading towards 7 o'clock. So you could easily play to 7:30 or 8 o'clock at this time of year for this test match. So we're going to leave a bit of good light out there today, having been interrupted through the middle stages of the day. Hamza is bowling from the worn end. He's around the wickets. He delivers and Labuschagne lets it pass. We're over 3 for 177. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. 11 minutes, so maybe 3 minutes to go. Would you give Salman a look right at the end? He took that wicket right on lunch.
Particularly with Travis Head out there late, he's going to want to attack. He's seeing a spinner come on, and it might just be worth trying to buy a late wicket with a little lapse, or maybe him being a bit too aggressive.
It's Amir Jamal who has ball in hand. It's been 63 runs and 1 wicket in a session that started at 5 after the long rain delay. Travis Head's on 7 and he leaves the ball well outside the off stump.
I think the tricky part for Shan Masood in that decision, though, is that this ball has stayed in such good nick. Right after the break, I saw Mir Hamza bowling with it, and you could still see the writing on one side, and it was about 43 or 44 overs in, which you don't often expect to see that late with the ball's life. But it's in such good nick, and there's just enough swing there late today.
This is the 64th over of the day's play. Jamal around the wicket, Head stands tall on it, blunts it away to the deep point and takes a run. 3 for 178.
And then there's always the Nathan Lyon factor in there, Simon. I mean, it seems like not a fast bowling paradise, but still a pitch where the fast bowlers are enjoying it. But then with it comes the bounce, and we saw that in Perth as well. Even though Pakistan got a good start, once Lyon gets into his groove, that's why he's been the GOAT for so long in these conditions.
Jamal in from the members' end. He goes to Labuschagne, who's again untempted. The spread of overs today for Mate Internet and Mobile. Shaheen Afridi has bowled 20 overs. 20 overs, 5 maidens, none for 63. And the rest are going to have shared 14 each. Hamza, Hassan and Jamal at the end of this. The Sixers are in trouble at the SCG after 10 overs against the Stars. They're 4 for 57. We'll take you to the SCG immediately following the test. And you can listen right now on the SEN app. Labuschagne seen more than 100 balls today. Oh, that is a wide bouncer down the leg side, totally uncontrolled. Before it had even reached the rope, it was called a wide. And he can add 4 more to that as well. That was wild stuff.
I've got a funny feeling here. I'm just waiting for the replay, but it looks like he's run his fingers down the left side of the ball, almost like a leg cutter, and just lost complete control of that ball and the bouncer that he was trying to bowl. Maybe not. Might have been the other way. He might have run it down the right side of the ball and it's just kept going further right.
12 byes, 8 wides, 5 leg byes and 2 no balls. The extras have totaled 27. Jamal looks to do better. That's way outside the off stump this time. So he's got totally scrambled in this over.
Well, one thing we've learned about him in his very short test career, Gerard and Simon, is he bowls some beautiful deliveries. We saw him get rid of Alex Carey and Mitchell Starc in that first innings, even the ball to Steve Smith today. He also bowled some rubbish deliveries. So many wides in that first innings when he took six for in Perth. Even today, some wild bouncers.
Yeah, and I think part of it's just the inconsistency in his action. You see that last ball, he falls away to the offside, so he comes off the ball a little bit, and that's going to affect his direction.
Jamal to Labuschagne. It's outside the off stump. And let pass.
And you can see the effort he puts in. I called him the Monica Seles of bowling. There's a grunt with every delivery, from the first ball he bowls in the day to the last one.
Yeah, and great story, isn't it? Going out to Hawkesbury, playing great cricket, and then having to make ends meet by getting a car and being a taxi driver, and thought he'd given up on his dream, but he's hung in there, and that's testament to his character. And it's a great story that he's out there, and it was brilliant on debut. He fought back so well.
7 wickets in Perth. Last ball of the over is short and wide down the leg side. It's called a wide as well. So we have to try again.
Very clearly make out that he's very proud of his time in Sydney as well, or in Australia, because when he did the press conference after day one, someone from the Australian press, it must be challenging bowling in Australia. And he said, no, I've been to Australia before. He corrected the journalist. He wanted to make sure that they know his story, or at least it can't be easy for likes of him, Haris Rauf, and he made the move to Hobart, and see where his career has gone.
Jamal still with his last ball to bowl. He's cut away by Labuschagne out to the deep point. It was just, you could see him searching for it. Where is it? Where is it? It was a bit hollow off the blade. The single taken as it left the infield. 3 for 185. Labuschagne to 43. SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Hilal Financial Solutions. And that's going to have, from an Australian perspective for Red Energy, switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. Marnus Labuschagne as the high bat for the day. 43 not out. Khawaja 42, Warner 38, Smith 26, and Heads in the middle on 8.
And a late change of gloves for Marnus. Maybe 1 over to go, but
strategic late change, just to try and milk maybe an extra minute or two to make this the last over. He would have looked at that clock and thought, right, I've got to try and get a couple of minutes off it here. How am I going to shave it? So either the shoelace or a glove. We've got to manufacture something else that's going to take 2 minutes off, although Mir Hamza should be able to get through this over in less than 5 minutes.
Australia wasn't able to do on the way to lunch, and Warner lost his wicket, and he's pitched up outside the off stump. Labuschagne untempted. Bharat took the catch at first slip. Salman took the catch of Khawaja at second slip, and the keeper was able to take the feather from Smith. Macca's catch of the summer is the search. Clean bowled your taste buds with the chicken Big Mac. Main talking point in the quarter, though, was the drop catch of Abdullah Shafiq in the third over. He spilled a regulation catch from Dave Warner, who was on 2. Labuschagne drives straight to cover. Had a full flourish too, and is a bit disappointed that he picked out the field rather than finding the gap either side.
If you're Australia, you want Travis Head at the non-striker's end, don't you? I know Marnus would want to get to the other end as well, but if Travis Head can just survive tonight.
Hamza looking to get through his over quickly. Labuschagne is ready for him. Leaves the rising delivery up over the stumps.
Yeah, and tomorrow there'll be an extended session because of the earlier start to make up for lost overs today. So generally in those extended sessions as a batsman, it's a great opportunity if you get a 2.5 hour session and you get going to really put pressure on, and particularly when a team's backing up after Pakistan will have bowled 65, 66 overs today, depending on if this is the last one or not.
Is that Salman warming up at second step? He does want a piece of the action late. Those are balls in on the pads. It was fired in. Maybe an inside edge onto the pads. It trickles away to mid-on. Labuschagne survives. I meant to ask you a little, did Shafiq get banished out of the cordon at any stage after he dropped that catch?
No, he just stuck there. But I didn't notice, Gerard, that for the next 3 overs, Shaheen and him, at the end of each over, walking on different sides of the pitch. They didn't cross paths.
And they're both teammates in the PSL. They both play at Lahore together. So I wonder if that'll carry on.
Hamza around the wicket, bowls. Labuschagne leaves. And one to come in the over. It would have been the player of the day early for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. Shaheen Shah Afridi looking to lead this attack. So he's done it in the overs that he's sent down, but it's got his radar late in that third over of the day. Had Warner playing and missing and then nicking the second slip. And it was dropped. And it infected the first 2 hours of the test from a Pakistan point of view until they got Warner rather cheaply right on the stroke of lunch. Hamza's last ball of his day's work. Labuschagne full face of the bat. Defends to mid-off. There's still a full minute to go. So we will get one more over in the day's play. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener. Salman's talked himself into it.
Yep.
Well done.
Marnus was trying to hang there at the crease to see it tick over, but he didn't quite get the calculation spot on.
See if they can pull the same trick twice.
He's got an aggressive left-hander out there, Gerard, so...
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Hilal Financial Solutions.
Just going back to that dropped catch. This is why it's so difficult to beat Australia and Australia. You cannot make a mistake. You have to get everything right. You have to have things going your way. That just changes the entire complexion of the game if that catch is taken.
Salman begins the last over. A lusty drive from head. A wristy drive into cover. No run.
Yeah, particularly when Marnus Labuschagne's the highest scorer now on 43, and he could have been in the first 15 minutes of play.
2 slips in place, head from the crease. Soft hands plays away from his body. Again to cover, no run. Toss back from the cordon all the way down the pitch for Salman. It's around the wicket. Flight delivery, edge drops at second slip. It was exactly what they set up for. The drive outside edge went flying. Shan Masood, the captain, was there, got a hand to it, couldn't haul it in. Head survives late in the day. And Pakistan are going to finish as they started with a grass chance.
Well, the one thing that saved Travis Head here, he went hard, it went quick. And Shan Masood couldn't reel it in. To his left, his non-dominant hand.
Salman bowls is defended back down the pitch by Labuschagne. Oh, what a moment for them. Dear me. The third over of the day and then the last over of the day. They got Warner in an extra time over at lunch and they should have had Head. Labuschagne turns to leg.
I think it went that quick to him. He's probably thinking, you know what, I saved 3 runs. Probably would have gone for 4, but...
Last ball of Boxing Day. Salman sends it down. Labuschagne advances, clips it away to mid-on, goes with the stroke and takes a single to finish his day's work. Marnus Labuschagne will rest overnight on 44 not out. Travis Head is 9. Australia sent into bat by Pakistan. Closed the day's play 3 for 187. There were 66 overs bowled. All on SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Simon Katich, give us your overall thoughts.
Well, it was a real arm wrestle given the conditions and given that there were so many interruptions with the rain and extended spell off the field, but Australia managed to get through some tricky little challenges at different stages of the day, particularly the first sort of 20 or 30 minutes of today's play. The drop catch of Shafiq helped. But then after the lengthy rain delay in this final session, Labuschagne and Smith, whilst it wasn't their prettiest innings, they certainly set Australia up for what has been a good start to this test match. Labuschagne 44 not out. Smith tried, got a feather through to Rizwan off young Jamal, but overall, I think Australia will be pretty happy with the position they're in. They know that they've got some good partnerships to come tomorrow. There'll be extended play, and if they can get going, in particular Travis Head gets going and Mitch Marsh, they'll score a lot quicker than Australia did today and give this innings an ability to potentially get to 300 to 350 plus, which I think will be good.
Yeah, those words on the Australian team for Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy at redenergy.com.au. The Australian card, Warner caught Bharat, bowled Salman for 38, 1 for 90. Khawaja caught Salman, bowled Hassan for 42, 2 for 108. Smith in the final session caught Rizwan, bowled Jamal for 26, 3 for 154, and now 3 for 187 with this partnership worth 33 runs. Labuschagne is 44, Head is 9. Have you got a play of the day for Drinkwise?
Ooh, play of the day. Probably Pakistan getting the spinner on just in the nick of time and getting David Warner out on the stroke of lunch.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Who have you got as the player of the day, thanks to Bingley? It's probably Marnus.
Yeah, he has to, I think. He's weathered that storm and yeah, leading run scorer for the day, because I don't think any of the Pakistan bowlers really stood out.
44 from 120 deliveries, 3 fours, and he guided Australia through potentially tricky periods. That's for Bingley. And our king bowler of the day for Janny King. King of clean. So you have to choose from here. Afridi, 20 overs, none for 63. Hamza, none for 27. Hassan Ali, 1 for 28. Amir Jamal, 1 for 47. And Salman, 1 for 5, which might have read 2 for 4.
Yeah, look, I thought Hassan Ali was quite good. He got the wicket of Khawaja, caught at second slip. Probably wasn't Khawaja's best shot, but yeah, I thought he kept coming back and got the ball to swing both ways and, yeah, provided a little bit for them in that, backup for Shaheen. So I think probably, yeah, Hassan Ali.
Janny King, the king of commercial cleaning franchises available. Simon Katich will see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Gerard.
So a long day's play through to 7 o'clock on Boxing Day. Australia, 3 for 187. We've been dressed by Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. We're going to take you to the BBL next at the SCG. The Stars and the Sixers. The Sixers are 4 for 85 of 13 overs after being sent in to bat. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. We'll see you back at the MCG tomorrow.